Chapter 51 Brazenly. In the world of immortal cultivation, anything can happen. There are legends that a kid with low-level qualifications can soar to the sky, refine a golden elixir, or even a primordial infant, and live freely and ascend to immortality. Fang Xing looked at Chen Yi with a lot of thoughts in his mind. I didn't expect that this man would finally encounter an opportunity when he was old. If Chen Yi and Fu Qin fell out because of such an opportunity, it would be very reasonable. But on the surface, he didn't show any trace. Thank me? Then do you have a gift? Chen Yi was startled, obviously a little confused by Fang Xing's straightforwardness. Fortunately, he was not an ordinary person. He was only startled for a moment when he heard it, and then smiled lightly. Of course there is. Swoosh. A flash of light. Fang Xing saw Chen Yi pat his waist, and a flash of light appeared in the living room, and a long sword appeared. This sword is 3 feet and 3 inches long, black all over, and the sword body is slightly wider than the previous Dan Qing sword, with 2 edges. Just by looking at it, Fang Xing felt that his eyes seemed to be stinging. Storage bag? You actually have a storage bag? And is this a blood-refined magic weapon? Fang Xing was really surprised. This storage bag is of course not the one at the auction, but it is also very valuable. Even the cheapest storage bag is probably worth thousands of spirit stones. And this long sword, which is obviously a blood-refined magic weapon, must be worth at least 100 spirit stones. This sword is called Maoan. I will give it to you. Chen Yi smiled and handed the Maoan sword to Fang Xing. Good sword. Fang Xing took it and felt that the weight of this dark sword was about 16 pounds. The sword moved lightly, and some warriors might think that such a sword was a bit heavy, but it was just right for him. Of course, it is a good sword. Swords have been given to heroes since ancient times. Please accept it. In the future, please take care of Feiyue. Chen Yi sighed. At this moment, Fang Xing actually felt that the other party was sincere. When you are in the world, you can't help yourself? Is it even more so in the world of immortal cultivation? Hee. After all, isn't it because he is reluctant to give up this immortality? No. He deliberately came here to chat with me. Is it really just to thank me? Fang Xing's expression did not change, but he was a little suspicious in his heart. To be honest, if he was not worried that the laser gun was too powerful and would attract the Qinxian sect's law enforcement team and foundation building monks, and it would be difficult to explain in a later stage. He really wanted to shoot Chen Yi in the head directly to let the other party know that the era of ignoring warriors in the late stage of Qi training is over. After all, a storage bag is worth thousands of spirit stones, and putting it in the market is enough reason to kill and rob. Forget it. I am a good young man in the interstellar era. Killing and robbing because of greed for money is not my style. The most important thing is that I am gold and jade, and he is rubble. Why bother? Fang Xing originally wanted to serve tea to see him off. Suddenly, an alarm sounded in his arms. This is... Chen Yi showed a puzzled look on his face and watched Fang Xing put on a pair of glasses. This is a small mechanism in the secular world. Please forgive me for laughing at you, fellow Taoist. Fang Xing was talking nonsense seriously, and then he saw the images from the puppets around him. When Chen Yi came over, he seemed to be full of small movements while walking. Not only was there some powder leaking from the soles of his shoes, but he was also secretly pinching some kind of seal. Originally, these had not reached the alarm line, but the few spies who followed Chen Yi made the alarm set by Fang Xing explode directly. This person is so bad. He deliberately came here to talk nonsense. In fact, just to divert the trouble. In an instant, Fang Xing understood many things. No matter what secrets and hidden secrets the other party has, this behavior is to use himself to ward off disaster. Thinking of this, he directly reached into his arms and took out the silver-white laser gun. These secular mechanism techniques are actually quite ingenious. Ha ha. It's quite interesting. Chen Yi was a little disdainful, and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. Even if this warrior found out, what would happen? He has already been promoted to the late stage of Qi training. In this world, even the Pekinate warriors are at most equivalent to the mid-stage Qi training cultivators, and the late stage of Qi training is invincible among warriors. This kid seems to have some background, and his strength is not bad. He can just resist those pursuits for himself and attract some firepower. But what he didn't expect was that this kid seemed to have seen the flaw. When was he exposed? Or did the other party not believe him from the beginning? However, no matter how this kid struggled, The end would be the same. What kind of mechanical creation is this? There is no fluctuation of mana. Obviously made by mortals. A mere mortal mechanism. Also wants to kill immortals? I'm afraid that even the Qingyuan cover that comes with this top-grade robe on his body is difficult to break. The next moment, a white light flashed, and it appeared in front of Chun-Yi in an instant. His robe was shining, and the Qingyuan cover defense passively activated. But it was a step slower. Bang! Chun-Yi's headless body fell to the ground, and his robe glowed with light, revealing a green light shield that enveloped the headless body. Unfortunately, it had no effect at all. Even the robe lost the support of its owner's magic power, and the Qingyuan shield spell dissipated instantly. Humph. No matter how many plans you make, I can deal with it with one move and flip the chessboard. No matter what you want to do, I just kill you and that's it. Who made me a warrior? As for the secrets and treasures, Fang Xing was not tempted at all. After all, he was sitting on a mountain of treasures, and he didn't care about these little things. At this time, thinking back to the scene just now, he was quite emotional. Generally speaking, the robes of immortal cultivators are standard equipment, especially for those in the middle stage of Qi training. This is equivalent to the protective clothing of the Blue Star Federation. The robes usually come with a protective spell that can be activated passively. Therefore, the safety is greatly increased after wearing them. If I had used a sword to chop him just now, even if Qin Yi could not react, he would definitely be blocked by this shield. No wonder the cultivators in the middle and late stages of Qi training in this world look down on warriors. After warriors lose the advantage of close-range sudden attacks, it is indeed difficult for them to pose a threat to immortal cultivators. However, how fast is the speed of the laser beam? It actually penetrated Qin Yi's head before the robe's protective spell was activated. Therefore, this robe was preserved intact and not damaged at all. Fang Xing was thinking while his hands were moving very fast. After putting on gloves, he stripped Qin Yi's robes off, and then skillfully began to touch the corpse, and took out a gray, inconspicuous storage bag from his waist. In addition, there is a pair of spiritual boots, made of unknown monster skin, with spiritual patterns flashing on the surface, which is not an ordinary item. After looting all these, Fang Xing looked solemnly, looking at a big hole on the roof. This is the result of the previous laser gun. This old guy, even if he dies, he will cause trouble for me. He quickly came to the basement and ordered most of the puppets to move to the temporary camp. He also tore open a few fireball charms and turned all the items of the interstellar era into ashes. Above the sky, several yellow sparrows flew at a high speed and caught up with a spiritual bird, just like a hawk hunting, and directly tore the other party apart. After doing all this, Fang Xing carried the package and walked out of his house calmly. In his hand, he also held the ink-patterned sword that Qin Yi had just given him. Although he has not yet refined this blood-refined magic weapon, it is also a rare magic weapon just by its sharpness. According to the monitoring instructions, Fang Xing came directly to a middle-aged man who was leaning against the wall and looked like a gangster. "What do you want to do?" The middle-aged man's face changed, and he reached into his arms. The next moment, Zheng! A flash of black light, and the sound of a sword suddenly rose. The middle-aged man's expression froze, and the original movement of casting the talisman suddenly slowed down. He didn't even know what he was thinking about, and there was a hint of tenderness in the corner of his eyes. Then, he lowered his head and saw the tip of the sword piercing his neck. The black-patterned sword was extremely sharp, but the tip of Fang Xing's sword pierced his neck without a point more or less. Obviously, he had mastered the power to the extreme. After killing a spy, Fang Xing's figure did not stop and rushed to another place. There, a cultivator who was carrying a shoulder pole and looked like a peddler changed his face greatly, and a flash of spiritual light flashed on the law clothes hidden under the hemp rope, and a large piece of khaki light curtain surged out, turning into a spherical light shield, protecting the whole body. Sure enough, I was too slow. Not as fast as the laser. Fang Xing sighed. The blade trembled continuously, and in a blink of an eye, he stabbed 3 swords on the khaki light curtain. Snap! The monk's robe was obviously of low quality, and the khaki light shield was not as good as Qin Yi's Qingyuan shield. Stabbed by the ink-patterned sword, the khaki light suddenly rippled like water waves. How could the monk in the light shield have seen such a sword technique that seemed to be exquisite, and yet extremely brutal? The hand that took out the magic weapon was shaking in fear. The next moment, Fang Xing flicked the sword with his finger. Amid the sound of the sword, the monk looked dazed. A teardrop fell from the corner of his eye, and the flying knife magic weapon in his hand fell to the ground. When he came to his senses, he saw the light shield shattered, and a section of the sword tip had already sunk into his throat. He fell to the ground. His expression was still dazed, as if he recalled his first love. In the last corner of his eye, he saw a back figure who picked up his magic weapon and left. After killing the stalker, Fang Xing walked to the shed number 66. "Why are you here, young master?" Hua Feiyue opened the door and saw Fang Xing. She couldn't help but smile. "Do you want me to accompany you to practice the 7 Emotion Sutra?" "Ahem. I have something important to do." Fang Xing coughed and entered the house. He looked at the furnishings in the house and nodded secretly. With the surveillance, this woman has not betrayed him yet, so she is barely trustworthy. I wonder what the matter is. Hua Feiyue's expression also became serious, and he found that this young master seemed to have murderous aura. "Chinny just came to me and asked me to take care of you. But in fact, he wanted to divert the trouble." Fang Xing sneered. "I have killed this man and will leave the market soon. You can hide first and spread a message." "What is the message?" Hua Feiyue was shocked and puzzled. Didn't understand why things suddenly developed to this point. There is a great opportunity in the 5 Scorpion Valley. Chen Yi and the Black Tiger Gang had a dispute because of this, and even fought to the death. Fang Xing sneered and prepared to make a big move. Even Hua Feiyue and others were kept in the dark about the 5 Scorpion Valley. He just guessed and concluded that there was a great opportunity for cultivators there. There was even only a 40% to 50% chance. But it doesn't matter. Since Chen Yi wants to frame him, he will just spread rumors. Let everyone know what was originally known only to Chen Yi and the Black Tiger Gang. No matter what Chen Yi or any other mastermind behind the scenes has planned, he will make it bigger and report it to Qingxian sect directly. "Do you have any useful cultivators around you?" Fang Xing asked again. Hua Feiyue hesitated for a moment before gritting her teeth and said, "There is a casual cultivator named Han Qingyun, who is at the 2nd level of Qi training. Seeing that the business here is good, he wants to do something with me. I have dealt with him several times before, and he is generally trustworthy." "Then spread this news. The key is the 5 Scorpion Valley, as well as Chen Yi and the Black Tiger Gang. Then we will hide for a while. And you don't need to come to me during this period of time. Although I don't know what Chen Yi is planning. But at the auction, there was an intention to attract big forces to come down." Fang Xing pushed and added fuel to the fire. After all, he knew the personalities of the immortal cultivators in the market very well. They were all a group of greedy hyenas. As long as they smelled the fishy smell, they would definitely rise up in groups. When that happens, the market will be in chaos. For many small people, chaos brings opportunities. Chapter 52 Prevention and Control Bureau. Eagle Star. Happy Home Community. A silver light flashed, and Fang Xing appeared with a long sword on his back and a package at the end of the scabbard. After making a plan, he made a final purchase, then left Qinglin Market without looking back, returned to the temporary camp, and then shuttled back. Only then did he breathe a sigh of relief and count the spoils. Spirit stones, sundries not included, a storage bag, a blood-refined magic weapon, a low-grade magic weapon flying knife, a high-grade robe. This damn Chen Yi. Lao Deng couldn't even get the gold coins to explode. Fortunately you died. But even if you died, I wouldn't let you go if Hua Feiyue and the others didn't do well. I would send drones to post big character posters. I'm sure everyone will know about this. Anyway, watching the excitement is not afraid of big trouble. Fang Xing sighed and picked up the high-grade robe. The robe was dark green and woven with spiritual silk. It has dense stitches, with hidden spiritual light flashing in between. It has the functions of keeping the size as desired, keeping warm in winter and cool in summer, and protective spells. But I don't have any magic power. Theoretically, the top-grade robe is more expensive than the average top-grade magic weapon. But it's useless to me. Warriors cannot refine robes, and they can't even keep the size as desired. However, when worn on the body, it can barely keep warm in winter and cool in summer, and can also be used as a soft armor. Of course, it relies on the material of the robe itself to resist attacks, and the protective spell cannot be activated. This top-grade robe has only one function for Fang Xing. That is, to sell stolen goods and sell spiritual stones. And this storage bag, There must be good things in it. But I can't open it. Fang Xing looked at the gray storage bag in his hand, and his expression became even more crazy. The storage bag is hard to be damaged by ordinary magic weapons. Even if I shoot at it and it breaks, the items will not explode, but will scatter into the turbulent space and disappear. Because he can't use many treasures of immortal cultivators, he is not really interested in Chen-Yi. But the other party is determined to die. Strictly speaking, when I lived next door to Meng-Yi and his wife, and then had contact with Hua Feiyue, was I targeted? Forget it. No matter what conspiracy this person has prepared, death is the greatest. I forgive you. Fang Xing sighed, grabbed the flying knife, and took a look. This low-grade magic weapon flying knife is very heavy in his hand. There is a blood groove in the middle of the blade. It is a real low-grade magic weapon, and even the innate true qi is difficult to activate. Put it here with Fang Xing. It is still a decoration. On the contrary, the ink-patterned sword is a blood-refined magical weapon. Not only can it be activated by the innate true qi, but even the acquired warriors can exert some power through blood sacrifice. But Fang Xing obviously did not trust Chen-Yi's character. He had only used the sharpness of the magic sword to fight the enemy before. When he came here, he was ready to use all means to check it carefully. The items in the Xiaoxian world should not be leaked, so they can be brought to this world. As for the technological means here, in fact, there is still a certain risk, but it is more likely to be regarded as an alien item or an unknown alloy. For safety reasons, perhaps you can buy a device and bring it to the temporary camp for testing, but this will cost a lot of star yuan, and you may have to go to the black market. Fang Xing sighed. He actively participated in off-campus internships. In fact, he also wanted to learn more about the official methods, so as to avoid them deliberately. But even if I don't use my own blood essence to sacrifice, this blood-refined magic weapon is also a rare magic weapon. Enough for me at present. Fang Xing put away the harvest one by one, and opened the package on the sword. In the package, there were jade bottles emitting a faint aroma of wine. These jade bottles were large and small. The large ones contained tiger bone wine, all of which were made from the bones of demon tigers. In addition to Fang Xing own brewing, he also bought a lot at the market. In addition, there was the body-refining elixir tiger marrow pill recommended by Xiao Rui of King Dinfeng. It is said that the bone marrow of the demon tiger is needed to refine this kind of elixir, so it can best enhance the physique and is suitable for physical cultivation in the middle stage of qi training. For acquired warriors, it is a bit wasteful, but Fang Xing was least afraid of waste. He came to the specially open training room next to him and drank a mouthful of tiger bone wine. Huh. So spicy. So strong. Underage drinking. I am also considered to be violating federal laws. Right? It feels good. How can you practice martial arts without drinking? After swallowing the tiger bone wine, Fang Xing only felt warm in his abdomen, and strands of blood and energy surged out, and began to strengthen bones and cleanse marrow. Well, tiger bone wine has a mild medicinal effect, suitable for daily moderate drinking, just right with spiritual rice. In addition, there is tiger marrow pill. He poured out a black tiger marrow pill and stuffed it into his mouth. Roar! The next moment, Fang Xing made claws with both hands, pounced forward, and set up the posture of subduing tiger posture. In a trance, he seemed to have transformed into a demon tiger, walking through the mountains and forests. Every breath was accompanied by a strong wind. Clouds follow the dragon. Wind follows the tiger. Half an hour later, Fang Xing wiped off the smelly sweat and glanced at the attribute panel. Second level, tendons and bones, tendon refining, 77 out of 100, Fu Hu Zhuang, 15 out of 100 proficient. Huh? Fu Hu Zhuang has improved so fast. In fact, Fang Xing has also discovered in the past few days that he can increase his proficiency by a few points every time he practices Fu Hu Zhuang, which can be said to be a rapid progress. This is naturally because he has the foundation of De Long Zhuang, and he has made some progress in the tendons and bones. But today, a medicinal wine plus elixir made Fu Hu Zhuang jump directly from entry to proficiency. It is a bit unimaginable that he even made a small progress in the proficiency stage. Good stuff. With these, I'm afraid I can quickly reach the mastery stage of Fu Hu posture, and then the fourth stage of Tiger's Realm. Fang Xing even felt that the medicinal power of these medicinal wines and elixirs had not been fully exerted, but was precipitated in the bones. When he tempered his bones, the progress would be even faster. After all, it's just a mere acquired realm. A little bit of resources is enough to pile it up. After practicing Fu posture, he grabbed the Malin sword and began to practice the extreme love sword. Swish! He casually slashed, and a black light flashed on the blade of the Malin sword, leaving a deep mark on the wall. Good sword. Really good sword. He knew that this sword was sharp, and he had killed people with it. At this time, he tried a few sword techniques and felt that they were running smoothly. Even the sword light seemed to be smoother and sharper than ordinary swords. Of course, there are weapons specially made for warriors in the Blue Star Federation, all of which are made of various alloys, very precious. But it seems that the ink-patterned sword in my hand is definitely not an ordinary item. If it is exposed, it will most likely be regarded as smuggled goods from other planets. After all, even in the interstellar era, not everyone is full of thoughts about time travel. When encountering things, they must make judgments based on their own experience and knowledge. The material of the ink-patterned sword is unknown, and it will probably be regarded as a special metal from other planets. As for the forging method, it may also be a certain technology from alien races. In the vast universe, there are all kinds of strange races, and such a situation is very likely to happen. Even so, I still can't be too ostentatious. After all, the origin of this sword is really hard to explain. Fong Xing stroked the ink-patterned sword and sighed slightly. Fellow Taoist Chen is not righteous. Why don't you send me a blood-refined magic weapon-level sword? For a period of time in the future, Fong Xing reduced the number of trips to the other world. Every day, he went back and forth between school and the dormitory, and his daily hard work and practice made his martial arts level and Fuhuzwang rise rapidly. Occasionally, he would go to the brilliant Jiang mansion to spar with Gu Yun. It must be said that martial arts need actual combat to make progress. Gu Yun happened to be somewhat similar to him, but was a little behind in all aspects, making him an excellent target. This day, Fong Xing and Gu Yun stood side by side and came to a towering silver-white building. This building seemed to be made entirely of metal, without a single gap, door frame, window, etc. Is this the Prevention and Control Bureau? Fong Xing glanced at the silver-white building, feeling a little dignified. The Prevention and Control Bureau is a huge entity in the Blue Star Federation, and it has branches on every planet and every city. It can be said that they are in charge of the parts where ordinary people may have intersections with the evil gods from outside the domain in their daily lives. Well, today is the first day of off-campus internship, and Aunt Bai will come to pick us up. Gu Yun dialed someone's contact information, and soon Fong Xing found that the silver-white metal wall in front seemed to melt, and a round door emerged. Through this round door, you can see more round arches inside, overlapping like a 1,000-layer cake. A professional woman slowly walked out of the overlapping doorway. She was about 30 years old, wearing gold-rimmed glasses, and her beautiful face was originally expressionless, looking very serious. Only when she saw Gu Yun did she smile. Xiao Yun, you are here? Aunt Bai. Hello. This is my classmate Fong Xing. Gu Yun and Fong Xing greeted each other quickly. Fong Xing glanced out of the corner of his eye and saw the work nameplate on Aunt Bai's chest. Faith Theory Department. Bai Xiling. Okay. Follow me. Bai Xiling stepped on high heels, adjusted her glasses, turned around and walked in front. Fong Xing followed Gu Yun and stepped into the silver-white building. Each door here corresponds to a known evil god from outside the domain. If you have items of evil gods from outside the domain, or carry similar pollution, the police will be called immediately. Bai Xiling's voice came. Fong Xing's heart moved. For the sake of caution, he threw all the talismans and ink-patterned swords to the other world when he came here today. I don't know if it will cause some kind of reaction if I bring them here? After passing through dozens of silver-white metal arches, Fong Xing and Gu Yun came to a hall. Above the sky is a high-tech projection of blue sky and white clouds. A large number of staff members come and go in the hall, looking extremely busy. Is this the Prevention and Control Bureau? Gu Yun murmured. And suddenly there was a hand on her shoulder. Little sister. Are you Gu Renwan's daughter? Chapter 53 Dream. Jingxiu? Is it her? Fong Xing was really shocked when he saw Jingxia suddenly appear and put her hand on Gu Yun's shoulder. But he felt relieved. This woman is from the Prevention Bureau, and she never forgets to take her dog with her everywhere. Looking at the bully dog sitting next to Jingxia, he couldn't help but complain in his heart. Gu Yuan is an intern in our faith theory department, and has nothing to do with your action department, and she is an intern commissioned by the school, and it is impossible for her to join your department. Bai Ziling's face was cold, as if she had a grudge with Jingxiao. I'm just asking, after all. I saw the fire in her eyes. This kind of person is very suitable to join our action department. Just to replace some useless people, Jingxiao admitted carelessly, holding a drink in her hand, and this classmate Fang. I wonder if you are interested in interning in our department. Although she is a queen, she looks more like a fox when she smiles. Sorry. This is the school's targeted internship program. Fang Xing shook his head quickly. He was crazy to go to the action department. That's a pity. Jing Xiao waved his hand. If you change your mind, you are welcome to come to me at any time. Let's go. Bai Ziling didn't say much, and took Fang Xing and Gu Yuan into the elevator. When the silver-white liquid metal completely covered him, Fang Xing couldn't confirm whether he was going up or down. Do you know that woman too? Bai Ziling suddenly turned around and stared at Fang Xing. I often meet her during morning exercises. She seems to live around the school. Fang Xing told the truth. Well, don't provoke that woman. She likes to cruelly exploit her subordinates and use words to attack. Bai Ziling sneered. The number of her team members who transferred to logistic support and received treatment in the recreation center is the highest. You can understand what this means. Of course. Fang Xing nodded quickly. At some point, the metal wall in front opened, revealing a large flat. Many members of the faith theory department wearing work badges were busy in it. I send you a map first. You can only move around in the green zone. The library, storage room, and observation room are red zones, and you are not allowed to go there. Bai Ziling sent a map over. With a serious expression, your job today is to clean the green zone and manage the water dispenser. Does this still need to be cleaned? Fang Xing looked at the spotless ground and strongly suspected that the silver-white metal here has a self-cleaning function. Even, this entire building is a metal life. Sure enough. Are we here to be lazy in a blatant way? Any other questions? As if she noticed Fang Xing gaze, Bai Ling adjusted her glasses. How much is our daily salary? Fang Xing asked. 2,000 per hour. Welfare bonuses are calculated separately. Bai Ziling replied. Then I have no questions. Fang Xing nodded, came to the water dispenser, and sat down. Very good. Bai Ziling smiled. Xiaoyun, you are here. You can come to me if you have any questions. After Bai Ziling left, Gu Yun looked at his back and his expression suddenly darkened. I thought that no matter how it was arranged, at least I would be exposed to something. Gu Yun sat next to Fang Xing, her eyes somewhat out of focus. Fang Xing knew that the reason why she agreed to this internship opportunity was largely to get in touch with her father's work environment, learn more, and then, revenge. If she could choose as she pleased, she would definitely join Jingxia's operations department. Unfortunately, this is impossible. Come, have a glass of water. Fang Xing had no intention of comforting him, so he poured a glass of water for Gu Yun and another for himself. Just after taking a sip, he felt something was wrong. Does this water seem to contain psychotropic drugs? No, it's another kind of effect that can calm people's minds. For members of the faith theory department, mental stability is the most important indicator, and it must be tested every day. Gu Yun seemed to know more and drank the water in the cup. For us who practice A-level martial arts, this kind of pure water also has a certain effect. It can be regarded as a work benefit. Well, but it is far inferior to the tranquilizing pill. Fang Xing silently compared in his heart and came to a conclusion. The sun sets. Goodbye. He walked out of the Prevention and Control Bureau, said goodbye to Gu Yun, and prepared to walk home and exercise. The Prevention and Control Bureau is absolutely guarded. It is a fool's dream to do something secretly, which will only expose oneself. As for getting some benefits in the faith theory department, Fang Xing, who had been observing for a day today, sneered at this. The evil god information he wanted to see, and even suspected evil god books, were stored in a special room, waiting for inspection and review by members of the faith theory department. As for some cult scriptures that require high vigilance, several researchers need to apply, and then be authorized by the minister and deputy minister before reading and research can be carried out. All research must be carried out in a special protective house, and no paper can be brought out. After so many years of operation, the Department of Faith Theory is full of surveillance. Even our own people have to check their mental state and pollution when they go out. How could there be a loophole for me to exploit? If there is, it must be fishing. At least I have seen it. And I know Jinxia's identity. And the salary is quite high. Fong Xing suddenly looked up and only saw an orange-red sky. Why do I feel like I am being spied on? Thinking of this, he quickened his pace and disappeared at the end of the street. A few minutes later, a figure walked out of the shadows with a hoarse voice. It is worthy of being a little genius who has entered the A-level martial arts. The mental power has begun to undergo a slight qualitative change. We can't observe too closely. This martial artist's intuition is troublesome. This person was covered in a black robe. But the surveillance cameras around him flashed sparks inexplicably, as if they were broken. Following behind the black-robed man, there were two students. One of them looked like a bodybuilder, and looked at Fong Xing back with a hint of complexity. It was Lu Wei. The other one was not by Leonie. But Lu Wei recognized her. She was a classmate of Yusai Middle School, with a pretty face, named Guapepe. At this time, Guapepe looked at Lu Wei. I heard that this person is your good friend? He is now amazing. Not only has he become the apple of teacher Xiao Longmai, but he has also been able to sneak into the Prevention and Control Bureau. If necessary, I can go and get rid of him. Lu Wei lowered his voice and answered. It's very simple to get rid of him. But it's not good for us. This Fong Xing is getting more and more valuable. The black-robed man laughed strangely. I hope he can believe in my lord and become my lord's strength in the Prevention and Control Bureau. I'm afraid this is difficult. Lu Wei frowned. Normal people would not want to have anything to do with cultists. My lord, please let me do it. Guapepe smiled and said. The ability I have acquired is the dream entering technique. I can corrupt this person in the dream without anyone noticing. Dream entering technique? It's possible. The black-robed envoy pondered for a moment and said. You can do it. But your ability level is not high. So you can't enter the dream from a distance. It's always dangerous to get close. So I sent two gods to protect you. Thank you, my lord. Guapepe's eyes lit up. At night, everything was silent. Fong Xing practiced the Fuhu posture again, played a few games, and ordered takeout for supper. After eating and drinking, he fell asleep immediately. He is now at a low level and cannot use meditation, standing, etc. to replace sleep. He still sleeps very sweetly every night. But this night seems to be different. It's hazy. The whole community seems to be shrouded in a layer of mist. In the mist, there were low hums like countless insects crawling, rustling, and like countless people singing in a low voice. What's going on? Fong Xing got up and looked out the window. And he was suddenly stunned. He saw. The whole community seemed to be broken. And countless broken walls and ruins were suspended in the air in a posture that violated gravity. And in the distance, there seemed to be an inexplicable existence. It was composed of countless light balls, vaguely in the shape of a door. But when he observed carefully, he felt that it was not a door, but layers of dimensions. And each colorful light ball seemed to carry the ultimate truth of the world and the universe. Just one glance, and it was impossible to look away. Fong Xing felt a headache, almost like it was about to explode. Some inexplicable knowledge and information, like countless red-hot iron sticks, are about to pierce his head. Is this an evil god from outside the domain? No, that's not right. If it was the real thing, I would have died long ago. And I couldn't even think. This is a disguise. An imitation. The next moment, Fong Xing's forehead was bulging with blue veins, and his expression was like a ghost or a god. Even if it is a ghost or a god, I will kill it with one sword. Kill the ghosts and gods. He used his hand as a sword and slashed fiercely at the strange light door. Ghost God sword, kill the ghosts and gods. A shocking sword light soared into the sky, sweeping across dozens of miles, and actually directly broke the strange door. Countless mists dispersed, and it seemed to be accompanied by a woman's scream. Ah! In the bedroom, Fong Xing stood up and grabbed the ink-patterned sword with his right hand. Outside the window, the night wind was cold, and several night cats were calling in heat, making sounds like babies crying. The community was quiet and peaceful, and everything was as usual. Dreaming? A trace of suspicion flashed across his face. The gate of nothingness? How could I dream of such a thing for no reason? No. No. Someone is plotting against me. It's a cultist. As for the foreign evil god, Of course, it was just the other party's imagination. Not even the projection or breath of the original. The reason is very simple. Even if the cultists are weak, they will fall into complete madness or even die if they see the true appearance of the evil god. Who did I offend? Fang Xing growled. Very angry. It's like this in the market. And it's also like this in the Eagle Star. Obviously. He was cautious and did nothing. Just wanted to grow up well. Why is there always someone plotting against him? Then, he seemed to think of something. Stretched out his hand and grabbed it. And a talisman appeared in his hand. Which was the chi-seeking talisman. The woman in the dream has left a breath. And the person should still be nearby. Fang Xing clenched the ink-patterned sword. His expression was gloomy. Chapter 54 Fighting. In a rental house in a building in Xingfuyuan community. The ground was covered with blood, which vaguely formed a kind of ritual. There were also a lot of dark red bloodstains flowing out from the kitchen and bathroom. They belonged to the original owner of the rental house. And it was already imaginable what their fate was. In the living room of the room, there stood two tall figures. They were sturdy and had deep facial features. But they stood quietly like sculptures. Like two silent granite guards. Ah! At this time, a scream broke the original silence. In the center of many rituals, Guapepe was originally sitting cross-legged, but suddenly opened his eyes, covered his head, and screamed, Fang Xing. That was the third level of the ghost god sword. Fighting ghosts and gods? That knife. No, that's not right. That was in his dream. His home court. So he could break the limit of his own ghost god sword. The bigger the heart, the higher the martial arts. Dreams are naturally different from reality. And you can do all kinds of incredible things. Especially in your own dreams. Everyone is half a creator. Guapepe only awakened a low-level dream-entering ability. And didn't know much about dreams. But she knew that she had failed this time. The great lord she had simulated with her imagination, and the classics of the church could not deter Fang Xing. But was defeated in one fell swoop. Is the will of martial arts really so strong? Guapepe's face was pale. And she felt a sharp pain on her forehead. No. The other party might report to the Prevention and Control Bureau. It's not safe here anymore. And we need to leave. Bang! At this moment, there was a bang at the gate. Like a cannon roar. The alloy door of the community was instantly blown away by Deshang's bow and cannon fist. Amid the dust, a black shadow flashed into the storage room, accompanied by a sharp sword sound, and drew his sword to kill. This person was Fang Xing. After he found this place with the chi-seeking talisman, he rushed in without much hesitation. The first thing is that a warrior cannot be humiliated. He has been very frustrated recently, and needs to vent. The second is to judge that the enemy here is not strong. Otherwise they would not use the trick of entering the dream. And they were easily defeated by themselves. As for the third, it is because he has taken out insurance, and has called Jingxia through by Xilinx's relationship. Although waiting for the action team of the Prevention and Control Bureau to come after calling the police is the best choice. But I am a warrior. Even if I will not punch the stronger. But the weak dare to provoke me. I must suppress it severely. Notifying the Prevention and Control Bureau is also a helpless thing. Even if Fang Xing did everything cleanly today, and was not known by the official, the mastermind behind these people must know that he did it. And then, there will be a constant stream of revenge. This is an entire evil god sect. Even if Fang Xing is confident in himself, he does not think he can withstand the subsequent revenge. Therefore, relying on official power to obtain protection has become the best choice. After all, he is indeed a good student with a good family background. Recently, he has also been vigorously cultivated by the school, and Xiao Long has been optimistic about him. He has also taken the initiative to report the evil believers. So he naturally stands on the position of great and glorious. These were all thought out on the way here. At this moment, he just wanted to kill people. Clang! A sound of sword made Guapepe fall into a trance instantly. She thought of the scene when she was a child. As a cyborg, watching other natural children playing with their parents in the amusement park. But she could only stand alone outside the railing. And a sadness came to her heart. On the other hand, the two gods were slightly startled but not affected. Instead, they each let out a beast-like roar. And strange tattoo patterns appeared on their faces. The tattoos seemed to be still wriggling slightly, with a slight mental pollution and impact. Sizzle! In a blink of an eye, their clothes exploded. Their fingers turned into claws. And they rushed towards Fang Xing. Fang Xing turned the ink-patterned sword, and a sword light was like mercury pouring down the ground. And the sword energy was cold and instantly spread throughout the living room. Puff! The two beast-like evil believers were very confident in their physique, and opened their claws to grab the blade of the ink-patterned sword. Fang Xing would certainly not be polite, and the sword light heavily chopped on the opponent's claws. Then, the ferocious claw was cut open like tofu. The black sword continued to move forward, sweeping across the neck of the god general. Poof! A head flew up, and the body of the god general fell heavily to the ground. The other god general saw the scene. Fear appeared in his eyes, roared, and rushed to the window next to him. But in the blink of an eye, Fang Xing caught up with him and pierced his heart with a sword. Bang! Fang Xing kicked the body of the god general away, causing it to hit the wall heavily and slowly fall down. He drew out his long sword and turned around, and saw Guapepe, who seemed to have finally recovered from the influence of the extreme love sword. No! Don't kill me! Guapepe's voice was trembling when she saw this scene. She could never imagine that Fang Xing would be so strong. Don't worry. I won't kill you. Fang Xing smiled slightly and looked out the window. Woof! Accompanied by a dog barking. A bully dog with devilish wings broke through the window and rushed in arrogantly. When he saw the two gods lying on the ground, a bewildered expression appeared on the dog's face. Whoosh! Then, a black shadow stepped on a flying skateboard and glided in through the window that was hit. Jingxiao was wearing a black uniform, showing off her hot body. She looked at the blood sacrifice ritual on the ground and immediately showed disgust. It's really the evil god believers. Well, there are two more gods. Did you solve it? Yes. They attacked me with dream-type supernatural powers. After I woke up, I followed the induction in the dark and found this place. Fang Xing answered seriously that this situation is very likely. Oh! It seems that you have spiritual qualities. You may be able to change your job to become a psychic in the future. Jingxia nodded and raised his hand to emit an arc of electricity. In an instant, Guapepe's eyes rolled back and she fell to the ground, foaming at the mouth. As long as this kind of evil god believer is conscious, he may cause a big trouble. Therefore, it is best to make him unconscious after being captured. Jingxiu explained and turned the corpse on the ground with disdain. God General? It seems that he is from the sect. He can deal with him. Little brother, you are quite powerful. You should come to the action department. God General? Fang Xing expressed his doubts. Most of the cannon fodders of the sects take the so-called divine blood, which is actually the blood of the evil god's followers that has mutated. These two have the characteristics of semi-servants and have slight mental pollution characteristics. Even if you have practiced A-level martial arts, you better check it out. Jingxia checked the wound and looked at the long sword in Fang Xing's hand thoughtfully. Little brother, you have a good sword. This time, Fang Xing had already made plans to expose the Maoan sword. Anyway, he would say that he got it by killing a black market warrior. The federal people's imagination is not that big. At most, they will think it is an alien creation. After checking it out and finding that it is not polluted by the evil god, the attention will drop sharply. As for the technology above the magic weapon, there are so many technologies that the Federation does not understand. After all, many of the aliens' technological routes are different from those of the Federation, and some require special racial talents to develop. Therefore, the research value of many alien technologies is not that great, and a sword is nothing at all. Even if the Prevention and Control Bureau wants to confiscate it, let them confiscate it. Anyway, I don't care. In fact, this is still a test. If the Prevention Bureau is like this, then this Federation is not worthy of much trust. I have to make plans to operate another world as the main base in the future. But according to the memory and knowledge of my predecessor, this kind of thing is unlikely to happen. Yes, this sword is. Just as Fang Xing was about to say something, he saw Jingxi waving his hand impatiently. Our Prevention Bureau only deals with matters related to the evil god. I don't care about your sword. Don't bother me with such a small matter. With Jingxia's knowledge, she can see that it is just a sharp alloy weapon. Everyone has a little secret, and as long as it is not related to the evil god, she is too lazy to delve into it. In short, thank you for this time. I will send you a commendation later. Although it won't add points to the college entrance exam, it will be useful in high school and can add some scholarships. After Jing Xia finished speaking to Fang Xing, he shouted to the outside of the door, "You late losers. Come in and clean the floor." Many members of the Prevention and Control Bureau's action team walked in from outside the door and began to clean up the body silently and put special handcuffs on Guapei and carried her away. When Fong Xing saw the body parts carried out from the kitchen and bedroom, he couldn't help but fall silent. Although he didn't think he was a good person, he still felt uncomfortable seeing this scene. The followers of the evil god should be killed. He sighed. The key is why they are targeting me. I think I need protection. And what is the sect? The followers of the evil god like the staff of the Corruption Prevention Bureau very much. You may be targeted for this reason. Of course. It may also be because you are too good. Jingxia patted Fong Xing's shoulder confidently. Relax. Young man. After our official forces are gone, the sect can only be cut off neatly. So how can they have time to trouble you? As for the information about the sect, I will send you a copy later. Although the confidentiality level is not high, remember not to spread it. Chapter 55 Principal Jean Dan. What a long night. Standing by the window of his home, looking at the bustling neighborhood outside and the light of dawn, Fong Xing couldn't help but sigh. He really just wanted to grow up well. Why did he always encounter so many things? Ding! At this time, Jing Xiao's message also came over, with a file package marked destroy after reading. Obviously, this is a one-time file that will be destroyed directly after reading. Is there such a confidentiality level even for the most superficial information? Fong Xing nodded. And just as he was about to check, Jing Xiao's second message came over. Guapei was silenced during the escort. Silenced? Fong Xing's pupil shrank slightly, and he unconsciously learned Jing Xiao's catchphrase. Are the Prevention and Control Bureau a bunch of useless people? They can be silenced? Or have they been corrupted? He was silent for a moment, and finally began to look through the information Jing Xia gave him. The Astrology Society believes in the extraterritorial evil god swallowing Star Kechelum. Damn it. There are still people who believe in the dead ruler? Fong Xing was a little speechless, and continued to read. They believe that the great Kechelum is not dead, but is sleeping in a special form, hoping to wake him up in various ways. The Star Society, suspected to be a branch of the Astrology Society. Believers often appear as astronomy enthusiasts. The Blood Drop School, good at various blood spells and human body transformation. Biochemical viruses, believe that blood is the source of life. Believe in a code named. The evil god of the endless sea of blood believes that life originally came out of the sea of blood. The Chaos Association believes in an evil god named Lord of Entropy. Believes that order is only temporary. Chaos is eternal, and likes to create chaos. The Gate School believes in an evil god related to the concept of gate, codenamed Gate of Nothingness, whose members are secretive, and like to develop believers among cyborgs. They preach that Gate of Nothingness has thousands of faces, and research has shown that the other two evil gods, Gate of Xianpin and Lord Xian, are suspected to be a trinity with Gate of Nothingness. The information sent by Jingxia is very short, but it also includes dozens of evil god organizations, each of which is very secretive. There are even many hidden ones that even the Federation can't catch. Among these extraterritorial evil gods, I don't know which one has promoted the explosion of human awakening power. Or maybe it's not them, but another unknown existence. It's more likely to be just a normal phenomenon in the universe. After sighing silently, Fong Xing made breakfast for himself, ate it calmly, and prepared to go to school. Even though he had just destroyed a cult stronghold last night, he was still a high school student and needed to go to school. In addition, the wind has been a bit tense recently, so there is no need to go to Qinglin Market. The premise of watching the excitement is that the blood can't splash on yourself. Now the market is destined to be in chaos for a while, and there must be someone who wants to find himself who killed Chen Yi to see what he got from Chen Yi. So Fong Xing decided to be cowardly again. Anyway, before running away, he had tried his best to purchase a batch of supplies, enough for cultivation. On the riverbank road, Fong Xing did not meet Jing Xia this time. After all, such a terrible incident of a criminal being silenced happened, and this dog-walking lady is probably going to be busy. At the school gate, Fong Xing ran into Lu Wei. "All Wei, are you here for class?" He greeted him politely. "Well, last night, your neighborhood was quite chaotic," Lu Wei said casually. "Yes, a cultist was caught." Fong Xing nodded, and the two entered the school together. As soon as they entered the school, Xiao Long came to meet them. "You two came just in time. The principal wants to see you." "Huh?" Fong Xing's eyes lit up. Could it be that the scholarship has finally come? Yes. This time it's not just you, but also Gu Yun and Bai Liani from the first year of high school. Follow me. Xiao Long waved his hand and walked in front of the two. Fang Xing followed Xiao Long all the way to the principal's office. To be honest, after 2 years of being a student, this was the first time he walked into this office. In the previous life, it was said that the teachers you can meet in college are basically at the highest level of life. It seems not wrong. In the other world, even the principal of a high school is a great man. Fang Xing was complaining in his heart while recalling the principal's information. Eagle Star is an educational planet. The principals of various high schools form the highest joint meeting to lead the policies and trends of the entire planet. And the principal of Yusai High School, Lu Guangming, is a martial arts 6th realm. A martial arts golden elixir level strongman. Lu Guangming looks like an ordinary middle-aged man with a bald head. When he saw Xiao Long and Fang Xing and others, he immediately smiled. Teacher Xiao Long, you go out first. Let me get close to the top students of our school. Come on. Lu, Fang, please sit down. It must be said that as a martial arts expert, this principal really does not have the temperament of a strong man, but is more like an educator. There are 2 people sitting on the sofa in the office. Gu Yun and Bai Liani. Fang Xing and Lu Wei thanked them and sat next to them. Our school is suffering. I think this year senior year will be wiped out, and no one will be admitted to university. Now all hope is on you. Lu Guangming looked at the 4 people and seemed very sincere. This time the school will issue you a special scholarship of 1 million star yuan per semester. I hope you can continue to work hard and win glory for the school. 1 million per semester? Can't even afford a laser gun on the black market. Fang Xing complained in his heart. But he also knew that this was a lot of money. At least, it was barely enough to buy a house in Xingfu Garden Community. But the enrollment rate of Yusai High School is a bit miserable. Wait, Gu Yun is a top student who was recruited. But now there are only 3 college seats in the 2nd grade. And they are concentrated in Class 2 of the 2nd grade. Isn't it too conspicuous? Fang Xing was shocked when he thought of a possibility. He looked up and met Lu Guangming's warm eyes. The other party smiled at him and seemed very amiable. But Fang Xing hard moved. Is this an investigation? A martial arts gened and strongman directly conducted the investigation? But he was not a believer of the evil god, so he was naturally unashamed. Okay, if you have any problems in your study and life in the future, you can come to me. After a cordial conversation with the 4 students, Lu Guangming began to drive them away. Fang Xing and others politely said goodbye and closed the office door after leaving. Lu Guangming then sat on his leather sofa chair, holding a thermos cup with wolfberries in it. People have to accept their age. Looking at these young people makes me feel like I'm 1 year older. Time flies, and beauty fades. Oh, it turns out I can live to be 500 years old. That's fine. On the desk, a half-body projection suddenly appeared. A fashionable and beautiful woman, Lu Guangming. What's the result of the review? When it comes to business, Lu Guangming's expression becomes serious. He put down the thermos cup, thought for a moment, and replied in a deep voice, Xiao Yun was specially recruited by me. There is absolutely no problem. In addition, the 3 in Class 2 of Senior 2 don't seem to have any major problems. Seems? The woman was very dissatisfied with Lu Guangming's tone. Alas, I'm just a small martial arts golden elixir, not a martial saint or a martial god. How can I guarantee that I won't make a mistake? Lu Guangming let out a long breath. To be honest, Lu Wei may be the biggest. After all, you and I both know that the natural evolution of superpowers is a lie. And the appearance of superpowers is definitely related to a certain foreign evil god. But we have to abide by federal laws after all. We can't arrest people just because they awaken superpowers. This will make our own people feel cold, the woman said. So, I will watch them. Besides, aren't you also watching this side of the Prevention and Control Bureau? Lu Guangming picked up the thermos cup and took another sip. His posture became leisurely and comfortable. With you, I, old Lu, can also take a break occasionally. I didn't expect that this time it was a special scholarship. After leaving the office, Bai Liani spoke first. Yes, I don't have to worry too much about the living expenses and even nutrition expenses for the next semester. Although Fang Xing secretly cursed the poor federal government in his heart, he was still very happy on the surface. Yeah, I'm almost so poor that I have to fight in the underworld. Lu Wei also said something. Martial artists naturally break through the realm much faster than immortal cultivators. Even for immortal cultivators in the Qi training stage, it is common for them to practice hard for several years before they can improve their basic skills. They may even be stuck in the early and middle stages of Qi training, or even in the bottleneck of breaking through the middle stage to the late stage for several years, dozens of years, or even decades. In comparison, martial artists break through much faster. At least half of the students of Yusai High School can break through to the second realm of martial arts when they graduate, if they are admitted to university. The success rate of certified professionals after graduation is almost 100%, as long as there are enough resources. It is not a big deal to make rapid progress all the way. When Fang Xing heard that Lu Wei was so poor that he had to fight in the underworld, he couldn't help but glance at this little friend who played with him in the past. If you really need money, why not come and practice with me? Gu Yun looked at Lu Wei with a hint of fighting spirit. She didn't expect that the two targets she picked at random back then were both students with such excellent talents. No, Lu Wei can only say that he was lucky. And his awakened superpowers soared to the sky. And Fang Xing, who learned the Go sword without a teacher, is a true genius. Thinking of this, she looked at Fang Xing with a bit of eagerness. I'm going to class first. And remember to do internship. Chapter 56 3 Tigers. Time flies. Ever since the evil god believers appeared in the Happy Home community, Fang Xing has been quiet. He goes to school every day, and then works part-time on weekends. Of course, hard work is indispensable. 2 months have passed before he knows it. Prevention and Control Bureau Building. Faith Theory Department. Fang Xing has his work badge on his chest, and is sweeping the floor with a broom. Next to him, a new model of sweeping robot produced by a housekeeping company is staring at him pitifully. Fang Xing, Aunt Bai is looking for you. Gu Yun came out and found Fang Xing. Fang Xing nodded, handed the broom to Gu Yun, and walked into Bai Ziling's office. Hello, Manager Bai. Fang Xing greeted first. Well, Xiaoyun said that she has always been taken care of by you. Thank you so much. Bai Ziling's attitude was very good. This time your internship is over. The internship salary will be directly deposited into your card. And I have filled an excellent internship evaluation. Thank you, Manager Bai. I have also learned a lot here. Fang Xing thanked him sincerely. This is not false. Although he did not enter those red zones during the internship, he did meet a lot of people, broadened his horizons, and learned a lot of secrets. For example, how to avoid the surveillance of Maple Leaf City, how to deal with the search conducted by the Prevention and Control Bureau, how to disguise and cover up the breath of evil god items, etc. In fact, Jingxia's behavior last time has made him more trusting of the Federation. He even thought about whether to bring some items from another world to be identified. Anyway, for the Department of Faith Theory, identifying all kinds of strange things is their responsibility. But in the end, Fang Xing decided to hold back. After all, we have to be prepared for any eventuality. Although the immortal cultivation items are likely to be identified as alien items, they are still alien items that require special energy to open, which is basically equivalent to garbage. But what if there are immortal cultivators here? For the sake of caution, let Gu Yun or other members of the Faith Theory Department accidentally get a talisman or something on the black market, and then hand it in for inspection. This is Fang Xing test of the Federation. See if the Federation can find the specialness of the immortal cultivation items, or even whether there are immortal cultivators. Happy Home Community. It seems that the protection personnel of the Prevention and Control Bureau have also left. Fang Xing touched his forehead, then took out the key and entered his room. According to federal laws and the practice of the Prevention and Control Bureau, even if it is protection, it will not invade the privacy of the protected person. After closing the door, he looked at the house protection talisman pasted on the back of the door. This is a very simple but popular talisman in the immortal cultivation world, generally used for retreat. As long as it is pasted on the wall, a simple barrier can be formed. This barrier is very fragile, as long as there is an invasion from the outside world. Even the consciousness of a foundation building cultivator will immediately trigger the talisman reaction and turn into ashes in an instant. Yes, the house protection talisman has no attack effect at all, only a reminder effect. But for Fang Xing, it is still very useful. A house protection talisman is only effective for 10 days at most. This one is almost used up. Fong Xing replaced a new house protection talisman with another one. Went to the bedroom. Lay on the bed. Covered his head with a quilt. In the bedroom, there are naturally more protections. I haven't been to the temporary camp for a long time. In a flash of thought, Fong Xing had already arrived at the temporary camp. Underground cave. He first took a look at the system monitoring log. Qinglin Market is in chaos. But this is, according to the surveillance, more than 2 months ago, the day after Fong Xing ordered the rumor to be spread. The flying boats of Qinxian sect were dispatched again, heading towards the direction of Wuxia Valley. In terms of the reaction of these ancient sects, the action is a bit too fast. Unless the foundation building cultivator guarding Qinxian sect originally had doubts and speculations in this regard, so he would take action directly after receiving the information? Well, Qinxian sect dispatched 3 flying boats, and only 1 returned on the 5th day. Then on the 6th day, the chaos in the market intensified. Is it suspected that a foundation building cultivator took action? Looking at the Qinglin market overlooking from the sky, and the surveillance video of the formation fully opened and faintly showing people fighting in it, Fong Xing fell silent. Specific information. I'm afraid I still have to ask someone. He tapped lightly, and the ink-patterned sword appeared in his hand. Even without sacrifice, this blood-refined magic weapon was still the toughest and sharpest he had ever seen. In addition, the biggest gain from Chenyi, the storage bag, was also thrown into the temporary camp by Fong Xing, and he still couldn't find a way to crack it. With all the equipment, I won't be afraid even if I meet a cultivator who has perfected Qi training. Right? After putting on the nano-protective suit, Fong Xing glanced at his attribute bar and couldn't help but feel a bit of strong confidence. After 2 months of dedicated practice, he made rapid progress. The big dragon pile was even just a little bit away from entering the 4th stage and giving birth to artistic conception. In addition, Go Sword made faster progress than Extreme Love Sword due to Xiao Long guidance. But the progress of Military Fist 12 styles was almost stagnant due to almost no practice. The Fuhu posture also entered the mastery level, which was naturally the result of Tiger Marrow Pill and Tiger Bone Wine. If it weren't for the exhaustion of resources in the later stage of cultivation, the progress would be even faster. The most important thing is my realm. I have broken through to the late stage of the 2nd realm and started to refine bones. Even the foundation is too good. Once I broke through, I made a small progress. After a little practice, I made rapid progress. Fong Xing clenched his fists, feeling the terrifying power coming from his limbs, and nodded with satisfaction. I still have to break through the realm as soon as possible. A mere postnatal warrior is not even a mainstream in Qinglinfeng City. Just then, he saw another team of cultivators coming nearby in the surveillance, and his eyes couldn't help but move. Grandpa. Ding Hongxiu's face was embarrassed, with some blood on it, and she looked at her grandfather nervously. Ding Bushan was still dressed as an old man, wearing a half-worn Taoist robe, with a red nose, and was making hand gestures with both hands, controlling a yellow gourd of low-grade magic weapon. After the yellow gourd was made into a seal, it immediately expanded several times and became the size of a water tank, guarding the grandfather and grandson. Balls of water also emerged from the mouth of the gourd. The water balls were not only very heavy, but also had a smell of wine, and it felt a bit suffocating when you got closer. Old man Ding. We, the 3 black tigers, have been watching you for a long time. You can't leave today. There were 3 people besieging the grandfather and grandson of the Ding family. The leader, a big man in black, sneered, "If you know what's good for you, just accept your death obediently, and we can spare your granddaughter's life." "Ha. Brother. His granddaughter is really beautiful. Why don't you let me have the first soup?" The 2 tigers looked at Ding Hongxiu, with an undisguised lustful look on their faces. This grandfather and grandson have been selling spiritual rice for a long time, and they must have accumulated a lot of spiritual stones. We must make them hand them over. If we get this amount of spiritual stones, we can go to the secret realm to fight. Maybe all 3 of us brothers can build a foundation. San, who is tall and thin, with a feminine appearance. He has no interest in women, but is very greedy for money. He is driving a fan-shaped magic weapon, waving a group of green winds, blocking many water balls, and even the smell of wine is blown away. Damn it. I shouldn't be so greedy and walk out of the market rashly. Seeing this scene, Ding Bushan felt his heart trembling, knowing that his grandfather and grandson might not pass this level today. The 3 black tigers are well-known robbers in the market. They are still alive despite the Qinxian sect's wanted list. They must have some good skills. The big tiger is a physical cultivator. It is said that he can fight against the late Qi cultivator with pure physical cultivation. The second tiger is good at using a pair of copper hammers, which are indestructible. The 3 tigers have the lowest cultivation level, but they are full of tricks and are vicious. Go! At this moment, the second tiger suddenly made a gesture, and the 2 copper hammers, one on the left and one on the right, emitted yellow light all over the body, like 2 millstones, pressing down with a bang. Ah! Ding Hongxiu exclaimed, and the amulet in her hand exhausted its magic power and turned into ashes and fell to the ground. Bang! Then, the 2 millstone hammers hit the yellow-gourd magic weapon one after another, causing the magic weapon to make a mournful cry and be suppressed to the ground. Swoosh! The 3 black tigers cooperated very well. After the second and third tigers took action, the figure of the big tiger flashed and came to Ding Bushan. He didn't need any magic weapon at all. He just put his 5 fingers together and punched the golden bell cover spell around Ding Bushan. Crack! The golden bell wailed and a crack appeared. Ding Bushan's face turned red and a mouthful of blood spurted out. Grandpa! Ding Hongxiu was very anxious. She raised her hand and a fireball talisman was activated. But the next moment, Dahu sneered and clapped his hands. A black giant palm appeared and extinguished the fireball with a slap, turning it into wisps of green smoke. Bang! Finally, the golden bell cover spell exploded and turned into golden light, like a large number of golden fireflies, disappearing into the grass. Hee hee. Eris strode forward and reached out to grab Ding Hongxiu. He liked this kind of look from the little girl the most. Just like a little rabbit, bullying it was more pleasurable. Completely different from those coquettish bitches in Tingyu Tower. Clang! At this moment, the 3 tigers of Heiju suddenly heard a sword sound. This sword sound was full of some indescribable spiritual power, which made them unconsciously lose their minds for a moment. And each of them thought of the most regrettable and profound emotional experience in their hearts. Bow! An ink-patterned iron sword appeared in an instant, and the tip of the sword jumped like a star ball, lightly touching the water wave shield around the 2 tigers. And the sharp sword light easily penetrated their protective spells and went directly into their throats. After the sword was successful, the silver-white figure flashed again, like a fairy from the sky, and did not go straight to the most difficult tiger, but went straight to the 3 tigers. Brother, save me! The 3 tigers just came back to their senses, and their eyes were about to burst. The magic light on their robes flashed, and a ball of magic light appeared, turning into a shield, blocking the tip of the sword. Swish! But the next moment, a flash of knife light passed by and directly cut his throat. Chapter 57 Robbery Cultivator. Warrior? 2 brothers died in just a moment of distraction. Dahu was shocked and looked at the person who came. He saw a young man in a silver shirt, holding a sword, standing calmly beside Sanhu's body, smiling at Ding Bushan and his grandson. Fellow Taoist Hongxiu. Long time no see. Fang Xing greeted him. You? Who are you? Ding Hongxiu felt that this person looked familiar, as if she had seen him a long time ago. If it was Fang Xing's original appearance, she would definitely recognize him. But Fang Xing chose to disguise himself before taking action this time, turning into the image of just entering Qinglin Market. This was naturally for safety. After all, his later image was related to Qin Yi's death, and he killed people brazenly in the market. Maybe he had been wanted by Qinxian sect. Back then, we set up a stall together, Fang Xing reminded with a smile. It's you? Ding Hongxiu's face suddenly flashed with joy. Ding Bushan was grateful for surviving the disaster, but also felt a little ashamed. He looked down on him at first, and even compared him to the handsome young man who came later. But he didn't expect that he would still get help from him in times of crisis. Ding Bushan looked at the 2 tigers who had turned into corpses, and his expression became serious again. Although the 2 tigers were gone, the big tiger was the most difficult to deal with. There is such a powerful warrior in the market? The big tiger looked at Fang Xing, and his expression became extremely solemn. You killed my 2 sworn brothers, and I had to find 2 more. How are you going to compensate me? Although this warrior was powerful, the big tiger was not afraid. After all, he was a body-refining cultivator with a strong body. and he had already reached the state of not being afraid of ordinary low-grade magic weapons. As a faction among immortal cultivators, the body-refining cultivators are actually a small minority. It also requires spiritual roots to get started. In daily practice, the main purpose is to temper the body with spiritual energy, not magic power. Dahu has reached the point where he can compete with late-stage Qi training cultivators with his physical training, which is rare in the market. Of course, cultivating to such a level does not mean that his physique can ignore high-grade magic weapons. If he can ignore high-grade magic weapons, and can catch them with his bare hands, it is almost equivalent to being invincible in the Qi training stage. In fact, it is good that he can catch low-grade magic weapons with his bare hands. To temper the body to the point where it is not afraid of magic weapons, it must be at least comparable to the second-level physical cultivation of the foundation building stage cultivator. Even so, facing the spiritual weapon attack of the foundation building stage cultivator, the second-level physical cultivation still has to be wary. According to Dahu's current strength, he can basically ignore low-grade magic weapons. If it is a medium-grade magic weapon driven by a mid-stage Qi training cultivator, he must be careful not to be hit in the vitals. If a master in the late stage of Qi training controls a high-grade magic weapon, he dare not catch it. Of course, if an ordinary late-stage Qi training cultivator faces an attack from a top-grade magic weapon without defense, he will definitely die in one go. But he can hold on for a few more times, combined with some of the methods of physical training. If he fights against an ordinary late-stage Qi training cultivator, he is likely to win the battle. Now he is just facing a warrior. Although the opponent looks powerful, Dahu still believes in himself. In the late stage of Qi training, he is invincible against warriors. What's more, he is stronger than ordinary late-stage Qi training. And he is also a body training cultivator. The power of the blood-refining magic weapon is comparable to that of the lower grade at most. So he can ignore it. Ding Bushan obviously saw this and reminded him, "Dao Yu, be careful." Among the three black tigers, Dahu is the strongest. His body is not afraid of lower-grade magic weapons. Hee. Isn't it too late to say this now? Dahu looked at Fang Xing. You are quite powerful and are very good at raiding immortal cultivators. How about you become my second brother? Anyway, those two rubbish are dead, and I have to find someone to replace them. If you agree, I will spare these two people today. Become a robber cultivator? Impossible. Fang Xing shook his head and refused. He came to gain practical experience, not to rob. Don't accept the toast. Think that a mere warrior who has mastered a few spiritual secrets can attack immortal cultivators. Dahu laughed grimly, and black air filled his body. This is the body refining technique he practiced. The 5 tigers body refining technique. When practicing, one needs to kill a demon tiger, take its essence, blood, and soul, and refine it into oneself. When the technique is pushed to its limit, it can even form a tiger soul, which protects the body and cleanses the evil spirits. It also has a protective effect against attacks on the mind. Roar! The black air gathered and turned into a black tiger, attached to its body, making its body swell, and a pitch-black king rune appeared on its head. Not only that, Dahu also took out a calming talisman and stuck it directly on himself. As a body cultivator, he certainly has magic power, and all the items of immortal cultivators can be used without hindrance. Although he said he was not afraid, Dahu was actually a little afraid of Fang Xing method that made him lose his mind for a moment before. After running the technique with all his strength, he used another talisman to protect his mind. At this point, he was confident that he would not be afraid even if a Qi cultivating monk used a special magic weapon to attack his spiritual consciousness. Are you ready? Fang Xing's silver shirt fluttered, and the sword in his hand suddenly roared. In an instant, Ding Bushan and Ding Hongxiu fell into a state of unconsciousness again. But Dahu was only unconscious for a moment, and his eyes regained focus. Ah! The tiger-shaped black air lingering around him roared and took the initiative to attack. 2 pitch-black magic giant palms surrounded Fang Xing one after the other. Is the spiritual influence of the extreme love sword and the ghost god sword not great for him? Fang Xing remained calm. The swords in his hands crossed, and the sharpness of the sword that could not be cut, and the sword that could break the law were harmoniously combined. The sword light and sword light slashed on the 2 magic giant hands, strangling them into pieces. Sure enough, A-level martial arts is mainly about protecting one's own spirit. In addition, I am not very good at it. It seems reasonable that I can't influence the immortal cultivators at this level? The tiger roar of this cultivator should also have the effect of shaking the soul. It is useless to me. Which is a clear proof. After smashing the 2 giant hands of magic power, his figure flashed like a cloud dragon 9 folds. And he had already entered the 7-foot area of the tiger. For a warrior, within 3 steps, everyone is the enemy. For Fang Xing now, 7 feet is just a thought away. The next moment, the swords and knives rang together. The swords and knives flashed, and the dragon and tiger were killed together, strangling the tiger-shaped black air. The tiger's soul in the void whimpered and dissipated directly. Swish! The swords and knives crossed each other, leaving white marks on the tiger's strong arms. The tiger laughed grimly, opened his big hand, and grabbed the tip of the knife. Fang Xing frowned, and the ink-patterned sword had already landed on the tiger's throat, and a trace of blood appeared. Crack! He retreated like a white cloud, looking at his hands. The ink-patterned sword was intact, with a trace of blood on the tip, and the 100-tempered steel knife bought casually in the market was actually broken into 2 pieces. You are proud enough to hurt me with a low-grade magic weapon. Dahu wiped the blood on his neck, threw the tip of the knife into his mouth, and chewed it like a bean, chewing gold and iron. If this behavior was seen by secular martial artists, everyone would question their eyes, thinking they had seen a martial arts legend. After trying Fang Xing's swordsmanship, Dahu's grim smile became even more intense. He has confirmed that although this warrior is strong, it is difficult for him to pose a threat to his life, especially for body-refining cultivators. It is difficult for enemies to break through their defense, which is enough to prove their advantage. You didn't take the chance I gave you before, so go die now. Dahu put on 2 magic weapon-level boxing gloves for himself. This kind of magic weapon suitable for body-refining warriors is also expensive in the market. He roared, and his body was like a huge black tiger, rushing towards Fang Xing. Fang Xing sighed, threw away the steel knife in his hand, and the ink-patterned sword seemed to turn into a torrential rain, pouring down. The Extreme Love Sword is the most complicated sword move, and it is even more agile in his hands. The 2 sides crossed several times, and the sword and the boxing gloves did not touch each other once, which made Dahu so sad that he almost wanted to vomit blood. You, a warrior, only know how to hide. He roared and took out a small black flag from his arms. The whole body of the small flag is pitch black, but there is a snow-white skull embroidered on it, which is vivid, and the ghost fire seems to be still coming out of the white eye sockets. Magic weapon? Ding Bus Han, who was watching the battle next to him, saw this scene and wanted to pull Ding Hongxiu and run away quickly. I really can't afford to lose. That's all. Fang Xing glanced at the attribute column. Extreme Love Sword, 96 out of 100, beginner. I originally used you to practice swordsmanship. It's good to be able to increase my proficiency a little bit. He had a silver gun in his hand, aiming it at Dahu's head. Swish! A silver-white laser flashed, and Dahu's headless body fell to the ground. No matter how high your cultivation is, you can still be knocked down with 1 shot. Fang Xing blew on the muzzle, put away the laser gun, and looked at Ding Bus Han and his grandson. What a powerful magic weapon! Ding Bushan's pupil shrank. This power is no less than Tian Lizi. But there is no fluctuation of magic power. Dahu deserved to die. Any magic weapon will have magic power fluctuations in actual combat. Cultivators may not be able to avoid lasers, but they can avoid guns. After all, no matter how good the laser gun is, it still needs people to operate it. If it was a Foundation establishment cultivator, then his consciousness could easily lock onto Fang Xing now, and avoid the muzzle before Fang Xing fired. But the leader of the 3 black tigers was obviously careless, or he trusted his physique too much, and the result was that he was shot in the head and died. Ding Bus Han was worried, and took his daughter and bowed deeply to the ground. Thank you, Taoist friend, for saving my life. Well, I just did it casually. Fang Xing came out this time to find a cultivator to ask about the situation in the market, and practice actual combat. Since he met an acquaintance, he naturally didn't mind helping him. By the way, I have been practicing outside. I wonder how the Qinglin market is now. He looked at Ding Bus Han with a bright look in his eyes. Qinglin market has been in chaos recently, due to the emergence of the secret realm. The Qinxian sect's law enforcement team has lost strength, and there are many more robbery cultivators. Sigh. Ding Bushan's face was full of bitterness. As a serious spiritual farmer, he looked down on those robbery cultivators with no technical content. Chapter 58: The Power of Dan. Secret Realm? What is a secret realm? Fang Xing became interested, knowing that this was the result of his previous efforts to watch the fun without fear of trouble. Secret realm? Dao Yu, you don't know about the secret realm? Ding Hongxiu looked at Fang Xing curiously. Hey, this Dao Yu is obviously devoted to martial arts, and never cares about external affairs. That's why he has achieved what he is now. What if he doesn't know about the secret realm? This secret realm is a legend for low-level cultivators like me. It's normal for Dao Yu not to know about it. Ding Bushan put away his wine gourd and watched Fang Xing touching the corpses one by one, but said with a serious face, "Please teach me, Dao Yu." Fang Xing stood up and asked sincerely. The so-called secret realm is a small world opened up by high-level cultivators. It is usually hidden in the void, and you may not be able to find it even if you walk through it thousands of times. It only appears at a specific time or under the secret technique of tokens. Ding Bushan sighed. It is said that some secret realms only have a few houses, while others are extremely vast, and may even have monsters living in them. For low-level cultivators like us, secret realms are a great opportunity. If you can obtain the powerful skills, treasures, and even elixirs of the predecessors, it is not a big deal to improve your cultivation. So that's how it is. Then how did this secret realm appear? Fang Xing asked curiously. About 2 months ago, rumors suddenly spread in the market that an old cultivator in the middle stage of Qi training had a conflict with the Black Tiger Gang because of a secret realm in the 5 Scorpion Valley. There is a great opportunity in that secret realm, and the old cultivator even broke through the bottleneck and promoted to the great perfection of Qi training. Ding Bushan said here, and his rosacea seemed to be even more envious. Qi training completed? This is obviously a fabrication, okay. It's a normal phenomenon in the process of rumor transmission. Fang Xing secretly rolled his eyes. Then what? There are several rumors like this in the market every month. We didn't take it seriously at first, but I didn't expect that the foundation building elders of Qinxian sect would immediately dispatch flying boats. Only then did I know that this time it might be true. The market was immediately in chaos, and many cultivators rushed to the 5 Scorpion Valley frantically. It is said that many melees broke out and many masters died. It was so tragic. Ding Bushan shook his head and said, in the end, of course, Qinxian sect occupied the 5 Scorpion Valley and drove out all the scattered cultivators, wanting to monopolize the secret realm. But a few days later, it is said that something went wrong when opening the entrance to the secret realm, resulting in heavy casualties in Qinxian sect. And even 2 flying boats were destroyed. It's so tragic. Fang Xing continued to act. Yes. Ding Bushan showed a gloating look. The reason for this is that the Black Tiger Gang is said to have concealed some key tips for opening the secret realm. How can the Qinxian sect afford this loss? The elder who built the foundation came back and found the Black Tiger Gang, ready to destroy the Black Tiger Gang. But at this time, the leader of the Black Tiger Gang suddenly appeared. It turned out that the leader had been dormant in secret and had successfully built the foundation. We have one more foundation building cultivator in Qinglanfang City, forming a 3-legged tripod. Even so, the Qinxian sect is a Jindan sect after all, and it still suppresses the Black Tiger Gang and the Zheng family. It also notified the sect and sent many core disciples of the sect to explore the secret realm. It is said that they have gained a lot, such as foundation building opportunities and powerful skills. There are incomplete magic weapons, Ding Bushan said, just recently. For some reason, the upper sect announced that the secret realm is open to independent cultivators like us. So many cultivators are ready to give it a try. I was blinded by my own greed and wanted to take my granddaughter to try my luck. But I ran into the 3 black tigers. Open to independent cultivators? Fang Xing touched his chin. If there are benefits, why open it to us? This is obviously looking for cannon fodder and scapegoats. It seems that the secret realm is really dangerous. Yes, Ding Bushan actually thought of this a long time ago. But first of all, the benefits are tempting. And secondly, independent cultivators, don't they just take the opportunity to risk their lives? So this time, the danger can be regarded as his own fault. Fang Xing began to count the spoils. Whether it was Era's copper hammer magic weapon or Sanhu's fan, all of them were put into his pocket. Sanhu's Qifeng fan is a low-grade magic weapon, not worth many spirit stones. But Era's pair of copper hammers is a set of middle-grade magic weapons, and a top-grade one. Ding Hongxiu spoke softly and identified for Fang Xing. The most valuable thing is the boxing gloves on Dahu's hands, which are definitely high-grade magic weapons. But unfortunately, they are only suitable for physical cultivation. As for the white bone banner, it is a magic weapon. Although it is very powerful, it is best not to show it at ordinary times. Unfortunately, there is no Dahu's body training method. Fang Xing sighed. Storage bags are rare, and it is difficult for cultivators to carry too many things when they go out. Fortunately, these three people are robbery cultivators, who have always been homeless and have a good purse. In addition to the magic weapons, they actually contributed hundreds of low-grade spirit stones to him in one go. As for the method, of course, it is impossible to carry it with you, even if it is a physical cultivation method. If you don't have spiritual roots, you can't get started, Ding Hongxiu said weakly. Hongxiu. Ding Bushan glared at his granddaughter and smiled apologetically. Hongxiu is still young and ignorant. Don't blame me, fellow Taoist. It's okay. Fang Xing waved his hand, hesitating. Indeed, he is not a cultivator. He has no magic power and spiritual awareness, and he can't do many things. But the grandparents in front of him are. Fang Xing can give them his most valuable trophy, the storage bag, and let them take out the treasures in it. However, there are many difficulties in this matter, the first of which is to conceal it. However, it can be checked by several low-level cultivators to prevent hiding. More importantly, the storage bag is too precious, which is enough to be a reason for killing. Fang Xing felt that even if he was honest, Ding Bushan would not believe a word, and would only try every means to survive. In addition, he had no spiritual awareness after all, and could not see what was in the storage bag at all. If there were any high-level talismans or powerful treasures in Chen Yi's storage bag, and Ding Bushan took them out to deal with him, that would be a lot of fun. This is not impossible. After all, Chen Yi was one of the first few discoverers of the secret realm, and he may have gained a lot of benefits. So he must have stored some life-saving items. Thinking of this, I felt a little disappointed. Forget it. Even if there are treasures in the storage bag, it is likely that cultivators can use them, and I can't use them even if I give them to them. Fang Xing waved his hand. In this case, let's say goodbye, and see you later. As soon as the voice fell, the person was like a white cloud, floating away. Alas, this is a master. Ding Bushan sighed when he saw the scene. Grandpa, you said that he? Ding Hongxiu wanted to say something, but was covered by Ding Bushan's mouth. And then the grandfather and grandson hurried on their way without saying a word and returned to Qinglanfang City. Ding Bushan was relieved until he entered the shantytown. I don't know whether he has gone far or not. You are talking nonsense. Girl, do you want to kill your grandfather? You looked down on him at the beginning, and always compared him with others. Ding Hongxiu snorted. She had wanted to say something to this snobbish grandfather for a long time. Ahem. That's all in the past. Your grandfather didn't know he was so powerful. Ding Bushan sighed. Now the world is in chaos, compared to the handsome young man who often comes to buy spiritual rice. This kind of strong man is more suitable for you. Ding Hongxiu rolled her eyes directly. The grandfather and grandson quarreled and walked into the market. This place is still as lively as usual, and there are even people coming and going. It doesn't seem depressed at all because of the opening of the secret realm. But there are more new faces. Many casual cultivators died in the secret realm, while more casual cultivators from the outside world brought their own dry food and paid high boat tickets to try their luck here. Even among the casual cultivators, there were occasionally one or two young men and women wearing green robes passing by. Their robes were all azure, with the mark of Qingxian sect. They were all at a high level, and were obviously disciples of Qingxian sect. This broken place is still unbearable to stay in. Old man Ding Bushan felt a toothache as he watched these scenes. At this moment, the formation above the sky suddenly opened, and a stream of light rushed into the market at an astonishing speed. Along with the stream of light, there was also a terrifying majesty. In the market, the legs of the Qi training cultivators were weak, and they almost collapsed to the ground. What happened? Ding Hongxiu grabbed her grandfather's arm and wanted to cry. If I had known that the market was so dangerous, I would not have come back. It's a Jin Danjinren. Ding Bushan's voice was sour, and he stared at a white-haired old woman in the air. This Jin Danjinren of Qingxian sect is a woman with silver hair, a face like peach blossoms, and deep spiritual power. like the sea. Greetings to the Supreme Elder. Many disciples of Qingxian sect saluted one after another. From the top of Qinglin Mountain and the location of Zheng ancestral home, several streams of light flew out, transformed into spirited foundation building cultivators, saluting in midair. The Black Tiger gang violated my taboo, and I have killed its leader. You guys take care of yourselves. The silver-haired old woman with a peach-like face spoke hoarsely, took out a corpse from the storage bag, and hung it on the archway of the market. It was the leader of the Black Tiger gang who had already established his foundation. His eyes were wide open, and he died unwillingly. Is it really the leader of the Black Tiger gang? This is a foundation building cultivator. So what if a foundation building cultivator? When Jinan gets angry, millions of corpses are buried and blood flows for thousands of miles. Alas, it's a pity that Jiang, Black Tiger, had just established his foundation and was full of vigor. But he ended up like this. The power of a Jin Dan Jinren is truly omnipresent. I heard that the leader of the Black Tiger gang had already escaped, but he was caught back. Many Qigong cultivators were shocked when they saw this scene. The Qingxian sect's Grand Elder personally took action to destroy the Black Tiger gang, which was undoubtedly a warning to everyone present. This is not killing the chicken to scare the monkey, but killing the monkey to scare the chicken. After the Jin Dan Jinren left, the atmosphere in the market became strangely enthusiastic. It's bad. Ding Bushen's old face turned pale. What kind of opportunity is there in that secret realm? Even a Jin Dan Jinren condescended to come here. This water is too deep, and we can't grasp it. Thinking that he wanted to sign up for the exploration before, Ding Bushan almost wanted to slap himself hard. Chapter 59, Like a Dragon. Eagle Star. The Jin Dan Master takes action. The foundation building master hangs corpses. The other world is really dangerous. I'd better stay here and practice martial arts. Fang Xing sighed and glanced at the attribute bar. Now his first priority is to break through the big dragon pile. Practicing this pile to the 4th level, you can immediately obtain the dragon's artistic conception. This is a qualitative change and leap for his strength. Now the dragon blood pill has almost no effect on me, but there is only a little progress left. I can rely on my own hard work. The environment of Eagle Star is quite peaceful and stable. After all, it is a remote educational planet in the Black Mountain Galaxy. If there are no subordinates of the evil god from outside the domain to disrupt the situation, there will be basically no danger for Fang Xing. As long as he doesn't cause trouble, there will be no trouble in school. Instead, he has the full guidance of teacher Xiao Long. As a 5th level martial arts master, Xiao Long naturally has a lot of research on the dragon and tiger artistic conception. Fang Xing even suspected that Xiao Long had already achieved the dragon tiger, but just couldn't prove the dragon tiger golden elixir. After all, if the martial arts golden elixir is compared to a high-rise building, the dragon tiger artistic conception is just the foundation. Although laying a good foundation is the basis for building a high-rise building, it is still a long way from being truly completed. In short, after he calmed down and practiced martial arts silently, it was easy for him to fall into a state of concentration and not be disturbed by the outside world. Until this day, the wind in Xingfu Garden community was cold, the leaves were yellow, and there was light snow in the sky. But the practice room was warm like spring, with a hint of heat, as if there was a moving furnace. Fang Xing was standing in the big dragon pile. Now his big dragon pile has reached the level of big dragon pile 199/200 proficient, which can be said to be extremely proficient. The 3rd stage of the big dragon pile makes this martial art more suitable for him. Even at this time, he had a premonition in his heart. Right now, this time, I will definitely be able to break through. Roar! Fang Xing raised his head and seemed to hear the ancient dragon roar again. He seemed to see a beautiful creature with a snake body and a fish tail, 4 claws on its belly, and horns on its head. It was a dragon. Like a dragon. The artistic conception of a dragon. In this instant, Fang Xing could feel the qualitative change of his spirit. Strands of spiritual power gathered at his eyebrows and penetrated deep into his mind, as if he was about to open his 3rd eye. This is the Naiwen Palace. Abnormal movement. If a 3rd level unpolished jade warrior wants to break through to the 4th level of courage and spirit, he must open the Naiwen Palace. Feeling the abnormal movement of the Naiwen Palace, Fang Xing had a blank expression on his face, knowing that he could not open it this time. But I am not an unpolished jade warrior. I lack the internal breath training of the 5 internal organs. My body simply cannot support the opening of the Niwen Palace. But this time, I comprehend the artistic conception of the dragon. And the spiritual power cleanses the Niwen Palace, which can be regarded as laying a solid foundation for future breakthroughs. If I also comprehend the artistic conception of the tiger, the accumulation after achieving the courage and spirit realm will be even more solid. This is how martial arts is. Step by step. In today's swaying, every drop of sweat is the strength after breaking through the realm in the future. Fang Xing opened his eyes and touched his forehead. Is this the artistic conception of the dragon? He could feel the spiritual power hidden in the Niwen Palace between his eyebrows. It was like a latent dragon in the abyss. Once it erupted, it would be as violent as thunder. If I am practicing the ghost sword now, the simulated artistic conception attack power of the extreme love sword is 1. And the artistic conception of the dragon is at least 20 or more. This kind of artistic conception attack on the mind is probably enough to threaten the perfect chi training or even the foundation building cultivator. Fang Xing felt that he seemed to carry a kind of majesty in every move, similar to the dragon's might, but very slight. This is also a trouble. It seems that I have to take a few days off and restrain myself. Otherwise it will be difficult to go out. He frowned and made a decision. Then, he looked at the attribute column, Big Dragon Post, 1/400 Master, after the proficient level. It is the Master level? Fang Xing murmured. If the Master level Delongzhuang is to make the Zhuangdong begin to adapt to oneself, then the Master level Delongzhuang is the real pinnacle. But it is obvious that there is still a lot of work to be done to improve the proficiency, which means that there is still a next level for Delongzhuang. Fang Xing's eyes lit up slightly. He could feel that Delongzhuang had been practiced to the pinnacle. If he could go one step further, wouldn't he be close to the creator? Or even equal to the creator? When he reached that level, he would be able to freely delete and modify Delongzhuang. Right? If you want to achieve the dragon and tiger artistic conception, you must subdue the dragon and the tiger, and harmonize yin and yang, to make it work as you wish. In this way, if you want to achieve the dragon and tiger artistic conception, you must at least practice both the subduing tiger stance and the Daolong stance to the 5th stage. Then there is a greater possibility. Only by reaching the level of the creator can you merge the two different techniques and create your own new path. Everyone is different. And the dragon and tiger artistic conception they comprehend is naturally different. Only by focusing on the self, deleting and modifying these two major piles to become the most suitable form for oneself, can the strongest dragon and tiger artistic conception be cultivated. Although teacher Xiao Long did not say it explicitly, I have always expected this. Fang Xing glanced at his martial arts realm again and nodded. The big dragon pile achieves the dragon artistic conception, and the tiger subduing pile is a step further above the mastery level, with many resources. My bone refining speed is also skyrocketing. Maybe this winter can be completed. At that time, combined with that Xiantian pill, you can directly advance to the 3rd level of martial arts. The unpolished jade? The speed of martial arts training is getting faster and faster, and the days are getting more and more promising. One day later, Old City. Fang Xing was dressed in black and wearing a mask, exuding a faint majesty. Woo! On the roadside, several two-headed mutant hyenas were glared at by him, and immediately seemed to sense some severe danger, sobbing and running away with their tails between their legs. I still can't control my dragon power well. Now in the eyes of others, I am probably the kind of bully who would kick even the dogs on the roadside. Right? He complained in his heart, and came to the convenience store at the entrance of the black market. Welcome to the Jiao convenience store. Customer. The young man with brown hair and round face, wearing a convenience store uniform, put down the comic book in his hand, and his expression became solemn, feeling that Fang Xing was not easy to mess with. Bang! Fang Xing casually threw the backpack on his back on the cash register, making a dull sound. The backpack zipper was half open, revealing a bright golden color. All of these will be exchanged for cash, he said in a low voice. In order to control the dragon power, he asked for a few days of sick leave from school, which happened to be a good opportunity to make some money in the black market. Please wait a moment. The convenience store clerk counted and calculated skillfully. After deducting the handling fee, you can get 12.9867 million star yuan. Well, I'm going to buy a metal detection spectrometer and deduct it from this money. Fang Xing looked at the shelves of the convenience store. There is a second-hand RDT-93 of Zheolong Group, 80% new. I wonder if it can meet the needs of customers. The convenience store clerk replied with a smile on his face. Well, I bought it. Fong Xing took the notebook-sized spectrometer and nodded. Also, is there any place in your black market where you can buy interesting things? Hearing this, the convenience store clerk's expression suddenly became serious. It seems that the customer doesn't just want to buy weapons. But we are a serious black market here. There is no improper things. Okay. Fong Xing took the black market communicator, chuckled, and walked into the Black Market Avenue. In the Prevention and Control Bureau. He certainly couldn't enter those red zones. But he could wait for others to drink water and listen to their conversations. It turns out that many people are not tight-lipped. Or in daily life. It is easy to leak some information. For example, Fong Xing knew that there were several grocery stores in the black market, which often sold some strange things, as well as items from aliens or even evil gods. They were raided many times for this. But they were as hard to eradicate as cockroaches. It didn't take him much effort to find a store. It seemed to be a grocery store, with all kinds of goods piled up in a mess, including weapons and food. It was really a mess, with all kinds of broken things. He picked up a laser gun and found that the gun looked okay, but it would break down after a few shots. And he couldn't help complaining in his heart. Hee. It's a rare customer. I wonder what you want. A pale old man slowly walked out of the shadows. He had very white skin. His face was full of wrinkles and age spots. And his head was bald with only a few white hairs. It looks just like a corpse. I'm here to buy some things. Here's the list. I hope you won't let me down. Fong Xing pointed to something and pressed the communicator to project a screen. Appearing water. Dark box. And LIQ-714 original liquid? TSK. Not simple. The dying old man's eyes flashed coldly. Some of these things seem to have the effect of detecting the breath of evil gods after being mixed. Although, it is an older method of the Prevention Bureau. Could it be that the customer has similar items in his hand? He grinned, revealing his gums with few teeth. I never knew that buying goods in the black market would require asking for reasons. Fong Xing snorted coldly. In fact, due to the development of interstellar smuggling in the Federation, many people may have some alien items in their homes. There is nothing wrong with alien items. But there may be some fish that slip through the net. Or even mixed with evil god creations. After all, it's smuggling. How can it be strictly inspected? At this time, if you don't trust the Prevention Bureau or have secrets that you don't want the Prevention Bureau to know, you have to do it yourself. Okay. Actually, you don't have to be so cautious. Our store has the remains of the Gate of Sensing God that was just retired by the Prevention and Treatment Bureau. After renovation, it can still be used. It only costs 10 million. The dying old man looked like he had broken a bone. Chapter 60 Inspection. The Great Wilderness. Temporary camp under the ground. After shopping in the black market, Fong Xing chose an underground ruin and opened the gate of the heavens. More than 10 million goods are still a bit eye-catching. It is better to disappear directly and stay here for a few days before going back. Fong Xing looked at the surveillance. Now that Kinglan Fang City has a gened engineer sitting in charge, he dare not send too many drones, and even dare not get too close. So he can only keep an eye on them from a distance. Well, except that Qinxian sect sent more people to the secret realm of Wuxia Valley. Nothing big happened. I didn't expect that the secret realm that Shen Yi discovered at the beginning would eventually lead to the death of the foundation building person and attract the Jin Dan. I am more interested in his storage bag. He sighed and came to another place. Here, the Zhulang RDT-93 just bought from the black market, as well as the visible water, the dark life box, and the LIQ-714 original liquid. These things, he obviously won't bring back to that world. At this time, Fong Xing opened the black notebook like Zhulang RDT-93 and put the blood-refining magic weapon ink pattern sword obtained from Chen Yi on it. Beep! Accompanied by the sound of the machine starting up. Rays of light enveloped the magic sword. Half an hour later, a report was sent to Fong Xing. Unnamed sword-shaped weapon. 110.2 centimeters long. 8,172 grams in weight. The main material is an unknown alloy. 94.9% similar to ink iron alloy. 89.7% similar to titanium black gold. It has unknown patterns. And it is determined that special energy is required to open it. The skills are 88.55% similar to the engraving skills of the Blood Snail clan. It is indeed an unknown metal. And there is an unknown skill. Fang Xing nodded silently. This kind of similarity is fine. After all, the genetic similarity between humans and pigs is more than 90%. As long as it is not 100% or more than 99.9999% similar, there is basically no relationship. He continued to look at the report. And when he got to the bottom page, he was suddenly stunned. It has an unknown structure. It requires a special mental wave key to determine. At the bottom, there is a 3D scan of the ink pattern sword, which looks transparent and illusory. Now, through this scan, Fang Xing can clearly see that there is something hidden inside the connection between the hilt and the blade of the ink pattern sword. It is a thumb-sized token. It is black and looks like an ordinary iron sheet. But somehow, it was melted into the ink pattern sword. Even though I have used this sword many times, I have never noticed it. Damn it. Is this bullying me for being a warrior, not a cultivator? Even after the blood sacrifice, I can't find the internal clues? Why did Shani hide the secret in the sword? Could it be that he was also secretly monitored at the time and couldn't take care of himself? Then he came up with a plan to hide the secret and give it to a warrior at random, and then take it back later? I have a sense of deja vu for some reason. Am I a dog brother? Paw. But back then, dog brother got the opportunity from the sesame cake and soared into the sky. Could it be that I have also got the opportunity? But obviously, I have to take out this token first. It seems that some secret technique is needed, or I can just destroy this sword. With this thought, Fang Xing took out the dark box, as well as a bunch of messy test tubes and beakers. His expression became much more serious, and he could pretend to be a researcher by wearing a white coat. He began to mix the visible water and LIQ 714 stock solution. Half an hour later, a layer of strange liquid emerged from the dark box. It looked clear and transparent, but it seemed to emit colorful light. The Baize liquid is extremely unstable. Even if it is stored in the dark box, it can only exist for 10 minutes at most. That's why it was gradually abandoned by the Prevention and Control Bureau. Fang Xing quickly took out the Baize liquid and dripped it on the Malin sword. 1 drop. 2 drops. The Baize liquid seemed to have life, turning into a layer of water film, wrapping the entire sword. Then, the colorful light dissipated, just like ordinary water, dripping down from the sword body. As clear as water. There is no black at all. There is no need to compare the map. This sword is absolutely not polluted by the evil god. Seeing this scene, Fang Xing nodded silently. Sure enough, immortal cultivation items have nothing to do with the evil god. It's time to start the second trial plan. Throw some talismans and sundries into the black market, and then report to the Prevention and Control Bureau. A few days later, the sky was gloomy and snow was falling. Fang Xing went to school along the riverside street as usual. Good morning, Captain Jingxiao. A lady in sportswear was walking her dog. It was Jingxia, the action team leader of the Prevention Bureau. Good morning. Jingxia yawned lazily. How is the sect? Fang Xing stopped and asked a question because he thought that this matter involved himself. We destroyed several strongholds and arrested and killed many people. Unfortunately, the people below were too useless and only caught some small shrimps. Jingxia seemed to be very relieved about Fang Xing, or felt that he was a person involved in the case and had the right to know. But at least most of the sects and schools in Maple Leaf City have been cleared, and they should not harass you again. I have finally completed a period of work and can relax for a while. That's great. Fang Xing smiled happily, without any guilt for secretly selling immortal cultivation items in the black market. After the two separated, Fang Xing walked into Yucai High School. I have now cultivated to the state of mind, and after a few days of exploration, I can collect this spiritual power in my body. Even Xiao Long can't see the abnormality. In fact, it's nothing to be exposed. The realm of martial arts can be piled up with resources, but the will of martial arts is difficult. Even if there is, I can't access such resources, so they can only think that I have amazing understanding. Now the speed of cultivation is getting faster and faster, which is beyond the previous plan. I will definitely become a rough jade during the winter vacation. At the end of the second year of high school, when the 100 stars joint examination comes, maybe I can rush to the 4th realm? Except for those first class and super first class universities. Most college students are only certified as professionals in college, or when they graduate from college. Those who can be certified as professionals in high school are all geniuses among geniuses. The kind who can be recommended to a good university. Of course, first-class and super first-class universities still have to rely on their own efforts. Walking into the classroom, Fang Xing listened carefully to teacher Lan Fei's lecture. Every bit of progress in martial arts will give feedback to practitioners. After refining bones, his mental agility has been improved again. His comprehension ability has been stronger. And it is easier to attend classes. This is nothing. When he reaches the unpolished jade realm, even mediocre people will become real unpolished jade. This is a big breakthrough. While thinking, Xiao Long suddenly appeared outside the classroom. Sorry. Teacher Lan Fei. The principal wants to see Fang Xing, Lu Wei, and Bai Liani. Of course. 3 students. Please don't disturb other students' studies. Lan Fei smiled. Teacher Xiao Long. Is there something for the principal? The 3 walked out of the back door of the classroom. And Lu Wei asked directly. Yes. A teacher from Xingqing High School led a team to watch our open class. Which is a normal exchange. Xiao Long replied. The principal of Xingqing High School has some small personal grudges with our principal Lu. But you don't have to worry about these. You only need to know one thing. To knock down the outstanding students brought by their teachers. So direct? Fang Xing was a little surprised. Don't you need to have an open class first? And then find a reason to compete? It feels a bit too rough to be so direct. Xiao Long just sneered. My generation of warriors should be straightforward. I don't want to waste time either. You can challenge them directly and knock them all down. If they don't, I will knock you down. He clenched his fists, causing the void to explode. None of the 3 people present could ignore the threat of an outside warrior. No problem. Is there a reward if you win? Fang Xing asked. Does the principal's favor count? Xiao Long asked back. Does it count as bringing honor to the school? Alas, I should have known from this special scholarship that this school is so stingy. Fang Xing sighed and followed Xiao Long to the playground. Principal Lu Guangming was not there. Only a few female teachers accompanied the group to visit. There were not many people from Xingqing High School. Only 4. 1 teacher and 3 students. The teacher was in his 30s. Gentle and polite. Wearing gold-rimmed glasses. And had a sense of being a gentleman. Well, Fang Xing had to admit that he was the first to be hostile. And then he naturally looked at the enemy with ugliness. As for the students behind him, they all looked about 16 or 17 years old. 2 boys and 1 girl. Wearing the same school uniform. Very youthful and beautiful. Teacher Xiao. Have you brought your college seedlings? The leader of Xingqing High School is named Sun Fu. With a gentle demeanor, he looks at Fang Xing and others with admiration. They are indeed elites. Stop talking nonsense. Aren't you here just to provoke me? It's just right. Let's test each other's quality. Xiao Long sneered. Lu Wei. You go. Lu Wei's expression remained unchanged, and he took a few steps forward. My name is Lu Wei. Who will go? Alas. Teacher Xiao Long. You misunderstood me. Sun Fu pushed his gold-rimmed glasses and looked helpless. Mingyi-san. You go. Remember? We learn from each other and friendship comes first. Yes. Teacher. The female among the 3 students came out. She has narrow eyebrows and soft features. But there is a firmness in her eyes. Fang Xing lowered his eyes and noticed the other person's palm. Mingyi-san's hands are not white or delicate, but rather rough and calloused. This is a pair of well-trained hands. This woman has great skills in her hands. Fang Xing sighed in his heart. And Lu Wei had already started fighting with Mingyi-san. Ha! Lu Wei shouted softly. And his muscles moved like flowing water. And he instantly turned into a little giant. Boom! Across from him, Mingyi-san took a step forward. And the 5 fingers of his right hand opened, as if carrying wind and thunder, and as if a strong wind passed through the canyon, making a terrifying cry. A-level martial arts soul-searching dragon claw hand. Chapter 61 Reward. Xiao Long frowned. Does Xingqing High School teach students such dangerous martial arts now? Soul-searching dragon claw hand is like extreme love sword. Because it is too dangerous. Although they are both A-level martial arts, they are not included in the high school textbooks and are obviously beyond the scope. Hee. This is not taught by us, but passed down by classmate Ming. Sun Fu replied with a fake smile. This classmate Lu is really lucky. He actually awakened his supernatural power, which is most suitable for tempering the body. I'm afraid he has already been promoted to the 2nd realm now. Before he finished speaking, Lu Wei roared, and every part of his body was like a bowstring pulling. accumulating unparalleled power, showing his muscle training. He walked like a dragon and a tiger, opened his hands, and pounced on Ming-Yisun, actually attacking against attack. Crazy 18 strikes crazy tiger style. Dragon versus tiger. The wind and clouds were surging in the field, like a fight between a dragon and a tiger. And two figures kept flying, with energy overflowing. Sure enough, this student Lu has already broken into the second realm of martial arts. This crazy 18 hit move is quite interesting. Sun Fu commented to the two students beside him. Seeing this, Xiao Long frowned immediately. The other party was like this. Obviously he had some confidence. A muscle-refining warrior is just SOSO. The next moment, Ming-Yisun let out a long roar, and his bones exploded one by one. When he flicked his fingers, he actually made a sound like steel. Bone refining like steel? Seeing this, Xiao Long sighed immediately, knowing that Lu Wei had lost. Sure enough, facing Ming-Yisun's claw with superimposed bone strength, Lu Wei retreated several steps, and 5 blood holes suddenly appeared on his chest, and blood was still flowing out. It turned out to be bone refining. I lost. Lu Wei arched his hands. His eyes dimmed, and he seemed very uninterested. When Fang Xing saw this scene, his heart moved. He went out to work with Lu Wei before, and saw that he had faked fighting many times. So he knew that the other party had some small habits and movements. This looks like a fake fight now. Is he keeping a trump card? Who is he planning to trick? The former top student in the grade thought with some worry. Does Ming want to take a break? Xiao Long looked at Ming-Yisun. No. Please continue. Ming-Yisun stared at Fang Xing and Bai Liani, with her eyes focused more on Bai. Obviously, she was a little curious about the same sex. I can't even beat Lu Wei, so I'm not your opponent, I'm sorry. Teacher. Bai Liani's face showed a trace of shame. Xiao Long glared at Fang Xing. Okay. I go. Fang Xing had nothing to say. It was okay to joke around before, but now of course, he had to go straight to the court. After all, Xiao Long took such good care of him before. How could he negotiate terms now? Whoosh. The sky was gloomy and light snow fell. My name is Fang Xing. Fang Xing looked up at the sky and yawned. Let's end this boring farce as soon as possible. You? Ming-Yisun had a blank expression on her face, and her body was in the shape of a dragon. Extremely fast. Suddenly, roar! A real dragon seemed to appear in front of her. Dragon's artistic conception. This is not a simulated artistic conception of practicing A-level martial arts. It is the real martial arts will of a courageous martial artist. Although he has practiced A-level martial arts and has a certain mental resistance. For example, in the previous battle with Lu Wei, neither side was affected. But that was just an ordinary simulated artistic conception. In front of the real martial arts will. It is like a castle made of gravel and is vulnerable. Boom! Like a dam collapsing. Ming-Yisun seemed to have returned to her childhood and met a tiger on the roadside. No. It was 100 times more terrifying than a tiger. She trembled and could not move. Fang Xing moved with the wind, came to her, stretched out his hand and brushed her hair. You lost. I lost. Ming-Yisun answered in a daze. That is, the artistic conception of the dragon. He actually mastered the artistic conception of the dragon in the second realm? Sun Fu crushed his glasses. Genius. A true martial arts genius. He looked at Fang Xing as if he was looking at some rare treasure, and said to the two students next to him, you don't have to go on stage. Anyway, you will definitely lose. Actually, seeing this scene, Lu Wei secretly clenched his fists. It's no wonder that you are the head of the grade. So amazing. Bai Liani next to him was almost full of stars in her eyes. What does it mean to cultivate the will of martial arts? It means that there is no bottleneck on the road of martial artists. Such people, as long as they survive the military service, can at least get the same status as Gu Yun's father after they come out, which is considered to be a real class transition. You kid. Xiao Long didn't say much, just patted Fang Xing on the shoulder. It is possible to build up martial arts realm through the accumulation of resources. But there are indeed no resources on the Eagle Star that can awaken students' martial arts will. This can only mean that his student is getting better and better. Thinking about the other party's performance in the first year of high school, Xiao Long couldn't help but marvel. At first, he just felt that the other party was constantly improving, and every step was very steady. Now, not only is it steady, but more importantly, the steps are quite big. You? Follow me. Xiao Long grabbed Fang Xing. And with a move, he seemed to float in the air and flew into a classroom. Huh? Teacher, you can actually fly? Fang Xing was surprised. Martial arts external scene is the influence of spirit on matter. I can't fly, but I use the power of my own external scene to build a fulcrum in the air, which can be regarded as a set of flying steps. Xiao Long explained seriously. If you want to fly physically, you still need martial arts golden elixir. Your martial arts are not good. At least as far as I know. The physical body can float in the air after the foundation building. Fang Xing complained in his heart and asked again, then what are you going to do by bringing me here? Nothing. I just feel that your martial arts progress is a bit fast. From the physical reaction just now, you have also refined your bones. Right? Xiao Long asked, do you feel uncomfortable anywhere? Do you want to have a physical examination? What we martial artists fear most is that when we lay the foundation, we have hidden injuries in our bodies, and we don't know it. When we need to condense the leak-free golden elixir, we will find it. At that time, we will have to use thousands of times more hard work to make up for it. He said it with deep feelings, as if he had experienced it personally. I'm fine. But you? Teacher. Fang Xing looked at Xiao Long. This teacher is stronger than a bull, so he shouldn't be so weak. Right? There's nothing to hide. I was ignorant when I was young, and I was injured. It's difficult to condense the golden elixir. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been a teacher here. If I had paid more attention back then, I would at least be a principal now. Xiao Long was quite emotional. The hidden injuries when I was young can't be repaired with the medical technology of the Federation now? Fang Xing looked solemn. For the Federation today, regeneration of broken limbs is not a complicated operation. It's an old problem left on the battlefield. Not just in the physique. Xiao Long seemed to recall something. And suddenly there was a kind of temperament, like a mountain of corpses, and a sea of blood on his body. Fang Xing didn't ask again, but just said, I wonder if there is anything I can do to help the teacher? You can help me. I have almost accumulated enough merits now. But I am still short of one achievement. If you can get into a top-notch university, then I will be almost qualified to apply for a full-body recovery in the UN high-level sanatorium. Xiao Long seemed to be joking. In his mind, Fang Xing is now sure to get into university. But he still needs to work hard to get into a top-notch university. As for top-notch universities, that's still a bit uncertain. After all, the Federation is so big. There are so many galaxies. And there are tens of millions of educational planets. But there are only a few top-notch universities. And every year the competition is between geniuses. Ordinary geniuses don't even have the qualifications to compete. Top-notch universities? I see. I just want to buy a house on Blue Star. Fang Xing smiled. Okay. I'm counting on you. Xiao Long grinned. Stop talking nonsense. What reward do you want for winning glory for the school this time? I'm fighting for the honor of the school. Why do I need a reward? Fang Xing looked righteous. If you want the horse to run, you have to feed it grass. Xiao Long smiled. What's more, are you going to save money for Lu Guangming? Will the martial arts Jin Ning care about this? Indeed. Fang Xing nodded and began to think seriously about what he needed. After a long time, he said, I have a good understanding of the dragon posture and the tiger subduing posture, and the progress is very fast. If I continue like this, I'm afraid I can try to break through the jade during the winter vacation. Huh? It's so fast. But the dragon and tiger posture is the foundation of martial arts. You have practiced the dragon posture to the 4th stage, which will indeed speed up the practice. Xiao Long did not deny this, but, are you looking at the bottleneck too simply? Even if you have jade skin and black flesh, willow tendons and steel bones, it doesn't mean that you can break through the jade. This level of bottleneck may block a warrior's life. Only through bloody battles can you break through. This is because I have medicine. Of course, this doesn't need to be said. Fang Xing complained in his heart. Does the school have resources that can help me break through to the level of unpolished jade? No. Don't even think about it. Xiao Long shook his head. The Federation has strict control over the breakthrough resources on the education planet, just to screen out the real geniuses. Okay. After I break through to the level of unpolished jade, I should be able to learn new martial arts. If the school must reward me, I want to learn it first so that I can study on my own during the winter vacation. Fang Xing said his plan. He didn't want to face the lesson of the summer vacation for the second time. He had to get the martial arts tricks first, so as not to be caught off guard. Unpolished jade warriors have a long breath, just like unpolished jade, and they are polished all the time. Xiao Long's face was serious. In theory, an A-level martial arts is enough for you to use all the way to the courage realm. But I think you seem greedy. What do you want to learn? Let's learn a physical training. For us warriors, we have to have a strong physical body to have a future. Fang Xing sighed. You can only output when you can stand. This is the truth. Chapter 62 Dragon Elephant Skill. Body Refining Martial Arts? Xiao Long looked at Fang Xing in surprise. You kid. You are quite carefree. I just want more power to protect myself. How can I be carefree? Fang Xing was a little surprised. It seems that you don't know? Xiao Long explained. After the martial arts golden elixir, it is the Vajra realm. Martial artists in this realm can refine immortal substances from the golden elixir, strengthen their physique, and create an impeccable golden body. With each turn of the golden elixir, the golden body created becomes stronger. After the 9th turn of the golden elixir, the golden body is fully formed, known as the Great Vajra realm. And there is no rival under the martial saint. The 7th realm of martial arts. The Vajra realm? Fang Xing was thoughtful. So, practicing body refining martial arts in advance can lay the foundation for the Great Vajra realm? Xiao Long thought that he was looking for body refining martial arts to lay the foundation for the Vajra realm. But he was wrong. He simply felt that the world of cultivating immortals was a little dangerous, and wanted to increase his self-protection power. That's right. The higher the number of golden elixir turns, the stronger it will be when promoted to martial saint. Below the 3rd golden elixir turn, there is almost no possibility of promotion to martial saint. Xiao Long looked at Fang Xing, and he didn't know what he was thinking. He paused and spoke again. The school doesn't have this kind of physical training method teaching material. But if you want to learn, I can teach you a martial art that I learned personally. How can I do this? Fang Xing touched his head. After all, Xiao Long's private lesson would cost tens of thousands. But the opportunity was right in front of him, and he had to seize it. At worst, he would work hard to get into a top-notch university in the future, giving Xiao Long the opportunity to repair his hidden injuries and promote to golden elixir. I wonder what martial arts it is. A-level martial arts Dragon Elephant Kung Fu. Xiao Long said solemnly. Dragon is the supreme in the air, and elephant is the best in the land. The dragon and elephant work together, and are invincible in the world. You are so arrogant. Fang Xing obviously didn't believe it. It's just an A-level martial arts. How dare you brag like that? Well, you are a little arrogant. But you are still quite good. This skill can condense the blood and chi, transform it into dragon-scale elephant armor, which has extremely high defense and can greatly increase strength. It is definitely among the best A-level bodybuilding martial arts. Xiao Long said meaningfully. More importantly, it has been passed down in an orderly manner. The dragon elephant skill of A-level martial arts is just the foundation. When you break through the Jade realm, you can practice the S-level martial arts Great Vajra Prajna divine power. If you can use supreme wisdom to combine these two martial arts into one, you can advance to the dragon elephant Vajra indestructible divine power. This martial arts is extremely powerful. Once you practice it, there will be no problem before the 3rd turn of the golden elixir, and the highest golden elixir can be pushed to the 6th or 7th turn. Teacher, although you are not a martial arts golden elixir, you know martial arts golden elixir very well. Fang Xing gave a thumbs up. Xiao Long squinted at him. Although the teacher is not a martial arts golden elixir, he is also a professional after all. As long as you are certified as a professional and your authority is upgraded, the information in this regard will be open. The Federation does not let you know, because it is afraid that you will be distracted. After all, not everyone is a genius. Fang Xing was thoughtful. Indeed, if other students knew this, for the future, if they aspired to the golden elixir or even higher realms, they would probably have to practice several A-level martial arts. But how could they practice them? It would be harmful. After the 4th realm of martial arts, the lifespan is greatly extended, and you can prepare for the golden elixir or even higher realms. Therefore, it is not wrong to block the bottom level information and open it to the middle level. Okay. After saying so much, are you going to learn the dragon elephant kung fu? Xiao Long was a little impatient. Learn? Of course. Fang Xing nodded quickly. He didn't think he couldn't even condense the martial arts golden elixir, so it was necessary to lay the foundation in advance. Moreover, this martial art can obviously improve one's own defense, which is the first necessity for survival. Okay, look at this picture. Xiao Long clicked on his personal communicator and projected an image. It was a dragon-headed Vajra Bodhisattva, with a dragon head and a human body, wearing a 5-color lotus crown, wearing the clothes of the 8 divisions of heavenly dragons, with 3 faces and 6 arms, holding a lotus, a pure bottle, a demon-subduing pestle, a golden bowl, a Zen staff, and 6 treasures of rosary beads, and sitting on a 6-tusked white elephant, its body covered with lotus patterns, with silk necklaces hanging down. Just seeing it, Fang Xing felt a sense of Vajra perfection coming to his face, and even the tip of his nose seemed to be lingering with a faint sandalwood fragrance. Are you still not awake? Suddenly, there was a bang in his ears. Fang Xing shuddered. His blurred eyes instantly found focus. And then he was shocked. How long have I been addicted? 10 minutes. Do you understand now? Those who have not truly comprehended the artistic conception. It is very dangerous to practice this method. Xiao Long said solemnly. Although the dragon elephant skill is only an A-level martial art, it is extremely dangerous, far exceeding the soul-searching dragon claw hand. If you want to get started, you need to imagine the dragon elephant Vajra Bodhisattva in your heart. Stimulate your spirit with the determination of great perfection, and then circulate your chi and blood. If you haven't already started to warm up the Niwen Palace, this step of getting started will be a dead end for you. He began to talk about the introductory tips of this martial art. And at the end he said, also, all physical training martial arts have a drawback. That is, wasting resources. Unless you are born with a perfect fit for this martial art. If you want to make rapid progress, you still have to take drugs. And keep taking drugs. The physical training potions suitable for dragon elephant kung fu include whale elephant cream, Guanping blood, etc. Fang Xing searched the internet and found that whale elephant cream is a specialty of a certain ocean star. The whale elephants there are very large and have a precious spice in their bodies that can stimulate the physique of warriors. As for Guanping, it is a Leviathan-class creature discovered by the Federal Fleet, also known as the whale of the universe. It is a terrifying giant beast that can survive in space by relying on its flesh. Its adult body is comparable to some asteroids. This whale elephant cream costs hundreds of thousands per box. I can still think of a way, but forget about Guanping blood. I can't find a place to buy it. Fang Xing looked wooden. Boy, now you know how powerful you are. Right? Xiao Long laughed proudly, and then turned serious. I still have half a box of whale elephant cream. It's useless to me. I can give it to you. Just treat it as a personal reward from the teacher this time. I hope you can perform well in the 100 Stars Joint Examination at the end of the 2nd year of high school. 100 Stars Joint Examination. It is an examination jointly organized by more than 100 educational planets near the Eagle Star in the Black Mountain Galaxy. It is known as the biggest rehearsal before the college entrance examination. It is usually aimed at 2nd-year high school students and serves as a final exam. I will try my best. Fang Xing suddenly felt a little heavy, and he didn't dare to guarantee a good score. The reason is very simple. There are tens of thousands of cities, like Maple Leaf City on Eagle Star. In a city, there is only one bad high school, and there are several good ones, which add up to tens of thousands of high schools. Hundreds of planets. That is, millions of high schools. There are about 1,000 students in the 2nd grade of high school. So there are billions of candidates participating in the 100 Stars Joint Examination. Hundreds of planets. Billions of people. How many geniuses will there be among them? How many adventures? It is simply worthless. Even if Fang Xing has already comprehended the artistic conception and has amazing talent, there are definitely people like him among the billions of people. There are even rich sons who are on the path of Mecha Masters, Mind Masters, and Beast Masters, and even people with extraordinary luck who have awakened special attributes. Geniuses are like Christian carp crossing the river. This is the 100 Stars Joint Examination, and the cruelty of the 100 Stars Joint Examination is definitely not as good as the college entrance examination. No wonder the federal scholarship is unwilling to give too high, because there are so many educational planets. If all of them are given, it would be scary. At this moment, Fang Xing fully understands the policy of the Blue Star Federation. It is right for educational planets not to provide too many resources. Otherwise, I am afraid that the Federation will not be able to support them. Therefore, We must rely on competition. Countless candidates are like raising goo. And only those who finally get into university are worth cultivating. It is worth mentioning that as long as you get into university, the Federation will not care whether it is resource accumulation or other means. Because having enough resources to invest is also a kind of talent. Alas, in the final analysis, it is still too poor. Fang Xing sighed in his heart, and began to study Dragon Elephant Kung Fu silently again. Heavy snow. Unknowingly. Time flies, and it is the end of another semester. Written test score, 912 points, total score 1000, practical score, 100 points, total score 100, comprehensive score, 191.2, comprehensive score ranking, 1. Fang Xing looked at the transcript and nodded. Life is really lonely like snow. Let's not talk about cultural courses. In the martial arts practical test, many classmates knew that he had practiced artistic conception and gave up directly. Occasionally, if you meet stubborn people, it's just a matter of a look. Lu Wei and Bai Liani both admitted defeat decisively, so it was very easy to take the first place. It is worth mentioning that Ouyang Qianqian still challenged bravely, and then fainted and was carried into the infirmary. Classmates, see you next semester. I hope you will work hard during the winter vacation and live up to your youth. After the speech of Principal Lu Guangming, Fang Xing walked out of the school and glanced at the attribute column. Second realm, bones, bone refining, 99/100, very good. Bone refining is close to the limit. Next, it's a breakthrough. For him, breaking through the Jade Realm has never been a problem. Even after the Jade Realm, it can still make rapid progress. It's just right. Let's go to the other world to break through. Also see what Qinglanfang City looks like. Fang Xing is still a little curious about that secret realm. Of course, he will definitely not go to explore it himself. But he can wait until the secret realm is over and slowly inquire about it. Chapter 63 Unpolished Jade. Another world. A temporary underground camp. I have a month during the winter vacation, so I can explore here, after breaking through the unpolished Jade Realm. Even if I don't use the laser gun, my strength will at least not be inferior to the late Qi training or even Qi training perfect monks. Right? Fang Xing sat cross-legged with a medicine bottle in front of him. After opening it, a snow-white jade pill rolled out of it, which was the Xiantian pill. The quality of Qinglanfang is still trustworthy, and this bottle has never been opened. He stood up and began to practice the dragon posture and the tiger subduing posture in a methodical manner. Hoo-hoo! He breathed like a dragon and moved like the wind. It was as if there was a big furnace in the secret room, and the temperature around him kept rising. During the exercise, Fang Xing could feel his skin, flesh, tendons, and bones all working together. He had already mastered the first level of skin and flesh, and the second level of tendons and bones in the Blue Star Federation martial arts. Now his physique is like jade skin, black flesh, willow tendons, and steel bones. It is simply the ultimate peak that a martial artist in the first two levels can reach. He even had a premonition that even if he didn't take the elixir, as long as he persevered, he would be able to break through within 3 to 6 months. This is the benefit of a strong foundation. But obviously, there is not so much time. How precious is the winter vacation? We still have to explore this world. What's more, when warriors fight, they are one step faster, and every step is faster. What I like most is never to fight an unprepared battle, and it is best to suppress others with realm every time. What martial arts spirit is to punch the stronger? Since ancient times, martial arts have been horizontal and vertical. The winner stands, the loser lies. The standing one can talk about reason. Everything he says is right, and everything he says is wrong when he loses. Fang Xing's eyes were firm, and he swallowed the Xiantian pill into his stomach. The feeling brought by the Xiantian pill is completely different from other body-hardening pills. When he was mobilizing the qi and blood in his stomach and actively digesting the pill, Fang Xing felt a trace of coolness spreading along his abdomen and gradually seeping into his internal organs. The realm of unpolished jade. It is called the unpolished jade of the human body, which is the continuous internal breath and perfect integration. In simple terms, after tempering the skin, flesh, tendons, and bones, it starts from the outside to the inside. And after the external skills are perfected, the internal breath is generated by itself. Then move the internal breath and temper the internal organs. When the internal organs are polished to perfection and the internal breath is integrated, It is the peak of unpolished jade. The human body is perfect. And you can try to open the Nylon Palace and break through the Courage Realm. Inhale, exhale. Fang Xing breath is long. Feeling the coolness spreading out. Being easily endured and digested by his strong body, there seems to be a sprout in the internal organs. That is, internal breath. Or according to the saying of the warriors in this world, it is the innate true qi. Sure enough, it's as easy as pie. As if it comes naturally. He exhaled a long breath and looked at his fingers. Puff! As his mind moved, several inches of innate qi suddenly emerged from his fingertips. It was extremely flexible and sharp. Before, I cultivated the sword and sword aura with the help of A-level martial arts. Now, I use the internal breath to circulate my whole body. And everything goes well. Fang Xing murmured and looked at the attribute column. The innate pill has a good effect. After opening the 5 internal organs, it can even help to improve proficiency. Glancing at the realm, Fang Xing couldn't help showing a trace of satisfaction. A 17-year-old warrior in the unpolished jade realm is also considered a genius on the Eagle Star. Right? After all, Gu Yun is still struggling in the second realm. This world is really full of treasures. Of course, he knew the source of his rapid progress in martial arts, and even wanted to make full use of this advantage. The practice of a rough jade warrior is to constantly accumulate internal energy and temper the 5 internal organs. When the 5 internal organs are perfect and integrated, they can break through the 4 realms of martial arts. There are also elixirs suitable for innate warriors in the market. Although it is relatively expensive, it uses the raw materials of the elixir that increases mana in the early stage of qi training. But it can indeed greatly increase the innate true qi. Fang Xing looked down. He had given up the military boxing. But due to the breakthroughs in various martial arts and even realms, his proficiency was still improved a little. The Big Dragon Pile and the Tiger Pile are the basis of daily hard study and practice. But it is a bit difficult to improve. There is nothing much to say about the Ghost Knife and the Extreme Love Sword. But the use of the moves requires more actual combat. As for the final Dragon Elephant skill, after becoming a rough jade and possessing innate true qi, it seems to be quite beneficial to the Dragon Elephant skill. In Fang Xing's mind, he imagined the Dragon Elephant Vajra Bodhisattva, and his blood and qi surged all over his body. Countless innate true qi seemed to be intertwined and woven together to form pieces of dragon scales. And on his skin, there seemed to be an invisible layer of elephant armor. This is the Dragon Scale Elephant Armor. After entering the Dragon Elephant skill, his defense power really increased greatly. As for the increase in strength, I haven't felt much yet. Maybe it's because my martial arts have been improving by leaps and bounds, and my strength has been growing. With this layer of Dragon Scale Elephant Armor, it feels like I'm wearing a layer of iron armor on the outermost layer, a layer of thick leather armor in the middle, and finally my physique, a total of 3 layers of defense. And it doesn't affect flexibility at all. It's equivalent to being naked. With a flash of cold light, Fang Xing pulled out a steel knife and chopped it casually. Bang! The steel knife was actually bounced off directly. Sure enough, once you get started with A-level martial arts, even in the naked state, it's hard to be hurt by ordinary iron. Clang! After experimenting with ordinary iron, Fang Xing pulled out the ink-patterned sword. This sword is sharp, no less than an ordinary low-grade magic weapon. He stretched out his strong and sturdy arm, but his skin was as crystal-like as jade, and placed the sword blade across it, and gently pulled it. Fang Xing could clearly feel the sharpness of the ink-patterned sword. It split the dragon scales and landed on the elephant's skin. And then, the force was continuously reduced. He silently increased his strength, and the ink-patterned sword struggled to cut through the elephant armor defense and landed on the jade skin again. After the jade skin released the force again, the sword that could originally cut off the arm of the innate warrior only slightly broke his skin and left a blood mark. Even under Fang Xing's strong physical recovery ability, this blood mark was still fading and disappearing rapidly. 3 layers of defense. Each layer of defense is reducing force. Not bad. Not bad. Fang Xing was quite satisfied with this. It should be comparable to those physical cultivators in the early stage of qi training. Physical cultivators in the early stage of qi training can never take on low-grade magic weapons with bare hands. The more physical cultivators, the more they need to equip spiritual armor to increase their defense. Fang Xing also understood this principle. For a physical cultivator in the early stage of qi training, low-grade magic weapons can hurt him, but it is difficult to kill him in a few hits. If he wears spiritual armor, he will be a human-shaped killing machine, and can rush into a group of cultivators in the early stage of chi training, regardless of spell bombardment and magic weapon attacks. The most important thing for the physical strength of a cultivator in the early stage of chi training is endurance. Being able to withstand the penetration and impact of low-grade magic weapons and primary magic spells. Even for a physical cultivator, it is stupid to fight the enemy with only physical strength. Therefore, if Feng Xing wants to fight with a cultivator, he will put on a nano-protective suit as soon as possible, and even put on a few defensive talismans. With this triple defense, plus the nano-protective suit and talismans, I dare to withstand several attacks from high-grade magic weapons, and even magic in the late stage of chi training. The situation where the protection can withstand it, but the person can't, will never happen to me. Add to that my mental resistance, below the foundation building stage. There are basically no opponents worth being vigilant against. Physical cultivators also have weaknesses. That is, the spiritual consciousness is fragile, and the sea of consciousness defense is low. But for Blue Star warriors, if the mental defense is slightly worse, they will die or go crazy. Therefore, the mental defense of Blue Star warriors is extremely strong. Compared to the physical cultivators here, there is no weakness. Of course, Feng Xing has never seen a second-level physical cultivator comparable to the foundation building stage, so he doesn't know how the cultivators here perform at a high level. But from what he has seen, this principle is still true during the chi training stage. It's a pity. The defense of ordinary nano-protective clothing is only at the unpolished jade level. The higher protection is the military external skeleton in mecha. You can't buy it on the black market. Feng Xing's heart was full of complaints. If he had a choice, he would actually like to try driving a mecha. If he could drive a mecha to fight against a cultivator, the scene would be too beautiful to even think about. Besides, this is not my limit. Now that I have broken through the unpolished jade realm, I can practice S-level martial arts. That Vajra Prajna divine power. Xiao Long praised it so much. It is obviously extraordinary. What's more, it can be integrated with each other and advance to the Dragon Elephant Vajra indestructible divine power. Divine power. Just the name alone tells you that it is extraordinary. Well, I certainly can't count on my magical powers in the near future. But if I can cultivate the great Vajra Prajna divine power, maybe I can challenge the foundation building stage? However, I still have to keep a low profile. Who let the market have a Jin Danjinren? Just a glimpse of the drone can tell that a Jin Danjinren is definitely very dangerous. And all the data is comparable to the fighter jets in the army. The army of the Blue Star Federation is going to fight the evil god's followers head-on. Any military-grade weapon represents power, which is not comparable to those ancient models. They are very rare in the general black market. Feng Xing came to the monitoring room and began to read the log. Speaking of which, he hasn't been here for a while. After all, he has to prepare for the final exam. This time he came back and broke through directly. Suddenly, his eyes condensed. What's going on? Chapter 64 Big Monster. Desolate. Dilapidated. The original Qinlin marketplace now seems to have become a large ruin. Where is the Qinxian Sex Mountain Protection Formation? Looking at the monitoring screen, Feng Xing suddenly thought of a question. Qinlin Marketplace is protected by a formation. Once it is fully activated, it is like a giant bowl, protecting the entire market. But now, the fog and spiritual light of the formation are gone. The Qinxian Peak, which is rarely seen, is revealed. Not only that, there are even some low-level monsters wandering around the market, occasionally killing into the market and starting to hunt immortal cultivators, as if treating this place as a hunting ground. There are too many monsters. Is it another beast tide? Qinlin Market fell? Feng Xing was a little dumbfounded. He didn't expect that during the time when he was distracted by the final exam, Qinlin Market would actually undergo such a huge change. The key is, where is the Jin Danjinren of Qinxian sect? Feng Xing touched his chin and thought, it seems I have to find a cultivator to ask. Qinlin Market. Outskirts. The original monster catcher you saw hid behind an ancient tree in fear. Full of regret in his heart, I am really blinded by my own greed. And I still come out at this time. But the spiritual rice and fasting pills at home are almost finished. What can I do if I don't want to starve to death? After not seeing for a while, this originally majestic monster catcher has become pale, and it is obvious that he has not been living well recently. Awooh! At this moment, accompanied by wolf howls. A group of green wind wolves howled past him. After a long time, Yu Xia came out and took out a jade bottle. There is not much odor-removing powder left. Let's save it. The odor-removing powder is a secret medicine powder passed down by his line of monster hunters. It can cover up the smell on the body and hide it from the noses of most monsters. Monster hunters who dare to hunt at this time often have 1 or 2 unique skills. Just as Yu Xia was about to leave, suddenly, the spiritual energy in the grass fluctuated, and several green wind blades followed. Not good. Yu Xia quickly activated the golden light shield talisman, and a layer of golden light appeared on his body, and he struggled to resist a wind blade. But the second, the third, the wind blades seemed to be endless, and they were accompanied by wolf howls. Awoo! From the dark depths of the dense forest, more than a dozen pairs of blue or green eyes suddenly emerged, all with bloodthirsty colors. Damn! It's the wolf pack from before. They haven't left yet? This wolf is really cunning. Yu Xia had only one thought in his mind. And then he heard a puff, and the golden light on his body exploded into pieces. When the strong wind came, he rolled on the ground in a very embarrassed way. And only then did he avoid most of the wind blades. But his body was already covered in blood, and one arm was thrown away. I didn't expect that my life journey would end here. Yu Xia's face was dejected, and he calmly accepted the reality that he was about to be buried by the wolf's kiss. The casual cultivators in the market are like this. Just like the weeds on the roadside. You don't know when they will be blown away by the wind. Woo! Suddenly, the wolf howl in the dense forest changed. From the original excitement of foraging, it turned into fear. Is there another powerful monster coming? I don't know which monster will kill me. I hope it's not a mountain pig. It smells too bad. Yu Xia's consciousness was a little fuzzy. A moment later, a figure appeared in front of him, and then a talisman was torn open, and the green light overflowed and turned into drops of sweet rain. Sweet rain talisman. Thank you for saving me. Yu Xia felt that his wound was slowly stopping bleeding, and he couldn't help but climb up with a pale face to thank you. But he was still a little alert in his heart. What casual cultivators fear most is not monsters, but other casual cultivators. Even if this person saved him, he might not have any good intentions. But when he saw that person, his expression froze instantly. He was big and strong, with a face full of flesh, and looked very fierce. He looked hard to deal with. Yu Xia instinctively felt that he was very dangerous, and his smile became more friendly. Stop talking nonsense. Fang Xing held the corpse of the Wolf King in his hand, with an impatient look on his face. I was hunting monsters outside before, and accidentally went deep into the wilderness, which delayed me for some time. How come the market has become like this? Dao, you didn't know? Alas, when talking about this, Yu Xia was full of bitter tears. It's all the fault of that damn Qingxian sect. I don't know what happened when I explored the secret realm and attracted a third-level monster. That old witch who had reached the Jindan stage took her disciples and left, leaving us here, with no way to go up to the sky and no way to go down to the earth. Third-level big monster? Fang Xing heart skipped a beat. This is a monster comparable to a Jindan. After reaching the third level, the monster can even condense a monster pill, breed innate magical powers, and increase its strength. Maybe it's not an ordinary third-level monster. Otherwise the Jindan of the Qingxian sect might not leave. Or even more than one. Fang Xing heart skipped a beat. How much do you know about that secret realm? Are there still people buying monster materials and selling elixirs in the market now? He was not very interested in the secret realm of immortal cultivators. But whether he could buy subsequent elixirs was crucial, which was related to whether the cultivation of the unpolished jade realm could still make rapid progress. Secret realm? I don't know much, but I know that it is in the 5 Scorpion Valley and contains foundation building opportunities. Yu Xia smiled bitterly. The disciples of Qingxian sect may know more. Fang Xing asked a few more questions, and then he knew that Qingxian sect left in a hurry, almost fleeing in a panic. And there might even be a third-level flying bird monster that took action and smashed several flying boats. Therefore, even many disciples of Qingxian sect were left here and could not leave. Because of this, these disciples of Qingxian sect were regarded as drowned dogs. The key is that they are wealthy and coveted by the casual cultivators in the whole market. They often hide their identities and disguise themselves as the same casual cultivators, making it difficult to find them. Fang Xing was not surprised at all. even though casual cultivators were usually very humble in front of the geniuses of the sects. When it came to the bloody battle, even the true disciples would dare to kill you. Not to mention, the Qingxian sect disciples were well off, and they might even carry the sect's classics, elixirs, etc. They were definitely the best fat sheep, although the sect disciples had a high level of cultivation. If they had not experienced actual combat, they might not be able to beat casual cultivators who were several levels lower. Not to mention that when robbing cultivators, they would definitely use their numbers to bully the few, traps and poisons, and use everything possible. Fang Xing mourned for the disciples of Qingxian sect, and then asked, "Where is the trading place?" The original market has long been mostly turned into ruins. Only when the fog rises every morning, there are occasional monks setting up stalls, which is called the ghost market. Yu Xiao replied. In addition, every 3 days, there is a black market and an underground cave in the southeast of the market. The items sold are often better than those in the ghost market, but also more dangerous. I see. Fang Xing nodded and walked away. Yu Xiao looked at Fang Xing back as he left, licked his lips, and immediately went into the dense forest. Qinglin Market. Walking among the ruins, Fang Xing was quite emotional. A good market has become like this. This market is really full of disasters. It seems that the disclosure of the secret realm is related to me? Forget it. It's okay. But now? In fact, like Shen Yusen, taking Mingzi away early this morning is actually the best choice. Hua Feiyue is a little less courageous after all. I don't know if this woman is dead or alive. He didn't think of looking for the other party. He could only say that if he met her, he would help her. If he didn't meet her, then it can only be considered that the other party is unlucky. Meow. A cat's cry suddenly came from a beam among the ruins. Fang Xing looked over and saw a two-tailed cat monster that looked like a little leopard, with green eyes staring at him, and a layer of dark luster on its claws. Humph. He snorted coldly, and a terrifying power came out. The two-tailed cat immediately jumped up as if its tail was stepped on, its fur standing on end, and disappeared deep into the ruins in the blink of an eye. The spiritual veins in this market should not be of high level, and cannot attract third-level monsters. Therefore, many cultivators are still struggling in the ruins. After all, the outside wilderness is more dangerous. As for leaving the market and heading to the real Qingxian sect's residence, that distance is not only very far, but also full of difficulties and obstacles along the way. Anyway, ordinary Qi training cultivators should not even think about it. It is somewhat similar to the black market on the Eagle Star. Facts have proved that no matter what order, it is better than no order. Fang Xing carried the wolf corpse and deliberately walked past the wooden house where he had lived before, but found that the original place had already turned into a deep pit, with charred black all around. And he didn't know what had happened. He walked past with a blank expression, as if he didn't know this place at all. There were almost no people along the way, but Fang Xing had sharp ears and eyes, and after being unpolished jade, he had extraordinary spiritual perception, and could feel the gazes from all directions. This also made him sigh. This person is really as tenacious as a weed, and can survive anywhere. Fang Xing continued to go inside, and found King Denfeng. Unfortunately, this place was already a ruin, and it had even been searched countless times. Obviously, this was a good thing done by other casual cultivators when the market was in trouble. They are all scammers. Fortunately, they can't take away this spiritual energy. Fang Xing came to a small courtyard, which is the upper-class cave area of the market. Even warriors can feel the fresh and active atmosphere in the void. He randomly found a courtyard that looked intact, opened the door, and walked in swaggeringly. Who dares to trespass into my cave? A cultivator in the late stage of Qi training came out angrily with a flying sword, glared at Fang Xing, and his expression was obviously much more relaxed. Warrior? He immediately looked around, fearing that Fang Xing was a bait for a robbery gang. Is this your cave? Please take out the spiritual contract, so I can see it. Fang Xing smiled when he saw this. Chapter 65 Physical Examination. Looking for death. The expression of the late Qi training cultivator turned cold, and he pointed his finger into a sword. And the flying sword turned into a stream of light, and was about to kill Fang Xing. His flying sword was a first-grade superior magic weapon, under the urging of the late Qi training cultivation. Its power was enough to cut gold and jade. But he was fast, and Fang Xing was even faster. Roar! With a thought, The artistic conception of the dragon came with it, which caught the late Qi training cultivator off guard. The flying sword trembled in the air, as if the control failed. And in this short moment, Fang Xing took a step forward and came in front of the late Qi training cultivator. The advantage of physical cultivation lies in the fast burst speed and high endurance. Blue Star warriors are similar to physical cultivation. To gain an advantage, you must fight quickly in close combat. Fang Xing was not going to fight with this late Qi training cultivator, although he was confident that this flying sword would not kill him in a few stabs. It would be ugly to stab him with blood. Physical cultivators would not rely on their own physical strength to fight, but would choose a more labor-saving way to defeat the enemy. He threw a punch and landed on a red light shield. This late-stage Qi training cultivator had rich experience in fighting enemies. While activating the flying sword, he activated the defensive light shield on his robe. He was wearing a top-grade robe, the Red Cloud Taoist robe, and the protective technique he activated was called the Fire Cloud Cover, which was ranked as a first-class top-grade spell. It not only had excellent defense, but also could generate hot flames to burn the enemy. But at this time, Fang Xing fist was automatically covered with a layer of silver-white gloves, and there was a layer of golden belt-covered defense outside the gloves, which hit the light shield heavily. After achieving the unpolished jade, he could already use the innate true Qi to activate the golden belt-cover talisman. Almost just the first punch caused the red light shield to fluctuate. Not good. At this time, the late Qi training cultivator came back to his senses and looked at Fang Xing with fear in his eyes. Impossible. Unfortunately, it was too late. On Fang Xing fist, a stream of innate true Qi condensed and suddenly turned into another huge fist print. Bang! Under the overlapping fists, the fire cloud cover shattered instantly, and countless sparks that were enough to melt gold and iron flew and fell on the ground, burning deep holes. Fang Xing was bathed in fire, but was safe and sound. Like a god in fire, he raised his hand slightly and hit the flying sword in the stream of light at the critical moment. He avoided the sword blade, flicked his finger, and flicked it lightly on the sword body. Swish! The flying sword suddenly turned into a stream of light and sank into the opposite wall. How can there be such a warrior in the world? The late Qi training cultivator stared with anger, and then was hit in the lower abdomen by Fang Xing punch. The whole person fell to the ground and curled up like a shrimp. Let me see your rental contract. If you have one, I go find the next one. If not, Fang Xing looked grim. With his right hand, he grabbed the flying sword from the wall and held the hilt. The flying sword hummed, as if a poisonous snake was pinched by 7 inches. Unable to move at all, he stretched out his left hand, grabbed the monk's neck, lifted him up, and shook him gently. The magic tools and talismans on the monk's body fell from his body like rain. Sir, spare my life. The face of the late Qi training monk turned red, and he squeezed out a sentence from his teeth with difficulty. I don't have a spiritual contract. And this house was occupied later. I knew it. Fang Xing exerted a little force, and there seemed to be a dragon roar in the void, and the late Qi training monk fainted immediately. The battle broke out very quickly and ended in the blink of an eye. There were some faint noises around, but they quickly disappeared. Interesting. Feeling those auras, Fang Xing mouth curled up a smile. The spiritual vein land in this market seems to be tacitly divided by the monks and monsters, each with its own territory. Hunting and being hunted can happen at any time, and everything follows the natural elimination rule of the law of the jungle. Just now, his neighbors felt that the lord of this territory was challenged, and when it was over, they all fell silent and tacitly accepted that Fang Xing occupied this place. Humans are also part of nature, but I was clearly in class on the Eagle Star before, and I can play the Battle Royale here, which is really exciting. The mansion of the upper grade cave is not small, not only with many houses, but also with gardens, herb gardens, alchemy rooms, animal pens, basements, etc. And the richness of the spiritual energy here is really far beyond the other caves. Fang Xing only stood there for a while, and he felt his blood and qi were extremely active, and the speed of converting internal breath was nearly twice as fast as that of the temporary camp. What a great place! The concentration of spiritual energy alone is equivalent to eating half a bowl of spiritual rice every day. He sighed silently and came to the basement. This basement was transformed into a cage, temporarily tying up an unconscious late-stage qi training cultivator. Fong Xing silently picked up a flying sword. This was the most valuable trophy this time. A first-class high-quality flying sword. After all, the robe had been damaged in the battle. I saw that this sword was about 1 foot long, which is about 33 centimeters. The sword body was bronze in color, with ancient cloud patterns, and the 2 edges were sharp. There was also a sword inscription on the hilt, which was the word Qi. Qi sword. Unfortunately, I don't have any magic power, so I can't fly at all. I can only use it as a dagger, he complained, and then grabbed the palm of the late Qi training cultivator, pierced his finger directly, took a drop of blood, and put it into a white suitcase in hand. This is a portable family medical kit purchased on the black market. The medical kit swallowed the blood and began to work quickly. In less than 10 minutes, a detailed physical examination report was sent to Fong Xing. As expected of a cultivator, he looks old, but his body functions are still good. Can he live for more than 100 years? Could it be related to the cultivation of the late Qi training? But Fong Xing saw the last part, and a trace of disappointment appeared on his face. There is no abnormal body structure. It seems that the so-called spiritual root is not flesh and blood tissue, and cannot be transplanted. He naturally still had some fantasies about cultivating immortals. But this time, the physical examination of the living immortal cultivator ruthlessly broke this delusion. But this portable medical kit can only treat some minor illnesses, and the examination may not be detailed enough. Fong Xing fell into deep thought. It would be best to send this precious living body to the top medical laboratory of the Blue Star Federation. But obviously, I will never do that. He raised his hand and pointed, and a stream of innate true Qi as sharp as a sword pierced directly into the brow of the cultivator. The cultivator immediately snorted and woke up. The first time he saw Fong Xing, he subconsciously pinched his fingers and chanted a spell. Don't be lucky. I just fed you the immortal erosion grass. Although this immortal erosion grass can be used to refine elixirs that increase mana, it is poisonous and will make it difficult for cultivators to condense mana. For a cultivator like you in the Qi training stage, it will take at least 12 hours to force out the poison of the immortal erosion grass. Fong Xing said coldly. I am sorry for being rude. I wonder what this lord wants. I will definitely cooperate with you with all my strength. The Qigong cultivator immediately looked at Fong Xing, his face showing a humble and flattering expression. And he knelt down quickly. The casual cultivators in the market are all so realistic. Okay. A man who can bend and stretch is a real man. What's your name? I am Zhou Tong. Do you know about the black market and the ghost market? Fong Xing asked some information casually, which corresponded to Yu Xiao's previous one. It's a pity that this Qigong cultivator in the late stage didn't know the detailed information of the secret realm. But he knew the black market very well. The last thing? Do you remember how many people you have killed? Fong Xing asked to the end, without any expression on his face. Zhou Tong's expression froze, and then turned into a ferocious one. Obviously seeing Fong Xing's murderous intention, I curse you. Swish. A stream of innate true Qi fell, causing Zhou Tong to lose his breath directly. You are not a good person, and I don't have the habit of leaving hidden dangers. Fong Xing shook his head. From Zhou Tong's collection, he knew that this person was not simple. He was probably a robbery cultivator. Since he was a robbery cultivator, he could die after making contributions to the medical cause. Since he knew that the Jin Danjiren had left, Fong Xing had indeed become much bolder. After all, with his current martial arts and equipment, he could almost sweep the market. Even if he met a foundation building cultivator, he would at least have the confidence to escape. What's more, both Yu Xiao and Zhou Tong revealed that the foundation building cultivators in the market were either dead or followed the Jin Danjiren, which led to the current disorder in the market. A few days later, southeast of the market, underground cave. Fong Xing walked into the cave with a black robe covering his face and a large package on his back. Under the mask, he still looked fierce. Since he refined his skin, flesh, tendons, and bones, he can now change as he wishes. He can have whatever height, weight, handsomeness, or ugliness he wants. He has been to the ghost market, and the items traded are really too low grade, and they are mainly daily necessities. Thinking of this, he was also very helpless. After the unpolished jade realm, cultivation is slower than that of the tendons and bones. In order to find suitable elixirs and sell stolen goods, he still has to come here once. This underground cave was originally formed naturally, and later it seemed to have been transformed by monks, with many entrances. In the largest cave, the walls are inlaid with strange pearls, which are emitting a soft and cold glow. On the ground, there are already 2s and 3s of casual cultivators setting up stalls for trading. Fang Xing walked around and stopped in front of a white-bearded old man's stall. The white-bearded old man is very strong and looks strong. The monks passing by quicken their pace because he is a great master who has perfected Qi training. In the Qinglin market, where there are no foundation building cultivators now, it is the top. What interested Fang Xing was that there was a small flag on the old stall with a mark of Huolianfeng on it. It seemed that the incident happened suddenly, and not all of these big merchants left, he said in his heart, and stepped forward and clasped his fists and saluted. Old man, I wonder if this place can accept monster materials, secondhand magic tools, and spiritual herbs? The old man looked up at Fang Xing, nodded, and said sparingly, yes. Good. Fang Xing nodded, opened the package, took out one by one, and placed it in front of the old man. When the old man saw the boxing gloves and the Qi sword, his expression became much more serious. He looked at Fang Xing in surprise, and picked up a wolf skin, first level middle grade, Qi Feng head wolf skin, estimated at 20 low-grade spiritual stones. Fang Xing frowned. This price is a bit low. If there was no incident in the market before, it would naturally be higher. Now it is only this price. The old man shook his head and answered very firmly. Chapter 66. Skip it, and it won't affect your viewing experience. Chapter 67. Transaction. Okay. You continue. Fang Xing sighed and watched the old man pick up the pair of boxing gloves. A first-grade magic weapon, made of fiery sun spirit iron. But unfortunately its scope of use is relatively narrow, and it is only suitable for physical cultivation. There is a slight defect on the boxing gloves, and a pattern of the mountain formation is broken, which can be worth 750 low-grade spirit stones. The old man picked up the pair of boxing gloves, pondered for a while, and gave a price. Then, he carefully picked up the Qi sword, a first-grade flying sword. The sword body is intact and well-maintained, engraved with the 2 major magic formations of sharp gold and controlling wind, worth 900 spirit stones. The more he looked at it, the more he muttered in his heart. These 2 top-grade magic weapons looked like those of the 2 famous robbery cultivators? Was his previous offer too low? Fang Xing nodded slightly, although he remembered that at the auction, the top-grade magic weapon Iron Feather Sword was finally sold for several thousand spirit stones. But the situation was obviously different. The Iron Feather Sword is not only a set of magic weapons, but also a top-notch one among the top-notch ones. It can be used to form a sword formation, comparable to the top-level magic weapons. In addition, it is normal for the price to be much higher with the bidding of many people at the auction. Normally, the price of a top-grade magic weapon is about 500 to 1,000 spirit stones. This first-grade top-grade Qi sword is not only well-maintained, but also a type of flying sword that is very popular among cultivators. Before, it would cost at least 1,000 spirit stones to sell it in the market. Now the situation is special, and we can only say what the other party says. However, Fang Xing is sure that the other party can still make money, maybe even a lot, but it's still the same sentence. Magic weapons are useless to him, unless they are blood-refined magic weapons. He tried this Qi sword. If it is not injected with mana, relying on the sharpness of the flying sword itself, it is only slightly stronger than the Maoan sword, and it is also a little garbage. Hearing the evaluation at this time, he immediately understood. It turns out that in addition to its own sharpness, the flying sword also relies on the power of the array prohibition attached to the sword body. I always feel that this world is targeting me. At this time, the old man finally finished the inventory slowly. This guest. We only accept the spiritual medicine fiery flower and ancient green ivy. If you add them together, I can give you a price of 2,172 low-grade spiritual stones. Okay. Fang Xing nodded, glanced at the old man's stall, and picked a tiger-headed long sword. Good sword. The sword is very heavy, about 30 or 40 pounds, but in Fang Xing's hand, it is like a feather. Waving it casually, what is the name of this sword? The guest has a good eye. This sword is called Tiger Evil. It is made from the spine of a demon tiger and the iron of 100 evils. It is a blood-refined magic weapon, and it only costs 100 low-grade spiritual stones. The old man introduced with a flash of light. Buy it. Feng Xing now has a lot of spiritual stones in his pocket, and he is not polite when using them. For him, such a blood-refined magic weapon is more useful than any top-grade magic weapon. Okay. The old man smiled and pointed out 20 strange colorful crystals and handed them to Feng Xing solemnly. Along with 72 low-grade spirit stones, please keep them. Sir. It turned out to be a medium-grade spirit stone. Feng Xing had only heard of the name of this kind of spirit stone before, and it was said that one piece could be exchanged for 100 low-grade spirit stones. When he took it, he really felt the extremely strong and rich spiritual energy in the medium-grade spirit stone. And his heart was moved. Immortal cultivators can practice with spirit stones. It's a pity that warriors can't do it. But if warriors in this world can't do it, Blue Star warriors may not be able to do it. Next time, throw a few low-grade spirit stones to the black market to see the effect. This was part of Feng Xing's previous trial plan. Even by chance, Gu Yun discovered that there were strange talismans being sold in the black market, which were suspected to be related to the evil god. Gu Yun was absolutely hostile to everything related to the evil god because of her father. When she heard this information, she immediately went to the black market to investigate, and even got a low-grade golden talisman, which she sent to the Faith Theory department for inspection. Feng Xing planned to wait until the winter vacation was over and casually ask about the inspection results. As the informant and insider, and also a member of his own family, Manager Bai Xiling of the Faith Theory department would definitely tell Gu Yun the news. This is the same as telling Feng Xing. Although it seems a bit like taking advantage of a friend. I am sure that these immortal cultivation items are not dangerous. I will compensate her a little more in the future. At this time, he calmly put away the spirit stone, and felt some malicious eyes around him. But he sneered in his heart, here comes another spirit stone delivery. Feng Xing stood up, but did not lead directly, but started to go shopping in a swagger. After all, the stall owners here are not always the same, but they come and go. Just now, there are several new stalls in the cave. Feng Xing came to a stall and looked at the puppets that looked like dolls and were vivid. How much is this? Some of these puppets are bird and animal mechanisms, while others are human-shaped. They are only the size of a palm and look very good. Since you know this is a puppet, you should know that it is difficult to control it without the spiritual consciousness of the immortal cultivator. The stall owner who sells puppets wore a hat that covered most of his face and answered unhappily. Warriors are discriminated against in the immortal cultivation world. Even the innate warriors are like this. Among the hundreds of immortal cultivation arts, the most used by warriors are talismans. But even with innate true chi, they can only activate the first level middle grade talismans at most. When it reaches the first level upper grade level, it is basically insulated from warriors. As for the higher second level talismans, it is even more so. Even cultivators in the early and middle stages of chi training may not be able to activate them smoothly. Cultivators in the late stages of chi training can activate them, but they will also consume most of their own mana, and it is difficult to control them after activation, and they are likely to hurt themselves. As for warriors, what do you want? As for pills, the situation is similar. If a warrior forcibly swallows a high-level elixir, he will only die from a ruptured stomach, and is also insulated from second-level pills. Magical instruments are even worse. Don't even think about anything other than blood-refined magical instruments. Arrays are the top of the 100 arts of cultivating immortals. Regardless of the manufacturing of array flags and array plates, or even the art of array deployment, they have nothing to do with warriors. The only role of innate warriors is to inject true chi into some low-level array flags. It can save a few spiritual sands. Puppets are even more so. Without the magic power of immortal cultivators to activate puppets, and without spiritual consciousness to control them, they can only be used as toys after being bought back. Although I am not an immortal cultivator, I have disciples and relatives. Feng Xing picked up a mechanical bird. How much is this puppet? It's a first-level low-grade puppet. If you like it, I give you a discount. 150 spiritual stones to take it away. The stall owner looked at Feng Xing and said seriously, I bought it. Feng Xing took out a pile of low-grade spiritual stones generously and held the toy bird in his palm. The mechanical bird is made of wood, with colorful feathers on the surface and fine array patterns. As he walked, he tried to input innate true chi, but it was like a drop in the ocean, and he might even break the puppet. It really didn't work, Fang Xing thought to himself. But he had other ideas when he bought this puppet. The unpolished Jade Realm is equivalent to an innate warrior, which is already the pinnacle of this world. But I still have a way to go. If I break through to the Gallbladder Realm, open the Niwen Palace, and have spiritual power, maybe I can try to control it. Maybe it will work? At that time, this puppet will be an excellent experimental subject. After walking around for a few times, Fang Xing was about to leave, and saw a petite and cute female cultivator coming to set up a stall, and his eyes lit up, looking at the other party's small signboard. It clearly had the Qingye mark of King Denfeng, and he felt more confident and hurried forward. Miss Shirui. Who are you? Shirui looked up, obviously not recognizing Fang Xing in disguise. Hee. I bought a few bottles of elixirs from Miss Shirui in the past. It's normal that the girl can't remember. Are these things you sell on the stall authentic products from King Denfeng? Fang Xing looked at the bottles and jars. Of course. The jade bottle seals and the spirit sealing talismans are intact. You can check them at will. Shirui made a gesture of please. No. I trust you. Fang Xing's eyes flashed, and he had taken in all the elixirs. He asked seriously, I wonder if you can accept spiritual medicine from me? Miss? Of course I can. Alas, since the beast tide, the original herbalist team of our King Denfeng has been dispersed. Now it's not easy to open the furnace again. Shirui sighed, but heard Fang Xing's expression change. It seems that King Denfeng is unlucky this time. And even the precious alchemist didn't run away. He calmed down and looked for the elixir he needed, Tiger Marrow Elixir, and Chi boosting elixir suitable for innate warriors to practice. Give me 10 bottles of each. When Shirui heard this, she smiled. This is a big customer. Not only is there a lot of spiritual stones, but there are so many spiritual herbs. It is obvious that he is an extremely powerful herb collector. And there is even a force of herb collectors behind him. Could it be the Medicine King gang? Shirui thought to himself, picked up a spiritual herb brought by Fang Xing, and gave an estimate, erosion immortal grass. Originally 3 spiritual stones per plant. Now it is difficult to receive the goods. You can give 5 more spiritual sand. In the end, Fang Xing gave most of the spiritual medicine in a package to Shirui, and he had to pay a lot of spiritual stones, which made him secretly sigh at the huge profits of the alchemist. After walking around like this, it felt like the greed in the air was almost condensed into substance. Fang Xing found a corner in the market, sat cross-legged, and placed the tiger blade he had just bought on his knees, sneering in his heart. At this time, he pressed his hand on the knife, and injected the inner breath of the unpolished jade. That is, the innate true qi. Under the infusion of the innate true qi, he gradually sacrificed this blood-refined magic weapon, and knew how to use it. The tiger blade, after being filled with innate true qi, can fly in the air, but the farthest distance from the owner cannot exceed 100 steps. In terms of power, it is equivalent to that of ordinary low-grade magic weapons. In addition, a formation of the wind blade technique is engraved in the blade. After being filled with innate true qi, it can stimulate a wind blade, whose power is similar to that of the wind blade technique. That's it. After truly sacrificing a blood-refined magic weapon, Fang Xing suddenly felt that it was a correct choice for him not to refine the ink-patterned sword with blood essence before. When an innate master controls a blood-refined magic weapon, it is actually similar to a cultivator in the early stage of qi training using a low-grade magic weapon. I can kill 10 of these people with one sword. If Fang Xing holds the Tiger Evil Sword now, and uses the Go Sword technique, his speed and strength will far exceed those of a blood-refined magic weapon. A warrior is a warrior, and learning the methods of a cultivator is just an imitation. Unless the power of a blood-refined magic weapon can be comparable to a first-level high-grade magic weapon, or it has special functions, then he will take a second look. Sure enough, am I suitable for rushing up and swinging a knife to chop people? Fang Xing suddenly felt a little melancholy. Then, he saw a group of people coming over, and their target was himself. Chapter 68 Killing. Underground Cave. A group of monks surrounded a big man and came towards Fang Xing. Most of these monks were in the early and middle stages of qi training, although they wore different Taoist robes and Dharma robes, and some were patched. They had the same marks on their chests and backs, and they obviously belonged to the same force. The big man surrounded by them was sturdy, with a square face, a long purple beard, and a dragon-like gait. He looked around with a hint of domineering. Please, fellow Taoist. I am Luo Hong, the leader of Tianxia Gang. I want to make friends with you. I wonder who is behind you. Luo Hong spoke. His voice was loud and full of spirit. He should be a cultivator in the late stage of Qi training. In Qinglanfang City, the late stage of Qi training is an absolute master. For example, the leader of the 3 black tigers, who were killed by Fang Xing before, and Shou Tong. It is true that when there is no tiger in the mountain, the monkey is king. And the common problem of immortal cultivators, looking down on warriors, thinking that there is someone behind me. Fang Xing smiled in his heart, looking at this group of grassroots teams, thinking that they should be the emerging forces after the collapse of order, and said in a low voice, "Get lost?" "What did you say?" Luo Hong's smile froze, and the immortal cultivators behind him were even more indignant. When did a warrior ride on their heads? What's more, since they followed Luo Laoda and established Tianxia Gang, when have they ever suffered such grievances? I am expressing my goodwill. Fang Xing sighed. This group of immortal cultivators clearly coveted his wealth. If he talked and maneuvered in a nice way, it would only encourage the other party's arrogance, and something unbearable would happen. He deliberately said get lost to let the other party know that he had the confidence. If he could retreat when faced with difficulties, he could have the best of both worlds. Of course, there is another situation, which is that it is difficult to persuade the damn ghost with nice words. Then there is nothing to do. Okay. Let's go! Luo Hong's expression quickly darkened, and he turned and left. Boss! Next to him, a charming woman came forward. Why not? She made a gesture. After all, this place was opened by those families together. We still have to give them some face. Have you left the spiritual power mark? Luo Hong lowered his voice and answered. Of course. A mere warrior. Don't think you can discover the methods of our cultivators. The woman chuckled. Very good. He dares to provoke us like this. We will chase him and kill him after we go out. No matter who is behind him. Even if he is a foundation-building cultivator. We can't afford to offend him. But can't we hide from him? A ferocious look flashed across Luo Hong's face. It has come to the point of blocking the road and robbing and killing. Who would still consider the future? For a robber cultivator, either the fat sheep dies or you die. It's that simple. In this precarious market, every spiritual stone is very important. And it may be stained with blood. Half an hour later, Fang Xing walked out of the underground cave, walking among the broken walls, looking very leisurely. For warriors, this complex environment is the best advantage, especially for single warriors. When they are besieged, they like street fighting the most. This is a regular subject in school, and it will be tested in the exam. In his hand, the tiger knife hums and roars, as if it is thirsty for human blood. The moon is dark, and the wind is high. It is the night of killing. In this situation and this place, if there is lightning and thunder, and heavy rain, it will be just right. Fang Xing sighed, kicked his feet, and his figure suddenly disappeared. Boom! At the original place, a deep pit suddenly appeared on the bluestone road under his feet, and countless cracks spread around. No, it didn't disappear. But the speed was too fast. Behind, where is that person? Luo Hong, wearing a robe with a shining aura, wiped his flying sword. His flying sword is called Yuchuan, ranked first class. The blade is like water, with a hint of icy coldness. Beside him, the woman was holding a detection talisman. With a flash of light in her eyes, he suddenly disappeared. But my spiritual power mark shows that this person is approaching at a rapid speed. Approaching us? Is he here to surrender? A fat man in a hemp robe said with a smile. How can a mere warrior deal with their Tianxia Gang? The Tianxia Gang has dozens of people. This time, there are 12 people who followed the boss. Together with the boss, they are called the 13 Guardians, which is the best of the best. One person and one spell are enough to drown the boy. Roar! Just at this moment, there seemed to be a long roar of a dragon in the darkness. Boom! A terrible martial arts will, like a heavy hammer, hit the sea of consciousness of many cultivators. Not good. Use the tranquilizing talisman quickly. On Luo Hong's hairpin, a magic weapon in the form of a spirit snake suddenly had red eyes, which made him sober up. He was startled and realized that he had encountered an enemy who was good at spiritual attacks. He immediately shouted in a deep voice, and the robe on his body flashed with spiritual light and turned into a white jade shield, protecting himself firmly. The next moment, a black shadow rushed out from the dark night, with a flash of knife in his hand. The fat man in the robe, who spoke earlier, still had a smile on his face, and his fat head flew high. This person's cultivation has reached the 6th level of Qi training, which is almost the highest among this group of people, except the leader. I didn't expect that he would die so aggressively, without even using any spells or magic tools. And he died directly, in the face of death. Everything is equal. This? Luo Hong's eyes twitched. His shout full of magic power did not bring these men back to their senses. What kind of attack was it just now? Could it be spiritual consciousness? But the battle has already happened, and it is redundant to think about other things. As far as the eye can see, Fang Xing knife flashed and pierced through 2 nearby cultivators. How courageous! Luo Hong shouted angrily, and the Yuchuan sword turned into a stream of light, with a cold sword energy, forcing towards Fang Xing. Then, an ancient copper bell appeared in his hand. Just a slight shake. A magnificent bell sound emerged. Those Tianxia gang members, who were shocked by the dragon's artistic conception, finally came to their senses, and hurriedly tore open the protective talismans, or cast spells, and controlled the magic tools to besiege Fang Xing. This Xianin bell is a rare treasure that Luo Hong obtained from that secret realm. The rare treasure is different from the magic tools used in the Qi training period, and the spiritual tools used in the foundation building period. It does not need to recognize the master, but only needs to input magic power to play a role, which often has a very magical effect. This Xianin bell can awaken the mind and protect the sea of consciousness. Not only that, Luo Hong shook the Xianin bell again, and a stream of invisible sound waves killed Fang Xing. Ha! Fang Xing turned his sword light, and he followed the sword, and the Yuchuan flying sword flew away with the sword. At the same time, a golden bell-covered talisman was activated, causing an illusory golden bell to cover him. Under the golden bell, the nano-protective suit covered the whole body. Even the eyes were not spared, as if wearing a layer of silver-white armor. After doing all this, Fang Xing simply disdained the attacks of the remaining people. Wherever the long knife went, the ghost knife rose again, and several more heads flew out. Impossible. Seeing his trusted gang members turned into a pile of broken fingers and debris, Luo Hong couldn't help but burst his eyes. He saw the low-level spells turned into a colorful torrent. Various wooden vines, fireballs, and water arrows almost drowned Fang Xing. But the next moment, the vines were directly torn apart, and the fireballs and water arrows struggled to tear open the phantom of the golden bell, so that the remaining 2 flying knives and several round beads of magic tools hit the enemy, but could only leave a shallow mark on the layer of silver-white armor. The opponent seemed to have turned into a silver-armored death god. After rushing out of the torrent of magic, every knife could easily tear the defensive light shield, split the defensive magic weapon, and then take the life of his confidant. Could it be a body refining cultivator? No. This is impossible. Is the body refining so strong? Luo Hong Xianin bell is both offensive and defensive. The confusing sound it produces will affect even the great masters who have reached the perfection of the Qi refining stage. Why is Fang Xing so calm? It is obvious that the body cultivator sea of consciousness is a weakness. Could it be a second-level body refining cultivator? I'm afraid that only the consciousness of a second-level body refining cultivator can resist the confusing sound. But Luo Hong soon couldn't be surprised, because Fang Xing had already killed him. Boss, save me! The woman's crying voice reached his ears. Luo Hong saw that the most beautiful woman in the gang had a sad face. A bloodline appeared from her eyebrows, and then her whole body split in the middle, revealing a Shura god of killing behind her. Sure enough, martial arts is about actual combat. Fang Xing was like Shura, but the moves of the tiger evil knife in his hand were extremely exquisite. He never collided with the blade of the Yuchuan sword in the air, but he could lightly hit the sword body every time, sweeping this top-grade magic weapon away. After all, the blood-refined magic weapon is only of low quality, and it is easy to break after a few hits when it collides with the top-grade flying sword. So Fang Xing used clever strength to sweep the Yuchuan sword away every time. But apart from the attack of this late Qi training cultivator, he could simply ignore the attacks of other cultivators. No one has been able to break his defense after all the bloody battles. Even if the nano-protective suit is damaged, silver-white water will soon rush up and repair it quickly. Of course, Fang Xing, who is inside the protection, also feels the effects of various shocks, high temperatures, corrosion, and other spell effects. Unfortunately, after being separated by the dragon scale elephant armor, his jade skin, dark flesh, willow tendons, and steel bones can easily withstand it. If it were someone else, even a congenital master, I'm afraid he would have been shaken to death in the torrent of spells just now. But I'm different. Fang Xing long sword thrust out, and the ghost-killing sword of the ghost god sword turned into a sharp blade light, slashing heavily on Luo Hong's body protecting jade shield. Now, of the 13 guardians of the Tianxia gang chasing him, only the leader is left. This man is not simple. Stronger than the 2 late Qi training masters before. And this belt can actually protect the mind, and is not affected by my dragon state of mind. Fang Xing slashed with a knife, and then slashed with another knife. In the void, 3 knife shadows continued. Under the infusion of innate true Qi, the blade light of the tiger evil knife exploded, and even cracks appeared on the surface of the white jade shield. Wait! Luo Hong retreated quickly, his face full of cold sweat. No matter what, he could not imagine that this seemingly ordinary warrior was actually a hidden killing god. Obviously a cultivator. His physical cultivation was close to the 2nd level, but he was so shameless to restrain the fluctuations of his magic power and disguise himself as a mortal. People can only recognize things within their own cognitive range. In Luo Hong's worldview, only physical cultivators are so powerful, not warriors. We can talk. He looked extremely sincere, seeking peace in the sea of blood and corpses of his subordinates. Chapter 69 Jinyu. Die! Fang Xing had no intention of giving in to such a person. He pulled out his left hand, and the black patterned sword fell into his hand. Thousands of cold lights were like flying stars, and finally turned into a point, picking up the white jade sword again. Then, the tiger-killing knife was like a ghost, and it chopped on the white jade shield again. Hualala! The white jade shield made a mournful cry and exploded into countless light points. The robe on Luo Hong's body, which was originally shining with spiritual light, instantly extinguished, and a trace of abnormal red appeared on his face. Are you going to fight to the death? He tore open a first-grade Vajra talisman, which covered his whole body with thick golden light. But his figure was retreating rapidly. In Luo Hong's hand, another talisman appeared. This talisman is a circle larger than the Vajra talisman just now. The bright yellow talisman paper is thick and crisp, with an indescribable texture. The red cinnabar brush on it is like a dragon and snake, and there is a faint fire and lightning. The aura alone is better than the 1st level top-grade talisman. 2nd level talisman? Fang Xing felt a hint of danger and stopped. The 2nd level talisman represents the power of a strike by a cultivator in the foundation building stage. Ordinary cultivators in the early and middle stages of Qi training do not even have enough mana to activate it. But cultivators in the late stage of Qi training can still activate it. But it is easy to accidentally hurt themselves. Yes, it is the 2nd level Binghui Shenlei talisman. Luo Hong held up his life-saving trump card. You must know that Binghui Shenlei is an extremely powerful foundation building spell. Thunder and fire have always been known for their destructive power, and Binghui Shenlei is the best among them. If you don't want to die with me, retreat. Before he finished speaking, a laser fell on the Vajra talisman, breaking through the defense in just an instant and hitting Luo Hong's head. Bang! His headless body fell backwards and hit the ground heavily. The 2nd level Binghui Shenlei talisman lost its mana injection, and its spiritual light suddenly dimmed and fell beside the corpse. Not only that, the Xianin bell and Yuchuan sword in the air lost the support of their master mana, and also gathered all their spiritual light and fell to the ground. If I didn't want to practice martial arts and fight with you, who would play with you until now? Take my Ashinaryu sword. Fang Xing put the laser gun in his arms, snorted coldly, and began to collect the spoils. After a moment, his figure flashed, like a black cloud, far away from the battlefield. After a long time, a few figures came over stealthily in the darkness. Seeing the corpses on the ground, they were all shocked. This is the people of Tianxia gang? They are all dead. Even the gang leader Luo Hong is dead? This person is a real dangerous person. He can come back alive after entering the secret realm. And he is a ruthless character who has gained a lot. He is dead? Who is that person? Soon, the figures retreated one after another, and the major forces that remained in Qinglin Market all knew that there was another mysterious strongman in the market who was going to wipe out Tianxia gang. They listed this person as an object that must not be provoked. Superior Cave. In the basement. This battle is fierce. Fang Xing took off the nano-protective suit. This protective suit that had been with him for a long time curled up into a silver-white metal ball, which felt much lighter than before. After taking so many attacks, the body is damaged. Even if it can repair itself, the nano-components in reserve are insufficient. He sighed and threw away the nano-suit. This kind of protective suit is quite popular on the Eagle Star. If it is worn out, just buy another one. In addition, he has some minor injuries, but they are not serious. The loss is very small, but the gain is huge. The spiritual stones and magic tools on those minions are almost negligible. And the big one is Luo Hong. This made Fang Xing sigh that wealth is indeed gathered in a pyramid shape. Although Luo Hong didn't have a storage bag, he brought a small purse, which was full of medium-grade spirit stones. A rough count showed that there were 10. That's 1,000 low-grade spirit stones. Not to mention the high-grade flying sword Yuchuan, the magical ancient bell, a spirit snake hairpin, and the second-level talisman Binghuishan Lei Fu. I've heard that the lethality of thunder magic is the best among many magics, but I still can't use it. Fang Xing complained, then closed his eyes and recalled the battle just now. It has to be said that warriors need to fight frequently to make rapid progress. He felt that his Ghost Sword and Extreme Love Sword had improved, and he also had some ideas about the follow-up of Dragon Elephant art. In addition, he had a little more evil spirit and momentum. For a warrior, momentum is also very important. If you can accumulate an invincible momentum, whether it is breaking through the realm or practicing, it will be 1,000 miles a day. The martial arts are not prosperous in this world. Could it be that I came to this world to spread the martial arts? Become a figure like the martial ancestor, teach countless disciples, and then destroy the immortal way and open a new era of martial arts? Fang Xing began to have wild thoughts. However, if he could really do this, he would definitely be able to accumulate unparalleled momentum and courage. This to conquer the world? Now I am just a small shrimp. Creating a path and challenging the immortal path is a bit too difficult for me. Let's pretend to be a physical cultivator first. In fact, other immortal cultivators can see the difference between physical cultivators and warriors at a glance. And Fang Xing can't think of any way to disguise. But he doesn't need to disguise. Just like Luo Hong, immortal cultivators only know things within their own cognitive range. They have never seen such a strong warrior, so they will only regard Fang Xing as a physical cultivator. And a physical cultivator who is particularly good at restraining his breath. Time flies. 10 days have passed in the blink of an eye. Fang Xing is very happy living here. After all, the upper-class cave is full of spiritual energy. Even if you don't practice, you can strengthen your body and prolong your life. Occasionally go out, fight with monsters and immortal cultivators, and bring back some monster meat to eat. When the elixir is used up, you can go to the market to buy it. As for safety, he usually went back to Young Eagle Star to sleep at night. And every sleep was particularly sweet. The problems of lack of living materials that the monks in the market gradually faced were even less likely to fall on him. One day, Fang Xing's upper body was naked, and he was applying a layer of ointment on himself. This ointment had a faint fragrance, and it was burning when applied on the skin. It was the whale elephant ointment, the half box of whale elephant ointment supported by teacher Xiao Long. Although I was quite frugal, it was also used up. Fang Xing made a fist, and the precious light around him was brilliant, like a golden arhut. Dragon Elephant Gong is indeed the best defense among the A-level exercises. Through the previous few battles, he deeply understood the advantages of the body refining exercises. And now, he just wanted to continue to carry forward. If you want to make rapid progress, whale elephant cream is indispensable. It's not good to sell it on the black market of Eagle Star. Not to mention that because I spread immortal cultivation items, the Prevention and Control Bureau may be eyeing it recently. Why not look here to see if there are any substitutes? You can try those Qi training pills suitable for physical cultivation. Anyway, I have spirit stones. Even if it's not enough in the future, I can just sell the ancient bell and flying sword. After practicing the dragon elephant art once, Fang Xing sat cross-legged, with his 5 hearts facing the sky, and silently began to move his internal energy and temper his 5 internal organs. With the help of Qi replenishing pill, his internal energy is almost endless, and the speed of training his 5 internal organs is very fast. After a training session, he glanced at the attribute bar. Sure enough, practicing martial arts by killing people is the fastest way to practice. In addition, the speed of tempering the 5 internal organs with internal breath is also amazing. I can temper the 5 internal organs in about 3 months and start practicing the 6 internal organs. In other words, in half a year, I can try to break through the 4th realm? Around the 100 stars joint examination? If we can catch up before the 100 stars joint examination, we will definitely make a big splash. Xiao Long hopes that his classmates can get a good ranking in the 100 stars joint examination. Maybe the top 50,000, or even the top 100,000, which is a good ranking. But Fangxing thinks that if he works hard now, it won't be a problem to get into the top 1,000. If I break through to the courage realm by chance, maybe I can compete for the top 10? This is because I don't want to expose all my tricks during the exam. Otherwise I can at least be in the top 3. In the future, I will compete with geniuses from the entire universe for a place in a top-notch university in the college entrance examination. A mere 100 stars joint examination. Fangxing was feeling very proud, when suddenly, a fierce cry came from the horizon. Cry! The terrifying sound waves swept across the market area like a hurricane, causing all the cultivators to jump in their hearts. The sound came very quickly, and it seemed to be very far away just now. But in the blink of an eye it was over the market. A black shadow that seemed to cover the sky, and the sun was projected down. Fangxing looked up and saw a golden feathered vulture-like monster, with wings at least tens of meters long, and feathers that seemed to be made of gold were shining and colorful, forming a natural defense. I'm afraid my blood-refined magic weapon can't even break the defense of this bird. Fangxing hid in the basement, watching the outside world through the surveillance, ready to return to the Eagle Star at any time. Bang bang. The huge demon bird stopped in the market, and with its claws pressed down, countless ruins were turned into powder. Its hideous and ugly vulture head was very flexible, and it drilled into a basement and picked up a monk to eat. No matter whether it was magic or magic weapon, under this bird's beak, it was like paper. Fangxing could feel that this was a huge gap in the level of life. Second level demon beast? A few screams of demon beasts were heard from afar, and the strange bird of the golden feathered vulture treated everyone equally, and its huge bird claws pressed down a demon beast with a cow body and a python head, and swallowed it whole. In this market, whether it was a demon beast or a human monk, they were just its food. If the second level monster beasts are like this, what about the third level monster beasts? I was too arrogant before, and the road ahead is still long. Fangxing silently watched the surveillance, and when the monster bird showed signs of approaching, he immediately chose to open the gate of the heavens silently. 3 seconds later, a silver light flashed, and the boy's figure suddenly disappeared. Chapter 70 All Laws. Eagle Star. In the bedroom, Fangxing lay on the bed, feeling a sense of peace from the bottom of his heart, recalling the second-level flying monster beast he had just seen. His eyes narrowed slightly. Second-level monster beasts are different from second-level monster beasts. This second-level flying bird gives me a stronger sense of oppression than the one I saw last time. Maybe it's a second-level middle grade, or even a second-level upper-grade monster beast? At the beginning, he had also seen the foundation-building cultivators in the market easily kill second-level monster beasts. But Fangxing believed that if it was this one, the elder of Qinxian sect stationed in the market city might have no choice but to flee. Even because of the flying speed, he couldn't escape. Now I am afraid that I am not qualified to fight with a second-level monster beast, even if it is a second-level lower grade. Fangxing has a very clear understanding of his own strength. Among the cultivators in the Qi training period, he is definitely very good. As long as he doesn't encounter a particularly heaven-defying Qi training period, he can basically sweep it away. But facing a foundation-building cultivator, or being besieged by a late-stage Qi training cultivator, it is very dangerous. The foundation-building cultivator has awakened his spiritual consciousness, and his premonition of danger has increased greatly. Even if he uses a laser gun, he may not be able to take him down. Once the laser gun misses the first shot, it loses its concealment advantage, and Fangxing is even less likely to hit him in the later stage. The opponent cannot dodge the laser, but can dodge the muzzle. The second-level monster has thick skin and stronger vitality, which is even more difficult to say. Because of this, Fangxing stayed in the Eagle Star for several days before daring to return to Qinglin Market. Superior Cave. Everything is normal in the basement. Oh! It seems that the second-level monster has extraordinary spiritual consciousness. If it doesn't find the breath of life here, it won't come. Fang Xing is still very satisfied without moving. In the next few days, he ate spiritual rice and took drugs to practice as usual. Although taking too much pills can cause poison, when he was promoted to the Jade Realm, he had undergone a muscle-changing and marrow-cleansing exercise, which expelled most of the impurities accumulated in his body. In addition, the breath in the Jade Realm is endless, tempering the internal organs, and the tolerance to poison is far greater than the previous two realms. In addition, Fang Xing deliberately controlled the dosage of the medicine, which was within the body's tolerance range. In addition to the rapid progress of his martial arts, his foundation was also extremely solid. The Fuhu posture has made rapid progress. The dragon elephant skill has stagnated due to the lack of whale elephant paste. A few days later, Fang Xing glanced at the attribute column and felt a little regretful. The matter of searching for a substitute for the whale elephant paste needs to be put on the agenda as soon as possible. On the Eagle Star, even if there is a substitute, he has no channels, ways, and enough star energy. But here, it is obviously not a big problem. Early morning. As usual, Fang Xing covered his face with a black robe and blended into the thick fog. Occasionally, a few scattered figures appeared from the ruins and basements. They were all dressed up like him, holding magic tools and talismans in their hands, staring at everyone with vigilant eyes. The cultivators in this world are so unfriendly. He complained in his heart and came to the ghost market. This is actually the stall area in the past, but it was abandoned later. Only a few cultivators took advantage of the thick fog in the early morning to trade, without being afraid of being discovered by monsters. The fog today is particularly thick. Basically, you can't see anyone if you walk 3 meters. It feels a bit strange. Maybe it's the special effect of some formations? Or the formation master took advantage of the situation? Fang Xing came to a stall and found that the rice on it was actually ordinary rice. How is it? This rice is cheap. 1 spirit stone will give you 20 kilograms. The stall owner is a chi training cultivator, but his cultivation may only be in the early stage of chi training. He is smiling. Before the market, 10 kilograms of spiritual rice only cost 1 spirit stone. Fang Xing was a little speechless. Although chi training cultivators cannot practice long-term fasting, look at what they have been forced into. Alas, what was it like back then? What is it like now? The stall owner sighed. It's good to have something to eat. Wait until the supplies in the ruins of the market are exhausted. Then come back and see. Fang Xing knew very well that the spiritual fields outside the market were now all abandoned. And it would be even worse next year. The reason why these casual cultivators stayed there was that they would rather take the risk of being hunted by second-level monsters occasionally. First, the environment in the wilderness is worse than here, and there is also a probability of encountering high-level monsters. The second is that there are still some supplies in the ruins of the market, and scavenging can occasionally yield something. Even if the monsters come, there are so many people that it won't be their turn. And there is a fluke mentality. The third is probably the illusory hope that the big sects outside may fight back. He shook his head and walked to another place. Brother, do you want to play? On a street corner, several graceful female cultivators were standing there, all dressed up. Seeing Fang Xing's big body and strong body, without any sign of weakness, their eyes lit up. I used to run a business in Tingyu Tower. I'm proficient in the 72 styles of Dongzuanzi, the 9 changes of fish and dragon, and the art of Saijian Chunti. I guarantee that this brother will be reluctant to leave. Just give him a few kilograms of spiritual rice or fasting pills. Well, the price has dropped significantly compared to before. Fang Xing nodded secretly and walked away without looking around. He came to the market to relax and find materials to replace the whale elephant cream. He would not be distracted by these trivial matters. Sure enough, this ghost market is not good. Next time, I will go directly to the cave black market. Just when Fang Xing thought that he would get nothing today, he paused and stopped in front of a stall. There were a few bottles of elixirs on the stall, which was a very rare elixir stall in the ghost market. Although they were all some common elixirs, they were quite good in today's environment. The stall owner was an old monk with a half-broken ebony hairpin on his head and a tattered robe on his body, which looked a bit miserable. Even so, he was still arrogant, and a faint elixir fragrance lingered on his body, indicating his identity as an alchemist. Is it him? Wan Fenglin. This old guy is not dead yet. Fang Xing looked at the obviously down and out Wan Fenglin, the great master of the pill, and was a little surprised. This guy was one step behind in the first battle of the 5 Scorpion Valley, and had to use a life-saving talisman to escape, and was the first guy to be eliminated. After that, Chen Yi and Fu Qing of the Black Tiger Gang had an internal conflict, and he had nothing to do with it. But Fang Xing felt that the Black Tiger Gang would not let this person go. But he didn't expect that he was still alive. Of course, he didn't know that Wan Fenglin was almost forced into a dead end that year, and even became a prisoner of the Black Tiger Gang. Fortunately, the Qingxian sect entered the scene and suppressed the Black Tiger Gang. The leader of the Black Tiger Gang was killed by a Jin Dan Jinren, and the huge Black Tiger Gang was directly disbanded, giving him a chance to escape from the tiger's mouth. But his cultivation was severely damaged, and now he fell back to the 3rd level of Qi training, and encountered a disaster in the market. So he really had a hard time, and he couldn't even put together a set of clothes. Dao, do you want to buy some pills? This Bujin pill can help you recover quickly from any injury, and this Chunhua pill, if taken regularly, can keep you young forever. Wan Fenglin didn't recognize Fang Xing, who had changed his body shape and was wearing a mask, and he introduced the pills on his stall. Fang Xing took a quick look and could only say that they were all garbage. No wonder he was getting worse and worse. He thought for a moment and took out the box that contained the whale elephant cream. The cream in it was naturally used up, but there was still some smell left, enough for the alchemist and pharmacist to confirm the medicinal properties. I used this kind of body refining cream before. I wonder if there is any replacement stock. Wan Fenglin took it, sniffed it slightly, and his expression changed. This medicinal property is so overbearing. I was wrong. It seems that you are not a warrior, but a physical cultivator, or even a physical cultivator in the late stage of Qi training. You really have a very advanced Qi retaining technique. It's good that you know. Fang Xing crossed his arms and said coldly, "What's the result? This medicine is overbearing. I'm afraid it contains 2nd level spiritual medicine and 2nd level monster flesh and blood. I can't think of a substitute. Even King Danfeng may not be able to take it out." Wan Fenglin smiled bitterly and returned the empty box to Fang Xing. "Is that so?" "Well," Fang Xing shook his head. He knew that practicing the dragon elephant skill was difficult, but he didn't expect it to be so difficult. The ointment actually involves 2nd level items. Are you going to kill 2nd level monsters? The blood refining magic weapon on me is very convenient for killing people, but it is almost impossible to break the defense of 2nd level monsters. But Wan Fenglin's personality is not very good. I'd better go to ask Miss Sharaway next time. He turned around and prepared to leave, but suddenly stopped. To be honest, Wan Fenglin had intended to plot against him before, and he still remembered this grudge. But looking at the other party's miserable and desolate appearance, it seems that living is a greater punishment. What else does this Taoist friend want? Wan Fenglin was stunned when he saw Fang Xing stop. Then, he saw a low-grade spirit stone in Fang Xing's hand, and his eyes were a little straight. "I am very interested in that secret realm. Master Wan, since you have been there before, you must know some information. Tell me all. If you make me happy, these spirit stones are all yours." Fang Xing took out a few low-grade spirit stones and played with them in his hands. Wan Fenglin's face changed drastically. He looked like he wanted to run but didn't dare to. And finally all his emotions turned into bitterness. "I really don't know what happened in the 5 Scorpion Valley, and I managed to escape by luck. After I came back, I was targeted by the Black Tiger Gang and kidnapped. In fact, the Black Tiger Gang thought that Wan Fenglin knew some secrets of the secret realm and was a talented alchemist, so they spared his life. On the contrary, I heard some news from the Black Tiger Gang, seeing the spirit stone thrown by Fang Xing." Wan Fenglin swallowed his saliva. "Some people say that the secret realm is the inheritance left by Master Wanfa, which is very precious. So it attracted the Jin Dan Jinren of Qingxian sect to come." "Master Wanfa?" Fang Xing was a little confused, but still threw a low-grade spirit stone over. "Go on." Yes. Wan Fenglin's eyes lit up. "Anyway, the secret realm must be occupied by monsters now, which is considered to be useless. It would be great if these hearsay news could sell a few spirit stones. Speaking of this Master Wanfa, he is extraordinary. He was a famous genius 1,000 years ago. It is said that his spiritual root qualifications are poor, But he has cultivated all the way to break through the realm, and has the perfect Jindan cultivation. Chapter 71 Qihong's Sword. Through Wan Fenglin's narration, Fang Xing finally knew that the Great Wilderness was very large. This was just the wild land of the Great Wilderness. But tens of thousands of years ago, many immortal sects came here to open up the wasteland, laying the foundation for many immortal sects, such as Qingxian's sect. The original Great Wilderness became a paradise for cultivators. The area near Qinglin Market was an undeveloped area, which was further developed by Qingxian's sect. Master Wanfa was a well-known cultivator in those days, known for his exquisite and extensive spells. You should know that it often takes a long time for an immortal cultivator to learn a spell. If it is contrary to the attributes of one's own spiritual roots, it will be even more troublesome, and it will take a lot of effort. And the proficiency and power are often not as good as those that match the spiritual roots. But Master Wanfa has amazing talent, known as all methods are mastered. Not only the 5 element spells, but also spells of different attributes such as wind, thunder and ice. And he knows everything, and is proficient in everything. It is said that he could master any magic at a glance and master it as soon as he learned it. He was accepted as a disciple by the Wanfa sect at that time. But due to his poor spiritual roots, he was not promoted to the true teachings. Later, for some unknown reason, he defected from the sect. But he built his foundation and formed a golden elixir all the way. He even condensed an immortal golden elixir that was more special than the top-grade true elixir, and came back to destroy the entire Wanfa sect. Even among the Jindan true immortals, his strength was the best. Later, he was promoted to the perfect Jindan realm and disappeared strangely. At that time, some people speculated that Master Wanfa should be looking for his own chance to form a fetus. Among all the cultivators who have perfected Jindan, who doesn't want to have a perfect nascent soul and a lifespan of thousands of years? Wan Fenglin sighed at last, but I didn't expect that Master Wanfa would eventually sit in this secret realm. Among them, Qingxian's sect came in large numbers, obviously also coveting the inheritance and accumulation of Wanfa's sect. And even the secret of Master Wanfa being able to cultivate to the perfection of Jindan with the inferior 5 elements spiritual roots. It is indeed very tempting. No wonder Qingxian's sect even came with Jindan Jinren. Fang Xing touched his chin and realized, so many cultivators are reluctant to leave. I am afraid that the Jindan sects that have determined the cultivated wasteland will definitely fight back again. Even soon? The cultivators divided the great wasteland. The land that has been opened up is naturally the cultivated wasteland, and the land that has not been developed is the uncultivated wasteland. There is no doubt that the Qingxian sect's mountain gate is located in the cultivated wasteland, which is much less dangerous, and Qinglin Market is in the uncultivated wasteland, surrounded by wild ancient forests, monsters rampant, but also the most abundant resources. That's right. But even if those sects come later, we can't bear to give up this market and spiritual land. Wan Fenglin echoed and looked at Fang Xing flatteringly. Fang Xing smiled slightly, threw out a handful of low-grade spiritual stones, and walked away. Farewell, fellow Taoist. Behind him, Wan Fenglin bowed deeply, then greedily threw himself on the ground and picked up the low-grade spiritual stones. Suddenly, he looked around like a thief, quickly rolled up the stall, and slipped away. Not long after he walked out of the market, 2 people suddenly came towards him. You? Wan Fenglin was shocked. Just as he opened his mouth, he saw that one of the 2 people cast a talisman and the other sacrificed a medium-grade magic weapon flying sword. The sword body was cold and sharp, and it came to kill him. Boom! This talisman was the God-shaking talisman, which made Wan Fenglin dazed for a moment. And the flying sword came in an instant. The robe on his body tried to shine, as if he wanted to condense a defensive light shield. But those patches were like black holes, and began to devour spiritual power, flashing a group of disordered spiritual energy. Poof! Wan Fenglin's head flew up, full of disbelief. Ha! I thought he was a powerful character, but I didn't expect him to be so vulnerable. The 2 great robbers sneered, stepped forward and took away Wan Fenglin's package, money bag, and magic tools, and left. Speaking of which, Wan Fenglin was also unlucky. As an alchemist, he originally had a rich family, many good things, and even more life-saving things. But after experiencing a great disaster, not only did his cultivation plummet, but his family was also penniless. He couldn't even afford to patch up his torn robe, so he had to patch it himself. As a result, his skills were not up to standard, and in the end, he lost his life. Did he die just like that? On the roof not far away, a yellow warbler stared at this scene and transmitted the picture back to Fang Xing glasses. It seems that this great alchemist one is having a miserable life, and he has lost all the sharpness he had in the previous battle in the valley. Besides, this person's surname is Wan, and he is so familiar with Master Wanfa. I almost thought he was a descendant of Master Wanfa. Although Wanfa is a title, it is also normal to use the title as a surname to commemorate the glory of the ancestors. Fang Xing collected the surveillance with a blank expression. He deliberately gave out so many spirit stones and showed them to outsiders, just to cheat Wan Fenglin. Wan Fenglin cheated him once, and he also cheated the other party once. So they were even. The black market in the cave, in front of the medicine stall. When Xiao Rui saw Fang Xing, a man in a black robe and with a burly figure, she was so scared that her face turned pale. This distinguished guest. What kind of elixir do you want? Am I so scary? Fang Xing was a little speechless. As soon as he entered the black market today, he was surrounded by onlookers. All the cultivators he met were very respectful. It was simply a problem. Of course, the distinguished guest is not scary. But even the 13 guardians of the Destroying the World gang are quite scary. Distinguished guest. No. Has the senior already established his foundation? Seeing Fang Xing's gentle demeanor, Xiao Rui became a little bolder and asked carefully. Not yet. Fang Xing shook his head and handed over the box of whale elephant cream. Do you have this thing? Or a substitute for this kind of body refining ointment? Xiao Rui took it carefully and took out a talisman. Seeing Fang Xing gaze, she explained, this is a medicine identification talisman, which can identify the properties of medicine. Look, this is much more professional than that old man one, he complained in his heart, and then heard Xiao Rui say, this ointment is made from the essence of the flesh and blood of a second-level monster. I am not very knowledgeable and cannot identify the spiritual medicine it is paired with. If it was an ordinary guest, she would have stopped here. But looking at Fang Xing, and thinking of the previous instructions from above, Xiao Rui said, but our boss may know more clearly. Your boss? Fang Xing became interested. Oh? Then your King Danfeng may provide this kind of ointment. Or similar pills? It should be possible. My Danfeng has heard of your great name for a long time, and the boss really wants to meet you. Xiao Rui said. Okay. You choose the time, and I choose the place. Fang Xing said in a rough voice. He has a group of drones that can observe the site in advance, and safety can be guaranteed. After agreeing on the contact information with Xiao Rui, he came to the stall of Huolian Feng again. The old man who set up the stall here was still the same old man. When he saw Fang Xing, he took the initiative to stand up and bowed. I saw that you were able to bring the magic weapons of Heiju Dahu and Zhou Tong, so I knew that you were not an ordinary person. You did a great thing before. It seems that my action to destroy Tianxia gang was quite correct. Now even the Qigong perfection cultivators have to treat them with respect. Fang Xing smiled in his heart, but did not show it on the surface. I have always been kind to others. But it was Luo Hong who was relentless. As he said that, he took out the Yuchuan flying sword and some low-level magic weapons. The old man's surnamed Long Eyelids jumped. He thought to himself that even if it was him, if he was surrounded by the 13 guardians of Tianxia gang, I am afraid that his end would not be much better. Thinking of this, he looked at Fang Xing with more flattery. These magic weapons. A total of 1,300 spirit stones. What do you think? Okay. Fang Xing nodded in agreement, thought for a moment and asked, do you have swords over 3 feet long? Made of good materials? The toughest, blood-refined magic weapons are actually not very useful to him. They are even only comparable to the strength of low-grade magic weapons, and gradually cannot keep up with Fang Xing's progress. He now wants a sharper and tougher sword or long knife, so that he won't have to be restrained every time he encounters a high-grade magic weapon, and dare not confront it head-on. Otherwise, no matter how powerful my swordsmanship is, they will break after a few collisions, and I can only fight with bare hands, which is quite embarrassing in the battle. If it really doesn't work, I can only go to the Blue Star Federation to buy alloy swords. The Federation has no control on this, but it is very expensive. Very expensive. The higher the level of the warrior, the more expensive the suitable weapon. But if I do it openly, I don't have enough money, And it's a bit dangerous to go to the black market now. Fang Xing has not forgotten his fishing plan. And now, he must try to stay away from the black market to avoid being affected. You want a sword over 3 feet long? For flying knives and flying swords. It's a bit too long. The old man surnamed Long showed a trace of embarrassment on his face. And suddenly seemed to think of something. His eyes lit up. I don't know if you have any requirements in other aspects. Do you want a second-level spiritual weapon? Second-level spiritual weapon? Fang Xing was surprised. Chi training cultivators can only use first-level magic weapons. And second-level spiritual weapons are almost exclusively used by foundation-building cultivators. As for the third-level magic weapon, that is extremely precious even to Jin Danjinren. But he quickly came to his senses. Yes. Do you have a second-level spiritual weapon for sale? Yes. Yes. Daoist friends will understand after seeing it. This cultivator named Long obviously has a storage bag. He reached out his hand to his waist, and a jade-like long sword appeared. Its sword light was like a pool of clear water. Fang Xing took it, and felt that the sword was extremely sharp. Even with his skin now, he could feel the strong chill when holding the hilt. This is a second-level lower-grade spiritual weapon. The Qihong sword. It is made from second-level Chongqing wood. This Chongqing wood is a special spiritual plant. It grows to the first level in 10 years, and to the second level lower grade in 100 years. If it continues to be cultivated for 900 years, it will grow into a quasi-third level spiritual plant in 1,000 years. The monk surnamed Long sighed. This sword was originally the sword of a foundation-building elder of the Qingxian sect. On that day, he encountered a third-level monster. The monster spit out poisonous gas, and corroded the foundation-building elder to the point that nothing remained. The Qinghong sword was also contaminated with spiritual light, and the internal formation was completely destroyed. It has become a useless sword. I picked it up. This degree of damage. Even if you go outside and find a second-level refiner, it will be powerless to save the situation. Not to mention, there is no second-level refiner in Qinglanfeng City. Chapter 72 The Hidden Token in the Sword. After being in the world of immortal cultivation for such a long time, Fang Xing still understands some basic common sense. The preciousness of magic tools lies first in the materials, and second in the formations and restrictions. In fact, the latter is sometimes more important than the former. The internal formation of this Qinghong sword is completely destroyed, and the sword light is polluted. For immortal cultivators, it is basically useless. But for him, the material of this flying sword is still second level. Strong enough, that's enough. He flicked the sword with his fingers. The Qihong sword immediately made a sword sound, and the green and jade-like sword light was accompanied by an inconspicuous purple-black meaning. This sword is indeed completely useless. It is impossible to input mana and spiritual consciousness to control it. It can only be held in the hand as a firewood stick, but for me, it is just right. I wonder how much this sword costs. Dao Yu, give me the material money. 2,000 low-grade spirit stones will do. The cultivator surnamed Long said with a smile. This kind of waste sword, even if it is remelted, can't recover much material, and it is very troublesome. It is good to be able to deal with 2,000 spirit stones. Not to mention, I can also do a favor to this notorious villain. Thank you. Fang Xing took out 7 medium-grade spirit stones. Plus the spirit stones, he had sold the magic weapon before, and took the second-level spirit sword. He knew that the other party must have given him a discount. But think about it. Huo Lianfeng, King Danfeng and King Xuanzong have 1,000 connections, representing the original order of the market. If the evil forces like Tianxia Gang want to develop, they must rob their interests. The two sides must not be at odds with each other. I destroyed Tianxia Gang. Maybe I helped them a lot. Inside the cave, Fang Xing pulled out the Qihong sword. Chick! Instantly, green light filled the room, and the sword energy rushed to the sky. He swung his hand casually, and a green light passed from the blade, and it cut gold and jade as if it was nothing. Good sword. This sword is sharp enough to cut through the defense of a second-level monster. Right? Fang Xing showed a hint of joy on his face. Generally speaking, the material of a second-level spiritual weapon is tough, and it is difficult for ordinary foundation-building cultivators and second-level monsters to destroy it. Of course, if you encounter a second-level top-grade monster, or a tough character in the foundation-building period, it is hard to say. If it is directly bombarded by a third-level monster, then the second-level spiritual weapon will naturally be destroyed directly. There is nothing to say. Fang Xing should be thankful that the third-level monster attacked with poisonous mist, and the main target was a Jin Danjinren. The foundation building cultivator was touched by the aftermath and turned into a pool of pus and blood. But the Qinghong sword was still largely preserved, although it is already useless. But it is better than directly chopping the body of a third-level monster and then breaking it. Fang Xing drew out another sword. It was Imowen. He had Imowen in his left hand and Qinghong in his right hand. A hint of eagerness appeared on his face. He suddenly exerted force and swung the sword fiercely. Ping-pong. The two swords collided, and the void was electrified, making a crisp sound that pierced the eardrums. Fang Xing calmed down and looked at the Qinghong sword, and saw that the blade was the same as usual, and there was a rice-sized gap on the Imowen sword's blade. I haven't used much force yet. It's all because the sword itself is sharp. After all, the blood-refined magic weapon is only equivalent to a low-grade magic weapon. After a little trial, Fang Xing knew that the Imowen sword was indeed a little waste. He immediately threw the Imowen sword with his left hand, and the Imowen sword flew high. Then, the Qinghong sword turned into a green light and slashed fiercely on the Imowen sword. Swish! The ink-patterned sword made a mournful cry, and the connection between the hilt and the blade was directly cut off. A thumb-sized iron piece flew out from the two halves of the sword. Brother Ghost Token is here. Fang Xing's eyes lit up when he saw this. Ever since he knew the secret hidden in the ink-patterned sword, he planned to take it out one day. The original plan was to go to the Eagle Star to find a metal-cutting machine. But now it seems that the Qinghong sword is enough to complete this task. Fang Xing stretched out his hand, and the innate true energy turned into a thin line, which actually swept across a few feet and took the black iron token back. If this scene was seen by the innate warriors of this world, I'm afraid their eyes would pop out. Innate true energy. Can it be so useful? Fang Xing looked at the token in his hand, and saw that the token was only the size of a thumb, and the whole body was black, as if it was made of ordinary stubborn iron. But how could it be an ordinary material if it was not damaged at all by the Qinghong sword just now? Second level or third level spiritual material? Fang Xing murmured, and his fingers stroked the iron order, feeling a jade-like warmth. This iron order was covered with various cloud patterns, with an ancient seal character Ling on the front and two characters Wanfa on the back. It seems that the rumors are correct. That secret realm is really related to the Wanfa master who has completed the Jin Dan. Could this one in my hand be the core token of the formation? Or other paths? He knew a lot about the world of immortal cultivation through what he had seen and heard. For example, in some important caves or formation restrictions, there would be one or two core tokens, as well as more pass tokens, for the owner, apprentice, and children to use. It is equivalent to the key to open the door. Therefore, even though the battle in the secret realm is in full swing, maybe they are just on the periphery and have not even entered the real door. Or, have they not yet reached the core? Despite this, Fang Xing had no intention of exploring. The first is that the Jin Danjinren has been defeated, so he, a little Karami, does not need to humiliate himself. The second is, most of the items of immortal cultivators are useless to me. Fang Xing's goal has always been clear. That is, to use the resources of the other world as much as possible to build his own martial arts. So for him, the most important thing now is the follow-up of the whale elephant cream. Apart from that, everything is false. A few days later, around Qinglanfang City, an ordinary shed with birds perched on the roof, lizards and beetles crawling around. Fang Xing already knew the situation and strode into it. Xiao Rui was standing by the door. When she saw Fang Xing, she immediately showed a look of relief. Please come in, my dear guest. When Fang Xing entered, she immediately closed the door and pasted 2 house protection talismans and breath-suppressing talismans. Are you the owner of King Denfang? Fang Xing looked at the middle of the house and saw a woman in green clothes, with a jade belt tied around her waist and a bamboo hat on her head, so her face could not be seen clearly. It is. I am Su Yi. Honored to meet you, my dear guest. May I know your name? Su Yi spoke softly, her voice like a clear spring. My name is Fang Yuan. Fang Xing gave his fake name without hesitation. Fang Daoyu. Daoyu killed Luo Hong of the Tianxia gang a few days ago, which was really gratifying. I admire you, Su Yi complimented. Stop talking nonsense. Do you have any clues about the substitute of whale elephant cream? Fang Xing spoke. So that ointment is called whale elephant ointment. The medicinal properties are so strong. And I don't know what kind of monster this whale elephant is. Maybe it is part of the blood of a 3rd level, or even 4th level monster. Su Yi murmured, and threw a black jade bottle wrapped in a ball of green light, slowly floating in front of Fang Xing. This bottle of boiling blood. Please taste it. Boiling blood? Fang Xing secretly contacted the drone outside, but found no ambush, and secretly held his breath before opening the black jade bottle. In fact, with his current physique, ordinary toxins can't poison him at all, and he has a subtle control of his body, which is enough to detect the problem as soon as the toxin enters the body, and then make various reactions to expel the toxin. However, there are too many methods in the world of cultivating immortals, and it's not wrong to be careful. After pulling out the cork, he saw a ball of blood-red liquid in it. Fang Xing slightly opened his nose and smelled a strong smell of blood. Well, it's not poisonous, but it makes my blood and she slightly more active. Just smelling it has such an effect. It seems to work, he thought, and a silver needle appeared in his hand. He slowly picked out a drop of sticky boiling blood and applied it to the back of his hand. Sour, numb, spicy, all kinds of feelings emerged from the back of his hand, and then turned into a hot stream, which seemed to strengthen his skin membrane a little. How is this thing? Su Yi asked with a chuckle. It should have 40% to 50% of the effect of whale elephant cream. I wonder how much it costs. I plan to buy a lot. Fang Xing let out a long breath and made a decision. This is a rare item. It is made of the flesh and blood of a 2nd level monster, with 7749 kinds of spiritual medicine. Su Yi answered slowly. Therefore, 1 bottle is sold for 200 low-grade spiritual stones. Our store suffered a disaster before, and the warehouse storing medicinal materials was destroyed. Now there are only 2 bottles left. Only 2 bottles? Fang Xing frowned. Although this amount is more than what Xiao Long gave, it is not enough to push his dragon elephant art to the next level. I remember. The guardian of the market killed a 2nd level monster before. There should be a lot of flesh and blood left. Fellow Taoist, you don't know that the refining of this boiling blood requires the flesh and blood of a 2nd level monster. A piece as big as a hill is only the size of a fist in the end. When the market was in trouble, many monsters were attracted by the flesh and blood of the 2nd level monsters and attacked our pharmacy and warehouse crazily. Su Yi replied with a wry smile. Fang Xing understood immediately. Even if there were storage bags, which were convenient for storage, there were probably not many in the entire Qingdanfang. Moreover, the capacity of low-grade storage bags was mostly about 2 or 3 cubic meters. How much monster flesh and blood could they hold? It was normal that there was not much left after being attacked before the flesh and blood were refined into pills. But Fang Xing still didn't quite believe it. According to business practices, when encountering hot-selling goods, they must control the quantity and raise the price by being reluctant to sell. He looked at Su Yi with a somewhat inexplicable meaning. Then how do you think fellow Taoists can get a lot of boiling blood? I'm afraid there is no other way except to kill a 2nd level monster and get a lot of flesh and blood as raw materials. Su Yi shook his head and replied. 2nd level monster? Fang Xing looked solemn. The golden feathered vulture bird he saw that day appeared in his mind again. If it was a 2nd level high quality monster like this, he would definitely run as far as he could. But if it was an ordinary 2nd level low quality monster, it would still be possible to capture it if it was besieged by multiple qi cultivating perfect cultivators with the help of formations. In that case, I just buy these 2 bottles. Finally, Fang Xing made a decision and took out 4 medium quality spirit stones. It's so damn dangerous. I might as well go back to Young Eagle Star and find a way to buy whale elephant cream, even if it costs hundreds of thousands per box. It's safe after all. Chapter 73 Dingjin Dan and Qin Yin Yo. Fang Xing always has a clear goal. He didn't buy the whale elephant cream on the Eagle Star before because it was troublesome to launder money. But compared to challenging a 2nd level monster, it's better to launder money. This is also his biggest advantage, that he has a choice at any time. If a physical cultivator in the late stage of Qi training encounters this situation, he may have no choice but to be forced to take risks. If you take more risks, you might lose your life. If you don't gamble, you will never lose. Dao, would you like to reconsider? Su Yi was a little confused and completed the deal with Fang Xing, seeing Fang Xing was about to pat his butt and leave. No matter how good his chi cultivation skills were, he couldn't bear it any longer. Actually, I have found a few Taoists cooperated with the formation and hired monster catchers to catch the trace of an injured second-level low-grade monster. If Taoists participate in this matter, it will be a sure thing. No need. Fang Xing walked away, but turned back at the door and said, Miss Shirue, Dao Yu Su Yi, I sincerely wish you success in your action. After this success, I believe your account can also refine a large amount of boiling blood. I will buy it at a high price. Miss. Looking at Fang Xing back as she left, Xiao Rui looked at Su Yi. Shouldn't Fang Yin be very brave? How come he is like this? I was wrong. I thought he was bold enough to kill a gang and destroy a sect if he disagreed with me. I didn't expect him to be so cautious. And what kind of breath-retaining technique did he practice? Why can't I crack it with my spiritual eyes and spy on his magic power? Su Ye's voice was a little confused. Without this person, what should Miss do with her plan? Xiao Rui was a little anxious. Our original plan was based on the absence of this person. The worst case scenario is that the loss will be greater. Now the arrow is on the string. When the Qin Yin Neo recovers from the injury, it will be even more troublesome. Su Yi sighed. She was really going to hunt a second-level monster. If there is a late-stage Qi training cultivator, or even higher body training cultivator in front to act as a meat shield, it will naturally be a great success. If not, we can only bite the bullet, because that second-level monster is related to a very important matter. A few streets away, Fang Xing put on his glasses and looked at the surveillance set back by the beetle. It's a pity that I couldn't see the expression on Miss Su's face. Otherwise it would be very interesting. It seems that they are not trying to deal with me, but really want to hunt monsters. Unfortunately, I still won't join. This master and servant are actually very careful, but they just can't imagine that there is a mechanism to monitor the creation without any mana fluctuations. So many secrets are exposed. He returned to his cave and began to practice hard again. The effect of boiling blood is really good, and it makes him feel that the dragon elephant art has made great progress. According to Fang Xing's speculation, as long as he gets 5 or 6 more bottles, he will definitely be able to break into the next level of his dragon elephant art. Even at this time, every time the dragon elephant art improves in proficiency, he will feel the strengthening of his dragon scale elephant armor. At the same time, he did not give up monitoring Xiao Rui and Su Yi, and successfully discovered the other party's hidden base. Although he dared not investigate further due to the formation, there was no problem with monitoring in and out. This day, Fang Xing covered his whole body with boiling blood, and the whole person looked like a red shrimp. His skin was red all over, and bright red blood steam came out. Under this terrifying tempering, Fang Xing felt that the Dragon Elephant skill was making rapid progress. Dragon Elephant skill, 20/100, beginner, the meaning of dragon and elephant is diamond. Great power, perfection, and no leakage. I have achieved the true dragon state of mind, and imitating dragon and elephant is considered to have a law to follow. After practicing for a while, Fang Xing lay in the hot spring of the bath. This was originally built by the owner of the cave. The bath was built with pebbles and planted with plum trees next to it. White mist was steaming and fallen petals were colorful. On the water in front of him, there was a wooden tray floating, on which was warm tiger bone wine and a plate of barbecue. After sweating hard, being able to drink and eat meat is really the greatest happiness in the world. Fang Xing leaned against the stone wall leisurely, holding a wine glass in his hand. There was also a egret beside the bathing pool, with a projection in its eyes. Miss, I'm going. Xiao Rui wore a bamboo hat, a green dress, and a jade belt around her waist. She was dressed almost exactly like Su Yi. Well, you just need to be like ordinary people. Su Yi dressed like a maid, and even after wearing a human skin mask on her face, she looked 70% to 80% similar to Xiao Rui. After Xiao Rui left, she immediately walked out of the back door and went into a ruin. A talisman in her hand ignited without wind. Then, her breath changed again, and her figure was shrouded in mist and disappeared. Half an hour later, at the junction of the market and the wilderness, a sturdy old man with a lingering smell of fireworks was standing with his hands behind his back, as if looking at the scenery in the distance. Fellow Taoist Long, I didn't expect you to come first. A clear voice like jade sounded, and Su Yi walked out of the dense forest. She was now wearing a colorful robe with a gleaming aura, and her face was covered with a white veil. The aura of perfect cultivation on her body was not concealed. The waiting old man turned out to be the old man surnamed Long who had traded with Fang Xing and Huolian Feng. The old man surnamed Long smiled slightly and said, "We are all subordinates of Qinxian sect. And we are of the same blood and should help each other. But I am still a little curious about why fellow Taoist is obsessed with that second-level Qingyan bull." "Yes, that's what I want to know." Another young voice came from the side. With a flash of light and shadow, a young man with sword eyebrows and starry eyes, wearing the standard robe of Qinxian sect, appeared. It's me, Zhenchuan? I've seen Zhenchuan." When the old man surnamed Long saw this person, he immediately bowed. "This Mi Wei Yao, Mi Zhenchuan, is a disciple of Qinxian sect. There are tens of thousands of disciples practicing Qi in Qinxian sect, but there are only 33 Zhenchuan disciples, each of whom is a true genius. I heard that this person, who is only 30 years old, has already reached the 9th level of Qi training and has a good chance of building a foundation in the future. But I didn't know that the other party was also unlucky and was stranded in the market. But he was still dressed as a disciple of Qinxian sect while stranded in the market. It was obvious that this person was extremely confident in his own strength." Hearing Niwedo's question, the old man surnamed Long looked at Su Yi curiously, waiting for the latter's explanation. "Actually, it's nothing. I'm refining a furnace of Dingzhen Dan, which requires a second-level spiritual medicine. It happens to be in the Qinyan Yo's nest. I also have a certain demand for the blood, flesh and soul of this monster." Su Yi replied with a faint smile. "It turns out that it is Dingzhen pill that can amplify the spiritual consciousness of the late stage of Qi training, and has some help in the transformation of spiritual consciousness." Mi Weido's eyes lit up. "It seems that junior sister wants to impact the foundation building? The subordinate forces of Qinxian sect are strictly speaking also disciples of Qinxian sect. So he was right to call her junior sister. But calling her at this time is a bit like using power to suppress others. Obviously, this Mi Wei Yao also has some ideas about Dingzhen pill. Senior brother Mi is very talented, and he may even get the foundation building pill in the future. How do you know our difficulties?" Su Yi smiled bitterly. "It's just a risk. If I were in the sect, I would be sure to build the foundation. But now, alas." Mi Weidao's face showed a trace of unwillingness. "I'm afraid I will miss this sect competition and miss the foundation building pill." Junior sister asked for the foundation building. "Is it because she wants to go out? The uncultivated land is very dangerous, and it is almost impossible for a Qi training cultivator to walk to the cultivated land. But there is some hope for the foundation building cultivators. I thought about it and decided that we can't put all our hopes on the sect. Moreover, the sect knows almost nothing about the market intelligence now. So someone has to report it." Su Yi replied calmly. "Junior sister, I don't need the reward this time. As long as you promise that if you refine more than 2 Dingzhen pills in one furnace, you can give me one." Mi Wei, the Taoist priest, let alone a pill, said with a smile. "A cultivator would never put his hope on another person. Although Dingzhen pills are not as good as those foundation-building spiritual objects, let alone foundation-building pills, they are at least pills that can assist in foundation building. He also wants to try one. If he really can't get help, he doesn't want to waste his time, so he must forcefully rush to build his foundation. Well, I think the previous conditions need to be modified. If you refine 3 pills, I will also take one," the old man surnamed Long said with a smile as his eyes moved. "You two really think highly of me. I am only 70% to 80% sure of refining Dingzhen Dan." Su Yi smiled bitterly, and then turned serious. "But I am willing to swear a Taoist oath. If it is true, the extra Dingzhen Dan will be given to you too. If it fails, I will not regret the spiritual stones and materials I promised before." "Good. Good." Mi Weidao and the old man surnamed Long both nodded. "There is no time to waste. Let's act now. Is that Qinyan bull really injured? Where is the demon catcher Zheng Lao too? I ask him to come over now." Su Yi sent a sound transmission note. Not long after, a young man wearing hemp clothes, with a simple and honest appearance, but looking dusty, ran over. His magic power is low, and he seems to be only at the 2nd or 3rd level of Qi training. "Who are you?" The old man surnamed Long frowned. "Where is the demon catcher Lao Zheng?" "I am Han Qingyun." The young man clasped his fists. "I am only following the orders of the eldest lady to track down the traces of the Qingyun cattle. As for the matter of Lao Zheng, it has nothing to do with me." Hearing this, Mi Weidao immediately looked at Su Yi. Su Yi shook his head. Zheng Yi colluded with the remnants of the Black Tiger. I am afraid that we have been sold out. Therefore, my sister asked the maid to pretend to be me to deal with them. Sure enough, the casual cultivators are the kind who forget their loyalty when they see profit. Mi Weidao sneered, and those gangs in this market, who are disrespectful to the sect, can be killed. Han Qingyun's face did not change, and he accepted the insult calmly, as if it was not him who was said, I have found out that the Qingyun cattle's nest is in Faishijian. Its injuries have not healed yet, and it has been hunting other monsters recently. Chapter 74, Fighting Monsters. In the dense forest, Han Qingyun led the way. Behind him were the old man surnamed Long, Mi Weidao, and Su Yi, 3 qi cultivating perfect monks. The old man surnamed Long glanced at Han Qingyun back, and moved his lips slightly, asking Su Yi with the art of transmitting sound into secret, is this person reliable? This trip is really important. If you are willing to explain in advance, I actually know a few monster catchers. Su Yi blinked his bright eyes, and also transmitted the voice with magic power. This Han Qingyun has traded some spiritual medicines with King Denfang before, and he is quite reliable. After discovering Zheng Yi's betrayal, I dare not trust those famous monster catchers. It is better to choose one at random. At least his realm is low. Low realm means easy to control. When you get to the place, you are useless, and a talisman can make the other party stand for a long time, unable to hear or see. If you are more ruthless, it doesn't matter if you kill him directly. In front, Han Qingyun was still leading the way, seemingly knowing nothing about it. However, a hint of coldness flashed in Mi Weidao's eyes. The show is about to begin. After soaking in the hot spring, Fang Xing got up slowly, dressed, and put the Qihong sword on his back. According to the route of the 4 people, he sent out a drone for reconnaissance and found the habitat of a second-level monster. After basically confirming the other party's destination, he was ready to go there in person to watch the show. After all, the spiritual perception of a qi cultivating cultivator is extraordinary, and it is not realistic for ordinary drones to snatch teeth from the tiger's mouth. I go and see if there is no good opportunity. Just watch the show. Just get close to facilitate operation. Fang Xing, wearing a green shirt, walked out of the market, and with a light jump, he sank into the jungle and disappeared. Faishijian. There is no grass growing in this area for several miles. Only strange rocks. And a cold spring flows in the middle, which looks very strange. Deep inside the stream, there is a huge stone mountain. This mountain is hollow, and there is a cave more than 10 meters high outside. People standing in front of the cave can fully feel their own insignificance. There are many bones scattered around the cave, accumulated into a thick layer, giving people a sense of extreme danger. Everyone. This is where the Qingyun cattle are. In the distance, Han Qingyun held a talisman in his hand and said nervously, this monster likes to go out to find food in the evening, so it is still in the cave at this time. The injuries on its body are young in nature, and it is most manic around noon every day. Not bad. Not bad. You really observe carefully, and are as careful as a hare, Mi Weidao exclaimed, raised his hand and pointed. Swish. A green sword light with unparalleled sharpness cut Han Qingyun into 2 pieces. Snap. The body fell to the ground, and blood gushed out. What are you doing? The old man surnamed Long was shocked and looked at the cave entrance. Second-level monsters have a keen sense of smell and can easily smell blood. Don't worry. I have already set up a formation around. A small green flag appeared in Mi Weidao's hand, and he looked at Su Yi again. Hunting second-level monsters is a serious matter. We can't reveal our flaws because of a mere casual cultivator. Although 10 of these low-level ants can be easily crushed to death, it is hard to say if it is at the critical moment of competing with second-level monsters. Now that things have come to this, what else can I say? Su Yi smiled bitterly, but senior brother, you are putting me in an unfair position. The reputation of King Denfang is ruined. Haha. If junior sister successfully builds the foundation, you can open 10 more King Denfang in the future. Mi Weidao looked at the sky indifferently. It's noon. Let's set up the Gingjin Senkai formation, and I can be the vanguard. Senior brother is a sword cultivator, and his great Gingjin sword art is rare in Qi training. He is the most suitable to be the vanguard of the formation. I also need to ask Brother Long to make some arrangements to lure out the monster. Su Yi nodded repeatedly and discussed the specific plan. No one looked at the corpse on the ground again. Moo! Not long after, accompanied by a dull roar, a terrifying monster rushed out of the cave. It was the second-level Qingyan bull. This bull was 7 or 8 meters tall, green in color, and had all kinds of strange rock armor on its back. It looked like a moving rock mountain. Every step it took made the ground tremble, as if a small earthquake had occurred. More importantly, on its rock back, for some reason, there were 3 claw marks. The edges of the claw marks were a little golden, as if countless golden insects were gnawing at the surrounding area, making the wounds continue to grow. At this time, the Qingyan bull's eyes turned red and rushed directly to the old man surnamed Long in front. The old man surnamed Long hurriedly retreated and entered the Gingjin Sankai formation. Come on! Mi Weidao laughed loudly. The mana of the other 2 Qi training perfect cultivators was amplified and purified by the formation, and was attracted to him endlessly. It felt like they were about to break through the Qi training level and enter a new realm. Great Gingjin sword art. Kill! He pointed the sword in his hand, and a huge sword energy with golden light in the green color emerged, sweeping across the Qingyan bull. Moo! Amid the painful roar of the Qingyan bull, the green-gold sword energy slashed its back, causing countless gravel to roll off, especially at the location of the 3 golden wounds. A large number of scars were torn, causing countless monster blood to splash. When the Qingyan bull saw the 3 Qi training monks in ambush, a large group of khaki light suddenly emerged around its body. The earth trembled, and suddenly a bunch of khaki spears emerged. The tips of these spears were extremely sharp, and they emitted precious light, rippling with terrible demonic energy. Knock knock. The spears fell on the golden light shield formed by the Gingjin 3 Talents formation, making a sound similar to rain hitting banana leaves. Go! Mi Weidao shouted softly, and the man followed the sword, and the golden formation moved with it. This is the most convenient part of the Gingjin 3 Talents formation. It is not a dead formation, but a living one. It is more like a battle formation, and can move with the cultivators. 3 talents flow. Control. A strange talisman in Su Ye's hand quickly burned up, giving the 3 people the power of divine movement. The huge Gingjin 3 Talents formation was extremely flexible to move. The old man surnamed Long was responsible for defense, and Mi Weidao was responsible for attack. The old man surnamed Long held a large black shield in his hand. There were grooves of various colors on the back of the shield, and now 3 medium-grade spirit stones were placed. As time passed, the light of the medium-grade spirit stones in the grooves was also constantly passing, and finally dissipated with a bang. A layer of blood light appeared on the horns of Qin Yinyo, and it suddenly pushed forward. The old man surnamed Long was pale, and suddenly spurted out a mouthful of blood. I can't hold on any longer. Don't worry. Mi Weidao pinched his hands, and a drop of blood quickly fell into the flying sword. The flying sword in his hand suddenly let out a dragon roar, turned into a pure golden light, and swept across the throat of the Qingyan bull. Mao! The Qingyan bull raised its head and roared. But unfortunately it could not resist at all, and the blood on its neck flowed out like a waterfall. A moment later, it fell to the ground and died of a cut throat. Haha. What a second-level monster. It still became a dead soul under the sword. Mi Weidao saw the small lake formed by the blood of the bull and laughed. Thank you for your help. Su Yi coughed twice, her beautiful eyes shining, and she controlled a flying hairpin magic weapon to cut open the belly of the Qingyan bull. Her eyes flashed, as if she was looking for something. Seeing this scene, the old man surnamed Long wiped the blood on his beard and thought about it. Poof! Not long after, the stomach of the bull demon was cut open, and a disgusting sour smell came to the nose. There were many undigested corpses of demon beasts, and even monks and warriors. Su Ye's expression did not change. She continued to search and cut open another stomach. Suddenly, her eyes lit up, and she stretched out her hand, and a ball of clear light was about to fly out, leading to something. This is... Boom! The next moment, a lightning flash appeared behind her, and the endless thunderbolt turned into a sea of lightning and thunder, instantly submerging her and Mi Weidao. Mi Weidao wanted to say something, but his figure was submerged by the lightning and disappeared completely. At the critical moment, Su Ye's clothes turned into colorful brilliance, and an inner armor appeared, like a black hole, absorbing all the nearby lightning. Even so, her face turned pale, and her veil was stained with blood. Mr. Long, do you dare? The old man surnamed Long turned a deaf ear. turned into a black shadow, pounced into the stomach of the bull monster, and grabbed the thing Su Yi found. Ha! I knew you had a problem a long time ago. What's a Dingzhen pill? This second-level low-grade monster beast is gifted and may breed a monster pill. Eh? What is this? He looked at the remains of a cultivator in his hand. Most of his bones had melted away, and his face showed obvious surprise and confusion. The monster pill is the essence bred in the body of a third-level monster, and it has infinite magical uses. However, the creation of heaven and earth is mysterious, and a very small number of second-level monsters may also breed demon pills. Such second-level demon pills are also very rare, and one of the most important functions is that they can be used as the main material for refining foundation-building pills. Zheng Yi is your man. Su Yi seemed to suddenly understand something. There is no black tiger remnant at all. It's you? Yes. If there is a second-level demon pill, and it is refined into a foundation-building pill, I may also be able to build a foundation. The old man surnamed Long frowned and admitted it directly. Hee. Not to mention that it is difficult to find several auxiliary materials for the foundation-building pill. Could it be that you have found other alchemists who can help refine the foundation-building pill? Su Ye's words were full of sarcasm. Man proposes, God disposes, and what's more, isn't the alchemist right in front of you? I knew you inherited the thunder-repelling armor, and the second-level inferior Renshui Divine Thunder can't kill you. The old man surnamed Long had a kind look on his face, considering the friendship between our two families. As long as my niece signs this spiritual contract and obediently makes pills for me, I will spare your life. A piece of white paper contract appeared in his hand, with spiritual patterns flashing on it, which was very extraordinary. It's hard for you to find even a second-level spiritual contract. Su Yi sighed. If we, the Qi cultivating cultivators, violate the first-level spiritual contract, we can still pay some price to eliminate the trouble. But the second-level spiritual contract, even for the foundation-building cultivators, will be severely restricted. But have you ever thought that I deliberately let Zheng Yi lie to you about the previous news? This Qingyan cattle has mediocre talent and no great demon bloodline, and really has no demon pill. Chapter 75 Fisherman. What? The face of the old man surnamed Long turned red, as if he couldn't believe it. He threw away the debris in his hand, looked at the corpse of the bull demon, and hurriedly searched. No. How could there be no demon pill? The old man surnamed Long turned his head suddenly. Bitch! You lied to me? Hee, old ghost Long. I just lied to Zheng Yi. Su Yi sneered in response. And you will soon become a ghost. I become a ghost? Old man Long sneered twice. And just as he was about to continue speaking, he suddenly heard a sword sound in his ears. Qingjin sword energy. Not good. He hurriedly raised his shield, holding a few talismans in his hand. But the golden light came too fast. Almost as he raised the shield, a sword light pierced through the shield and sank into the chest of the old man surnamed Long. You are not dead? He was bleeding from his mouth and nose, and turned around with difficulty, and saw me wade out with charred clothes. Mr. Long, you actually took advantage of my unpreparedness and attacked me from behind with a second-level thunder talisman. Mi Wei Dao sneered. If I didn't have the escape talisman given by my master, you would have succeeded. With a move of his magic power, countless Qingjin sword energy burst out from the body of the old man surnamed Long, instantly chopping him into countless pieces. Ahem. Thank you for your help, senior brother. Su Yi stood up, his face pale, his chest stained with blood, like duckweed in the wind. No. I just can't bear to see this person so stupid that he would do such a stupid thing as buying a casket and returning a pearl. Mi Wei Dao flicked a fireball casually, and a fireball fell on the wreckage that was just thrown by the old ghost Long. The wreckage was instantly burned and turned into ashes. In the ashes, a gray storage bag was revealed. It is indeed a storage bag that is difficult to be damaged by low-grade magic weapons. It can last so long in the stomach of Qingyan cattle. The low-grade first-level fireball technique is naturally helpless. Mi Wei Dao took the storage bag in his hand and sighed. Thank you for your hard work, junior sister. You are obviously familiar with this corpse, and know that the other party has a storage bag and treasures in it. No wonder you are so anxious. Although the storage bag is difficult to be damaged by magic weapons, it is still possible to be corroded in the stomach of a second-level monster. Storage bags are precious in this world. They can only be equipped by either foundation-building cultivators or those who have perfected their Qi training. Once the storage bag is damaged, the things inside will return to the void directly. Of course, there is another possibility, which is to be excreted and piled up with cow dung. But no matter what, there is no way around this Qingyan bull. Since the owner is dead, Mi Weidao easily refines the storage bag, and his spiritual consciousness probes into it. A trace of ecstasy suddenly appears on his face. It's this thing? Ha ha ha. My Tao is complete. A jade bottle suddenly appeared in his hand, and there was a ball of red liquid in the bottle, and the light even overflowed through the jade bottle. Qianyuan Fire Evil. It turns out that the junior sister knows the whereabouts of this Qianyuan Fire Evil. No wonder she wants to fight to the death. Compared with the less than 1% help of Dingjin Pill, Qianyuan Fire Evil is the real foundation building opportunity. Mi Weidao looked at Su Yi. Ha ha ha. Do you really think I will help you for a mere Dingjin Pill that is uncertain whether it can be refined? How can there be such a fool like you in the world? With a loud laugh, he suddenly turned into a sword light and quickly retreated a distance. Swish. 2 black flying swords pierced the place where Mi Weidao was originally. Su Ye's skirt was flying around her, and one after another black iron feather swords appeared. The great way is ahead. We have to fight. I'm sorry for offending you. Iron feather swords. Come out. 7 iron feather swords moved back and forth, turning into a small sword formation, trapping Mi Weidao in it. It's just a trick. You are not a sword cultivator. You don't know how strong a sword cultivator is. Mi Weidao waved the flying sword in his hand, and a long golden rainbow rose into the sky, and a sword was as bright as a rainbow. In the air, a golden red fought with 7 black rays, and the sword energy was overflowing. It can be clearly seen that although there is only one golden rainbow, it is still agile, and the sword energy is cold, cutting off one after another iron feather sword. Obviously, even if they are both Qi training perfect cultivators, the true teachings of Qingxian sect are by no means comparable to Su Yi. Today I send my junior sister off on her journey. I have no regrets as a brother. For the sake of building the foundation, why should I feel guilty? Mi Weidao formed a sword gesture with his hands, and a golden flying sword soared into the sky, smashing the original iron feather sword formation into pieces. As soon as he thought about it, his spiritual consciousness was about to control the flying sword to pierce Su Ye's heart and end it all. I fight you. Su Ye's body was full of spiritual light, and his blood and murderous aura were faint, as if he was going to use some desperate trump card. Seeing this scene, Mi Weidao did not dare to neglect it. But at this moment, several fireballs suddenly exploded behind him, and were blocked by a diamond talisman. Huh? He turned his head suddenly, and saw Han Qingyun. You are not dead? At this time, Han Qingyun was wearing a light veil that could cover his breath, and various low-level talismans in his hand were bombarding Mi Weidao like they were free. No. Even if this person is alive, what can he do with the initial stage of Qi training? Mi Weidao's mind was racing, and the flying sword in his hand turned rapidly, slashing towards Su Yi. Su Yi also finished his spell at this time, and a red blood flag appeared in his hand. A green-faced and fanged evil ghost suddenly jumped out from the blood-colored spiritual light. The evil ghost looked ferocious, stretched out his big hand full of black and red scales, and actually grabbed the sword light tightly. At this moment, Han Qingyun threw out several low-level talismans, which exploded behind Mi Weidao. Just a low-level talisman. Huh? This is a second-level Dan Lei? Mi Weidao sneered, and suddenly found that among the many talismans, there was a translucent thunder ball hidden, which was emitting a terrifying aura, and a look of horror appeared on his face. Dan Lei is a specialty of alchemists. It takes the power of thunder explosion and condenses it into a thunder ball, which has a powerful destructive force. The power of the second-level thunder ball is even greater than that of many second-level low-grade attack talismans. He wanted to recall the flying sword to protect himself, but the flying sword fell into the hands of the evil ghost. It was obviously too late to cast other spells at this time, and his life-saving trump card had been used before. It sounds very slow, but in fact it was only a moment, and the second-level pill thunder exploded. The lightning tore the Vajra talisman, destroyed the Qingxian robe on Mi Weidao's body, and then blew his upper body away. Pa! A hand holding a storage bag fell beside Han Qingyun. Han Qingyun didn't even look at it, but bowed respectfully to Su Yi. Thank you, miss, for giving me the illusion body talisman, saving my life, and supporting Dan Lei to help me with my revenge. Where are there so many yellow birds in the world? Even if these chi cultivating perfect cultivators are both injured. Han Qingyun, a mere chi cultivating initial stage cultivator, can't take advantage of it. He was able to survive. Of course, thanks to Su Ye's secret help, who gave him the second level illusion body talisman at the beginning. This talisman is an illusion talisman that can forge an illusory body to confuse the enemy for half an hour. Han Qingyun used this talisman to fake his death before, and then hid with a light gauze that could restrain his breath, and finally came out to win the battle in one fell swoop. There is a foundation building opportunity in the broken hand storage bag next to you. Do you want it? Su Yi pinched her hands and took back the evil ghost. Her breath became weaker, and she suddenly asked, "Of course I want it. If I were in the late stage of Qi training, I would act without hesitation. But now I am only in the early stage of Qi training." Han Qingyun smiled bitterly. "What's more, my spiritual roots are inferior, and I have no hope of building a foundation. The eldest lady has been very kind to me and Sister Hua. And I, Han Qingyun, am not the kind of person who is blinded by greed. Okay, I finally didn't make a mistake." Su Yi took out a blue, round pill and swallowed it. Through the lifted veil, Han Qingyun could see a cherry-like mouth. But it was not very bloody. He was about to say something, but his expression suddenly moved. A big man in a green shirt, carrying a long sword, came to the sidelines at some point, and was picking up the storage bag of Long Lao Gui. "Is it you, Fang Yun?" Su Yi screamed and quickly approached Han Qingyun. It's the rule for casual cultivators to share a portion when they meet. Since I took this person's storage bag, I will naturally not attack you for no reason. Fang Xing showed a gentle smile. But in Su Ye's opinion, it was more terrifying than anything else. After all, this was a ruthless man who had wiped out the 13 guardians of the Tianxia gang. And he was absolutely a perfect Qi training warrior. He was also a physical cultivator, so he had a strong ability to survive. He could appear here quietly as a jackal, and his intelligence gathering and tracking abilities were even more terrifying. "Brother Fang, if you want this bottle of Qianyuan Fire Evil, I am willing." Su Yi looked at Fang Xing, gritted her teeth, and was ready to take this loss. She had already exhausted her mental and magical powers by fighting with Old Ghost Long and Mi Wei Dao. Now she would definitely lose if she fought with Fang Yun, who was in good condition. "I am not very interested in this foundation building spiritual object, but it is worth more than 10,000 spirit stones. I wonder how many bottles of boiling blood it is worth." Fang Xing stared at Su Yi until he twisted his body uneasily. And then he smiled. He was not a cultivator at all, and foundation building spiritual objects were of no use to him. What's more, he had a good cooperation with King Danfeng, and Su Yi was also kind to his younger brother Han Qingyun and Hua Feiyue. Well, although Hua Feiyue would definitely not recognize who Fang Yun was when he came, he was still prepared to show some goodwill. Boiling blood? Su Yi blinked, wondering how there could be such a cultivator in the world. The foundation building spiritual objects are counted as 10,000 spiritual stones, and we will share half when we meet. Now you can share 5,000. Boiling blood is 200 spiritual stones per bottle, which is worth at least 25 bottles. Very good. Fang Xing knew that Su Yi counted the foundation building spiritual objects as spiritual stones and divided them equally. Han Qingyun's strength was too low, so it didn't count as a head. Then, how can we ensure that Dao Yu won't regret it? He raised another question. After all, Su Yi had to pay some price for plotting against him before. Old Ghost Long has a second-level spiritual contract, and I am willing to sign it. Su Yi immediately said, "I swear on my heart that I will give you a satisfactory compensation. If you are lucky enough to build your foundation, I will take you out of Qinglin Market. This second-level spiritual contract will cost even a foundation-building cultivator a heavy price to break. A cultivator who has just built his foundation may regress to Qi training." Sounds good. By the way, let this kid be a witness. Fang Xing pointed at Han Qingyun, and a slight arc appeared at the corner of his mouth. Chapter 76 Dragon Elephant Breaks the Stage. Superior Cave. Fang Xing threw a storage bag in his hand. Feeling quite emotional, I didn't expect that the things I sold would come back to me. It's easy to know that the few high-quality magic tools he sold might be in the storage bag of Long Lao Gui. I went out to watch the show this time, but I made a lot without making any moves. This is called a good fighter without great achievements. He looked at the spiritual contract in his hand again, and his smile became even bigger. This second-level spiritual contract was made of unknown materials. It felt like leather, the size of an ordinary book page, and all around it were various strange and complex patterns. In the middle, Suyi wrote with his own blood, including the subsequent compensation of 25 bottles of boiling blood, the promise to take him out of Qinglin market, and never retaliate, etc. At the bottom, there were signatures of Su Yi and the middleman Han Qingyun. More importantly, Fang Xing himself did not sign it. This is a contract that unilaterally restricts Su Yi. Fang Xing is not eager to leave Qinglin market. Pulling Han Qingyun in is just to give Han Qingyun and Hua Feiyue a chance to leave the market. He has always been good to his own people. Su Yi had calculated him before. If he really agreed to kill Qing Yanyo, he would definitely fall out with the 3 qi cultivating perfection cultivators present, which is very dangerous. Therefore, Fang Xing did not feel embarrassed at all for taking advantage of others. This is the compensation that Su Yi should give. I've been out for so long, and I'm a little hungry again. Fang Xing set up the grill and put slices of beef on it for barbecue. This beef comes from Qing Yanyo. Although most of the blood and meat are for Su Yi to make pills, he is greedy and cuts a leg of beef first to eat for himself. With the height of Qing Yanyo, which is 7 or 8 meters, one front leg is enough for him to eat for a long time. The blood and meat of the second-level monster are naturally very effective, and even the taste is very satisfactory. It's even better with the spices from the Blue Star Federation. Fang Xing even had to use talismans to hide the smell in the courtyard, so that he could attract all the nearby monsters. He picked up a skewer of roasted beef, and saw that the fist-sized beef was skewered on iron skewers, sprinkled with spices, and drops of grease were dripping. Okay, it's better to eat meat this way. Such a rough method tastes particularly delicate in the mouth, and the beef is very thick and hard. If it's not a body-refining cultivator, I'm afraid I don't have such a good tooth. Fang Xing's appetite was originally huge, but after eating a skewer of beef, he felt almost full. Not only that, he also felt that the blood and qi in his body were surging, as if he was taking a body-refining pill, and he couldn't wait to set up the Fuhu pose to practice. Half an hour later, Fuhu Zhuang, 80 out of 200 mastery, looking at the Fuhu Zhuang with a little more proficiency. Fang Xing's face was full of joy. The effect of this second-level monster meat is so good. Not only that, it is also pure and natural without pollution, without a trace of poison, plus the boiling blood that is still being refined. The second-level monster is really a treasure all over. It's a pity, it's hard to kill. Time flies. In a blink of an eye, it's time for the new semester to start again. Eagle Star. Happy home community. Fang Xing stood up and looked at himself in the mirror. In the mirror, there was a young man with sword eyebrows and starry eyes. His skin showed a healthy topaz color. He grew several centimeters taller. His body lines were smooth and perfect. Every inch seemed to contain terrifying power. The first level of Dragon Elephant Gong is done. As soon as he stretched out his hand, the blood-refined magic weapon Tiger Evil Blade fell into his palm. The sound of a tiger roaring seemed to be heard in the void, and a knife light slashed heavily on his shoulder, and then collapsed with a bang. During this period of time, he lived in a cave with superior spiritual energy, eating spiritual rice and second-level monster meat every day, and his martial arts progress was rapid. After Su Yi delivered 25 bottles of boiling blood as promised, the proficiency of Dragon Elephant art was like riding a rocket. Just last night, he broke through the first level of entry and entered the proficient level. This level of Dragon Elephant art, with only the defense of Dragon Scale Elephant armor, is not afraid of ordinary low-grade magic weapons. So it seems that if you reach the proficient level, you can ignore the middle-level magic weapons, and then the master level. All magic weapons can be ignored, and only the spiritual weapon attack of the foundation-building cultivator can break the defense. Isn't this a second-level body cultivation? Thinking of this, Fang Xing felt a little terrified. Dragon Elephant Kung Fu is just an A-level martial art. The threshold for cultivation is the tendon and bone realm, which is equivalent to a postnatal warrior in another world. Not even a cultivator. This means that a mortal has a second-level body refining. In the world of cultivating immortals, he is a monster. But in the Blue Star Federation, he can only be considered a little genius. Not to mention, there should be another level above the master level of Dragon Elephant Kung Fu. Even now that I have reached the unpolished Jade Realm, I can barely enter the S-level martial arts. If I learn the Great Vajra Prajna divine power, how awesome will it be? This is the advantage of Blue Star martial arts. Even though they are at the same realm, the development of various martial arts has enabled Blue Star warriors to have far more power than those from other worlds. No matter defense, speed, or strength, they are all surpassed in all aspects, and can be called hexagonal warriors. I have mastered the dragon elephant art, and my strength has increased a lot. Fang Xing's face showed a hint of joy. The outermost layer of his original defense was the talismans of the Xiaoxian world. The middle was the nano-protective suit, and there was a layer of dragon-scale elephant armor inside. And finally his own body. Jade skin, black flesh, willow tendons, and steel bones. The previous 4 layers were enough to withstand several attacks from top-grade magic weapons, allowing him to slaughter at will in the bombardment of a group of cultivators in the early and middle stages of Qi training. And now, after the dragon elephant art was upgraded, I am afraid it is enough to withstand more than a dozen attacks from top-grade magic weapons. Even if he encounters several Qi training late stage or even Qi training perfect stage siege, he can hold on for a while. This time is enough for a warrior to kill many enemies. If he waits until the dragon elephant art is promoted to the master level, he will be almost invincible in Qi training, and the Qi training perfect stage cultivators will die. If he is promoted to the master level, he will be a second level body training cultivator, and he can try to fight with the foundation building cultivator. There are still many boiling blood, and happy days are waiting in the future. Fang Xing sighed and began to handle the communication silently. On the normal mobile phone, there are ordinary greetings from classmates. He took a special look and found that there was no Gu Yun. However, his fishing plan should have been successful. It seems that after going to school, he should ask indirect questions, but not too deliberately. Another black market communicator is a bit interesting. Is it Zhang Jiarwei from the blood cage fighting arena again? He took a look and found that the first few messages were text messages. From handsome guy. Are you lonely? Want to see a passionate performance? To Coach Ping said, she missed you. Her extreme love sword has a few tricks. These are relatively normal. But something is wrong later. Recently, the dogs of the Prevention and Control Bureau have been sweeping the black market again. So boring. There are some very interesting things in the black market. Handsome guy. Do you want to see them? She is going to be transferred. The black market here is too chaotic. Transfer? I don't know where this person will go. Fang Xing thought about it, and laughed dumbly again. Zhang Jiarwei obviously has a high status in the blood cage fighting arena. So no matter where she is transferred, she doesn't have to worry. What's more, being able to detect the current depth of the black market and being transferred away at the first time is something that many people want but cannot get. Is this showing off? It must be showing off? Fang Xing thought about it, and decided not to reply. Anyway, he has already found a place for his body refining pills. So he doesn't need to go to the black market in the near future. So he will reduce entanglement and avoid the possibility of exposure. The most important thing now is that school starts tomorrow. If I reveal my level of unpolished jade, I can ask to learn the Great Vajra Prajna divine power. This is an S-level martial art that is 1 level higher than A-level martial arts. And there are follow-ups, which can perfectly match the dragon elephant skill. If I can learn this S-level martial art, and even reach a high level, I might be able to kill a foundation building master in my unpolished jade level. While making plans, he used a rice cooker to cook himself a pot of spiritual rice porridge for breakfast. After eating everything, he slowly went out. The severe cold of early spring still surrounded the river bank, and there were few pedestrians on the streets along the river. Fang Xing's mind wandered carelessly. His attention focused on the attribute panel. The progress in one winter vacation is simply amazing. This is all due to the superior spiritual cave, the second level monster meat, and the boiling blood. So it seems that I will definitely achieve the 4th realm before the end of this semester and the 100 stars joint examination. The 4th realm of martial arts is the courage realm. It is a martial artist who opens the Niwen Palace and awakens the spiritual power. He can do what others cannot. Only when a martial artist reaches this step can he be regarded as a master and can be called a martial artist. He can be certified as a professional and improve his citizen level. If you break through the 4th realm of martial arts in high school, you will be a genius among geniuses. Maybe you can be recommended to a first-class university, ordinary universities, second-rate universities, first-class universities. Each level of university is completely different, and the resources you can enjoy are even more incomparable. But Fangxing Gold now is naturally a top-notch university. My first choice is Blue Star University. I just want to buy a house there. Although it feels like buying a house is a ripoff. It is the last wish of his predecessor. Fangxing will definitely do it if he can, and put an end to his obsession. While he was pondering, a dog-walking lady came over. Brother Fang. Captain Jingxia. Fangxing greeted politely. How was your winter vacation? Not so good. Jingxia's face was full of melancholy. I don't know where the bastard came from. But he got a batch of alien products and threw them on the black market. Which made the boss very angry. And I was even angrier. Chapter 77 Secret Realm. Yusai High School. Class 2. Grade 2. Cultural Class. Fangxing sat on a chair, staring at teacher Lan Fei's lecture seriously. Other students were also very serious, because as they grew older and got closer to the third year of high school, they were also close to going to the battlefield. Lan Fei's lectures added a lot of battlefield knowledge. If you don't work hard now, you will lose your life in more than a year. Study hard. As we all know, the Federation's space technology has not caught up with the extraterritorial evil gods, and has been in a defensive counterattack in the imaginary space. Lan Fei looked solemn, and a dimensional void projection appeared behind him. In Fangxing view, it was a bit like a honeycomb structure. This is the space defense position we built, and the way the extraterritorial evil gods send them is to smuggle the arcs of the honeycomb. We call it a secret world, a maze, etc. Fangxing was a little confused, but he still memorized it seriously. In layman's terms, the extraterritorial evil god built a temporary space bubble, entered our space through the honeycomb gap, and then released the evil god's followers in the space bubble. Our defense method in the imaginary space is different from that in the universe. In the main universe, we have rail guns, aerospace fighters, space fortresses, and mecha divisions. But in the battle in the imaginary space, it is difficult for us to capture the secret world. Even if we capture it, it is difficult to destroy the secret world directly due to the limitations of void technology. We must send warriors to go deep into the secret world and kill the evil god's followers. The reason why the extraterritorial evil god carries the word god is because it almost has the power of creation, general authority, even if it is just a small secret world. For example, they can limit the creatures that can enter the secret world, and the highest cannot exceed the martial arts scene level. Or, they must be one major realm lower than the clan in the secret world. In fact, 27 years ago, their void authority was even stronger, and many secret worlds only allowed warriors who were two major realms lower than the clan to enter. But thanks to the development of our space technology, this kind of thing is no longer possible. Now in the battle in the imaginary space, at most you can only encounter a clan that is one major stage stronger than you. Teacher, then aren't we invincible? Ouyang Qianqian raised her hand, not to mention the advantage of the number of warriors we deployed. If it were me, I would definitely choose to wear military mechas, bring all the guns and ammunition, and cover the firepower as soon as I entered, and watch the ground with artillery fire for 3 rounds first. Well, this is the battle method in the main universe. But the secret world is different. These small spaces are very idealistic, and most of them are set by the evil gods to prohibit the entry of technological products. Lan Fei sighed. Ouyang Qianqian's face changed greatly. Fangxing's face also darkened. No wonder the Federation needs a large number of warriors every year. They really go to the secret world to chop down the clansmen with knives? Wouldn't the Mecha Master be useless? Bai Lang's face turned pale. That depends on the situation. Have you forgotten your own martial arts will? This is the biggest trump card against the evil god. The bigger your heart is, the bigger the stage will be. As long as you have enough firm will, you can fight against the evil god's law and bring more things to the secret world. It is a very idealistic space. If you think that swords are part of your martial arts, you can bring swords in. If you think that mechas are part of your martial arts, you can also bring mechas in. Of course, it is very difficult to achieve this level. Very difficult. There are not many low-level warriors in the entire Federation who succeed. Lan Fei shook his head. Many warriors can only enter the battlefield with bare hands, without even an alloy knife. As for the real Mecha Masters, low-level Mecha Masters are not allowed to enter the secret world battlefield, because that would be suicide. Most of them cannot bring in their own mechas, and can only be slaughtered. But are mechas so inconvenient? When they become high-level Mecha Masters, they will awaken the light of the soul. The mecha and the body are almost integrated, and can be sent into the secret world. But at this time, they are often suppressed by the rules of the secret world, because the high-level mecha masters are too strong to enter most secret worlds. At most, there are those super-large secret worlds, where the descendants of evil gods or even clones are in charge, and they can enter, which often means a big battle in the void space. Therefore, according to the convention of the Federation, mecha masters generally only fight in the main universe and rarely join the battlefield of imaginary space. Listening to Lan Fei's explanation, Fang Xing suddenly realized, no wonder the Federation needs cannon fodder, because there is a special environment like the secret world battlefield, which basically does not support technological creations. It is a stage for strong people such as warriors and superpowers who rely entirely on their own strength. More importantly, many secret world battlefields have restrictions on cultivation, and only low-level cannon fodder are allowed to enter. This is also the conspiracy of the evil god from outside the domain. If it is not stopped, these evil god servants will enter the human territory widely and blossom on many planets, bringing unimaginable pressure to public security. However, the human martial arts can not only resist the pollution of the evil god, but also fight against the rules set by the evil god. Although this is extremely difficult, the road of martial arts does not seem to be as simple as a cannon fodder system. However, Fang Xing still felt a little numb when listening to Lan Fei's explanation of the famous battles in the imaginary space. Many warriors with bare hands, or even swords and knives, rely on their own flesh and blood to fight against the evil god's family in the enemy's advantageous battlefield. It is really numbing. Even the realm is not as good as the other party. If it were not for the breakthrough of the Federation in space technology and the advantage in numbers, the imaginary space defense line would have been broken long ago. No wonder the Federation's martial arts are like this. When the realm is low, the matching moves are amazing. It turns out that they want to cultivate talents who can fight across levels. Only such talents can be qualified interstellar warriors. Realms may still be restricted by the laws of the evil god, but low realms and high bursts can bypass this secret world rule. Although, the best way is to rely on technological equipment. Ordinary people can easily kill 4th level and 5th level warriors. But this road has long been blocked by the evil god. In the secret world, it is basically forbidden to bring in technological products. You said that your own martial arts will is enough to bring in technological items? If you have such a martial arts will, I am afraid that bare hands are enough to beat the evil god's followers to death. Ding-ling-a-ling. The bell for the end of get out of class rang. Goodbye, teacher. Fang Xing saluted sincerely and watched Lan Fei's projection disappear. The atmosphere in the class was a bit dull, and it was obviously frightened by the bloody casualties and battle damage ratios in those examples. Even with the advantage of numbers, it often takes a lot of warriors to kill a servant of the evil god. Fang Xing couldn't help but think of the only time in his life that he encountered the evil god's followers. The attack of the moonworm beast. Even in the main universe, with the advantage of home field, mobilizing many weapons and cruise missiles to assist in the battle. Gu Renwang, a 4th level martial artist, still died in battle. It seems to be true that martial arts is cannon fodder. If you fight in the secret world, you can't even bring nano-protective clothing. Sure enough, I'd better go to university for further studies first, and then see if it's more appropriate to go to the battlefield. Just when Fang Xing was thinking about it, Xiao Long strode into the classroom. Sweat more in peacetime, bleed less in war. Now get up and practice. His voice was like a loud bell, making every student start to act quickly as if they were whipped. Xiao Long looked around and nodded with satisfaction. Fang Xing, come out. Teacher. Fang Xing walked out of the classroom and looked at Xiao Long. How is your practice of dragon elephant kung fu going? I know this martial art is difficult, so it's normal even if there is no progress at all. Don't be too discouraged. What problems did you have in martial arts during the winter vacation? Have you improved your realm? For this genius student, Xiao Long's attitude was much gentler, and he asked with a smile. Fang Xing didn't say much, but raised his right hand directly, and a stream of internal breath, that is, innate true qi, emerged. This, ahem. Xiao Long was shocked. You are already a rough jade? I have already refined my bones at the end of last semester, and I have a special scholarship. Isn't it normal to reach the perfection of the tendons and bones? Fang Xing answered as a matter of course. I have to thank the teacher for laying a good foundation for each of the previous small realms, allowing me to push the limit in refining my skin, flesh, tendons, and bones. Therefore, after refining my bones like steel, I just need to calm my mind and sit quietly, and I will naturally generate internal energy and break through to the rough jade realm. Normal? Normal. You big head ghost. Xiao Long glared. I had perfect tendons and bones at the beginning, but I couldn't catch the feeling of the inner breast sprouting. I had to learn a tortoise breathing skill in the end, and then barely generated internal energy and broke through to the rough jade. Originally, he thought Fang Xing would be able to reach the second realm during the winter vacation and teach him the tortoise breathing skill this semester, so that he could break through to the rough jade and then participate in the 100 Stars joint examination with the third realm of martial arts and get a good ranking. Unexpectedly, the teaching plan was completely disrupted. Although, it was a surprise. So that's how it is. Teacher. Today, after listening to Teacher Lan Fei's talk, I deeply felt that I was still too weak. After reaching the unpolished jade realm, I should be able to learn an S-level martial art. Right? Fang Xing began to hint wildly. What? You want to learn the Great Vajra Prajna divine power? Xiao Long glared. Have you entered the dragon elephant art? It should count. Fang Xing was not sure whether the entry that Xiao Long mentioned was the same as the entry level on his attribute panel. What do you mean it should count? Young people should not be too ambitious. Think about me. I was a martial artist in the past, and I barely entered the S-level martial arts. Although the Federation encourages you to learn high-level martial arts at a low level. But, Xiao Long wanted to say something else. But he saw the true energy on Fang Xing's right hand interweaving and turning into dragon-scale elephant armor, and he was stunned. When he came to his senses, he immediately stretched out his hand, grabbed Fang Xing, and stepped into the air. Chapter 78 Vajra Power. Principal's Office. Well, I've read Xiao Fang's physical examination report, and there's nothing wrong with it. There's no hidden injury in any aspect of his body. Not only that, his innate vitality is very abundant, and it's obvious that he will make rapid progress in the unpolished jade realm. Principal Lu Guangming is still bald, holding a thermos cup with wolfberries, and his eyes swept over Fang Xing's physical examination report. Across from him, Xiao Long looked embarrassed and Fang Xing sat obediently. Principal. I was in a hurry, so I took him for a physical examination. But compared to the school's instruments, you are still a wise man. How about you take another look? Xiao Long smiled. Xiao Fang. Lu Guangming smiled so hard that his teeth were showing. Congratulations. You're guaranteed a place in college. Thank you. Principal. Teacher. But I still want to get a good ranking in the 100 Stars joint examination and bring honor to the school. Fang Xing looked like a 3-good student. Very good. Lu Guangming took a sip of the wolfberry water in the thermos cup. With a smile in his eyes, Xiao Fang. As a student, you have such an idea. The school must be very welcome and encouraged. I heard from Xiao Long that you want to learn the Great Vajra Prajna divine power? That's right. Since I heard teacher Xiao Long talk about the Vajra realm, I decided to practice the Dragon Elephant Vajra indestructible divine power. Fang Xing answered with great enthusiasm. Haha. If it was any other student, I would definitely rebuke him for being delusional. But if it was Xiao Fang, you do have some chance. Lu Guangming laughed and seemed to be nostalgic. It's just that it's not easy to practice the Dragon Elephant Vajra indestructible divine power. Even if you are extremely good at practicing the Dragon Elephant power and the Great Vajra Prajna divine power, it is impossible to combine the two in the unpolished jade realm. Most warriors can only combine the two in the martial arts 6th realm and the martial arts golden elixir to lay the foundation for the golden elixir 9 turns. As for you, you may be able to practice it in the external scenery realm, but you can't force it. As a martial arts golden elixir, his vision and insight are extraordinary. Xiao Long couldn't help but feel ashamed after hearing this. He is the example of someone in the external scenery realm who didn't practice this magical power. Thank you for your advice. Principal. Fang Xing actually knew that it was not so easy to practice a martial art that could be named as a magical power and faintly surpass the S level. Even if I have the golden finger of the attribute panel, I have to be at least in the courage realm to try it. Right? If according to the saying of the immortal cultivation world, the supernatural power is the 3rd level power, which means that only the Jin Dan cultivators and the 3rd level demons can master the power. It is almost impossible for a cultivator in the Qi training stage to cultivate supernatural powers. Unless it is a genius who is extremely talented and appears once in 1,000 years. There is a little possibility. However, if I cultivate supernatural powers when I am in the courage realm, if I don't reach the realm, the power of the supernatural power I can exert is probably only 2 or 3 points. And I still can't beat the real Jean Dan. Right? Well, come to the principal's office every Friday afternoon. I can teach you the tricks of practicing the Dragon Elephant Kung Fu and the Vajraprajna power. Lu Guangming thought about it again and made a decision. Is old Lu going to give me some personal lessons? Xiao Long can charge tens of thousands for a private lesson. And a martial arts golden elixir can charge at least double that. Right? Fang Xing was immediately excited when he heard this. Thank you, Principal. He knew in his heart that Lu Guangming was still a martial arts golden elixir who wanted to do something. Otherwise, he would not have brought Gu Yilin to their school. Now that he saw that his talent had surpassed Lu Wei and the others, he must increase his investment. In other words, Xiao Long can hardly teach me now? Fang Xing didn't know whether to be thankful or regretful. However, having a martial arts golden elixir to guide him was a great thing for him. What's more, Lu Guangming was a big backer. At least on the Eagle Star. He was definitely one of the most powerful people. And his status was even higher than that of the mayor of Maple Leaf City. With this tiger skin, even if the Prevention and Control Bureau didn't have solid evidence, they wouldn't dare to deal with him. Wait, why did I suddenly think of this? Fang Xing complained to himself in his heart. Very good. I heard from Xiao Long that you have already mastered the Dragon Elephant skill and condensed the Dragon Scale Elephant armor. Now that you have broken through the rough jade, it is obvious that you will not be satisfied without seeing some S-level martial arts. Lu Guangming smiled and suddenly stood up. At this moment, Fang Xing's hair stood on end. Intuitively, the person standing in front of him was no longer the bald middle-aged civil servant principal, but a real martial arts golden elixir. Boom! Endless blood and energy rose from Lu Guangming's body, like a smoke, rushing straight into the sky. Not only that, there was also a ray of golden light, with a sense of perfection and immortality, emerging from Lu Guangming's body, shining in all directions. Shining brightly, this ray of golden light continued to expand, and finally looked like a golden sun. So strong. Is this the martial arts golden elixir? The momentum seems to be even greater than that of the Jin Dan Jinren of Qinxian sect. Fang Xing was shocked when he saw this scene. The power of the great Vajraprajna is summarized in one sentence, which is Prajna Pramitha, which means to reach the other shore with the supreme Vajraprajna wisdom. It does not attach to the 5 aggregates, does not dwell in the 7 consciousnesses, transcends all suffering, leaves all non-forms, realizes the true nature of Bodhi, and obtains pure and free enlightenment. Lu Guangming's voice was like thunder, and every word was engraved in Fang Xing's heart. Fang Xing was dazed, as if he saw a golden pillar rising into the sky. No, that was not a pillar, but a golden Tianju mountain. It exudes the immortal golden meaning, and has an indescribable charm. The Vajra can cut off all the nameless and break all kinds of delusions. Therefore, the Vajraprajna power is the first way of strength. If you cultivate the first level, you can increase your own strength and double your combat power in battle. If you cultivate the second level, it will be twice, and the third level will be 4 times. With Lu Guangming's explanation, Fang Xing immediately had a deeper understanding of this S-level martial arts. In addition to greatly increasing one's own strength with the Dragon Elephant skill, the greatest use of the Vajraprajna power is actually the increase in combat. It can burst out with power far beyond its own limit. Of course, such a power beyond the limit requires a physique far beyond the limit to carry it. Otherwise it will explode before hitting anyone. Therefore, the Dragon Elephant skill is the entry and foundation of the Vajraprajna power. As long as you get started with this S-level martial arts, you can double your combat power. Fang Xing was very tempted. After all, such a simple and crude effect is exactly what he likes. With his current attack power, if it is doubled, it is difficult for anyone below the foundation to resist a single blow. But a question soon emerged in front of him. Do you understand? Lu Guangming finished his performance and returned to the leather chair behind his desk, holding a thermos cup in his hand, without any of the feeling of a strong man before. I don't understand. Fang Xing told the truth. It's normal that I don't understand. After all, it's an S-level martial art. Back then, it took me 3 years to barely get started. Xiao Long said solemnly. Therefore, you can just take a look at this S-level martial art. Don't spend too much energy. Dragon Elephant Gong is enough for you to spend time. This horizontal training martial art can increase your tolerance rate a lot and occupy a great advantage in the 100 stars joint examination. For students in the second semester of high school, the most important thing now is the 100 stars joint examination. I understand. Fang Xing let out a long breath. He will definitely study this Vajraprajna divine power. A few days later, glorious Jiang Mansion. Villa training ground. Kill! Gu Yunru was like a demon. The wooden sword in her hand actually burst out with brilliant blade light. The blade light was brilliant, and it was like a stream of small fish swimming along Fang Xing's body. Fang Xing did not dodge at this time, but stretched his waist casually. His muscles and bones rang, and his blood and chi condensed, turning into a layer of dragon-scale elephant armor, and the roar of dragons and elephants could be heard faintly. The blade light of the ghost sword slashed on the dragon-scale elephant armor, but was directly bounced away, leaving no trace of injury. I can't do it anymore. You're too hard. After Guyan finished a set of sword techniques, she threw away the wooden sword and panted, unless you promise me to use a real sword next time. Forget it. She used to like fighting with Fang Xing. But now, watching this guy who worked part-time to earn money for his studies break through all the way and even surpass herself, she still felt a little unhappy. You have actually broken through the rough jade. Your internal energy is endless. And you have also cultivated the dragon elephant skill. What's the trick? The trick is to practice hard and persevere. Fang Xing saw Gu Yun's slightly pouting mouth and showed a bright smile again. Of course. The most important thing is my martial arts talent. Maybe. Your martial arts talent is really better than mine. Gu Yun seemed to be hit. How was your winter vacation? Fang Xing quickly changed the subject. It was quite fulfilling. I went to the black market several times to gain practical experience, and destroyed several black shops. Gu Yun began to complain. Fang Xing knew that there must be a master from the Prevention Bureau protecting her. Otherwise such a little girl would be devoured to pieces if she went to the black market. During the conversation, Gu Yun also revealed the result of Fang Xing's fishing plan. There are quite a lot of interesting things in the black market, especially a kind of talisman, which is quite similar to the immortal talisman in our ancient legends. It has an effect when torn open. I thought it was an evil god item at first, so I reported it immediately. After investigation, I found that there was no evil god breath and pollution. It is very likely a gadget from other cosmic civilizations. The universe is vast and boundless, with countless races and countless civilizations living in it. Even the masters of interstellar race studies in the Federation may not be able to identify every race and civilization. For the Prevention Bureau, once it is confirmed that it is not an evil god item, the matter ends here. It doesn't matter who smuggled these alien items. Sure enough, they were regarded as products of a special alien civilization. Fang Xing felt relieved after hearing this. For him, this may be the best result. Moreover, there seemed to be no immortal cultivators in the Blue Star Federation. Could it be because there were no spiritual veins? He was somewhat puzzled. Chapter 79 Undercurrent. Fang Xing lived a peaceful life for a while. He went to school every day, received private lessons from Lu Guangming on Fridays, and occasionally went to Qinglin Market on weekends to replenish spiritual rice and elixirs. It must be said that the storage in the market is still quite rich, especially after many monks died. As long as there are enough spiritual stones, there will always be spiritual rice for sale. The only thing that bothered him was that it was difficult to get started with the great Vajraprajna divine power. This skill is not displayed on the attribute panel, so it is not easy to improve the proficiency. Qinglin Market. Dongfu. Fang Xing went to trade with Su Yi again, spending a lot of spiritual stones to buy a lot of the other party's remaining boiling blood. Dragon Elephant skill has made rapid progress thanks to these spiritual liquids, so it is naturally impossible to give up. Even if there is still some on hand, it needs to be stored more. However, Su Yi said that this was the last transaction, and the woman had already begun to adjust her state and make the last preparations before building the foundation. By the time we meet again, she might be a foundation building master. I am looking forward to the time when she can't bear to bother me after she builds her foundation. Fang Xing played with a laser gun in his hand, looking forward to it, since he got the boiling blood beyond imagination. He estimated that he could practice dragon elephant art to the master level. At that time, he could not only obtain the true meaning of dragon elephant, but also make his physique comparable to that of a second-level body cultivator. A second-level body cultivator is enough to compete with a foundation-building master. Not to mention that Su Yi is a weak chicken who has just been promoted. Just right as an experimental subject. In fact, there is no need for a dragon elephant art master. After I reach the proficient level, I may be able to try to fight against a foundation-building master with other means? Fang Xing was holding an ancient book in his hand. On the cover was overview of Great Wild Spiritual Objects, which recorded many spiritual objects found in the Great Wilderness. There are also such books as Dongxian Travel Notes, Great Wilderness Scenery, etc., since they are not cultivation secrets and secret techniques, nor do they involve the 100 arts of cultivating immortals. The prices are very cheap, and a few spiritual sands were bought. He often read in his spare time to enrich his knowledge and not look like a bumpkin. Physical training. Physical training. At this time, Fang Xing flipped around, trying to find a spiritual object that suits him. It is really difficult to get started with the power of the Great Vajraprajna. And Lu Guangming also said that it all depends on each person's understanding. Even if you get started, the resources that the Federation can use to assist in practicing S-level martial arts are quite precious. And even ordinary martial artists have no access to them. Therefore, we can only think of a way here. With the nine-eyed Bodhi seed, the legendary holy object. Just holding it in your hand can open up wisdom and increase your understanding. But it has not appeared in the world for 10,000 years. Fang Xing first remembered this spiritual object firmly, and continued to flip back. Blood Bodhi. I haven't seen this for thousands of years. But, dragon blood. Real dragons are at least level 3. I don't want to die yet. But, Netherworld Cold Spring. Can it temper the body? Alternative. I don't know where there is such a cold pond. You can consider it. Blood Essence Stone? Unsure of the origin. What's the use? Remember it for now. Fang Xing glanced at it a few times, turned a page, and saw a new description, Vajra fruit. A treasure for physical cultivation. Can break through the bottleneck of physical cultivation. Level 3 spiritual fruit? You can consider it. But, I still can't find it. He took a deep look at the attached picture. The Vajra fruit was a fist-sized golden fruit with frosty white lines on the surface. Like the Netherworld Cold Spring and Blood Essence Stone. They are all spiritual objects that are very beneficial to physical cultivation. Fang Xing remembered this information firmly, and was ready to see if he would have the opportunity to encounter it in the future. Suddenly, he had an idea and stood up immediately. In his body, his 5 internal organs were roaring. Heart, liver, spleen, lungs, kidneys red, emerald green, bright yellow, incandescent, dark black. He seemed to see his 5 internal organs being ignited by flames of different colors. And the internal breath in his body seemed to be stimulated by something. And the speed of operation suddenly accelerated. The 5 internal organs have been tempered to perfection. And the 6 internal organs have been trained? Fang Xing murmured. The 3 realms of martial arts are unpolished jade. If unpolished jade wants to become beautiful jade and shine with peerless brilliance, it needs to be constantly polished. The internal breath constantly tempers the 5 internal organs and 6 internal organs, which is the polishing process. Fortunately, with the spiritual rice, cave, and chi replenishing pill, his innate true chi recovers very quickly. So the tempering speed is very amazing. Now, he has perfected the tempering of the 5 internal organs, corresponding to the 5 elements one by one, and then started the 6 internal organs training. The 6 internal organs are gallbladder, stomach, small intestine, large intestine, bladder, triple burner. In Fang Xing body, the powerful internal breath first runs along the triple burner, from the lower burner through the middle burner to the upper burner, and so on. It gives me a feeling of opening up the Ren and Du meridians. He opened his eyes flashing with brilliance, and glanced at the attribute column, 3rd level, unpolished jade, 6 internal organs, 1 out of 100. Sure enough, it has broken through to the 6 internal organs level. So, it seems that it is really possible to break through the 4th realm of martial arts before the 100 stars joint examination. After all, I have already cultivated the artistic conception, and the Nawan Palace is just a layer of window paper. As long as the unpolished jade realm is perfect, it will be broken with one poke. Eagle Star. There is a public toilet at the junction of the old and new urban areas of Maple Leaf City. It has been dilapidated for a long time due to disrepair. A tall figure wearing a black windbreaker and a strange hat suddenly walked into it. The light and shadow in the toilet were mottled, and some urinals had suspicious stains, making it almost difficult to step. He frowned, came to the innermost room, held the rusty door handle, and pulled it gently. Click! After the door was opened, it turned out to be a room of more than 20 square meters. Candles were lit in the room, emitting a dim glow. Several people stood or sat in a circle, listening to the sermon of one of them. The gate of nothingness is everything. It is 1 and also 10,000. It controls everything in the world related to the concept of gate. The man in black took off his hat, and the muscles on his face moved like water, finally revealing a somewhat immature face. It was Lu Wei. Can't you choose a good place? He said to the old man who was preaching in the middle, with a dissatisfied look on his face. The old man seemed not to hear, and continued to praise the gate of nothingness. It was not until a long time later that he looked at Lu Wei. The Prevention and Control Bureau was very strict with our school last year. This base was not easy to keep. Your space extension technology is indeed amazing. Lu Wei looked at the surrounding space, and could not imagine how it was packed into the toilet room of less than 1 square meter in the outside world. This is very simple. As long as you are a high-level disciple of our Lord, you can easily use space. The old man laughed, and his expression became solemn and serious again. This is all the gift of our Lord. Then why don't you let us open a door to go to all parts of the world? Or even leave this planet prison? Lu Wei asked again. The violent fluctuations in space transmission will attract the attention of the Prevention Bureau. Once they determine that we are planning something big, it will be very dangerous to let the orbital cannon in space locate and clear it. The old man said, of course, the spatial fluctuations of space expansion can be ignored. I understand. Lu Wei nodded and stepped aside. The old man raised his hands, and his expression suddenly became fanatical. God said, let everything be transparent. Let it flow up and down. This time, the 100 Stars joint examination will be our stage. Everything is for the door. Several evil God believers saluted, and then were assigned tasks, and respectfully withdrew. After a long time, the old man looked at Lu Wei again. I've been to the black market, and got in touch with the people in the blood cage arena. Lu Wei briefly described the mission he had completed, and then frowned. Does he really have any connection with the rebels? Of course it's true. The blood cage arena is a good place. Hee. The old man sneered, which made Lu Wei look solemn, knowing that the background of the blood cage arena was beyond his imagination. The rebels are a rebellious force in the Federation, mainly composed of cyborgs. There are of course branches of the rebels in the Eagle Star. In other words, the rebels are composed of a group of humans who want to resist fate, and they don't even have a qualified leader. So they are quite scattered. Because of this, they have connections with many forces. Lu Wei's identity is actually quite trustworthy in the rebels. After all, the rebels like to take in cyborgs the most, especially those with potential. Moreover, they don't even mind being connected with the evil god. Lu Wei's identity as an evil god believer at least proves that he is definitely not a spy of the Blue Star Federation. Then, I take my leave. He was silent for a moment and prepared to take his leave. Wait. The old man suddenly called him. Your best friend is called Fang Xing? The regional bishop has already set his sights on him. He has the potential to become the son of God. Fang Xing? Lu Wei said. He ruined our plan last time. The Prevention and Control Bureau has been keeping an eye on him. It may not be easy to take action. The Prevention and Control Bureau can't stop us. Fang Xing is still a warrior in the unpolished Jade realm. In terms of age, he is definitely a true genius, and has the possibility of being admitted to a top-notch school. You should know what this means? The old man hissed, and Lu Wei secretly clenched his fists. And, if you want a non-believer to sincerely throw himself into the arms of our Lord, it is best to do it before the courageous realm. The martial arts realm is the root of those non-believers' resistance to God's grace. The reason why the courageous realm is called courageous is that it means that even when facing evil gods, there is the courage to draw the sword. This is the warrior's prayer for himself, representing the martial arts that will never yield. It is very difficult to win over and corrupt a warrior above the courageous realm. But Fang Xing seems to have realized the power of the realm, Lu Wei said. Understanding the power of the realm is never the same as advancing to courage. If you want to plant the seeds of God without being discovered, you must cultivate it from a young age. The best choice is before the courageous realm. The old man looked at Lu Wei's back as he left. His eyes gradually dimmed. Go. I hope you won't disappoint me. Again. Chapter 80. Foundation Building. Time flies. Qinglin Market. Cave Mansion. Still not working. Fang Xing opened his eyes. A trace of worry on his face. It's almost summer vacation. No. It's almost the 100 stars joint examination. And my Vajra Prajna power is still unable to get started. The difficulty of this S-level martial arts is beyond his imagination. No wonder Xiao Long took 3 years. But the 6 internal organs have been tempered for the most part. It's almost a matter of time to advance to the 4th level of martial arts before the 100 stars joint examination. He stood up, made himself a bowl of beef porridge, picked up the bowl and drank slowly, while checking the recent surveillance log. On the surveillance screen, there was a dilapidated cave mansion. Of course, Fang Xing knew that this cave mansion was not dilapidated, and it was even covered with a layer of mysterious formation, which could deceive the 2nd-level monster and escape several attacks. It was openly occupied by a lone traveler among the casual cultivators. In fact, it belongs to King Dinfeng, and is the foundation building place for the alchemist Su Yi. I heard, when a cultivator builds his foundation, if he has a 2nd-level spiritual vein, the success rate will be higher. If there is no 2nd-level spiritual vein, the 1st-level high-quality spiritual vein can barely be enough. But he still needs to absorb the spiritual power from the spiritual stone or the assistance of the spiritual gathering array. As for why Fang Xing discovered the place where Su Yi built his foundation, this is naturally the credit of those monitoring equipment. Is it finally starting? Su Yi has been in seclusion for several months. Yesterday, this cave finally felt a little strange. Now, there is even spiritual energy gathering to form a vortex, although its range is not large. Nearby cultivators can still detect it. Here they come, Fang Xing murmured, and saw Xiao Rui. She and several cultivators from King Dinfeng were guarding around the cave with a vigilant look on their faces. Among these cultivators, he even saw Hua Feiyue and Han Qingyun. However, Fang Xing had no intention of recognizing them at all. I only gave Hua Feiyue about 10 spirit stones a month. And Su Yi could obviously give more and better, now that the 2 of them have obviously joined King Dinfeng. I don't need to get involved. In the vicinity, some casual cultivators were attracted. Some of them bowed directly to the cave, knelt on the ground and begged, and some were eager to try. Grandpa, what are we doing here? Ding Hongxiu held a broken magic weapon tightly in her hand and looked around vigilantly. She felt that the cultivators around her were like hungry wolves, come to protect the way. Ding Bushan held up his wine gourd. His expression was extremely serious. You have seen clearly over this period of time. If we stay in the market, we will die slowly. If we want to survive, we have to go out. But a cultivator in the Qi training stage will die if he walks in the wilderness. Only by following the foundation building cultivators can we have a glimmer of hope. Is there really no one to save us? Ding Hongxiu's eyes were full of despair. Her cheeks were thin, and she had obviously suffered a lot. Perhaps the Jindan sect from the outside world will come. But it must be for the secret realm, not to save us. For Jinan cultivators, several years of seclusion will pass in a flash. We can't stand what they think is a short period of time. Ding Bushan is an old and experienced man. At this time, he has won over several like-minded cultivators and approached King Dinfeng together. But Miss Shirue? The old man is here to protect the seniors from building their foundation. I can't wait. So I stand guard at the outermost edge. He looked at the other casual cultivators fiercely. I wonder who dares to cut off the lives of the people in the market now. As for the question of whether the foundation building cultivators will take them with them, even if the foundation building cultivators want to cross the wilderness, they need a few scouts or followers. To put it bluntly, they are just asking to be cannon fodder. As casual cultivators, they have long been accustomed to risking their lives to gamble for a glimmer of hope. The question now is whether the senior can succeed? Sister Hua. Among the guards of King Dinfeng, Han Qingyun quietly approached Hua Feiyue. What do you think? If it were normal times, those casual cultivators would have pounced on us long ago. Now that the young lady is building her foundation, she is actually hesitating. It is obvious that she also wants to be a vassal of us and escape from here. Hua Feiyue looked serious. This can be called human harmony, Building a foundation in the land of spiritual veins is the advantage of the terrain. The golden-feathered demon bird just came 3 days ago. According to its habits, it will take 10 days or half a month for it to come again next time. This is the right time, the right place, and the right people are all there. It depends on whether the young lady can successfully build her foundation. Boom! Finally, the spiritual power vortex poured into the cave, and everything became calm. A step too late. Among the casual cultivators, a late-stage chi training cultivator regretted in his heart. But his face did not show any regret. We only came to congratulate. Congratulations to the senior on building his foundation. Now that the strange phenomenon is over, there are only 2 results, success or failure. He finished his nice words first. If the other party failed to build the foundation, he could still take action. With a creak, the door of the cave house opened with a bang, and a masked woman in green walked out calmly. She had a deep aura and a pressure at the foundation building level. Just a glance, the nearby casual cultivators were shocked and bowed. Congratulations to the senior for successfully building the foundation. Enjoy the immortal blessing forever, and achieve immortality. Su has successfully built the foundation. Thank you all for coming to watch the ceremony. Suya's eyes above the veil moved, and a surge of magic power suddenly emerged around her body, which scared the others, and they thought Su was going to take action directly. But in the next moment, she grabbed with her bare hands, and a large hand of magic power emerged, grabbing the beetles and birds on the roof, in the cracks of the wall, and in the corners one by one. What a wonderful puppet technique. There is no magic power fluctuation at all. If I hadn't practiced the spiritual consciousness, I'm afraid I wouldn't be able to find it. The spiritual consciousness of the cultivators in the chi training stage can only look inward, and at most check the jade slips and storage bags. But the spiritual consciousness of the foundation building cultivators is different. It is the sublimation of the spiritual consciousness, which can look at themselves and even the area of dozens of feet in radius. And everything is vivid, under Suya's current spiritual sense. Although these birds and geckos look vivid, they are actually complex and sophisticated machines inside, and are obviously not living things. What makes her even more curious is that this kind of puppet does not have any mana fluctuations. If it is not a foundation building cultivator, it is indeed difficult to detect the clues. Boom! Boom! The next moment, the drones in the mana hand exploded one after another, and turned into balls of fire. Huh? Self-destructed? Suyi was a little surprised. Senior, do you want us to take action and find this person who hides his head and shows his tail? Ding Bushan raised his head and chest and spoke a little louder. No need. I have a 3-point guess who this person is. Thank you all for coming to protect the law. I have set up a small wine in a separate courtyard. Please come. Suya's face was pleasant, and his voice seemed to be filled with joy. Even those unscrupulous cultivators on the periphery who had bad intentions were invited. Since it is the senior who invited us, we will naturally not refuse. The late chi training cultivator looked at each other and finally agreed. Soon, the news that the young master of King Danfeng had successfully built his foundation swept through the market like a storm. After everyone left, 10 feet away from the cave, the ground layer suddenly opened up, and a black beetle crawled out. In the early stage of foundation building, the range of spiritual consciousness is 10 feet away from the body, which is about 33 meters. In the basement of the cave, Fong Xing finished drinking beef porridge and thought about it. The range of spiritual consciousness of a foundation building cultivator is closely related to the realm, skills, and even the physique of each person. What's more, there are spiritual objects and elixirs that can open up the purple mansion and enhance spiritual consciousness. Today, he did not hesitate to expose himself and insisted on trying to monitor in order to obtain first-hand data. Judging from Suya's performance, all the puppets within 33 meters were discovered and eliminated. Only those outside 33 meters were spared, which seems to prove this point. However, be careful of the possibility that she may be deliberately disguising herself. Maybe she has already discovered my beetle puppet, but is just pretending not to know. Is this a foundation building cultivator? It is said that the mana in the body of a foundation building cultivator is sublimated into liquid true essence, and 1 drop can be equivalent to the entire mana of an ordinary late-stage chi training cultivator. Fong Xing set up the Fuhu posture, thinking while practicing boxing. After successfully building the foundation, Suyi will definitely leave. This may be the last wave of escape. Should I follow him and go to the cultivated wasteland together? Soon. He made up his mind, not going out. Those casual cultivators want to escape because they are in danger. But as long as Fang Xing is careful and hides in the Eagle Star when in danger, his own safety is guaranteed. And he will not face problems such as food shortages. Then, he can wait for those big sects to open up the route themselves. Even in the worst case scenario, if everyone outside abandons Qinglin Market, Fang Xing can still quietly cultivate courage, outlook, and even martial arts golden elixir, and then go out by himself. Placing hope on others is cowardly and stupid. I only believe in myself. This is also my martial arts. Roar! The next moment, Fang Xing seemed to hear the roar of a tiger in his ears. Fuhu artistic conception achievement. He touched his brows and felt another spiritual force condensing in the Naiwan Palace. Dragon artistic conception. Fuhu artistic conception. Both have been obtained. Every artistic conception baptism is of great benefit to Naiwan Palace, which is equivalent to a solid foundation for the future. Fang Xing carefully experienced the Fuhu artistic conception, and could feel that under the influence of the two artistic conceptions, his internal breath surged again. The progress of the 6 internal organs has also accelerated. Fuhu Post 1/400 Master, glancing at the attribute column. Fang Xing nodded silently. After the master level, it is increasingly difficult to increase proficiency. But for the future foundation of the golden elixir, the dragon and tiger realm, you still have to practice daily. Fang Xing habitually looked at the progress of other martial arts and found that the dragon elephant art had reached 89 out of 100 proficient, and couldn't help but smile. After the dragon elephant art is mastered, you can ask Sui to teach you, but it seems useless. And there is a high probability that I will be abused, because as long as her body flies into the sky, I can basically only stare blankly. As for using flying talismans, what's the difference between that and humans putting on wings and flying like birds? According to Fang Xing current experience, if you want to kill a foundation building cultivator, you have to sneak attack them unexpectedly and decide the outcome with one move. Chapter 81 Diamond Body and Photochemical. Eagle Star. Fang Xing would not admit that he came here to avoid the limelight. At this time, he looked at the address book and called Gu Yun again, junior sister. Do you want to have a hearty fist-to-flesh fight? No. I don't want to be a target by you. Gu Yun answered expressionlessly on the screen. Ha ha. Fang Xing laughed very happily immediately, and looked behind her again. Feeling something was wrong. Where are you? Black Market. The Prevention and Control Bureau has an action. Gu Yun answered without any sense of confidentiality. Anyway, she was not a formal member of the Prevention and Control Bureau. Huh? You are still in contact with the Prevention and Control Bureau. Are you now on a mission together? Pay more attention to your own safety. Fang Xing said earnestly. Don't worry. There's no danger. Just collecting some items. Do you remember the alien civilization I told you about last time? The Faith Theory Department found a kind of energy block used by the other party, which feels very interesting. Unfortunately, not much was collected. Gu Yun sighed. I know. I put those low-grade spirit stones. Fang Xing added in his mind and began to change the subject. Gu Yun really fell into the trap, and the two chatted and talked about the final exam. In this regard, Fang Xing, who has repeatedly won the first place in the grade, has a lot of say. He immediately gave Gu Yun several suggestions, and finally said, with your talent, if you can't get the first place in the grade, the principal will be very disappointed. I heard that there will be 100 stars joint exam at the end of the second year of high school. You have to work hard too. Gu Yun also cheered for Fang Xing. Don't worry. It's not a big problem. Fang Xing waved his hand. Even if he has not broken through the third realm of martial arts, he is enough to suppress the entire Yusai High School, or perhaps the entire Young Eagle Star? By the way, do you know who is the chief examiner of the 100 stars joint examination this time? Gu Yun suddenly asked a question. Has the candidate been announced? Fang Xing was a little surprised. This is just like knowing who the teacher is in advance for the college entrance examination. It is an advantage. It is the young Marshal Saint Wei Shitong. He is a master of the 9-turn golden elixir and the great Vidra realm. The 7 realms of martial arts are skin, flesh, tendons, unpolished jade, courage, exterior, golden elixir, and Vidra. Vajra means to use golden elixir to refine immortal substances and cast a martial arts golden body. When the golden elixir turns, the power of the golden body increases. When the golden elixir turns 9 times, and the golden body is fully developed, it is also called the Great Vajra realm. It is the last step before the martial saint and has a special meaning. I heard that some martial arts golden elixirs cannot continue to develop after the 6th or 7th transformation in the Vajra realm, and can only barely break through to the martial saint realm. Such martial saints have flaws and are called imperfect martial saints, and it is difficult for them to look forward to the realm of martial god. Only those who can transform their golden elixir 9 times and reach the Great Vajra realm with a perfect golden body can achieve the martial saint without regrets and have a bright future. Gu Yun seemed to be repeating the description of an elder. This Director Wei is in the Great Vajra realm and has a promising future. Great Vajra. Fong Xing sighed. The Vajra realm is a very interesting realm, and how far you can go depends on each person. The martial saint who breaks through the golden body after the 6th or 7th transformation is inherently inferior to the martial saint who breaks through the Great Vajra realm. Of course, what is even worse is that those Vajra realm warriors who cannot transform their golden elixir more than 3 times cannot even break through to the martial saint realm. Wei Shitong can transform his golden elixir 9 times and achieve the Great Vajra realm. His future is limitless, and he is likely to become a martial god. Of course, such things are not 100% certain. Such a person is not a small figure in the entire Blue Star Federation, and is much stronger than Lu Guangming, who can only dominate the Eagle Star. However, there are so many martial arts golden elixirs on a planet. Is it so difficult to reach the Vajra realm? Fortunately, as long as you practice the Dragon Elephant Vajra indestructible divine power, it will not be a problem to push the golden elixir to the 6th or 7th turn. Fong Xing thought to himself. A little curious, it seems that you are well informed. Of course, Aunt Bai told me all this. Gu Yun said, I can also tell you that there are many monsters in this 100 stars joint examination. Just on our Eagle Star, I heard that a high school student awakened the Vajra body ability, nicknamed Little Vajra, and has now been promoted to the 3rd realm of martial arts. Even the unpolished warriors cannot break through his defense. There are also different levels of superpowers, such as Lu Wei's, which is only average. The Vajra body is a well-known superpower. It is rumored that after awakening this superpower, it will even help the Vajra realm in the future. Of course, this can only happen if the superpowers are developed to a very high level. Oh! What's his name? Fong Xing became interested. His name is Song Jin Gang. Gu Yun's emotions fluctuated slightly, and it was unclear whether it was envy or fighting spirit. As for the geniuses from other planets, there are even more. You don't think that only martial arts students will participate in the 100 stars joint examination, right? It seems that there are still students who are going the route of Mecha Masters? Fong Xing was somewhat expectant. He wondered what abilities the spiritualists and Mecha Masters, who had not yet grown up, had. Although most of the educational planets in the Federation only have warrior systems, there are still a few special planets that train the elites among natural people. The most famous ones are Qianlong Star, Chufeng Star, and Yulin Star. Students from Yulin Star have participated in all the 100 stars joint examinations, and they basically took the top 10, even if they are going the route of martial artists. The students from these planets are generally much better than us. These 3 planets are equivalent to the aristocratic schools in the interstellar era. The admission rate is almost 100%, and the probability of being admitted to first class or super first class universities is also the highest. I am more interested after hearing this. Fong Xing smiled slightly. I advise you to be careful. As far as I know, there are many talented people on Yulin Star. There are several famous ones, such as Gu Jiantong, Qi Lingjun, Zhong Yuxiu, etc. The most powerful Gu Jiantong is a martial artist. He has almost booked the first place this year. He is also a superpower. The awakened superpower is light transformation. Qi Lingjun is a beast master and has already controlled a beast comparable to the 4th level of martial arts. Zhong Yuxiu is a mecha master. Gu Yun gave a lot of information. It seems that he didn't hear it accidentally, but specifically asked about it. Light transformation? Fong Xing took a breath. He was familiar with the names of such top superpowers. This ability is said to turn the person into light. Of course, today's high school students certainly can't do this, but they can get all-round enhancement. It is said that they can become stronger just by lying in the sun. When they reached the peak of turning into light, they can almost be compared to the martial saint and martial god with their ability. Of course, to develop such an ability to the limit, it also takes a lot of effort and resources. But compared to ordinary people who are suffering, it is no longer born in Rome, but born in heaven. It's not winning at the starting line, but the kind of starting line that has to take the initiative to retreat. Really enviable talent, Fang Xing sighed, but his confidence was not hit at all. After all, no matter how powerful the talent is, there is still a powerful cheat. However, since there are so many monsters in the 100 Stars joint examination, I should work harder. After ending the call, Fang Xing walked out of the house and prepared to go out for a good meal to comfort himself. After all, eating spiritual rice every day is a bit boring. It was dusk, and there was a blazing cloud in the distant sky. Fang Xing was just about to step out of the gate of the community when he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his brow. He subconsciously tilted his head. Bang! The next moment, a blood flower appeared on Fang Xing's shoulder. The blood flower suddenly exploded, revealing the nano-protective suit inside. Now that he had a lot of star yuan, Fang Xing had naturally bought several sets of nano-protective suits as backup. Not only did he lose several sets in Qinglanfang City, but he also wore them here on a daily basis. This was the lesson he learned when he encountered the moonworm beast last time. But at this time, a bullet that broke through the air directly penetrated the nano-protective suit, then shattered his dragon-scale elephant armor, tore his flesh and blood, and finally got stuck in the bone. Is there a sniper? Fang Xing rolled over and lay down, hiding behind a bunker, and had already determined the other party's location. Again? He took out a healing pill, swallowed it directly, and then moved his muscles all over his body to heal the wound directly, refining the skin, flesh, tendons, and bones of the whole body is to have this kind of control. Then, his figure was like a cheetah pouncing on its prey, moving in a snake-like manner, leaving a trail of afterimages. In the blink of an eye, he rushed to the bottom of a building. Whoosh! Fang Xing rushed halfway. His ears moved, and his right hand pressed directly. Beside him, a large hole was blown directly in the reinforced concrete wall. Countless bricks and stones flew across, revealing a thin and small figure behind. The other party was also wearing a nano-protective suit, which turned into a pitch-black color, even covering his face completely. Dare to attack me? Looking for death? Fang Xing was furious and punched out. Bang! The nearby floors trembled violently, as if they were bearing the recoil of the howitzer. When the punch was thrown, Fang Xing's eyes were deep, and the artistic conception of the dragon and the artistic conception of the crouching tiger followed. Under the superposition of the two artistic conceptions, even warriors in the courage realm will be affected. The thin man in black was obviously stunned for a moment, then raised his arms and crossed them in front of him. Bang! The attacker flew backwards as if hit by a locomotive, knocking down a wall. Fang Xing followed closely behind him and punched out again. When this punch was thrown, the surrounding void seemed to be vibrated by the bowstring of a big bow. Half-step collapsed fist. At the same time, his entire arm under the nano-suit seemed to have strands of golden light emerging. With a dragon elephant roar. Dragon elephant skill. This skill is the first in defense, and it has subtly strengthened his physique and increased his strength. Bang! The man in black was hit out again like a ball. Fang Xing was even sure that the man had vomited blood. But there was only a layer of nano-protective suit between him, and no body tissue and blood were exposed. Although the defense of the nano-protective suit is high, if the person inside is not strong enough, he may still be shocked to death. Chapter 82 Doubts. Arrogant. Domineering. A beast is most dangerous after being injured. Fang Xing was undoubtedly in this state at this time. He used his hand as a knife, and in an instant, he chopped out a knife force. Ghost knife. The knife force was across the sky, slashing heavily on the thin black-clothed man, and the opponent was chopped away again, with a clear bone-breaking sound. This man is not strong. There is no other manpower to cooperate. Does he look down on me? Think that the nano-protective suit can save his life? But he was almost shocked to death by me. It's a pity that if I carry the Qihong sword with me, I can break the nano-protective suit with one sword. Wait, that's not right. At the critical moment of life and death, the thin black-clothed man was very motivated, or quite tenacious, with rich experience in being beaten, and knew how to use various methods to relieve force. He seemed to be. Fang Xing's original sword finger slowed down for a moment. Then, the thin man in black immediately found an opportunity. Crawled to a door. And hissed for the door. He opened the door and rushed in. When Fang Xing followed him in, he found that it was just an ordinary small compartment. And the figure of the man in black disappeared. He stood there, stunned. A moment later, a group of members of the Prevention and Control Bureau Action Team had blocked the building. Jingxia brought the bully dog and sniffed left and right. Captain! At this time, a member came over and handed over a sniper rifle. It's a very old model. The ballistic comparison result is that it was used by the sect. Jingxia grabbed the sniper rifle and looked at Fang Xing. Sorry, it seems that the sect is taking revenge for the last incident. I underestimated them. It's okay. Fang Xing waved his hand and recalled the moment he was shot just now. Something is wrong. If they really wanted to attack me, I wouldn't have such a dangerous premonition. A real killer would definitely be able to restrain his killing intent and wouldn't use such an old sniper rifle. If it was a laser sniper rifle, I would be dead. That person was deliberately giving me a chance. And finally took the initiative to expose the sect. Could he be reminding me? Fang Xing can now basically confirm in his heart that the thin man in black is Lu Wei. For the opponent who has mastered muscle activation, changing body shape is a piece of cake. It's just that people can change at will. But the body's instinctive reaction in times of crisis cannot change. How to say it? The original owner is too familiar with Lu Wei, especially when he was beaten. So, he wants to remind me that the sect is going to attack me. Wait, could Lu Wei have joined this evil god organization? No wonder he can't remind me openly. Fang Xing has long felt that something is wrong with Lu Wei and wants to separate him. Unexpectedly, the other party actually joined the sect. But judging from today's reminder, Lu Wei has not lost his humanity. I can only say that humans are indeed the most complex creatures. Captain Jingxia, what did you find? Fang Xing looked at Jingxia and asked him, as he seemed very excited. Woof. At this time, the bully dog was also in the compartment where Lu Wei last left, barking at the door. Yes, I underestimated the sect. And they underestimated you. You are too strong, forcing the cultist to run for his life, and even use space teleportation technology to leave coordinates while running for his life. Jingxia's face flushed with excitement, according to these clues. If we can't catch the sect's several secret bases, then we are all useless. Fang Xing was silent after hearing this, and he suspected that Lu Wei had deliberately let it go. What a good brother. He clearly said before that he would go his own way and break off the friendship. Unfortunately, I am no longer the same as before. Moreover, Lu Wei must have messed up. He was originally planning to shoot me once and then discard the gun and some clues. But he didn't expect me to be so strong that I chased him and beat him so hard that he had no way to go to heaven or earth. So he exposed more things. I hope I can see him again in school tomorrow. The next day, Yusai High School. Fang Xing walked into the classroom with a little trepidation. Immediately, he frowned. Lu Wei, who used to be like a bodybuilder, was not there today, and his seat was empty. Not only that, when the teacher Lan Fei started to call the roll, Lu Wei still didn't come. Classmates, Lu Wei asked for sick leave today. Everyone should study hard and take care of their health. After Lan Fei finished speaking, he officially started the lecture. The 100 stars joint examination is approaching. I hope everyone can get good grades. Now, please open your ideological and moral textbooks. Page 57. After the get out of class, Fang Xing walked out of the classroom and went to the toilet. It has to be said that it is natural for boys and girls to gossip or do other things in the toilet. After all, federal law does not allow surveillance to be installed in toilets in private homes and public places. Lu Wei used to use the toilet to do bad things. He even sold cigarettes and alcohol. Fang Xing looked disgusted and went to a toilet cubicle and knocked off a tile on the top floor. Inside the tile, there was a communicator. Looking at the worn-out serial number, it should be a black market product. He was silent for a while, turned on the communicator, and a light flashed inside, and a recorded video appeared. Axing, I'm leaving. In the video, Lu Wei sighed. I gave up the dream of going to college. Why? I guess you recognized me yesterday, and you didn't report it to the Prevention and Control Bureau. I am very grateful to you. Just like Fang Xing could easily recognize Lu Wei. Lu Wei obviously found that Fang Xing was wrong. Now I want to tell you something. Your current situation is very dangerous. Very dangerous. Since last time, the sect has taken a fancy to you. They like to develop disciples among outstanding students. I have always wanted to grab this task. But I didn't grab it. Lu Wei continued. It seems that this refers to the last incident with Guapepe. If Lu Wei received the task, maybe he would let me go. Fang Xing was thoughtful. Okay. I guess you guessed it. I joined the sect. Lu Wei in the picture smiled to himself. For this, I gained superpowers, which is what I deserve. The sect can really awaken superpowers. However, it does not mean that people with superpowers will become minions of the evil god. I still retain my own will, and have found a way to resist. I will devote myself to a higher cause in the future, and fight to liberate more cyborgs. So, don't look for me anymore. I hope you can get into the university of your choice. Old friend. Liberate cyborgs? Did this kid join the resistance? Isn't this jumping from one pit to another? Fang Xing frowned, however. It seems that there are not many choices. After all, the sect must have the means to control the people below. If you don't join a big force, I'm afraid it won't be solved. He sorted out the course of events. It should be that Lu Wei had no hope of passing the college entrance examination. So he joined the evil god organization. And then saw that the organization was going to deal with him. So he came to remind him. It can be said that he is indeed a good brother of the original owner. But I am not me. However, Lu Wei actually risked being exposed to warn me. It seems that the intensity of the attack on me this time is unprecedented. Much greater than the last time against Guapepe? The kind that will be caught if you are not careful? It is really inexplicable. Who did I offend? Fang Xing couldn't help but complain. In fact, he also knew that he was just too outstanding. Being too outstanding will naturally attract covetousness. Xiao Long and Lu Guangming are investments. And the school wants to corrupt. In fact, there is not much difference. The key is to have value to be used. Your family background is too low. As a cyborg, you have no background and are easy to get started. If you are too good, it is indeed easy to encounter various things. Ha. Are you touched? The video is still going on. Lu Wei and it suddenly changed his expression and squinted his eyes with a playful smile. Don't be too touched. I just rescued you. In fact, I have long wanted to use the sect as a springboard to join other major forces. What era is this? There is no future to follow the followers of the evil god. Finally, I am not sure that there are no people from the sect in the school. Guapepe may have more than one. You should be careful. The video ends here. Fang Xing was silent, and suddenly exerted force with his right hand. Layer after layer of innate truth, he slowly consumed the black market communicator, turning it into a pile of powder, and then sprinkled it into the toilet. Splash. Accompanied by the sound of running water. The powder disappeared completely. Really? I can't help you now. Everyone should take care of themselves. Fang Xing sighed, returned to the classroom, and continued his martial arts class. After school, on the river bank, Fang Xing kicked stones aimlessly. He had to say that Lu Wei's performance impressed him a little, although it was very childish. This brotherhood was indeed not fake. This made him even more embarrassed. After all, he was not the real original owner. It was another debt of favor. Remember to pay it back later, he reminded himself secretly. Although he had come all the way here, most of it was due to his own efforts. He had received financial support from the principal and Xiao Long, and he would definitely repay them in the future. In addition, there was also the use of Gu Yun, and Lu Wei's reminder this time. It turned out that without realizing it, I had so many causes and effects and ties. Have I really integrated into this universe? Fang Xing murmured in his heart. Huh? Suddenly, he glanced and saw Bai Liani, wearing a white dress with floral patterns, entering a bridge hole. Why are you running under the bridge instead of going home after school? Is he taking extra money? Didn't he live in the rich area before? I heard that many rich people are tired of playing around and like to have sex outdoors. It's not easy to do this job. Fang Xing sighed in his heart and became a little suspicious. What he didn't notice was that the surveillance cameras that were originally all over the street suddenly flickered and blurred, as if they were broken. Chapter 83 Shocking Change. After sighing for a while, Fang Xing did not intend to follow and went straight home. For him, what Bai Liani did was none of his business, and he was not interested in other people's private lives. The last time he targeted Bai Liani. He wanted his good brother Lu Wei to see the other party's true face. Now there is no need. Anyway, he has always been upright. And he is not afraid of anything. Now his only goal is to go to school well, and then get into a top-notch university. So that he can truly enter the Federal High-Level Reserve. If he develops well in the future, he will not be afraid of anything. Besides that, everything is false. Hee. Saint, has your charm decreased? That Fong Xing is not interested in you. In the bridge hole, a lot of blood stains were smeared on the wet ground at some point. Like the roots of a mahogany tree. Spreading to the wall, depicting a strange symbol of a bloody door. In front of this bloody door, there was also a man in a black robe, whose figure and face were all shrouded in a layer of black mist, making it difficult to measure. At this time, the black-robed man laughed hoarsely. Could it be that Lu Wei gave him a warning? Bai Liani played with the hem of her skirt, looking like a timid girl next door. I never told that silly boy about the goddess. The black-robed man didn't care. That's not a silly boy. He was able to contact the resistance army through the opportunity of contact, and was successfully accepted by the other party. And he also tricked us. People like that are stupid. Then what are we? Mentally retarded? Bai Liani shook her head. It seems I have to come to the door in person. At that time, I will ask you to be responsible for clearing all the surveillance clues around. Which is your strong point? Late at night, Fong Xing ordered a takeaway and prepared to play games all night. This is also a combination of work and rest. He practiced martial arts to become a superior person and enjoy it better. If you practice martial arts for the sake of practicing martial arts, wouldn't you become a martial arts idiot and a stone? In King Linfang Market, the courtesans in Tingyu Tower have greatly reduced their prices. When Fong Xing took off his holographic glasses, an inexplicable thought flashed through his mind. The next moment, he shook his head and put this thought behind him. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. Who is it? My takeaway has arrived? Fong Xing opened the door and saw Bai Liani, who was wearing a white dress and looked pitiful. Student Bai. Axing. Help me. Bai Liani walked into the room. As if she thought of something terrible. I ran into it when I was walking on the road today. She untied her school bag and saw one of the strange doors. Huh? Door? Fong Xing was startled. Just as he was about to take action, Bai Liani turned her hand and grabbed his pulse. He activated his dragon scale elephant armor and subconsciously wanted to fight back, but suddenly found that he could not move his eyes away. The door seemed to be made of bronze, and every pattern on it seemed to interpret the truth of the world. Just looking at the door made him feel the great freedom and bliss of the world. While being intoxicated, Fong Xing limbs seemed to be filled with lead, and he could not move at all. Mr. Fong, it is really not easy to subdue you. But unfortunately, I am not your opponent. But after asking my lord, it will be different. Bai Liani smiled with a holy smile on her face. Come on. Join us. You have the potential to become the son of God. Fong Xing's expression was wooden, and he wanted to move frantically in his heart, but found that he could not do anything. That bronze door statue seemed to be the true form of a foreign evil god, and it had been blessed. Once it was unfolded, just the breath made him almost unable to move. Fong Xing even suspected that if he had not practiced the artistic conception of the dragon and the artistic conception of the tiger, and the Nawan Palace had been cleansed twice, he would probably suppress his thinking now. Don't worry. It will be done in a few seconds. Bai Liani looked extremely pious. She held Fong Xing tightly with both hands, comforted him, and began to chant the ancient and difficult spell, "We pray to the gate of nothingness." She spoke a language that Fong Xing had never learned, but every note fell into his ears, and he automatically understood the meaning. Click! Click! The lines on the bronze door seemed to come alive and began to wriggle. It was like gears running and steam roaring. A gap appeared on the door, and then it became larger and larger. It seemed that in the next moment, this bronze door would be completely opened. In a few seconds, will I be polluted by the evil god? Fong Xing had no choice when he felt his thoughts stagnate and felt that Bai Liani was clamping his hands. 3 seconds later, a silver light flashed. Bai Liani's eyes blurred, and the world had changed. Where is this illusion attack? Where is my master? She looked at the wall of the upper cave in Qinglin Market. Her eyes dulled for a while, but the next moment, she felt that what she was holding in her hands was not a human figure, but a dragon elephant. Roar! After losing control of the evil god statue, Fang Xing immediately took back control of his body. He immediately mobilized the blood and qi in his body, causing dragon roars and tiger roars to be heard all around. Dragon artistic conception. Tiger subduing artistic conception. Dragon and tiger danced wildly in the void, and Fang Xing grabbed them out. Bai Lian's originally white dress suddenly turned into a nano-protective suit. Her hands were like lotus flowers, and the aura around her body was endless. She actually broke through the unpolished jade realm without knowing when. So, this is your secret? Bai Lian looked around, and the shock on her face had not yet dissipated. Then, she saw Fang Xing raise his hand, and a green rainbow fell into his hand, and he slashed with a sword. Second level spiritual sword. Qin Hong. A blue sword light with unparalleled sharpness suddenly swept across Bai Lian's infinitely beautiful face. The sword light was cold, but the sound of the sword seemed to carry all kinds of human life, making Bai Lian's beautiful face lose consciousness for a moment. And a drop of crystal glittering liquid slid down from the corner of her eye. Then, a line of blood emerged from her white jade forehead, passing through her small nose, lips painted with crystal pink lipstick, and smooth chin. Clang! The two halves of the body fell to the ground, and Fang Xing tore off a fireball talisman, which turned into ashes in an instant. Anyone who knew his secret would die. I accidentally completed the experiment of taking people through time. Fang Xing murmured, came to the side of the pile of ashes, and took out a few soul-destroying talismans and evil-breaking talismans, injecting innate true qi, stimulating one by one. Dare to harm me, I will make your soul fly away, and you can't even be a ghost. The scene just now was too dangerous. Fang Xing didn't want to become a follower of the evil god, lose his self-personality from then on, and be like a walking corpse. Lu Wei was able to escape, perhaps just because the other party was not trapped enough. But with Bai Lian's attention to himself, I'm afraid there is no chance at all. Huh? At this time, Fang Xing discovered that there were still things that had not melted in the ashes that Bai Lian turned into. He pushed aside a few metal lumps and took out a piece of cloth. This cloth was only the size of a palm, showing a dark golden color, and seemed to be woven with some special material. And on the cloth, there was only half a red sun. In addition, there was no evil god sacrifice text, the mark of the gate of nothingness, etc. What good things can a follower of the evil god leave behind? And it's still incomplete. Fang Xing thought about it, wrapped a half piece of cloth in Bai Lian's ashes, and asked the drone to throw them in the wilderness. Alas, this time they actually came directly to kill me. There will be trouble over there. He sighed and returned to his home on the Eagle Star. Huh? Fang Xing, who was fully armed, wearing a golden bell and holding a Qin Hong sword, saw that his room was basically the same as when he left. Only the table turned into ashes, and there was a ball of asphalt on the ground. As for the bronze door statue, it seemed to have been disappeared without a trace. Could it be that the ritual failed and backfired because Bai Lian, the priest, disappeared? Combining his own knowledge and the bits and pieces he gained from his internship at the Prevention and Control Bureau, Fang Xing made a judgment and immediately dug up the asphalt and the floor on the ground and sent them to Qinglin Market to destroy the bodies. He also prepared a solution that could eliminate the smell of evil spirit items and carefully clean the house. When everything was done, it was already early morning. Alas, the sect is really causing trouble for me. Fang Xing faced the rising sun, his face full of depression. This time is different from the last time, and it is impossible to explain it clearly. Then I won't explain it. But in this way, I still have to bear the subsequent revenge of the sect by myself. But it's not right. I was just attacked by Lu Wei. The Prevention and Control Bureau should have protected me during this period. Bai Lian actually came to my door last night. It turns out that the Prevention and Control Bureau is a bunch of rubbish. Fang Xing felt a little unhappy when he thought of this. And a few hours later, when he was in class, Jing Xia came to his door, and he felt even less beautiful. Yusai High School. What? My classmate Lu Wei is missing? Fang Xing looked at Jing Xia and frowned again. Even so, Lu Wei's disappearance should be handled by the Public Security Bureau. Why is it the Prevention Bureau? It seems that you have guessed that your good brother is suspected of being related to the sect, Jing Xia said, because you are his good friend. I need you to assist in the investigation and answer a few questions. Okay. But my relationship with him gradually faded after the end of the first year of high school. He may be a little jealous and hateful of me. Fang Xing looked normal and began to cut off. I know. Jingxia asked a few more questions, and Fang Xing answered them one by one truthfully. He and Lu Wei were friends before, and there was nothing he couldn't say. Moreover, the relationship between the two had been bad since the first year of high school, which was known to everyone. As long as the previous assassination was not exposed, it would not be a big deal. So it seems. Did Lu Wei also intend to cut off from me before? Fang Xing's mood was quite complicated for a while. Chapter 84 Breakthroughs. Okay. That's basically it. Thank you for your cooperation. After asking the usual questions, Jingxia asked Fang Xing to go back to class. After Fang Xing walked 3 steps away, he suddenly said, by the way, there is another Bai Liani in your class who was absent today. Do you know what the news is? Student Bai. I don't know. Fang Xing stopped and had a look of confusion on his face. What happened to her? Could it be related to the evil god? I don't know. But we will continue to investigate. Jingxia watched Fang Xing leave, and then went directly to the principal's office. Lu Guangming held the thermos cup and felt that his head was even balder. 2 less college seats. 2 less. Why am I so miserable? Principal Lu. Jingxia greeted him. Thank you for your support and cooperation. I have asked Fang Xing. I know about Xiao Fang. He has always been diligent and studious. Lu Guangming resumed his smiling expression and said, facing this powerful person from the Eagle Star. Jingxia did not dare to be careless. She answered calmly, it's okay if Lu Wei and Bai Liani are not investigated. But once they are investigated, there are problems. I originally thought it was a bit strange that there were several geniuses in one class. So, are you suspicious of Xiao Fang? Lu Guangming opened the thermos cup, and white steam came out, making it difficult to see his expression. Although there is no evidence, I review what he has done during this period and always feel that something is wrong. Jingxia narrowed her eyes. After all, she is the captain of the action department and has rich experience in handling cases. I had noticed that there was something wrong with Yusai High School before, and I lived nearby and investigated it in detail. At this time, I was even more speculative. However, some more detailed investigations are needed, preferably in-depth inspections. For example, directly controlling someone, forcibly conducting certain searches, etc. No matter what, there is no evidence. So don't mess around. Lu Guangming suddenly said, after all, the 100 Stars joint examination is coming. And if there is no appearance, Teacher Xiao Long will be very sad. I know. Jingxia had no expression on his face and agreed directly. Trouble. It's all trouble. Happy home community. Fang Xing closed the door and checked the house protection amulet. He stopped hiding, and his face instantly became extremely gloomy. I didn't expect the previous thunder to explode suddenly. And it exploded 2 at once. 3 geniuses in a class. 2 of them have problems. If it were me, I would have to doubt myself. Now, how to break the situation? Fang Xing no longer dared to travel rashly, for fear that others would discover his secrets. If I can monitor others, others can monitor me. The technology mastered by the Prevention and Control Bureau will only be more advanced than mine. Break the situation? The school protects me because I can bring honor to the school. But these are all floating duckweed in the wind. The most useful thing is my own strength. As long as I can break through the 4 realms of martial arts and become a certified professional, the citizen level will be improved and enter the protection range of the all-knowing brain. Even the Prevention and Control Bureau cannot take extreme measures without evidence. Fang Xing never puts his hope on Lu Guangming. The all-knowing brain is another choice. This is the highest intelligent brain technology of the Federation, claiming to be absolutely fair, absolutely just, and absolutely selfless. It even coordinates most of the production operations of the Federation. Of course, Fang Xing has reservations about this. Although the machine is selfless, the people who build it and design the underlying logic may not be. But this kind of constraint may not have much power for the giant companies and wealthy families of the Federation and the top strongmen. But it is definitely very coercive for the Prevention and Control Bureau in a tiny city on a mere planet. Moreover, after achieving the Courage Realm, the warrior's own path is set, and it is difficult to be bewitched. Even if the sect had taken a fancy to me before, they would give up later. Although after finding that I could not be corrupted, The only option left was to kill. But the force might not be as strong as before. Break the situation. Break the situation. Fang Xing was mentally concentrated. After experiencing the previous attack, he felt that his will had improved. At this time, he came to the training room, directly applied a layer of boiling blood, and began to practice. Roar! In his ears, it seemed that the roar of a dragon and an elephant came, and the blood and chi in his body condensed, and a layer of faint golden light was nurtured on his skin. Boom! The dragon elephant skill mark on his attribute bar suddenly blurred, and he began to break through. After an unknown amount of time, Fang Xing opened his eyes and looked at his hands, so strong. After the dragon elephant skill broke through, the increase it brought was indeed all round. He glanced at the attribute bar again and saw that the dragon elephant skill had indeed been promoted to the mastery level. Not only did this allow his body to ignore the middle grade magic weapon, it also greatly increased his strength. It's even more than that. Dragon elephant power. Help me break through. The next moment, Fang Xing felt the 6 internal organs roaring. The internal breath, which was originally extremely powerful, suddenly became violent under the stimulation of the breakthrough of dragon elephant skill, and rushed through the gallbladder, stomach, small intestine, large intestine, bladder, and triple burner. The pores all over his body opened, and a lot of dirty blood gushed out. The 5 internal organs, all polished. The unpolished jade is perfect, and the body is flawless. Fang Xing murmured. Now he not only has jade skin and black flesh, willow tendons and steel bones, but also has purified internal organs, and the internal breath circulates in them endlessly. Now I am already the peak of unpolished jade. No ordinary physique can surpass it. If you want to break through, you can only go to the Niwen Palace. The unpolished jade is innate in the other world, and there is no way to move forward. But in the Blue Star Federation, there is still a way forward for martial arts. Even, it is an extremely bright road. If a martial artist in the unpolished jade realm wants to break through, he must comprehend the martial art of artistic conception. For me, mastering the artistic conception of dragon and tiger, Niwen Palace is like a layer of window paper. Fang Xing took a deep breath. The blood and chi in his body surged, and he slowly performed a set of boxing. This boxing is not a rare skill, but the simplest in the Blue Star martial arts. The ordinary moves and boxing postures are not even as good as the 12 military boxing styles. But at this time, as he slowly moved the boxing path, there was a faint sound of dragon and tiger thunder around him. In the middle of his eyebrows, where the Niwen Palace is, there are dragon and tiger phantoms roaring. It was difficult to break through before because the body was not accumulated enough. Now my internal breath is perfect, and my internal organs have been tempered to the extreme. What else can stop me? When Fang Xing thought of this, the internal breath in his body surged and madly injected into the Niwen Palace. Crack! Crack! He seemed to hear the sound of something breaking. Then, there was a pain in the center of his brow. The pain made Fang Xing's eyes go dark. But when he came to his senses, everything was different. He looked at his hands slowly, and felt that there was suddenly another perspective in his vision. It seemed that the third eye from the center of his brow had opened. Not only that, Fang Xing could still vaguely see the surrounding situation with his eyes closed. And as for his own body, it was even more detailed. From the crystal-like jade bones, to the blood and essence rushing like the Yangtze River, and even the 5 internal organs showing 5 colors in the circulation of internal breath, all were vividly seen. Is this the spiritual power of a warrior in the courage realm? Fang Xing murmured. The difference between a martial artist and an ordinary warrior lies in this spiritual power. At this time, he looked back at the martial arts he had practiced in the past, and many of his confusion suddenly became clear. Once I awakened my spiritual power, I felt like I had become a martial arts genius. This feeling is stronger than the spiritual consciousness of a cultivator, but seems to be a little worse than the foundation building consciousness. Anyway, it is a good breakthrough. Next time I go to Qinglin Market, I can try the storage bag, the puppet bird, and even those high-quality magic tools. Fang Xing slowly got familiar with the feeling of spiritual power and focused on the attribute panel. No need to say anything else. The upper limit of the proficiency of the courage realm has been increased. It seems that after the 4th realm of martial arts, practice will be more difficult. Fang Xing glanced at many proficient skills with a hint of expectation. According to previous experience, any skill will have earth-shaking changes when it reaches the master level. If this master level martial arts is upgraded to another level, the benefits should be considerable. However, the most important thing at the moment is to pass the professional certification. Fang Xing put on his coat, walked out of the house, and took the suspended train to the city center. Not far away, in a rental house. The target is leaving. The target is already in the car. Several members of the operations department in plain clothes, wearing glasses, seem to be monitoring Fang Xing every move. Although he didn't enter the private residence, it's a bit too much to follow him out like this. A team member hesitated. Should we follow him? Follow. Of course. Do you want to be called a loser by the big sister? A member of the Prevention and Control Bureau jumped on his maglev motorcycle with a trace of fear in his eyes. Let's go. The others thought about it and followed immediately. Municipal Center. Fang Xing walked into the building and immediately felt an inexplicable atmosphere. Pedestrians came and went, dressed neatly, and were obviously elites. Sir, what business do you need to handle? A silver-white robot came in front of him and made a soft female voice. Professional certification. Fang Xing spoke calmly. For a moment, the people around him seemed a little quiet. Many people paused and continued their work, only occasionally glancing at Fang Xing from the corner of their eyes. So young. Professional certification? Is it true? Are you going to become a Class 1 citizen at such a young age? I don't know if she's married yet. My cousin is still single. Can you introduce her to someone else? It's obvious that she's from a wealthy family among natural persons. Privately, all kinds of communications were flying around. Fang Xing, however, seemed oblivious and handled the formalities in a serious manner. Chapter 85. Opening the storage bag. Municipal Center. Second floor. Inside the professional certification office, the hall seemed unusually empty, and the surrounding walls and furniture seemed to have been specially reinforced. In front of Fang Xing was a light ball suspended in the air, which looked very mysterious. Hello. Biochemical number WYX1882. Please choose a certification profession: warrior, mecha master, mentalist, beast master, illusionist, psychic. A mechanical voice came from the light ball. Warrior. Fang Xing replied in a deep voice. Please inspire the will of martial arts to the target in front of you. A voice came from the light ball. The ground split to the left and right, and a fist target slowly rose. Fang Xing touched his brow, and his spiritual power spread out, sweeping across the fist target, with a faint sound of dragon roar. Ding, confirmed as the dragon's artistic conception. The spiritual power fluctuations confirmed. Congratulations. The professional certification was successful. There seemed to be a hint of joy in the voice of the light ball. Your authority has been upgraded, and you are now a level 1 citizen. Your citizen number is WYX1882. You have unlocked the professional mall. The light ball quickly popped up a series of messages. Fang Xing opened his phone and took a look, and found that he indeed had many more permissions. The first is that he can enter the professional mall. Many products and rare resources that were originally not open to him can now finally see a picture. In addition, there is also the authority to buy spaceship tickets. Before becoming a professional, Fang Xing couldn't even leave the Eagle Star. As for now, looking at the string of zeros behind the ticket, Fang Xing pretended not to see it and walked out of the municipal center. In the void, extremely small drones were about to follow. The roadside camera began to capture his figure. This is all secretly monitored by the members of the Prevention and Control Bureau. With their technology, they can monitor a rough jade warrior without leaving a trace. What is the target doing in the municipal center? We will have an answer soon. Although our drones are good, they cannot enter many places. Otherwise it will easily cause trouble. Two members of the action team were looking at the surveillance and communicating with each other. Suddenly, a bright red warning box appeared. Warning: you are monitoring a federal level 1 citizen. No illegal record of the citizen was found, and no monitoring order from the superior was found. It is illegal monitoring, and a warning will be issued once. If it is not lifted within 30 seconds, a second warning will be issued. No, it's the omniscient brain. The leading member of the action team changed his face. Stop monitoring immediately. Damn it! A member next to him punched the wall hard. Although the most advanced monitoring equipment is easy to use, as a public item, it naturally has a backdoor to the omniscient brain. According to federal laws, We are not allowed to monitor level 1 citizens without reason, but that Fang Xing, did he just get promoted to a certified professional? The leading member of the action team finally thought of something, and a look of sudden enlightenment appeared on his face. Then, he became very shocked. How old is he? What were we doing when we were 17? It seems like we were fighting in the school. Another member looked a little dazed. The key is, unless we get orders from higher-ups, if we are caught doing this kind of private surveillance, the consequences will be serious. Now we should think about how to write a report, and we will be scolded by the big sister. At this point, the two of them looked unhappy. Well, lifted. On the suspended train, Fang Xing touched his brows, and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. After awakening his spiritual power, his spiritual perception was also much sharper. Before, as soon as he walked out of the house, he felt like he was being monitored, like a thorn in his back. And now, that feeling finally disappeared. Federal Level 1 Citizen. This identity is quite useful. This is only Level 1. What about Level 2? Level 3? If you are admitted to a top-notch university, maybe as long as it is not a serious crime of betraying the Federation, even killing a person can be suppressed, and the file will be directly sealed. It seems fair, but it is actually the greatest unfairness. However, the great power belongs to oneself. He returned to his home, came to the bedroom, and posted another house protection amulet. Then, in a flash of silver light, the whole person came to Qinglanfeng City. Now that the authority has been upgraded, there is no surveillance. According to the operating rules of the Prevention and Control Bureau, this group of people must go back to report and approve, just when there is a period of free time. They can travel through time. In the Superior Cave, in front of Fang Xing are several magic tools, as well as the puppet bird he bought before, and 2 storage bags. One of these 2 storage bags comes from Chen Yi, and the other from Long Laogui. Due to limited means before, they have not been opened. Fang Xing has high expectations for this. It's difficult for Xiantian warriors to use these items. What about courageous warriors? My martial arts now are unprecedented in the world of immortal cultivation, and I have awakened my spiritual power. Maybe I can give it a try? With this thought, Fang Xing picked up the first-grade inferior mechanical bird, and a trace of spiritual power entangled it in the Niwen Palace between his eyebrows. Instantly, he saw the micro-arrays inside the mechanical bird. This was something that he could not see before, and through these micro-arrays, he could simply control the puppet bird and perform simple actions such as takeoff and landing. Input mana to activate. I don't have mana. Fang Xing shook his head. Fortunately, puppets can also be operated by inputting mana. He turned over to the belly of the mechanical bird and tapped it gently. Click! The sound of gears turning came, and the belly of the mechanical bird opened, revealing a small groove. Fang Xing took out a dice-sized inferior spirit stone and stuffed it directly into it, and then activated it with spiritual power. Chirp! The mechanical puppet bird seemed to come alive, and flew up with its wings flapping. At first, it was very sluggish, but soon its body became agile, and its eyes were lively, with a hint of anthropomorphism. The feeling of manipulating the mechanical bird is indeed different. With the help of spiritual power, I feel like I am there. Fang Xing compared it with the drone monitoring, and found the most fundamental difference. The mechanical puppets in the world of immortal cultivation are a bit like taking part of my perspective over, and the drone monitoring is just a simple image. He played with the puppet bird for a while, and then took out a low-grade magic weapon. He had long forgotten which unlucky guy this magic weapon belonged to. It was a palm-sized black shield. At this time, the spiritual power entered, and it was completely controllable. But, fuck. No magic power. Fang Xing looked at the magic arrays such as size, flight, etc. inside the magic weapon, and couldn't help but get a little angry. This magic weapon is not a puppet. It does not need the energy provided by spirit stones, but needs the magic power of the cultivator to activate it. But what magic power does he have? As a warrior in the courage realm, in addition to the will of martial arts, the blood and true chi in his body are still running, but the quality is much higher. Fang Xing tried to inject the much stronger internal breath into this shield magic weapon. The magic weapon is as dead as before, without any change. Well, it still can't be used. As expected, a warrior is a warrior, and it is impossible to cultivate immortals. He complained, maybe I have to wait until I go out, or even the golden elixir. With the power of the martial arts golden elixir, I don't believe that I can't fly with great power and control the magic weapon. No. If I have the martial arts golden elixir, what's the use of me controlling a mere magic weapon? With a little depression, Fong Xing picked up another storage bag. This time, his eyes suddenly lit up. Through the spiritual power, Fong Xing saw a gray space. This space is not big, only about 1 cubic meter, and there are some items in it. But at this time, these items were covered by a layer of fog and could not be seen clearly. The fog came from a spiritual mark. This mark was like a candle in the wind, as if it would go out at any time. But it prevented his exploration. Dragon's artistic conception. Fong Xing martial arts will just rushed. And this spiritual mark collapsed. And those items became clear in an instant. As soon as he moved his mind, a bunch of messy things appeared in front of him. The most dazzling among them were 56 medium-grade spirit stones, and hundreds of low-grade spirit stones. In addition, there were many ores, each emitting a warm or blazing spiritual light. Well, I didn't expect that the items I sold would return to me. Fong Xing picked up the first-grade Qingke sword with a strange expression. This storage bag naturally belonged to that old ghost Long. He shook his head and checked other sundries. He found a few bottles of healing and hunger pills, but none for increasing mana, because old ghost Long had already completed his chi training and could not make any further progress, except for building his foundation. In addition, there were a few jade slips. Fong Xing had long been famous for this kind of information carrier for cultivators. At this time, his spiritual power probed into it, and saw a large number of words and pictures, each of which was extremely detailed and lifelike. Well, it's much more vivid than paper. Fong Xing looked at it, and found that it was a secret book on refining equipment, called Mineral Identification and Embryo Forging. The remaining books were First-Level Flying Sword Refining Encyclopedia, Red Yuan Refining Secrets, etc. There was also a book Fire Refining Secrets, which was a fire-attributed immortal cultivation method that could be cultivated all the way to the middle stage of building foundation. Unfortunately, it's useless to me. He shook his head, and began to use his mind to stuff things back into the storage bag one by one, taking them in and out, having a lot of fun. This kind of storage bag can be operated with only the spiritual consciousness of the cultivator. It's really friendly to me. Fong Xing's spiritual power is stronger than the spiritual consciousness of the Qi training cultivator, so it's naturally no problem. With a hint of expectation, he picked up Chen Yi's storage bag again. The spiritual imprint of this cultivator is weaker than that of the old ghost Long, and it has almost dissipated. Fong Xing's mind moved and it shattered. Although he is a cultivator in the late stage of Qi training, Chen Yi is obviously a poor guy, and there are not many things in his storage bag. There are only a few middle-grade spiritual stones, and dozens of low-grade spiritual stones, as well as a few magic tools and talismans. I thought that Chen Yi got a lot of good things in the Wanfa secret realm, but I didn't expect him to be a poor guy. Fong Xing didn't know that Chen Yi must have exchanged the opportunity for something to enhance his strength. Most of the opportunities this person got were exchanged for the high-grade robes on his body, storage bags, and elixirs for breaking through realms. Due to his low strength, he could not get many good things when he entered the secret realm for the first time. He was just about to divert the trouble and find an opportunity to go to the secret realm again to make a lot of money with his late Qi training level. But he was defeated by Fong Xing. If Chen Yi heard Fong Xing complaints, he would be so depressed that he would vomit blood. Chapter 86 Battle Foundation Building. After opening the storage bag, Fong Xing was in a good mood and enjoyed it. After soaking in the hot spring, he set up the dragon posture and practiced daily. A warrior in the courage realm, after opening the Niwen Palace, has a strong will and is not afraid of the pollution of ordinary evil gods. And the practice of the courage realm lies in the realm of martial arts. Fong Xing glanced at the attribute column. Dragon posture, 102 out of 400. Master, the mastery of the dragon posture is naturally not increased in vain. Every increase in it will make the dragon realm stronger. This feeling becomes more obvious after reaching the courage realm. The artistic conception becomes stronger and stronger, and eventually forms a domain. Then the spirit can affect the material, and the inner scene becomes the outer scene. After reaching this step, you will naturally become an outer scene warrior. But knowing is easier said than done. Wanting to sublimate one's own artistic conception and turn it into a domain has stumped countless warriors. Even in the school, Most of the martial arts teachers are wandering around in the 4th realm, and only Xiao Long is broken through the outer scene of the 5th realm. But I am different. As long as my proficiency increases slowly, one day I can sublimate the artistic conception of the dragon into the dragon domain. When the time comes, I can sublime a dragon with one palm, and become a man with his own BGM when I appear. No one can defeat me in my BGM. Fang Xing glanced at the dragon elephant skill of the mastery level again. At this moment, I should be able to fight with a foundation building cultivator. Well, as long as the opponent doesn't fly. But it's still not safe. When I cultivate to the master level, my physique can ignore the top-grade magic tools, and I can be comparable to the 2nd level physical cultivator. Then I will go find a foundation building cultivator or a 2nd level monster to play with. No. It seems that there is a target to try. Unfortunately, the Great Vajra Prajna power is still inaccessible. Even after being promoted to the Courage realm, Fang Xing still feels that this martial art is very difficult to comprehend. I feel a little depressed, and I want to go out and beat people to relax. Well, let's go find Su Yi. This foundation building female cultivator has just been promoted, and even trapped in Qinglin Market. Most of her skills and magical powers, and even magic tools and treasures must be difficult to exchange for 2nd level ones. It is considered a blank wheat chicken in the foundation building. Maybe it's a little weaker than the monster of the same level. Fang Xing thinks it is very suitable for me. As soon as he thought of this, he wiped his face, and his joints cracked, and he turned into the ferocious Fang Yin again. Outside Qinglin Market, Fang Dao, you made me look for you for a while. Su Yi was wearing a green robe, still covered with a veil, with a faint spiritual light around her, and her eyes looking at Fang Xing were full of doubt. She has been promoted to the foundation building stage, with the support of liquid mana. Although she has not practiced the 2nd level spiritual eye technique, she is confident that she can see through the disguise of the Qi training cultivator. However, in her eyes, Fang Xing is still immortal now. This made her start to doubt whether this Fang Yun has some special treasure to cover up his breath. Looking for me? Did you refine boiling blood again? Fang Xing's eyes lit up. Although he still had a lot of stock, it would be good to reserve some more. He didn't want to exhaust the resources at the beginning, so he only shared half when they met, and bought the rest with spirit stones. That's not the case. But I'm ready to take people away from here. According to the spiritual contract, I must inform my friends. Su Yi said a piece of news that surprised Fang Xing. If it weren't for the restrictions of the contract, she might have left long ago. The journey to the wasteland is long, so I won't go. If you give me the map, it will be considered as your fulfillment of the agreement. Fang Xing had already made plans. Fellow Taoist is actually planning to stay here? Su Yi was a little unsure of Fang Xing cultivation, but she quickly reacted and took out a jade slip from her storage bag and handed it to Fang Xing. Fang Xing took it, and his spiritual power entered it, and he frowned immediately. The journey is so far? Opening up the wasteland has always been so dangerous. Su Yi sighed, but didn't think there was anything wrong with Fang Xing being able to read the jade slip. After all, this is a physical cultivator who also has spiritual awareness. But for some reason, he always likes to disguise himself as a mortal warrior. Then, fellow Taoist has fulfilled the agreement. After Fang Xing finished speaking, Su Yi smiled and felt that the power of the 2nd level spiritual contract that bound her had dissipated apart. The two talked about some recent news in the market, and Fang Xing asked for a fight. Well, Su Yi's beautiful eyes turned and she agreed. Please! Fang Xing was covered with a layer of silver-white nano-protective clothing, like a layer of silver armor, and slapped a Vajra talisman on his body. Well, after awakening his spiritual power, he made a breakthrough in talismans, and could barely activate a 1st-level top-grade talisman. This is already something that many warriors in this world can only dream of. As a 1st-level top-grade talisman, the Vajra talisman has a defense far superior to the golden bell cover talisman, which turned into a layer of thick and unusual golden light, covering Fang Xing's whole body. He paused, and the whole person turned into a shadow. In an instant, he came in front of Su Yi and slapped out with a palm. Sizzle! A thick layer of emerald green light appeared around Su Yi, turning into a spherical protection, on which ancient runes flashed faintly. Fang Xing landed a palm on the emerald green light shield, causing countless runes to flash wildly, but eventually calmed down. After building the foundation, not only does one have divine consciousness, but liquid mana can also be transformed into a true essence shield. This is a must-have spell for foundation-building cultivators. Su Yi smiled faintly. After all, King Danfeng has a deep foundation. Several second-level spells, and even spiritual tools, are actually in reserve. Using liquid mana to activate the True Essence Shield. Ordinary Qi training cultivators can hardly break through it. This Fang Yun can make the True Essence Shield fluctuate violently. Obviously, his attack is comparable to the perfection of Qi training. Or even exceeds it. Please don't hold back, fellow Taoist. Fang Xing let out a long roar. And in an instant, his fists and palms were out. And the palm wind and fist shadows fell on the Jinyuan shield, causing it to scream in pain. In fact, he has restrained himself a lot. This battle is to test his own strength. He will definitely not take out the laser gun. And the second-level Qihong sword is the same. I didn't expect fellow Taoists to favor mortal martial arts so much. However, mortal martial arts may have some effect when practicing Qi. But it is of little use after building the foundation. Fellow Taoist, be careful. Su Ye's bright eyes moved, and he sacrificed a green spirit bead. This is a second-level low-grade spiritual weapon. The Qingmu spirit bead, which can slightly gather spiritual energy and enhance cultivation. At the same time, it can also assist the foundation-building cultivators to condense 3 Qingmu sword Qi. In her Dantian Qi Si, a drop of liquid mana was consumed, causing the green spirit bead to suddenly shine brightly. And a green rainbow was like a dragon, suddenly appearing with an indescribable sharpness. Swish. Fang Xing has also seen many flying swords released by Qi training cultivators. But compared with this foundation-building level Qingmu sword Qi, it is simply the light of a firefly. Puff! The green sword light is like a dragon, and like a long rainbow. It came to him in a blink of an eye. And the golden light transformed by the Vajra talisman was like a piece of paper, which was easily torn apart. The Qingmu sword Qi weakened by about 30%. But it was still sharp and unmatched. The sword light tore through the armor transformed by the nano-protective suit, and fell on the dragon scale elephant armor of the dragon elephant Kung Fu. A burst of pain came. Fang Xing looked at his right arm, and saw a deep red sword mark on it, and a trace of blood oozing out. Under the attack of the second-level spiritual weapon activated by the foundation-building cultivator, he still broke his defense. Fellow Taoist is actually a quasi-second-level body refiner? Little did Su Yi know that when he saw this scene, his eyes widened, and he secretly felt lucky that he did not turn against the other party when hunting Qing Yin Yo. Otherwise, Fang Xing at that time would definitely be able to easily defeat her. But she didn't know that Fang Xing was not as strong as he is now. As expected of a foundation-building cultivator, Fang Xing knew that Su Yi could not only activate one sword energy. If he took one and broke his defense, he would be easily seriously injured or even dying if he received a few more. After a sigh, he said, next, I will use the strongest attack. Fellow Taoist, be careful. As soon as the voice fell, Fang Xing punched out. His punch seemed ordinary, but as his blood and Qi surged, it seemed as if there were dragons and tigers roaring in the air. Dragon state of mind. Tiger state of mind. The strongest point for a warrior in the courage realm is naturally an attack accompanied by the will of martial arts. Su Ye's bright eyes were absent-minded for a while. And then, he saw the True Essence shield in front of him turned into pieces under Fang Xing punch. She flew up into the sky as usual, and the Qingmu spiritual pearl turned into a spiritual light, protecting her whole body without leaking a single drop of water. Only then did she feel scared. Fellow Taoist, you are actually proficient in the method of spiritual consciousness attack? If I hadn't already cultivated spiritual consciousness, I would have been slaughtered. Su Yi suspected that Fang Xing was actually a second-level physical cultivator. Otherwise, how could the spiritual consciousness attack be so powerful? Fang Xing saw the scene, but he made a judgment in his heart. Sure enough, the foundation-building cultivator cultivated spiritual consciousness. The purple mansion sea of consciousness was stable, and the defense was much stronger than that of the Qi-cultivating cultivator. If I didn't use the second-level Qihong sword, it would be difficult for me to break through her defense and kill her at the moment she lost consciousness. Thank you, fellow Taoist. I am very happy with today's battle. He had no intention of continuing the fight, and took the initiative to call for a stop. Su Yi landed on the ground with some shock. Dao, you are amazingly powerful. If you join hands with me, we will have a better chance of getting out of the wasteland. No need. I believe those big sects will definitely not give up this place. I will wait here. even if it delays some practice. I will accept it. Fang Xing waved his hand, acting very steady. Is that so? Suyi felt a little regretful, and her beautiful eyes suddenly flashed. Then Dao, you are interested in exploring that secret realm with me? The Wanfa secret realm? It is not occupied by monsters. And there may be third-level monsters lingering there? Fang Xing became interested. After the secret realm disappeared, the third-level monster entrenched in the 5-Scorpion Valley has left. Suyi shook his head. I suspect that the third-level monster was attracted by the breath of the Jin Danjinren. And when the Jin Danjinren left, it naturally left. As long as Dao Yu and I work together, we can definitely enter the secret realm and gain something. Fang Xing was a little moved for a moment, but quickly held back. The reason is simple. Even if he has spiritual power now, there are not many immortal cultivation items that he can use. Most immortal cultivation items are meaningless to him. It is definitely not worth taking risks for such low-value items. I am not interested in the mysterious realm of 10,000 laws. He shook his head, but his eyes moved. Dao Yu, have you heard of nine-eyed Bodhi seeds? Vajra fruit and other spiritual objects? Nine-eyed Bodhi seeds are just legends. As an alchemist, Suyi naturally knows a lot about spiritual plants. And he talked about it. It is possible that Vajra fruit still exists in the wild land. But this fruit is ranked 3rd. And there must be powerful monsters guarding it. Fang Xing listened and couldn't help but sighed. Chapter 87 The 100 Stars Joint Examination begins. Early in the morning. The mist was hazy. A group of cultivators appeared at the edge of the market. In order to avoid being discovered by the monsters, many people applied powder and used amulets to restrain their breath. The leader was Su Yi. She took a last look at the towering mountains and the market, and then turned around without hesitation. Let's go! As a maid, Xiao Rui naturally followed closely behind. In addition, there were the guards of King Denfeng and the scattered cultivators who had been gathered during this period of time. These scattered cultivators were not randomly put together, but each had a skill, which could be said to be the last essence of the market. Some of them carried bamboo baskets, some carried shoulder poles, and some pushed wooden carts, looking like refugees fleeing. In fact, it seemed to be similar. Grandpa, are we really leaving? Ding Hongxiu carried a large bag, which was mostly filled with dry food, and the cakes made of spiritual rice exuded waves of tempting aroma. Let's go! We must go! Ding Bushan carried 2 baskets with brewed spirit wine and other sundries in them. Storage bags are hard to come by in the world of immortal cultivation. Even cultivators who have perfected their qi training do not have one. Moreover, the capacity is mostly about 1 or 2 cubic meters. Unless you are transporting precious items, you still need to establish a caravan with spirit beasts to transport bulk commodities. In the cultivated wasteland, the major chambers of commerce have a large market. They are famous and have been operating for many years, accumulating credibility and making a lot of money. This refugee team did not have enough storage bags, so they could only carry them on their shoulders and hands. Fortunately, they were all immortal cultivators. Their bodies were tempered by spiritual energy, and they also had various talismans and elixirs to nourish and restore them, so they were not exhausted. Suddenly, there was some commotion behind the team. Are there monsters? No. Damn bastards. There are monster hunters attracting monsters, wanting to die together. Kill them! Amid the noise, Ding Bushan grabbed the shoulder pole with one hand and the gourd magic weapon with the other, and comforted his granddaughter. Don't be afraid. The guards will take care of it. It's not the lack of people that is worrying, but the inequality. Suyi can't save everyone. The larger the team, the more likely it is to attract powerful monsters. Therefore, the escape team she selected has been much streamlined. This has led to dissatisfaction among the scattered cultivators left behind, and even made trouble. During this period of time, many people have been suppressed and killed. But there are still people who want to follow from a distance. And some have gone crazy and are ready to die together. Die! Han Qingyan controls a medium-grade flying sword magic weapon, and his cultivation has reached the middle stage of qi training. This is the result of Su Ye's reward of a breakthrough pill for his last life and death, and his skills have greatly improved. He and several other guards worked together, and the flying sword flashed with green light, and cut off the head of a cultivator. Humph! A mere early stage of qi training. And you are here to die? A cultivator next to him sneered. Han Qingyan saw this scene, but he couldn't help but remain silent. The other party just wanted to live. Not long after, the team set off again. He and Hua Feiyue took a last look at the market. Sister Hua, are you thinking about that fellow Taoist Fong? Han Qingyun suddenly asked. Yes. I went back and saw that the place had turned into ruins. And I don't know where the young master went. That's it. This is a chaotic world. Life is like duckweed. Hua Feiyue sighed a little, and finally looked back. It seemed to be an illusion. She seemed to see a puppet bird standing on the treetops, silently watching them leave. Are they gone? In the cave, Fong Xing controlled the puppet bird and watched the team go farther and farther, and finally disappeared into the dense forest. Without this last elite, Qilin Market suddenly became dead silent, with only the occasional roar of beasts. Even if there are still some survivors, I'm afraid they can't survive after these craftsmen leave. Fong Xing sighed. He used the last bit of free time to trade with other cultivators with the spirit stones in his hand and made a lot of reserves. Not only that, he also arranged several warehouses inside and outside the market. And with the resources of the Eagle Star, he was sure to survive the next long time. After all, it was still unknown whether those gened insects would come. What's more, maybe the other party would give up. At that time, Fong Xing would wait for the promotion to the outer scene in the future, or even the martial arts Gene Dan, and then rely on himself to cross the wasteland. But there will be more and more monsters in the market in the future. After all, it is a place with abundant spiritual energy. It will automatically attract nearby monsters to gather, and even give birth to some natural treasures. Without cultivators to kill monsters, they will definitely multiply. It will become more and more troublesome to stay here. Let's go to the temporary camp. It's a pity to waste this cave with abundant spiritual energy. He was reluctant to leave the environment here and the hot spring. But I don't have time to stay here recently. The 100 Stars joint examination is about to begin on the Eagle Star. If I make a big splash, I will attract more attention, and it will be more difficult to travel here in the future. Time flies. June. The heat is scorching. Yusai High School. Fong Xing stood on the playground with other high school students. They were all young and beautiful, with straight and upright figures like pine trees, and they looked very strong. On the rostrum, the principal Lu Guangming was dressed in formal clothes for the first time, and his expression was serious. Students, the 100 Stars joint examination will start tomorrow. I hope you can perform exceptionally and prove yourself. As for the results, don't force it. I will be very happy if one student can enter the third round. It must be said that Lu Guangming's words were not to boost morale, but to dampen morale. What do you mean by being happy as long as one student enters the third round? Fong Xing looked at his classmates. As expected, he was talking about himself. Don't you know? This time, there are 3 rounds of the 100 Stars joint examination. The first round is a unified examination of cultural subjects, and the second round is a joint examination of martial arts on the planet. Only students who meet the comprehensive score requirements can participate in the final third round of assessment. Ouyang Qianqian lowered her voice and said, if we are unlucky, maybe not even one student in our entire grade will make it to the final assessment, because there is a star called Yulin in the 100 Stars joint examination, which is obviously over the standard. So in the last round of the 100 Stars joint examination, basically more than half of the places are from this planet. If you are unlucky, it is possible that nothing will be obtained. Not to the extent. How many people will be selected in the third round this time? Fong Xing asked curiously. Every time. It is 10,000 people. Ouyang Qianqian answered affirmatively. Even if Young Unicorn Star takes up 5,000 places, the remaining 5,000 places are divided among 99 stars. I forgot there are so many schools on Young Eagle Star. Fong Xing couldn't bear to look at it. With so many candidates on a planet, it's normal for a high school to get nothing. The principal is so hopeful. Maybe it's because of me. At this point, I couldn't help but think of Bai Liani and Lu Wei. One of these 2 students who had the hope of sprinting to the third round has been burned to ashes by me, and the other has joined the resistance army. Things in the world are really unpredictable. Lu Wei should not know that Bai Liani is a believer of the sect. This kid's love life is really bumpy, and I don't know if there are any beauties in the resistance army. Fong Xing thoughts diverged inexplicably, and he thought with some amusement. The next day, in the classroom, the projection of the unfamiliar invigilator walked back and forth, watching the candidates answer the questions with difficulty. The questions in the 100 Stars joint exam are much harder than the usual ones. Fong Xing wrote quickly with a confident smile on his face. After the Naiwan Palace was opened, he had a completely different look, especially in terms of thinking. He had become a little genius. With a little effort before the exam, these liberal arts questions were easy to answer. As for the martial arts test, he was definitely the first in the grade in the school, needless to say. And the actual combat test was also upgraded. It was not a battle with others, but a test alone. Fong Xing walked into the test room with a very calm expression. Beep! Candidate Fong Xing, please enter your student number. A fluorescent light appeared and swept across Fong Xing's body. He did not change his expression and quickly entered his student number. Iris authentication passed. Candidate Fong Xing. Evolution route, martial artist. Realm, 4th level, courage. Physical strength is perfect. No hidden injuries. Excellent evaluation. Overall evaluation, S. The examination is over. Candidates please leave in an orderly manner. Is that it? Fong Xing was a little confused, and then left the examination room. Xiao Long was waiting outside, and when he saw Fong Xing, he immediately stepped forward and patted him on the shoulder. How did you do in the exam? Not bad. They let me out after scanning. Fong Xing answered truthfully. Oh, this is normal. After all, you broke through the 4th level of martial arts. The strongest puppet here is only at the level of unpolished jade. Xiao Long looked at this student, feeling quite emotional. He knew that Fong Xing would definitely break through the 4th level of martial arts in the future. But he didn't expect it to be so fast. When the principal first informed him of this, he was shocked and surprised for a long time. Oh, it seems that the martial arts realm is indeed difficult to simulate. And the 4th level robot is difficult to build, let alone use for teaching. Fong Xing understood immediately. In simple terms, he was too strong, surpassing the examiner. Well, with your strength, you will definitely be able to enter the 3rd round of assessment. This is a rare opportunity. Enjoy the experience of fighting with all the geniuses. They will all be your opponents in the college entrance examination in the future. Xiao Long said earnestly. He felt that Fong Xing first-class university was now secured. If he was lucky, he would have a great chance to get into a super first-class university. Could it be that there is still hope for my golden elixir path? It depends on this kid? Xiao Long looked at Fong Xing with very complicated emotions in his eyes. At the beginning, he was just optimistic and gave a small amount of financial support. But he didn't expect to get such a return. But Fong Xing seemed to be unaware. To be honest, he felt that he seemed to be bullying others by taking the exam. But I just like this kind of realm suppression. What's the point of blindly increasing your strength? It's fun to bully the weak. I just don't know what geniuses are there in this 100 stars joint examination. Chapter 88 Spaceship. Yulin Star. Morning Light High School. A mountain peak suddenly rises up from the back mountain, reaching into the sky. This is the place of cultivation specially approved by Morning Light High School for Gu Jiantong, a sophomore student. In the past, this matter might have caused an uproar. But in this school equivalent to a private aristocratic high school, this little privilege did not cause any ripples. Sun-bathing cliff. Gu Jiantong has a slender figure, long hair, and a pair of impressive golden eyebrows. At this time, he was lying on the ground in a big letter shape, basking in the sun lazily. Photochemical superpowers can be transformed into light in the later stage. But in the early stage, it can make superpowers become stronger by bathing in the brilliance of stars. Gu Jiantong basking in the sun every day is equivalent to taking high-level nutritional potions. And there is no effect of elixir poison. The speed of progress can make a group of martial arts geniuses ashamed to death. Even under the sun, his physical strength and recovery speed will be enhanced in all aspects. Known as superhuman blood. Senior Gu. At this time, a figure riding a flying skateboard came directly to the sun-bathing cliff. She had fair and delicate skin, wore a school skirt, and a pair of emerald green eyes like a lake, which made people unconsciously calm. It's Ming Ruoshui. What's the matter with you? The student union president. Coming to see me? Gu Jiantong, who was sunbathing, turned over, and his aura seemed to be stronger. The test results are out. Congratulations. You are ranked first. Ming Ruoshui smiled sweetly. Isn't this a matter of course? Gu Jiantong didn't even raise his eyelids. Regarding this 3rd round of practical assessment, the school has made preparations. Here are the materials for you. Ming Ruoshui has a good temper. I have no rivals in the 100 Stars joint examination. Whether it's Li Wei, Shi Lingjun, or Zhong Yuxiu. Gu Jiantong stood up and didn't care. If Zhong Yuxiu could enter the venue wearing a military mecha, I would be a little bit afraid. But unfortunately, she can't. According to the examination regulations, although mecha masters can enter the venue wearing mechas, they must design and manufacture them by themselves. At least their personal contribution must exceed 50%. If they can directly purchase high-end mechas to enter the venue, all previous college entrance examination candidates will have no experience at all. I am invincible on Yulin Star. There is no need to look at other planets. Gu Jiatong waved his hand. Don't disturb me basking in the sun if you have nothing to do. There are also many geniuses on other planets. For example, Ross on Baiji Star is a mecha warrior. Road. Although there is no future. But grasp the present. The combat power is extremely strong. On the Eagle Star, Song Jin Gang of the Vajra Body also performed well this time, and ranked second on the Eagle Star. Vajra Body. I remember him. Gu Jianton's eyes moved. Although the Vajra Body is not as good as my light transformation in the later stage, it is also good in the early stage. It is only the second on the planet. Sure enough, no matter how good the superpower is, it is still a waste when it is matched with a useless owner. Who is the first? It is a civilian warrior named Fang Xing. He is already brave. Ming Ruoshui looked at the information, and a surprised expression appeared on his face. In the second year of high school, he was in the fourth realm of martial arts, and the first-class university in the college entrance examination was basically stable, and there was even hope of rushing to a super first-class university. Among the civilians, there are occasionally some geniuses, but even the cheapest warrior evolution route, the more resources are needed in the later stage, the more precious it is. Gu Jiantong smiled. When we meet, I will let him know what a real genius is. The fourth realm of martial arts? He has already been won. Eagle Star. Fang Xing had just gotten up when he received a call from Xiao Long. Haha. Ah Xing. You are awesome. Xiao Long's tone was filled with unspeakable surprise. Oh. Are the results out? Fang Xing only thought of this possibility. Yes. You are the first in the school. That's nothing. But do you know? Song Jin Gang from Kajin High School is 0.5 points behind you. And you are now ranked first in the total score of the Eagle Star. Xiao Long almost shouted. Oh. Is Song Jin Gang so bad in liberal arts? Fang Xing was a little surprised. He is about the same as you in liberal arts. But his martial arts realm is a rough jade. Even if he has supernatural powers to add points, he is still a little behind you in this aspect. Xiao Long said the result. I see. Fang Xing hung up the phone calmly, then cooked himself a ling-meat breakfast, and then walked to school. Being the first on the planet may have been an unattainable dream for the original owner. But for him, that's all. Eagle Star is too small, not to mention those real interstellar masters. The peers on the 3 planets of Qianlong, Chufeng and Yulin alone have something to catch up with. Fang Xing walked slowly along the embankment street to the school. For some reason, he never saw Jingxiu walking his dog again after the last incident. Haha. Our planet's number 1 is here. When Fang Xing arrived at the school, it was Lu Guangming who was waiting at the gate in person, which made him a little flattered. Hello, Principal. He hurriedly greeted him. Well, it's almost time. You are the only one in the school who will participate in the third round of the 100 Stars joint examination this time. Teacher Xiao Long will lead the team. Don't let me down, Lu Guangming reminded him. I don't know how the third round will be held. Fang Xing was a little surprised. The third round of examinations will be held outside the Eagle Star. Xiao Long, who was standing next to him, spoke up and looked up at the sky. It's almost time. What time? Fang Xing also looked up and was suddenly shocked and speechless. The sky in the early morning was cloudless and blue like the sea. And in this sea, a starlight was shining, expanding continuously, and turned into a silver-white spaceship with smooth lines. Is it a spaceship? Fang Xing widened his eyes. Although he had seen it many times in the virtual world, it was another matter to see it with his own eyes. Well, this Bilyu is specially here to pick up candidates from Young Eagle Star. And you are the only one missing. Xiao Long grabbed Fang Xing's arm, stepped into the air, and continued to rise. 100 meters, 200 meters, 1,000 meters. The higher you go, the smaller the scenery below becomes. The Bilyu is getting bigger and bigger. with a majestic and vast momentum, which makes people feel a kind of giant fear from the bottom of their hearts. "We are here," Xiao Long said to the phone in the sky. A white light flashed above the billio, like a streak of silk sweeping across. Fang Xing only felt a flash in front of his eyes, and he had entered a huge banquet hall. White tablecloths were spread on the long table, and there were dazzling crystal chandeliers on the dome. Various delicacies were laid out in a row, which looked like a buffet. The third round of exams will be held on the 073 trial planet. It will take about 3 hours for the blue sky to get there. You can eat something first. Prepare yourself and adjust your state. Xiao Long seemed to be very familiar with this. By the way, don't worry about the gravity of the universe. The gravity constant here is exactly the same as that of the Eagle Star. It's really unimaginable luxury. Fang Xing sighed and looked at the other people in the banquet hall. Most of them should be middle-aged teachers, both men and women. There were not many people wearing student uniforms. Only 36 in the hall. 5,000 places are divided among 99 planets, and more than 40 is considered average. It seems that the second-year students of Eagle Star did not do well in the exam this time. Fang Xing shook his head secretly in his heart. The moment he arrived, most of the students were looking at him, and they were obviously very curious about him as the number one on the planet. He was not very interested in these teachers and students. He picked up the plate and walked to a dining table. There were plates of steaks here. The meat was crystal clear and exuded an attractive aroma. Even though he had eaten in the morning, he was still hungry. "This juice is not bad." Fang Xing finished eating the steak and picked up a glass of juice that shone with colorful luster, like a rainbow, with a hint of surprise on his face. "Is this classmate Fang Xing from Yucai High School?" Just then, a bearded man in plain clothes approached. "Who is the first in the Eagle Star this time?" "It's me." "Who is this teacher?" Fang Xing responded politely, thinking that it was just a team leader who came to inquire about information. The bearded man's face seemed to turn red. "I'm not a teacher. I'm a student. My name is Song Jin Gang." "Are you Song Jin Gang?" Fang Xing glanced at the man again with some surprise, only to find that he was full of energy and blood, and his body was strong, and even his clothes seemed to be stretched to the point of being torn apart. But if you look closely, you will find that his skin is a healthy brass color, and in the brass, it seems to be nurturing strands of golden light. "Haha. Classmate, you look a little mature. So I made a mistake. Sorry. He apologized quickly. "Alas, I'm used to it." Song Jin Gang originally wanted to come over and talk for a while, and agreed to see the truth in the third round of exams. But now he felt that all his momentum was lost, and he was completely bored. There is no need to say anything else. He has already lost miserably in terms of appearance. This person is really strange. Looking at Song Jin Gang, who turned around and left without saying a word, Fang Xing narrowed his eyes slightly. Although this Song Jin Gang looked like a funny guy, his strength in the unpolished jade realm was already the best except for himself. Moreover, he also awakened the ability of the Vajra body, and his combat power is amazing. The Vajra body is a superior ability that can greatly enhance the body, especially the defense. It has reached the point where people of the same level despair. In addition, this ability has a high potential. Even if it reaches the Vajra realm, it has a certain effect and can promote the number of golden elixir rotations. It is said that when it was named, it was benchmarked against the great Vajra realm. Fang Xing drank a sip of the seven-color juice, and his eyes suddenly lit up. This taste is more delicious than spiritual fruit. Unfortunately, it is only delicious. He didn't take Song Jin Gang too seriously. After all, the other party was one major realm lower than him. Moreover, when the Vajra body is at a low level, mental defense is a weakness. This Song Jin Gang has already achieved the perfection of unpolished jade, but has been unable to advance to the fourth realm. Obviously, he has not cultivated any artistic conception, which means that his mental defense is completely backward. If he takes action, he will definitely defeat him within 3 moves. Chapter 89 Immortal Martial Arts 073 Trial Star. This planet has a brown planetary surface and a broken star ring around it in the universe. Above the orbit, there is a space fortress suspended, like a giant beast, overlooking everything on the planet from a high position. Spaceships of different colors approached, and the flames on the propulsion engines gradually extinguished, like sailboats arriving at the port, lined up in several rows, and docked with the fortress. Swish. The spaceship stopped steadily. The hatch opened, and a cloud of white gas came out. Fang Xing walked on the bridge, with the vast universe behind him, an asteroid under his feet, and a space fortress thousands of times larger than the spaceship in front of him. It really makes people feel their own insignificance unconsciously, he murmured, and followed teacher Xiao along to a square. This square is very large, and there are already many people standing there at this time. At a rough glance, there are tens of thousands. Of course, the most eye-catching are the students in school uniforms and full of energy. They looked at each other. Their eyes were full of sharpness and fighting spirit. On the contrary, their team leaders were smiling and communicating with their colleagues. After all, there are not many opportunities for more than 100 elites from educational planets to gather together. And there are only a few times a year. Even if there are, the teachers of the entire planet are waiting, and it may not be their turn. Xiao Long had a good chat with a teacher who looked like an orangutan. Fang Xing ignored him and glanced at the students. In his eyes, most of them were weak chickens who were worse than Song Jingang. But occasionally, there were a few who looked good and made him shine. For example, a blonde white boy from Baiji Star. Half of his body had been replaced by machinery. His muscles were metallic in color, and one of his eyes was replaced with an artificial eye. Mechanical warrior. With such a high degree of transformation. Aren't you afraid of cyberpsychosis? He complained. The half-metallized blonde student seemed to have heard it. His eyes glowed red. He seemed to glare at Fang Xing and walked over, chief of Young Eagle Star. Fang Xing? Let me introduce myself. I am Ross from Baiji Star. I look forward to meeting you in the exam. He grinned with a somewhat crazy smile. I understand. Then you will kill me or be killed by me. Right? Fang Xing rolled his eyes. He liked this kind of mentally defective rookie the most. Ross. At this time, a full-faced beard and overly mature strongman came over. It was Song Jingang. He looked at Ross with a hint of fighting spirit in his eyes. I also want to see the ability of a mechanical warrior. You look so old. Are you Song Jingang? A scarlet light flashed in Ross's eyes. What do you mean by old? I just developed a little too fast. Song Jingang explained in a bit of exasperation. Whoosh. Suddenly, a gust of wind blew. A tall creature with blue skin, like an ancient pterodactyl but with 4 fleshy wings, flew over Fang Xing and his group and landed on the open space in the square. A faint pressure was released from the monster, with the suppression of a higher life level. 4th realm cosmic creature? Song Jingang gritted his teeth. The 4 realms of martial arts are a watershed. Before the 4 realms, there are warriors, and after the 4 realms, there are martial artists. This cosmic creature is obviously not a rough jade level, and it has surpassed 99% of the candidates in the square. A beautiful figure came down from the back of the pterodactyl. It was a tall girl with a slender waist. She wore a pair of windproof goggles on her head, a leather jacket, and short hair, dressed like an ancient pilot. It's Qi Lingjun from Yulin Star. Beastmaster genius. Song Jingang lowered his voice to explain to Fang Xing that when going out, students on a planet always have some incense, and can help each other when they are outside. Of course, if he encounters competition, he will definitely not give in to Fang Xing at all. It's really amazing that he has subdued a beast comparable to the 4th realm at the unpolished Jade realm. Fang Xing commented lightly. For some reason, I always feel uncomfortable when I hear your condescending comments. And I want to beat you up. Song Jingang complained beside him. It's amazing to break through the realm quickly. Fang Xing did not answer, but raised his chin slightly and pointed at the candidates on the square. Well, most of these people are in the 2nd or 3rd realm. Even the geniuses of Young Unicorn Star are the same. Well, it's amazing to break through the realm quickly, but I will catch up with you soon. Song Jingang gritted his teeth. In fact, he couldn't figure out why Fang Xing cultivation speed was so fast. Especially the artistic conception. Without enough killing and actual combat, and without high-level resources, how could he break through so quickly? He is still a natural person, with a wealthy family. After awakening the Vajra body ability, he received investment from all sides. But he is still in the 3rd realm. Fang Xing was just a cyborg. But now he is in the 4th realm. Song Jingang naturally didn't know that Fang Xing was cheating. Fang Xing looked around and nodded secretly. Sure enough, my strategy is correct. After breaking through the 4th realm as soon as possible, I can now beat 99% of the candidates in the field just by crushing the realm. Breaking through the realm quickly is also a matter of talent and strength. Boom! After Qilingzhen arrived, another girl fell from the sky. She was wearing a set of bright silver external metal skeletons, and the metal boots on her feet sprayed flames. And she landed steadily beside Qilingzhen. It's Zhong Yuxiu, a genius mecha master. It is said that she can design 4-layer external skeleton armor by herself at a young age. Ross looked at Zhong Yuxiu and didn't even care about Song Jingyang's provocation. It's normal for mecha warriors and mecha masters to love and hate each other, and accuse each other of taking the wrong path. There are so many talents in the universe. Looking at Zhong Yuxiu's childish face, Fang Xing nodded. It seems that this exam should be very interesting. Yolinxing High School sophomore class is the best in the past 10 years. In addition to the Beast Master Qilingzhen and the Mecha Master Zhong Yuxiu, there is also the pharmacist Li Wei and the most terrifying Gu Jiantong. Song Jingang sighed. Levi is fine, but I'm not sure about Gu Jiantong. Come on. It's not that you are unsure, but you are destined to lose. Ross directly broke the news. You can't even compare to him in terms of martial arts level and supernatural power level. So why do you want to fight him? Song Jingang's face flushed, but he was silent, because Ross was telling the truth. Fang Xing looked around and found Li Wei according to Song Jingang's instructions. This student who took the unconventional pharmacist career path had long red hair like blood, wore a black robe, and huddled in a corner, looking very lonely. Where is Gu Jiantong? He was a little surprised. I heard that this guy is very arrogant. Maybe he will appear last? Song Jingang answered uncertainly, compared to Gu Jiantong. I want to meet Director Wei more. Wei Shitong is known as the Little Martial Saint, and is a master of the 9-turn Golden Core and the Great Vajra realm. It can be said that his physique is stronger than the pinnacle of the Vajra body. Or in other words, Wei Shitong is Song Jingang's future goal. His Vajra body ability will be a great advantage in the Vajra realm, as long as he practices another hard skill, such as the Dragon Elephant Vajra Indestructible Divine ability. There is a great hope to push the Golden Core to the 8th or even 9th turn. Little Martial Saint, Fang Xing murmured, feeling the weight of this title. Although the martial arts are humble and cannon fodder, but when it comes to the Martial Saint and the Martial God realm, it is not inferior to other evolutionary paths, and can also stand at the top of the Blue Star Federation. While thinking, a golden light flashed. When he looked up, he saw a student with long hair and eyebrows like burning golden flames, slowly falling from the sky in a very arrogant manner. Gu Jiantong, chief of Yulin Star. He's here. Other students and teachers were in a commotion. This person has almost booked the first place in the 100 Stars joint examination. And this time, he is just going through the motions. Huh? Isn't he a warrior? How can he fly? Song Jingang was a little surprised. Has his photochemical ability been developed to this extent? When the photochemical ability is developed to the later stage, it can definitely fly. And the speed is also very fast. However, this situation should not happen when you are in the 4th realm. It seems not to be a superpower, but a martial art. Fang Xing looked a little serious. This yellow-browed boy seems to have comprehended a martial art of the light realm. He has even gone very deep into the light realm, and has reached the stage of the embryonic form of the field. With the help of the power of the embryonic form of the field, combined with his own superpowers, he can fly. How does the inner scene manifest as the outer scene? How does the spirit effect matter? Of course, it depends on the channel of the field. Any artistic conception that continues to deepen will eventually sublimate into a field. Just like Xiao Long. He obviously comprehended the artistic conception related to thunder and lightning, and then formed a thunder and lightning field. In the field, he can stimulate wind and thunder with his body. Yes, Ah Xing, you have a good vision. You can see this, which proves that your martial arts have made great progress. Xiao Long strode over, looking at Fang Xing with a hint of appreciation and emotion. I didn't expect that this student would not stagnate at all after breaking through the courage realm, and he was still making great progress. Fang Xing, of course, smiled at this. As long as his proficiency continues to increase, his understanding of the power of artistic conception will continue to improve. According to his estimation, it will not be difficult to obtain a domain at the next stage. In fact, it is not a prototype of a domain like Gu Jiantong, but a real domain. This means that he has obtained the key to break into the 5th realm of martial arts and the outer scene. Martial arts and supernatural powers are combined. It's really shameless. However, Fang Xing still strongly condemned Gu Jiantong's behavior. As a down-to-earth warrior, I just can't stand this kind of guy who likes to fly in the sky and show off. If it's in another world, he should at least put up a flying talisman. And then the heavens will teach Gu Jiantong to be a good person again. Ahem. When these words came out, Song Jin Gang next to him blushed. In fact, his path is similar to Gu Jiantong. Both of them combine supernatural powers and martial arts, and promote each other. What? They have advantages, but you don't allow them to use them? Xiao Long eyes widened. Superpowers are equivalent to physical magical powers, and many of them are very compatible with martial arts. There are even superpower predecessors who have created superpowers, which completely integrate superpowers into martial arts. They are extremely powerful, and even surpass ordinary S-level martial arts. Our Blue Star Federation is all about strength, as long as it is beneficial to the Federation, the human race, and the overall situation of fighting against the evil gods from outside the domain. Anything can be tried. Even the orthodox martial saints and martial gods don't go to fight the evil gods from outside the domain with bare hands. There are many people who drive mechas. Can't my martial arts merge with mecha masters? Teacher is right. I am superficial. Fang Xing hurriedly admitted his mistake sincerely. Indeed, as long as the strength is improved, I am the main one and use it for my own benefit. And I should not be discriminated against no matter what path I take. Xiao Long words gave him a lot of inspiration. Speaking of which, I also have an advantage. That is, countless years of cultivation accumulation in another big world. If I can integrate it into my martial arts, and create the road of immortal martial arts, it seems that there is also great potential. In Fang Xing's mind, an idea gradually emerged. The Blue Star Federation is tolerant and eager for all nutrients from the outside world. It is also because it is good at absorbing many alien technologies that it can reach this step in a short time. Since I have this talent and resources, I must have the courage to establish my own school in martial arts. To become the way of immortal martial arts, first of all, I have to solve the problem of spiritual roots. Fang Xing thought secretly and frowned again. Alas, is it really too low? I can't think of any way, but even if I open up another small path in the framework of martial arts, I must at least have a martial arts golden elixir. Right? This way of immortal martial arts. Do I have to wait until I have a martial arts golden elixir before slowly exploring it? Just then, a sound of footsteps came. Tap tap. The sound of military shoes stepping on the square rang out. And every step seemed to step on the hearts of tens of thousands of people. The square, which was originally bustling with the arrival of Gu Jiantong, suddenly became dead silent. There seemed to be only that sound of footsteps inside and outside the field. Fang Xing turned his head and saw an extremely young figure. He looked to be in his 20s, with a resolute face, wearing a set of federal military uniforms. Every step he took was a fixed distance, as precise as if it had been measured with a ruler. Little Marshal Saint Wei Shatong. Fang Xing immediately thought that such a young man with a strong aura, who was even better than Lu Guangming, could only be the legendary chief examiner. Hello, students. Wei Shatong walked to the square, and a huge phantom more than 10 meters high appeared behind him, and his voice was just right for every student. The third round of the 100 Stars joint examination is about to begin. There are currently 10,000 candidates, and none of them are absent. His eyes were like two bright stars, sweeping over everyone present one by one. I have to remind you that this exam is a practical exam, which is very dangerous. The Federation has a death index. If you are afraid now, you can withdraw from the exam. After waiting for a few minutes, no student left. Well, this is the true seed of martial arts. Wei Shatong nodded with satisfaction, and the projection behind him changed, revealing a panoramic view of a planet. 073 Trial Star is a very good exam site, but this time it will be a little different from before. Students should have heard of the secret realm, right? This time your assessment will be conducted in the secret realm of the Trial Star. Chapter 90 Start. Secret World? Fang Xing frowned slightly, while the other students were in an uproar. Many people began to regret that if they had known it was so dangerous, they would have withdrawn from the exam just now. Wait, Director Wei. I don't understand. Fortunately, every student here is a dragon and phoenix, and there are teachers to follow and protect them. A martial arts teacher immediately raised his hand and asked, "Isn't the secret realm an attack method for the evil gods from outside the domain?" Does this third round of practical assessment require students to go directly to the battlefield? This is too dangerous. I cannot agree. I believe that not only me, but all the teachers here will not agree. We will impeach this exam outline together. Going to the battlefield now. What's the big deal? Wei Shitong's expression turned cold. And then he explained, the secret realm is actually the space bubble technology, which our Federation has gradually begun to master. The secret realm on the trial star is naturally not the evil gods from outside the domain, but a space we imitated. The danger will be much lower than the battlefield. So that's it. I have no problem. The teacher's face was much relieved. However, in order to make the students more adaptable to the battlefield, some evil god servants have also been deployed in the secret realm. Wei Shitong's next sentence made the others' faces change slightly. The exam process has been sent to you. Fang Xing looked at his mobile phone and found that a document had indeed been received on it. Every student will be issued a special communicator. After entering the secret world, you can kill at will, according to the secret world rules established by the Federation. The dying will be teleported out. Defeating others will earn points. Killing the evil god servants will earn a lot of points. And the longer you survive, the more rewards you will get. Finally, the comprehensive score will determine the results. This practical test is really interesting. He looked at the rules and found that it was somewhat similar to the Battle Royale of PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds. It happened that he played the Battle Royale every day in King Linfeng City recently, and he was familiar with this aspect. Director Wei. At this time, a team leader on Yulin Star also asked, the secret world is idealistic and resists technological creations. What about Zhong Mecha? I said, this is an artificial space bubble, and the rules are set by us. The dying will be teleported directly, and the mecha can of course be brought in, as long as it meets the examination regulations, and its own contribution exceeds 50%. As for the weapon module, laser guns are definitely not allowed. Wei Shitong explained one by one. Sure enough, although the human race is not very good at space technology, they have been defending and counterattacking for so many years, and have gained experience from being beaten. Now they can create a secret world. Then it will be possible to offset the space authority of the evil gods from outside the domain in the future, and bring in a large number of weapons, and even mechas. Fang Xing's heart moved, and he secretly sighed at the rapid development of science and technology. Other teachers and students thought of this and were excited. At this time, a proctor was handing out special silver bracelets. The secret world is isolated from the outside world. You have a scorer in your hand. At the same time, you can choose to give up the exam by yourself. Just enter this string of codes. After Wei Shitong explained the exam rules, a smile appeared on his square face. Student, I wish you a long life in martial arts. He stretched out his right hand, and Fang Xing saw that there was a soap bubble shining with colorful light in the middle of his right palm. No! That was a space bubble. The soap bubble expanded and actually covered the entire square with tens of thousands of people, and then exploded. By the time Xiao Long and the others reacted, the students around them had disappeared. Okay, teachers, let's appreciate the efforts of our students together. Wei Shitong stood as tall as a pine tree and waved his hand gently. Countless screen projections suddenly appeared in the void, with images of students in them. Obviously, in the space transmission just now, they have entered the secret world and were assigned to different areas. This feeling is somewhat similar to the shuttle in another world. Fang Xing stood on a wasteland and scanned himself. He found that his mobile phone was left outside, and the nano-protective suit was gone. Only the silver bracelet he had been issued before was brought in. But Wei Shitong can actually control space. No, the Vajra realm should not be so powerful. Right? It should be the authority of the war fortress. Sure enough, when the great power of an individual is combined with the great power of the collective, it will burst out with a brighter brilliance. In the end, can a martial artist still not avoid driving a mecha? He stepped on the ground, and the dry grass and mud were quite soft. The sky was gray and dark clouds were pressing down, and it seemed that the sky was not very high. Battle Royale has begun, Fang Xing muttered. According to the exam rules, as long as you keep eliminating candidates, you can basically lock in victory. Of course, those evil god servants are additional points. The lower servant level is basically equivalent to a 4th level warrior. A single warrior may not be able to kill it. It must be a master of super level martial arts. In the second year high school exam secret realm, The presence of lower-level servant-level evil god followers is slightly beyond the scope. So there shouldn't be upper-level servants. Right? He put his hands behind his back and randomly chose a direction. It didn't take long for a candidate to come into view. The other party was wearing a white school uniform and was a boy. When he saw Fang Xing, he was startled at first. Then he mustered up the courage and rushed up. The other party opened his hands, like a mad eagle flapping its wings. Crazy 18 strike crazy eagle style. Idiot! Fang Xing sneered at this behavior, and his right hand became a hand knife. And he chopped it casually, although he didn't carry a sword. After mastering the dragon elephant art, his body was comparable to a mid-grade magic weapon. In other words, the current hand knife is much stronger than the tiger blade. Swish! The air was stirred directly when the knife was chopped out, as if ghosts and gods were dancing wildly. Ghost and god knife. Slash ghosts and gods. Screech! With the knife in hand, the eagle's wings are broken. The dazzling blade light directly cut through the eagle's style, and then chopped heavily on the student's chest. Although the opponent immediately responded, a stream of innate true energy followed and turned into a brilliant armor. But it had no effect at all, and the armor was torn like paper. The unpolished jade is perfect. In the world of immortal cultivation, it is stronger than many innates. Fang Xing made a judgment in his heart, watching a ball of blood burst out of the opponent's chest and fall to the ground. This is because he deliberately held back. Otherwise, the unlucky guy would have ended up in 2 pieces of corpses under the hand knife. But at this level, he will soon bleed to death. Right? Are the promises outside accurate? Just as he was hesitating whether to rescue, a silver light flashed, and the seriously injured student disappeared in an instant. Sure enough, the rules of this secret world. Are the dying people directly teleported out? Unfortunately, there seems to be a loophole to bypass it, such as dying in an instant and not being able to react. So there is still a death indicator. But it is definitely much safer than a real battlefield. Fang Xing looked at the silver bracelet. 1 point obtained. Ranking 872. In such a short period of time, more than 800 students have met their opponents? Fang Xing was a little surprised. But in a duel between warriors, the victory or defeat depends on a few moves, which is normal. He nodded and continued to go in a certain direction. Another place. I said, I hate people calling me uncle the most. Song Jingang burst out with golden light all over his body, looking like a little golden man, chasing and bombarding several candidates. Although they were all at the unpolished jade level, the A-level martial arts of those candidates were unable to break his defense. This was the power of the Vajra body, whose defense was almost invincible at the same level. Bang! Finally, as the last candidate fell, the strange phenomenon on Song Jingang gradually disappeared. He looked around and glanced at his bracelet. 52nd place? Not bad. But for me, this result is not enough. Where is Ross? I want to beat him up. And Fang Xing. Suddenly, the sounds around him disappeared inexplicably, and there was a dead silence. A thick fog emerged, and in the dark fog, scarlet eyes opened one after another. There were so many of them that there seemed to be thousands of them, being stared at by his eyes. Song Jingang's mind suddenly began to become confused. Ah! He shouted, and his body flew back in an instant. It turned out to be the evil god's followers, attracted by the fight just now. This is a thousand-eyed monster, a lower-level servant. Fortunately, it is not a higher-level servant with tens of thousands of eyes. Although Song Jingang has mastered an A-level martial art and has a simulated artistic conception to protect himself, it is not the power of the real artistic conception after all. And he has not opened the Naiwan Palace to awaken the spiritual power. Mental defense is indeed his weakness. Relying on A-level martial arts, he can barely resist the pollution of lower-level servants. But if he encounters a higher-level servant, he may not be able to escape. Seeing Song Jingang running away, the fog made a strange squeak and immediately chased him. Damn it! I can't get rid of it. Find someone to kill it together. Song Jingang gritted his teeth. No matter how confident he was in his own strength, he didn't think he could deal with a low-level servant alone, even on a real battlefield. Encountering such an enemy would require several courageous martial artists to work together to kill it. But among these 10,000 candidates, how many of them were in the 4th realm? If you want to kill such a low-level servant, I'm afraid many people will have to sacrifice their lives. In the sky, Qi Lingjun was wearing a windproof eye protection and was controlling a pterodactyl, entangled with a group of strange birds. Suddenly, she seemed to think of something and looked up at the sky. I saw that a huge black jellyfish had appeared above the sky at some point. Fluorescent silk threads spread out from the jellyfish and connected to the strange birds. Low-level servant-level netherworld jellyfish? Qilingzhen suddenly said to the person beside him, "Let's do it together and divide the points equally." Okay. A crisp sound came, and an exoskeleton armor rushed into the battlefield. It was Joan Yushio. She still looked a little chubby, but her fighting style was very brutal. After tearing apart a few strange birds, she rushed directly to the huge jellyfish body. Chapter 91 Accident. Pop! A head fell and rolled on the ground, occasionally oozing blood and black oil. This head had brilliant blonde hair and deep facial features. One eyeball had been replaced with a mechanical prosthetic eye, and the red light inside gradually dissipated. It was the mechanical warrior Ross. For some reason, this genius died directly, and was not teleported out of the secret world. A shoe stepped on Ross's head. Its owner was a pale-faced teenager in school uniform. At this moment, the young man's eyes showed a sense of vicissitudes. He glanced at the surrounding environment and sneered, "Poor imitation. Humans will never understand that only my lord can hold the power of the real imaginary space. This kind of fake secret world is too easy to find loopholes. It just so happens that the power given by my lord is best at this. My lord Bishop." Near the young man, there were several men and women in school uniforms, who bowed. The monitoring and positioning on the bracelet have been cracked. Who should we go to first? According to the plan, Gu Jiantan will be given priority. I will pray to my lord to give me divine grace to cover and protect us. This operation will surely succeed. The young bishop spoke calmly, looking at the ground around him. There were already several corpses on the ground, and the blood gathered, faintly forming a ritual. What was even more surprising was that near them, there was a lower-level servant as big as a hill, cruising, as if he had been subdued and turned into a guard for this group of evil god believers. Space Fortress. On the square, silver-white light flickered from time to time, sending out students who were either seriously injured or pale. There were medical staff who had been waiting for a long time to treat the seriously injured. The medical technology here is much better than that of the school clinic. Even if the head is chopped off, as long as it is treated in time before brain death, it can be reattached. Xiao Long folded his arms, looked at the surveillance cameras, and nodded from time to time. Like other teachers, he did not find any abnormalities in the surveillance. There was no trace of the evil god believers in these surveillances. There were even fake pictures showing the young bishop's adventures all the way. It looked no different from other candidates. Fang Xing didn't feel anything at this time. In front of him, there was a female candidate. After being blocked by him, a trace of determination appeared on her face. "Are you the chief of the Eagle Star, Fang Xing of the Fourth Realm?" The girl looked about 16 or 17 years old, with a ponytail, capable temperament, and curved eyebrows. But at this time, there was only determination in her eyes. "Well, admit defeat." Fang Xing waved his hand. "Take the initiative to withdraw to avoid getting hurt." It can be said that with his current cultivation, except for those few, he can sweep anyone else. "I am Dong Yuhong, the 16th seed of Hengze Star." Dong Yuhong's voice was calm, but her internal energy was running at a crazy speed. Fang Xing frowned when he saw this. "Are you performing the secret method of self-mutilation? Is it worth it? Admitting defeat when encountering a strong enemy is not my martial arts." Dong Yuhong smiled bitterly. "What's more, in the eyes of geniuses like you, what else can we biochemical people do except fighting hard?" She seemed to have mistaken Fang Xing for someone with a deep background. At this time, Dong Yuhong pointed out with one finger, and there was a faint sound of phoenix in the void. Her figure was like a brilliant phoenix, burning herself, and bursting out a blow beyond the unpolished jade realm. A-level martial arts foofing finger. Bang! The next moment, she seemed to hit a copper-cast iron wall. The phoenix cried, and even shed tears of blood. Dong Yuhong felt a sharp pain in her fingers, as if the bones inside were broken. She didn't even move her eyebrows. Her body bent, and one long leg was raised high, like a mountain-splitting battle axe, and fell down with a bang. Bang! Fang Xing blocked with his arm. Dong Yuhong screamed, lost her balance, fell to the ground, and her leg bones were broken. "With my current cultivation, even if I stand and let you hit me, you can't break my defense. Why bother?" he sighed. I have a reason to win. Dong Yuheng looked up, and there seemed to be flames burning in her eyes. In a trance, Fang Xing actually felt that this woman was quite similar to Gu Yun. The same stubbornness. Good spirit. Unfortunately, your strength is not enough. Fang Xing stepped forward and stretched out his palm. Remember this unwillingness. This is the driving force for you to break into the fourth realm. Snap! With a flash of silver light, Dong Yuheng's figure disappeared instantly. He did not ask the other party why he had to win. Every student taking the exam here may have a reason not to retreat. But so what? The road of martial arts is so cruel that the loser leaves. Obtained 1 point. Ranking 366. Looking at the silver bracelet, Fang Xing shook his head. It's too troublesome to find them one by one. The key score is still low. He wanted to try his hand at the evil god servants. I wonder which one is stronger. The lower servants or the second level monsters? It's a pity. I can't find it. Fang Xing sighed and continued to cruise aimlessly. Suddenly, he caught a glimpse of golden light in the sky from the corner of his eye. Looking carefully, he found that it was a little golden man. No, it was Song Jin Gang. This second-place Eagle Star seemed to be chased by a dog, running very fast. When he saw Fang Xing, his eyes lit up and rushed towards him. Fang Xing, there is a thousand-eyed monster chasing me behind. If we join forces, we can at least protect ourselves. If we find a few more people, we can kill it. The points are evenly divided. Song Jin Gang believed that although his realm was only the unpolished jade perfection, he had practiced several A-level martial arts, and with the Vajra body ability, he could be comparable to a weak fourth realm. And Fang Xing is a fourth-level warrior. If we find some students and take advantage of numbers, we can try to hunt the family of the lower-level servant. Thousand-eyed monster? Fang Xing saw the black fog behind Song Jin Gang and the thousands of scarlet eyeballs in the black fog. Just seeing this scene, he seemed to be surrounded by countless scarlet lights, and the whole person was about to fall into a state of confusion. Those eyes seemed to have a strange magic, which was very fascinating. Roar! But the next moment, in his Niwen palace, the spiritual power dissipated. There was a roar of dragons and tigers, and the whole person immediately woke up. Song Jin Gang wanted to say something, but he saw Fang Xing passing by him. The other party's faint words came in the wind. A thousand-eyed monster made you like this. And you still have the nerve to tell me to join forces? Fang Xing walked like a dragon and a tiger, and each step he took covered a distance of more than 10 meters. And in a blink of an eye he met the thousand-eyed monster. Countless scarlet eyes fell on him, but they could not shake his martial arts will in the slightest. The me who trembled in front of the moonworm beast is no longer the same as before. Fang Xing let go of his hiding, and the blood in his body rushed up to the sky. Hua la la. In his body, the blood rushed like the Yangtze River, and his muscles and bones roared together, making a sound like a dragon roar and a tiger roar. On Fang Xing's skin, golden lines emerged, turning into dragon scales and elephant armor. With a deep dragon roar, dragon artistic conception, crouching tiger artistic conception. His martial arts will was like a gust of wind, whistling past, and first hit the big ball of black fog. Zzz. Amid the sound that made people ache, the black fog actually dispersed directly, revealing the true form of the thousand-eyed monster in it. It was a creature that looked like a wriggling mud, with scarlet eyeballs embedded on it, which could easily cause people to have intensive fear. Even on its muddy body, some special purple patterns would occasionally emerge. Just watching makes people dizzy, and even more madness emerges in the heart. Sure enough, these evil gods have the characteristics of idealistic creatures. When Song Jin Gang saw this scene, he even felt that his own simulated artistic conception was difficult to suppress, and he had to turn his head and dared not look directly at the thousand eyes monster. In his mind, many thoughts emerged to divert attention. How strong is the martial arts will to directly destroy the fog defense of the thousand eyes monster? Is there such a big gap between me and the chief? Song Jin Gang looked at Fang Xing back, and a trace of awe emerged in his eyes. Fang Xing didn't care what the people behind him thought. He only knew one thing. This was the best opportunity for him to vent his anger for the previous encounter with the moonworm beast. So he almost used all his strength. He put his 5 fingers together and turned them into a fist. Boom! Like a cannon roaring. The ground trembled, and the amazing internal breath and strength wrapped around his fist layer by layer. leaving a huge fist mark on the Thousand Eyes monster. Puff! Hundreds of scarlet eyes of the Thousand Eyes monster exploded, and scarlet blood splashed around. Chi. Countless holes immediately appeared on the ground, all traces of corrosion caused by the blood of the Thousand Eyes monster. But when the blood fell on Fang Xing, it was immediately bounced away by layers of chi, unable to break through the defense of the dragon scale elephant armor. When Song Jingang saw this scene, his eyes almost popped out. Is this dragon elephant art? But this level of dragon elephant art. Simply. He had also learned dragon elephant art. But unfortunately, he had never entered the door. If he wanted to ignore the corrosion of the Thousand Eyes monster, he would need at least the 3rd stage. Right? Doesn't this mean that even if he was promoted to the 4th level, he might not be able to beat Fang Xing in defense? Gurgle. The Thousand Eyes monster was severely injured and emitted a series of strange notes. It sounded like a roar, a howl, and some kind of spell. Fang Xing chose to turn a deaf ear to it. When learning the alien language, Teacher Lan Fei specifically told us not to delve into the language and writing of the evil god's followers. Otherwise, the more you delve into it, the more obsessed you become, and the more obsessed you become, the crazier you become, because it is the pollution that is actively introduced. Madness rises from the bottom of your heart, and even the martial arts will of the courageous realm is useless. Die! He used his hand as a knife and chopped it down. Puff! A bright knife light emerged, almost piercing the sky and the earth, and it slammed down on the Thousand Eyes monster. Crashed! The Thousand Eyes monster was split in two, and the two halves of the body fell to the ground. This is dead now? Song Jingang looked at the corpse of the Thousand Eyes monster, and saw Fang Xing standing on the corpse. And he was silent for a while. Even if the Thousand Eyes monster is not strong among the lower servants, it often requires a team composed of all 4 realms of martial artists to surround and kill it. And casualties will be suffered if you are not careful. Now it is so easy to die? How strong is this chief of the Eagle Star? Chapter 92 Pride. Kill the lower level servants and get 50 points. Ranking 3. Fang Xing lowered his head and glanced at the silver bracelet, thinking, it seems that someone has also killed the evil god's followers alone, or slaughtered a large number of candidates. The first one is probably Gu Jiantong. Who is the other one? He turned around and looked at Song Jingang. Song Jingang stood at attention unconsciously. Boss, I've decided. I will follow you from now on. His mature face was full of sincerity at this time. Are you going out by yourself? Or do I send you out? Fang Xing curled his lips. Boss, I'm serious. Song Jingang felt a little wronged, although he had the intention of competing with Fang Xing before he came. Now after seeing the violent scene of the other party killing the evil god's servants alone, he had no intention of doing anything. Who would have thought that the other party would not even hug his thigh? Fang Xing shook his head, put his right hand together to form a sword, and was about to take action. Song Jingang suddenly broke out in cold sweat on his forehead, and shouted loudly, Wait! I met Gu Jiantong when I was running away. I can take you to find him. I know a unique tracking secret technique. Why should I find Gu Jiantong? Fang Xing was a little surprised. Don't you want to compete for the first place in the 100 Stars joint examination? Song Jingang was really confused. Anyway, it's not the college entrance examination. Just go with the flow. Fang Xing pointed his sword at Song Jingang, and the extreme love sword came out. Song Jingang immediately felt that he was going to die. Bang! He fell to the ground, his face full of tears, spitting blood. But a trace of doubt flashed across his face. Huh? Fang Xing grabbed Song Jingang's collar and lifted him up directly. Why weren't you teleported out? I don't know. Song Jingang was hit by the extreme love sword, and now he was as dead as ash. He subconsciously raised his hand and entered a string of codes. This was the signal to admit defeat and exit as explained before. But the silver bracelet seemed to be broken and did not move. What's going on? Fang Xing threw Song Jingang away like trash, and entered the password himself, only to find that he couldn't get out. This secret world. He raised his head, his expression becoming serious. The rules have changed. I can't get out. Fortunately, he communicated with the attribute panel with his mind, and found that the gate of the heavens could still be opened. So he had no worries. But as long as Fang Xing wanted to stay in the Blue Star Federation, He would definitely not leave like this. Cosmic Fortress. On the square, the projection screen suddenly went black. The teleportation light that occasionally flashed also disappeared. What's going on? Xiao Long frowned. And when he saw Wei Shitong, whose face suddenly turned gloomy, he realized that something big had happened. Report. The secret world on the 073 trial star was attacked. Captured energy ripples. Confirmed as a sect. A researcher immediately reported to Wei Shitong. School? Damn it! Wei Shitong burst into an astonishing murderous aura. This organization that believes in the evil god is of course not only in the Eagle Star, but also in the 100 Machine Star, the Young Unicorn Star, and even in other territories of the Blue Star Federation. There are traces of its activities. Why can the sect invade our space bubble and usurp our authority? Wei Shitong regained his composure. Now that the incident has happened, what should be done is how to solve it and deal with the aftermath. Preliminary analysis shows that it is related to the authority of the extraterritorial evil god. The Gate of Nothingness. The researcher wiped the sweat from his face. The Gate of Nothingness masters all concepts related to the gate. In other words, he may have found the backdoor to our space bubble creation. That is, the BUG. The extraterritorial evil god is not only powerful, but this conceptual ability is even more terrifying. There is even an unprovable extraterritorial evil god, which is related to the ultimate conjectures of many mathematical problems. Once proven, it will really come. Many top mathematicians in the Federation have either died or gone crazy because of their research on the conjectures about his traps. It is said that there is a mathematics research institute with a very high confidentiality level in the Blue Star Federation, which has been fighting a special battle with this unprovable extraterritorial evil god. Has another extraterritorial evil god revealed a new ability? Wei Shitong's face was much relieved. The extraterritorial evil god has strange abilities, but as long as it is exposed, there is a possibility of research and cracking. Once it is thoroughly studied by the Federation, it basically means that the end of death is approaching. It seems that it is not impossible to make up for the mistakes. When he thought of this, he immediately ordered the research team to fight with all their strength. The fortress guards will be dispatched to check the nearby star fields. Also, notify the prevention and control bureaus of all nearby planets. I don't want to see news about my school again. Yes. One order after another was issued, and the space fortress seemed to be a war beast that was whipped and began to operate frantically. Space fighters took off one after another and headed for various places in the starry sky. Xiao Long saw this scene, and a worried look appeared on his face. With such a big change, what happened to his student? Inside the secret world, in the middle of the bloody and evil ritual, the young bishop opened his eyes, finally discovered. But it's enough to buy so much time. My Lord Bishop, the Federation is competing with us for control of the space bubble and has entered many new rules. The main target has been found. Kill 972 geniuses of the Federation. Our strength is being restricted, and the Federation's space technology is still hidden. At present, this secret world has excluded forces above the fourth realm. One by one, the believers came over and reported the results with a worried look on their faces. 4 realms? The young bishop clenched his fists. What a weak power. But it's enough. Where is Gu Jiantong? This time, he is the biggest target. In Blade Canyon, 3 saints and sons of God have joined forces with guardians to trap him. A believer bowed and answered. Saints and sons of God are honorary titles in the sect, and they are very rare. Basically, there can only be 1 saint and 1 son of God on a planet. But if there are too many planets, they are not worth much. Then, there is only one last step. The young bishop smiled and stretched out his right hand, as if holding the invisible door handle in the void. On the ground, the ritual drawn in blood suddenly lit up. Ripples spread across the void, as if it had turned into an invisible door. In the flashing silver light, he slowly turned the door handle, as if he was opening a heavy door. His face showed a look of effort, and his movements were very slow. This is to use the ritual to obtain the power of the void in the Gate of Nothingness. Although this approach will definitely be noticed by the Federation. But now that Wei Shitong knew that they were in the secret world, it didn't matter, unless the other party dared to risk being tried and imprisoned, and use the war weapons in the space fortress to destroy the entire secret world and kill all the students. It would be difficult to stop. Crack! The invisible door was opened, and the void on the opposite side was hazy and illusory, and a canyon could be seen faintly. The young bishop took a step out and entered the door and came to the entrance of the canyon. Boom! In the canyon, Gu Jiantong burst into a brilliant light, and the whole person was like a little sun, stepping out. At his feet, a servant of the evil god as big as a hill seemed to be burned all over, with terrible injuries and blisters appearing. His head exploded and fell heavily, raising a lot of dust. Too weak. Too weak. Gu Jiantong looked at the blood-soaked sons and daughters of God. How dare you plot against me? Who gave you the courage? He turned his head and looked at the young bishop who came across the void, and finally smiled. The big fish has appeared. It's worth it that I played with them for so long. Gu Jiantong, you are the most beloved child of God. Your superpowers come from God's gift. Why do you still associate with the evil Blue Star civilization? Come! Join us. Your superpowers. The power will be developed beyond imagination. The young bishop's voice was full of temptation. What's more, you are not unaware of the situation of the Federation's superpowers. Humph! My superpowers come from my talent. Even the foreign evil gods can only promote the metaphysical concept of mutation, and cannot anchor a certain individual to awaken a specific superpower. Now you say that I am blessed by the evil god. How dare you ignore my talent and efforts? Gu Jiantong was furious. Awakening superpowers is not controlled by humans. But it does not mean that every superpower has problems. In fact, there are many superpowers who died in the battlefield and made contributions to the Federation in various aspects. It can only be said that birth cannot be chosen, but the path can be chosen. What's more, the Federation is now vigorously promoting superpowers to practice martial arts and promote the research and development of superpowers, because the will of martial arts can counter the pollution and erosion of evil gods. Big data shows that most of the strong people who practice both supernatural powers and martial arts eventually stand on the side of humans. Because of this, every year during the college entrance examination, the supernatural candidates are not discriminated against, and can take the exam and be admitted normally. Stubborn. It's a pity for such a supernatural power. The young bishop frowned. If possible, he would certainly like to win over and corrupt the first genius of young Unicorn Star, and then lurk in the Blue Star Federation as a hidden player, which is considered to maximize the benefits. But this Gu Jiantong is too proud. Then he can only subdue him by force, and then use the power of the gods to pollute him. But in this way, there will definitely be hidden traces left, and there is a 40% to 50% probability that he will be detected by the Blue Star Federation. And he can't do anything big. As soon as he moved his mind, strands of silver silk thread suddenly appeared in the void of the canyon, densely packed, as if they were about to turn into a large silver cocoon, trapping Gu Jiantong in it. Mind Master? One thought becomes true? Gu Jiantong licked his lips. It seems that your original body is a big shot. Unfortunately, in this secret realm that suppresses cultivation, I am invincible at the same level. The blood in his body rose, and with a light transformation ability, it seemed as if there was an extra white-hot sun in the original place. Under the sunlight, those silver threads were actually melted away quickly like spring snow meeting the sun. Chapter 93, Meeting an Enemy. I didn't expect. The recovery of the King Kong body is not bad. Fong Xing took Song King Kong and prepared to join other candidates. Now that the secret world has changed, he must join other candidates to increase his strength. Well, although those candidates are 99% of them to Fong Xing, they can be used to attract firepower even if they are a burden. What's more, the rescue efforts from the outside world must be prioritized. For example, if Gu Jiantong joins hundreds of candidates, he will definitely be the first rescue target. At that time, Fong Xing can get some help. He looked at Song King Kong next to him and confirmed that the previous extreme sword technique had seriously injured the other party and made him near death. But he didn't expect that after a simple treatment, he would be alive and kicking again after a while. I'm fine physically, but I still have some mental problems. Now I want to cry from time to time, Song King Kong said. Tears flowed unconsciously. He turned around quickly and wiped his tears, feeling so ashamed. I really don't know what kind of sad past you have. Fong Xing saw the scene and couldn't help complaining. Remember to see a psychiatrist after you go back. Due to years of fighting with the evil gods from outside the domain, the Federation has accumulated strong technical skills in this area. It's all trivial. Trivial. Song Jingang waved his hand. Obviously not wanting to say more, he came to a lawn, looked at a circle of charred marks on the ground, pointed to one place and said, "This is obviously left by the photochemical ability. Gu Jiantong stayed here for a while and fought with others. As long as I follow him, I will definitely find him. Your tracking skills are not bad." Fang Xing came over to take a look. He was very good at this. If he didn't use the Qi-seeking talisman and other means, it would be impossible to find Gu Jiantong traces. No. It's just family education. My grandfather and father both work in the Public Security Bureau. When I take the college entrance examination in my senior year of high school, my first choice will definitely be a top-notch university. If I fail to get in, my second choice will be Blue Star Public Security University. Blue Star Public Security University is a first-class university, which is inferior to the top-notch universities in all aspects. But there is one advantage. That is, the probability of graduates passing the civil service examination and entering the Public Security Bureau is very high. And this is equivalent to military service. And there is no need to go to the battlefield. So it is quite popular. With Song Jingong's strength, it is a bit dangerous to go to a top-notch university. But it is still a bit sure to go to a first-class university. Not bad. What else does Fang Xing have to say? Song Jinggang felt the sudden silence in the air. Shut up immediately. And tracked honestly. Suddenly, Fang Xing looked up and looked at the sky not far away. Huh? What is that? Song Jinggang also looked up and saw an exoskeleton armor, with a bright blue light emitting from the boots, holding another girl and running for his life. And behind the exoskeleton armor, there was actually a lower-level evil god servant chasing after him. This lower-level evil god servant looked like a huge black crow, with different ferocious faces on each feather. On each face, there were strong emotions of joy, anger, sorrow, and happiness, and different noises were made. The combination of many noises made Song Jinggang feel upset and a little like vomiting. What's more terrifying is that there was a black-robed man standing on the head of this lower-level servant's crow. The one who controls the lower-level servant is a believer of the evil god. This time, there is indeed a problem with the secret world, and it has been invaded by the believers of the evil god. Damn. It must be because of this that I couldn't quit before. Song Jinggang was so excited that tears flowed again. At this time, the exoskeleton armor seemed to be running out of energy. Seeing the candidates on the ground, it immediately landed and showed a childish little face. It's Zhong Yuxiu. I didn't expect you to fall to such a state. Song Jingong's voice was filled with tears. The one in your arms is Qi Lingzhen? What happened to her? Zhong Yuxiu was very strange. What's wrong with Song Jinggang? Is he Qi Lingzhen's secret lover? Otherwise, why is he crying so sadly? Seeing that the other party was so sincere. She told the truth. When I was fighting with senior sister Qi before, I was ambushed by the evil god believers. Her pet was killed, and I was also implicated. If a beastmaster has a powerful pet, he will be very powerful. But if one prospers, all prosper. If one suffers, all suffer. If the pet is killed, it will definitely not be too good for the owner. There is no time to explain too much. Let's go quickly. At this time, the human-faced crow in the sky has begun to land. Zhong Yuxiu looked at the energy reserve of her exoskeleton armor and gritted her teeth. If it was in the outside world, if she could bring in all the weapon modules she bought, how could she be forced to this extent by a mere 4th-level evil god believer? Why are you leaving? Fang Xing snorted coldly, paused, and soared into the sky like a cannonball. His right hand became a knife, and a sharp knife light came out with a terrifying artistic conception of killing ghosts and killing gods. Ghost god knife killing ghosts and gods. Under the influence of his powerful spiritual power, the face of the lower servant seemed to be silenced, unable to make any sound. Why are you so impulsive? I know he is in the 4th realm, but it is still too much to fight against the evil believers and the evil god servants alone. Zhong Yuxiu just wanted to say something, and saw a bright knife light slashing the neck of the evil god believer who was so arrogant before, causing the other party's head to fly high. Not only that, Fang Xing came to the back of the servant and tore it hard with both hands. Feathers fell all over the sky, and the evil god servant was torn in half by him. The other party was like a bloody killing god, slowly descending in the blood rain and the corpses of the servants. Zhong Yuxiu had never seen such a scene before, and was a little speechless. The 4 realms are also different. Fang Xing landed on the ground and said lightly, He didn't learn so many martial arts on his attribute panel in vain. I dare not say anything else now. But he should be considered a strong man among the martial artists of the Four Realms. Great. Now the secret world is not allowed to have forces above the fourth realm. With you, plus the ancient sword, we can fight against the sects and even try to fight back. Zhong Yuxiu put down the unconscious Qilingzhen and said happily. As soon as she finished speaking, she felt that the atmosphere was a little wrong. You mean, it was the sect that did it again this time? Fang Xing narrowed his eyes slightly, causing Zhong Yuxiu to shrink her neck unconsciously. Yes. Yes. As a mecha master, her family is considered rich on Yulin Star, and she has been pampered like a young lady since she was a child. It was the first time I saw such a vicious person, especially in such a bad environment, almost like a cruel battlefield. And I was about to cry. Wow, this person is so scary. Blade Canyon. Ah! Accompanied by a scream. A son of God was evaporated by a strong light, leaving a human-shaped black mark on the wall. After his death, a saint came forward and took his place. The red rituals turned into array patterns, and it was like a huge net covering the sky and the earth, covering a white sun in the middle. In the center of the white sun, two figures were constantly fighting. One of them was naturally Gu Jiantong. He burst out with brilliant light all over his body, and even the development of the photochemical ability has reached an astonishing level. He can raise his hand to fire a beam of light. Of course, each of these beams will consume his physical strength. Before, when he was besieged, he had to use a power to interrupt the ceremony outside. But he didn't expect that these evil god believers were so well prepared that they even had backup candidates. Even now that the ritual was in effect, his supernatural power was constantly decreasing. That woman, is she the last one? Gu Jiantong's long hair was flying, and his golden eyebrows seemed to be burning. A bunch of cowards who hide their heads and show their tails. After I kill you, I will kill them. The young bishop opposite Gu Jiantong had a calm face. For him, the son of God and the saint who presided over the ceremony outside were actually abandoned. Being able to weaken Gu Jiantong to this extent has played a perfect role. You are good. Very good. Although I am limited by the rules, and can only exert the strength of a 4th level mind master, you can be proud of being able to entangle with me for a long time. A drop of blood suddenly oozed from the young bishop's brow. But you don't know. I just don't want to seriously injure or kill you. So I held back just now. As soon as the voice fell, a giant shadow appeared behind the boy. The giant was silver white, covered with a layer of strange armor. A big hand stretched out, with colorful luster wrapped around it, like flying needles, and like flying swords, overwhelming the sky. It's not that I don't care about my body. After this battle, the brain of your body will be finished. But you are still not good enough to defeat me. There seemed to be a ray of light in the ancient sword. When he spoke, a dazzling white light poured out from his mouth, nose and eyes. Even if he was a genius, facing such a powerful enemy, he had already tried his best. At this moment, the young bishop looked at the sky like a blood-red network. But a smile flashed across his face, and he quickly recited the ancient and difficult spell. Above the blood net, layers of scarlet light fell, constantly eroding the white sun. The blood light even gradually became deep and dark red, like a blood-red sky curtain, completely blocking the light in the sky. Bang! In another collision, the giant's colorful arm was shattered, and Gu Jiantong flew backwards. Almost done. The young bishop took a step forward, with a strange cloth in his hand. Feel the power of my lord. Just as he was about to use the secret treasure to secretly pollute Gu Jiantong, the first genius of Yulin Star, something strange happened. Roar! Outside the blood net ceremony, dragon roars and tiger roars suddenly sounded, accompanied by screams. It seemed that someone was cleaning up the cultists outside. Hua la la. Finally, the bloody ceremony completely collapsed, and a slender and tall figure walked in. It was Fang Xing. Pop! He casually threw the body of a cultist in front of the young bishop, with undisguised hatred on his face. School of the sect. It's you again. Chapter 94 The Great Sun Tathagata Mantra. Chief Fang Xing of Young Eagle Star? The young bishop's eyes moved slightly, recognizing Fang Xing's origin. Why? Do you have a grudge against our sect? He was actually very dissatisfied with the sect branch on Young Eagle Star, because not only could the other party not send the Son of God and the Saintess for this operation, but also lost a lot of power inexplicably due to various things before. Have a grudge? Fang Xing smiled. No. I just want you to be afraid when you think of me. The sect plotted against him one after another. Even a clay man would be angry. In addition, the rules of this secret world do not allow the existence of power above the fourth realm. Then what else does he have to worry about? Of course, he will take revenge if there is a grudge. And take revenge if there is a grudge. Clang. Fang Xing used his hand as a knife and his finger as a sword. And the sword came out together. Go sword. Extreme love sword. Sword and sword double kill. The terrifying sword light and sword energy swept across the world. Like a torrent. Sweeping the young bishop and the broken giant phantom behind him. Amid the roar of dragons and tigers. The giant phantom actually began to collapse. The young bishop was hit by the will of martial arts. But his eyes were blurred and he regained his calm in less than a moment. You can practice several A-level martial arts to such a level. And you have also comprehended the artistic conception of the big dragon post and the subduing tiger post. You are indeed a genius among the common people. Comparable to the ancient sword master. But it's a pity. His eyes were filled with silver-white light. And Fang Xing suddenly felt a series of illusions sweeping over him. Strands of silk appeared in the void. As if the young bishop in front of him had turned into a spider. Constantly spitting out silk threads. Trying to trap him. Mind Master? The terrifying silver thread that could cut gold and iron fell on Fang Xing's skin. And was immediately bounced off by the dragon scale elephant armor. Creating a series of sparks. His eyes suddenly became extremely clear. Staring at the young bishop, what a strong mental power. Humph. It's just an old monster who has lived for who knows how many years. Transferring part of his consciousness here to pretend to be young. Swoosh. A figure appeared behind the young bishop and kicked him. The kick was so fast that Fang Xing only heard the sound of breaking through the air after seeing it. Bang. The young bishop's body was kicked away. Fang Xing then saw a student with golden eyebrows standing there. It was Gu Jiantong. Yellow-browed boy. You are not dead yet? Fang Xing saw Gu Jiantong and frowned. If you are not dead, get out of the way. Don't steal my target. What do you mean by yellow eyebrows? My eyebrows are obviously gold. Gold. Supreme gold. Do you understand? Gu Jiantong exploded directly. If it weren't for the enemy, he might have turned around and fought with Fang Xing first. Oh! Huang Mei. Get out of the way! Fang Xing patted his body. And a layer of light golden light emerged. And those empty silver threads could not hurt him at all. Although the young leader's body was very strong. He could only exert the strength of the fourth realm in the secret world. It is basically difficult to break his defense. Even Fang Xing himself does not know how strong he is now. As for teasing Gu Jiantong? So what? Now he has a deeper understanding of the great Vajra Prajna power. What Prajna Pramitha? What Bodhi's true nature? Pure and free enlightenment are actually all bullshit. To truly understand, there are 4 words. Thoughts are clear. A warrior must have clear thoughts to make rapid progress. Therefore, he wanted to seek revenge on a school. So he came directly. I was unhappy with Gu Jiantong. So I just scolded him. Highlight a spontaneous action. But in fact, Fang Xing also knew that it was very difficult to do this. In life, where is there so much room for casualness? If you want to have a clear mind, you must have enough strength to run rampant. Therefore, the great Vajra Prajna power is known as the first in strength. Bang! He paused, and his figure turned into a golden afterimage. And like an ancient dragon elephant, he rushed towards the young bishop. In this state of mind, Fang Xing found that the Vajra Prajna power, which was difficult to comprehend on weekdays, had unveiled its mystery in front of him. Not only that, on the attribute bar, a mark symbol representing the entry of Vajra Prajna power is slowly condensing. Once the Vajra Prajna power is entered, it can burst out with double the combat power. If it is a cultivator, after having an epiphany, at least he needs to retreat to digest and comprehend the magical power before he can make great progress in Taoism and magic. But it is different for warriors. Once they have an epiphany, they can immediately turn it into power. Fang Xing's right hand became a knife and slashed it out. Ding! The young bishop waved his hand, and a silver shield appeared out of thin air, blocking Fang Xing's eyes. Swish! The blade of the ghost knife slashed on the silver shield, making a tooth-grinding sound. But it could not break through. After all, through the previous fight, the young bishop had already figured out Fang Xing's strengths and weaknesses. Although he is also a genius, he is stronger after all. After one strike failed, Fang Xing struck again. In the void, the two blade lights seemed to merge, with an unparalleled sharp aura. And in the magnificent and dazzling blade light, there seemed to be a little gold. The power of the Vajra Prajna. After Fang Xing activated this S-level martial arts, the blade light of his ghost sword suddenly surged. Twice as long as before. The power that was completely beyond the limit fell on the silver shield, causing the young bishop, the mind master, to instantly shatter the protective gear that had materialized from his one thought. Whoosh! Fang Xing approached, his left hand fingers together, and the extreme love sword burst out thousands of cold stars, piercing into the young bishop's brow. Under the amplification of the great power of the Prajna of the Vajra, his martial arts will turned into a sword light, and finally pierced into the brain sea of the young leader, causing him to lose consciousness for a moment. Of course, he would not miss such an opportunity and punched out. But someone was faster than Fang Xing. It was a ray of light. The blazing light directly turned into a hand cannon and hit the young bishop's head. Bang! The young bishop's head was instantly vaporized, and the headless body fell backwards. Yellow-browed boy. You want to steal monsters? Fang Xing turned around and looked at Gu Jiantong. It seems that you want to fight? Who is afraid of who? Although I am injured, it is not much problem to take you down. Gu Jiantong narrowed his eyes slightly, and a hint of excitement appeared on his face. I originally thought that the 100 Stars joint examination was very boring. But it is good to meet you. Wait, what time is it now? And there is still internal fighting? Suddenly, a clear voice interrupted. It turned out that Song Jinggang, Zhong Yuxiu and others finally arrived at the battlefield. They looked at the bodies falling to the ground outside, and the mountain-like bodies of the evil god's servants. And their faces were very ugly. Qi Lingzhen wore goggles and a leather jacket, like a tomboy, and stood directly between Fang Xing and Gu Jiantong. She was the one who stopped them just now. That's right. Let's stay in one place and wait for rescue from the outside world. Song Jinggang didn't dare to face Fang Xing, hiding behind Zhong Yuxiu, and didn't speak loudly. Although Fang Xing pays attention to his thoughts, he is not stupid. Seeing that many candidates have come, he no longer insists, but starts to check the body of the young bishop on the ground. Huh? What is this? He saw a strange piece of cloth in the young bishop's hand. It looks very similar to the one he sees from Bai Liani. Be careful. This person just wanted to use this thing to contaminate me. Gu Jiantong folded his arms, but warned, I have interned at the Prevention and Control Bureau, and I know more about evil god items than you do. Fang Xing squatted down and looked at the dark golden cloth carefully. This piece of cloth was also a fragment, but it looked much clearer than the previous one. The red sun on it seemed to be about to break free from the restrictions of the cloth and rise in reality. In a trance, he seemed to see thousands of purple lights falling and the scarlet sun rising. Roar! Dragon roars and tiger roars sounded for a while. Fang Xing touched the Niwen Palace between his eyebrows, and immediately came back to his senses, secretly saying in his heart, it is much stronger than Bai Liani's, and it may even affect my mind. Compared with this original, the one Bai Liani brought is more like a copy. He certainly didn't plan to continue studying such a dangerous evil god item. So he stood up and threw the thing to other candidates for safekeeping. Suddenly, his mind swept across the attribute panel, and he couldn't help but move again. At the bottom of the attribute panel, the symbol representing the gate of the heavens was actually flashing slightly. The gate of the heavens finally responded. Fang Xing was overjoyed when he saw this. Since the gate of the heavens was brought to the world of immortal cultivation, it has been silent and displayed as charging. Until now, it finally had a slight reaction. Could it be that the energy on this cloth is useful for the gate of the heavens? Can it open a second world? Fang Xing had many guesses in his mind. At this moment, he gritted his teeth, covered his hands with a layer of dragon scales, and grabbed the dark golden cloth. Boom! At this moment, he could feel that some inexplicable thing was absorbed by the gate of the heavens in his attribute column, which instantly stabilized the symbol representing the gate of the heavens. But other than that, there was nothing else unusual. It seems to be somewhat useful, but not enough. Do I need to collect more of this kind of items in the future? Maybe I can open the gate of the heavens and go to a brand new world? A guess emerged in his mind. And then he threw the dark golden cloth into Song Jingang's arms. Ah? What are you doing, boss? Song Jinggang subconsciously wanted to throw this broken thing away. Since this thing is so dangerous, I give it to you for safekeeping. Anyway, your family has a deep understanding of it. After absorbing the energy, Fang Xing lost interest in this item. After all, it is related to the evil god from outside the domain and is suspected to be a pollutant. Of course, it will be thrown to others to take the blame. I thank you. Song Jingang burst into tears again, showing unusually rich emotions. This man should be Yin Dongxiu from Jinyuanxing. How could he become a believer of the evil god? Shi Lingjun squatted beside the body of a candidate, lost in thought. It's very simple. Because these candidates are all believers of the evil god, this time, they attacked from both inside and outside. Zhong Yuxiu said timidly, and looked at Fang Xing again. Mr. Fang, thank you. You're welcome. Fang Xing waved his hand and sat cross-legged to one side, seemingly adjusting and recovering, but actually observing the attribute panel. When you get started with the Great Vajra Prajna Divine Power, you will have a one-fold increase in combat power. The proficiency level should be 2 times. The mastery level should be 4 times. And the master level should be 8 times. You need to work harder in the future. In addition, after several battles, all martial arts have been improved. The most important thing is the Gate of the Heavens, which will stop moving again after a slight flash. Seeing this, Fang Xing was very helpless. Suddenly, his eyes moved slightly, and an incredible emotion emerged in his heart. On the attribute panel, the martial arts column suddenly became blurry, and a sub-column appeared. Virokana Mantra, 1/100 Beginner. Virokana Mantra? What kind of martial arts is this? Why do I know it? Have I learned it? Fang Xing himself was confused. Then, he thought of a possibility, and his expression changed slightly. The evil god bishop wanted to use this cloth to pollute the ancient sword tong. So it was this kind of pollution? Could this great Sun Tathagata mantra be a special martial art? A top-level special martial art suitable for light attribute supernatural powers? Disguising the evil god pollution as a martial art to avoid many detections. And even causing martial artists to be secretly polluted without knowing it. Changing their thinking and even personality. This is a very scary thing. The ancient sword tong is the top-level photochemical supernatural power, which is a perfect match with the Great Sun series. But I don't have light attribute supernatural powers, and I have always been very careful. How could it be polluted? No, I don't have any respect for the gate of nothingness in my heart. I am not polluted at all. Could it be that it was a little waste left by the gate of the heavens, and was absorbed by me? Fang Xing's mind was turning over and over, and he thought of a possibility, and suddenly felt a headache. He sighed, and could only comfort himself not to think about martial arts for the time being. At least the initial goal was achieved. Look at the people around him. Gu Jiatong is the chief of Yulin Star. Zhong Yuxiu herself revealed that she should be the little princess of a wealthy family. And Shi Lingjun should also have a powerful teacher. To sum up, someone outside should rescue this place as soon as possible. In addition, the dangers in the secret world have been eliminated, and the rescue work should be quick. Just as Fang Xing was thinking, a dazzling silver light suddenly flashed, covering all the students present. He originally tensed his muscles and wanted to act subconsciously, but thinking of the previous transmission, he calmed down again. Swish! The silver light flashed, and the world had changed. Space Fortress. Fang Xing stood on the square, with the universe and stars behind him. He lowered his eyes, looked at the planet, and couldn't help but let out a long breath. This unfortunate and terrible 100 stars joint examination is finally coming to an end. Fang Xing. A figure rushed in front of him. It was Teacher Xiao Long. You kid, are you hurt? This time, the evil god believer sneaked into the exam and almost caused a big incident. He patted Fang Xing's shoulder, swept the power of the domain, and nodded. But you kid is lucky, not even a hair was lost. You know, there was a big commotion outside. More than 1,000 people died this time. The little martial saint may not be able to bear the responsibility. More than 1,000 people died. Fang Xing was silent. Originally, there were only a few death indicators in the 100 stars joint examination. But the death rate was so exaggerated that it was almost the same as a battlefield. Especially since these candidates have not really been on the battlefield. They will inevitably suffer heavy casualties when they suddenly encounter such a thing. What should we do next? Looking at the chaotic square and many teachers with slightly red eyes, Fang Xing asked Xiao Long in a low voice. Go get treatment first. Physical examination. An evil god aura detection. Xiao Long replied, "You know the process?" "Yes." Fang Xing nodded and followed several staff members to go down and follow the process. He didn't need treatment, so he went straight to the physical examination, and then tested whether there was evil god aura on his body. Obviously, these staff members have been scared by the sect, fearing that there are still evil god believers among the surviving students, and they want to check every hair. At this time, he also heard a strong cry from the next door. This is not mine. It's a trophy. The trophy. Ah, wait. What are you doing? Don't take off my pants. I'm anxious for you. Woo woo woo. Following this, there seemed to be a shrill alarm. Oh, it seems to be Song Jin Gang. The evil god aura of the cloth in his hand is off the charts? Then it's okay. Chapter 95 Ranking. 3 days later, Fang Xing sat cross-legged with a blank expression. He had been very cooperative during the past 3 days. He not only underwent several physical examinations, but also had the evil god breath detection. Objectively speaking, the evil god detection technology here is much more advanced than that of the Young Eagle Star Prevention Bureau. In fact, they actually caught several evil god believers who were originally students. But the key is, he passed all the tests. Could it be because my golden finger is awesome and didn't cheat? I really eliminated the pollution and left only the purest alien weapon. He pondered secretly, and then entered a meditative state. In the sea of consciousness, a red sun suddenly jumped out. This is the Great Sun Tathagata mantra. Strictly speaking, this alien weapon seems to be a visualization method, which requires visualizing the sun in the mind, and then affecting the spirit. Therefore, it is the easiest to hide pollution. But the most advanced technology of the Federation didn't detect any problems, so it should be fine. What made Fang Xing helpless was that he actually got started directly, and couldn't forget it even if he wanted to, thinking about the Vajra Prajna power that he couldn't get into for a long time. It can only be said that there are differences between martial arts. Compared with the cold Vajra Prajna power, this Vairocana mantra is a coquettish and slutty thing that comes to him on his own initiative. At present, it can only be said that it has nothing to do with the gate of nothingness. It is just a very magical martial art. Fang Xing made a silent judgment in his heart. He didn't know why he could get into the Vairocana mantra martial art even though he didn't have any special abilities. The current effect should be to guard the mind. At least the martial arts will impact of ordinary courageous martial artists should not have any effect on him. As for higher levels, he didn't dare to let Xiao Long try. What if something went wrong? After a while, Fang Xing got up and walked out of his cabin. Xiao Long was smoking outside, and he looked much more vicissitudes. When he saw Fang Xing, he immediately put out the cigarette butt, obviously not wanting to lead the students astray. In this regard, Fang Xing was speechless. I have killed so many people, and Xiao Long must have seen so many deaths, and thought of his experience in the army. The whole person seems a little decadent. From the perspective of martial arts will, this is a fragile mind. No wonder he can't become a golden elixir. Fang Xing saw Xiao Long like this, and finally confirmed that he was indeed injured. So it was difficult for him to go further and condense a martial arts golden elixir. In fact, the mental injury may be more serious. Is the Source Sea Level Treatment Chamber of the Blue Star Federation so effective? Fang Xing secretly decided to get one in the future, which means countless lives. Teacher, he greeted. Well, you pack up. Everything is done. Let's go home. Xiao Long emphasized the word go home. Oh, how will the results be calculated? Fang Xing asked a very realistic question. You know, he actually came to take the exam this time. Compare the last data sent back by the personal terminal before the problem of the secret realm, and finally determine the results. No re-examination. Xiao Long sent a transcript. Fang Xing opened it, and his eyelids jumped. First place, Gu Jiantong. Second place, Li Wei. Third place is me. Gu Jiantong is fine. But what about Li Wei? He is a genius pharmacist from Yulin Star. After entering the secret realm, he used the secret realm materials and his own accumulation within the scope allowed by the rules to mix a kind of poison. Knock down many candidates. Xiao Long briefly introduced. When it comes to large-scale killing, a warrior who uses fists can never compare to a pharmacist who directly releases poison gas bombs. Fang Xing even suspected that Li Wei had reserved a trick when he was in the square. It's not direct poisoning, but leaving a special mark or a unique smell. He naturally knew that some smells are not only non-toxic, but also beneficial to warriors. But if it encounters other special ingredients, it will turn into a terrible toxin. Maybe Levi poisoned the square in advance, and then killed everyone in the secret world. How to say? It can be regarded as a reasonable use of the rules. Anyway, you have to admit your loss, and stand firm when you are beaten. Fang Xing secretly remembered this person, and must beat him up if he meets him in the future. How is it? Do you feel sorry? Xiao Long paid attention to Fang Xing's expression. No. It's not the college entrance examination anyway. The third place is enough for the job. Right? Fang Xing shrugged indifferently. Of course. The principal will laugh to death if he knows. Maybe the Eagle Star will give you a big medal. After all, our planet hasn't produced such a good result like you for many years. Xiao Long was quite emotional. By the way, speaking of merit, your previous merits in the secret world have also been counted. A total of 3,000 contribution points, which can be used to upgrade the citizen level, and can also be used to purchase some rare resources that are not available in the professional mall, such as Kunping blood. Oh! Fang Xing checked, and found that 3,000 contribution points were really a lot. And this kind of contribution is very useful. Even if you join the army in the future, it can be converted into a corresponding military rank. If you use it to directly upgrade the citizen level, you can probably upgrade to a level 3 citizen. Although, he doesn't know what the use of a level 3 citizen is. Judging from the experience of the last certified citizen, the treatment should be very good. By the way, what about the others? Fang Xing asked. Sure enough, Xiao Long's face had some inexplicable expressions. Gu Jiatong was determined to be the first meritorious. Qi Lingjun and Zhong Yuxiu's merits are similar to yours. I know that you are actually the main force in fighting against the evil god believers. How do you feel? No feeling. Then someone will share the revenge of the sect in the future. Which is good. Fang Xing didn't care. He knew that the young bishop was only a part of the consciousness. The real boss is still hiding underwater. Xiao Long was speechless. He had racked his brains to comfort him before. But now, he couldn't say anything. Originally, he was going to let Fang Xing experience the cruelty of society, and warn him of the truth he had learned after half a lifetime. But thinking about the other party's identity as a cyborg in his previous performance, he knew that there was no need to say anything. In the end, he said, well, let's go back. A few hours later, Eagle Star. After getting off the blue sky and stepping on the thick earth of the mother planet, Fang Xing felt a sense of security in his heart. As expected, my current level is too low. It is best to be a country bumpkin on a small planet. What kind of cosmic interstellar war is not suitable for me? He and teacher Xiao Long came to the gate of Yucai High School. Bang! Bang! One salute after another soared into the sky, and colorful ribbons fell. At the entrance of the high school, projections appeared one after another, forming a line of bright and colorful characters in the air. Warmly congratulate Fang Xing, a student in Class 2, Grade 2 of our school, for getting the third place in the total score of the 100 Stars joint examination. Ha ha. A figure flew out. It was the principal of Jindan, Lu Guangming. He had a greasy face, and even the bald head seemed to be shining. And the whole person looked energetic. Student Xiao Fang, you have won honor for our school, and the school is going to reward you with 5 million star yuan. Principal, you are polite. This is what I should do. Hearing that there is money, Fang Xing's eyes lit up immediately. Uh-huh. Xiao Fang, you are still so cute. Lu Guangming laughed. Now that you have this star yuan, what are you going to do in the summer vacation? The 100 Stars joint examination is the final exam of the second year of high school, and naturally there will be a holiday after the exam. In fact, Fang Xing classmates, such as Bai Lang and Ouyang Qianqian, had already gone home for vacation. I'm going to take a spontaneous trip to take a good look at this young eagle star. Fang Xing's eyes flashed, and he answered like this. Taking a spontaneous trip can make it easier for him to hide the secret of time travel. After all, he was in the limelight in this 100 Stars joint examination, and he might become a celebrity. By then, there will be a group of paparazzi outside the house all the time, which will be more troublesome than the surveillance of the Prevention and Control Bureau. But on the surface, he still has to find an excuse. After all, after this summer vacation, I will be an adult and have to face the college entrance examination. Yeah, that's right. Lu Guangming and Xiao Long next to him both showed expressions of approval. The Blue Star Federation stipulates that people become adults at the age of 18. And after becoming an adult, they will face the issue of federal military service. For citizens of Blue Star, only death and military service are inevitable. Whether they are cyborgs or natural people, they can't escape. Among them, biochemical people have less choice because they are carrying loans. The only thing that can change fate is the college entrance examination. But for Fang Xing, the college entrance examination is no longer a big problem. It's good to go out for a walk. It can avoid some troubles. In addition, some university teachers may come to you next semester to discuss the issue of recommendation. You just need to remember a little principle. Don't believe anyone who doesn't contact you through the school. Lu Guangming reminded. Recommendation to university. Early admission? Fang Xing showed an interested expression. Is there a top-notch university? You wishful thinking. It's good to be able to get into a top-notch university. Lu Guangming shook his head. In addition, you will soon become very rich. Those upper-level figures in the Federation, as well as giant companies, maybe they will send people to invest in you. You can decide for yourself. Third place in the 100 Stars joint examination. This result may not be a big deal on the young Lin Star, but it is very eye-catching on the young Eagle Star. If you investigate further and find that Fang Xing has a biochemical background, then he is definitely a peerless genius. This has a certain value. Grassroots background is often an advantage. After all, investors like to hear stories, and many people will look forward to Fang Xing. If he grows up in an environment like Yulin Star and gets resources like Gu Jiantong, will he be able to grow into a martial saint or a martial god in the future? Even if investing in thousands of geniuses fails, as long as one martial saint succeeds in the end, it will be considered a profit. Chapter 96 Yuanyu. The sun is blazing. Fang Xing is wearing a flowered shirt and a sun hat, walking in a city. This is Yuanyu City, the largest breeding base on the Eaglet Star. As an educational planet, it is not just high school education. In fact, on educational industry planets such as Eaglet Star, the most famous are the major biochemical breeding bases. Every year, I don't know how many babies are born from the breeding chamber. And then, they are uniformly sent to the nursery, kindergarten, elementary school, and continue to grow. Only those who grow up naturally in this way have more potential and unlimited possibilities. As the largest breeding city on Eaglet Star, Yuanyu City's streets are mainly childlike. And there are kindergartens and elementary schools everywhere. Strictly speaking, this is my birthplace. Fang Xing sighed, bought ice cream on the roadside, and ate it while walking. Since the beginning of summer vacation, he has been on a spontaneous trip. He didn't even buy a ticket at the beginning, but walked on his own, which led to his actual disappearance. The external explanation is to deal with those solicitations and investments. Lu Guangming and Xiao Long both expressed their understanding of this. After all, some investors and even giant companies are very confused, and they may take a tough attitude just because they are the first to come. But Fang Xing is still too weak at this time, and it is not good to offend anyone. He might as well disappear for a while. Wait until all the companies enter the market and put forward their conditions, and then choose the best one. Of course, according to Fang Xing nature, he has a whole world as a backing and resource collection place, and actually does not want to accept any investment at all. He feels that those who come now are all here to take advantage of him. After eating ice cream, he changed his appearance and went to a black market to sell gold, preparing to buy some resources, mainly to supplement the other world. A few days later, Devil's Grand Canyon, as a famous attraction on the Eagle Star, the sky here is always covered with a layer of colorful brilliance. According to the media's explanation to the outside world, the magnetic field here in the Devil's Grand Canyon is disordered, and even due to various natural wonders, it has created a dangerous environment with strong winds. It has become the favorite place for warriors to adventure and temper their bodies. Dear passengers, this train is about to arrive at the Devil's Canyon platform. Please take your carry-on luggage and get off in an orderly manner. The soft female voice echoed back and forth in the carriage. Fang Xing was wearing sunglasses, looking at the vast scenery outside, with a smile on his face. A young man and woman sat opposite him. They seemed to be junior high school students from natural families. They had just finished their high school exams this year and took the opportunity to travel and relax. Looking at their intimate expressions, they seemed to be a couple. Is this considered premature love? But it doesn't matter. Fang Xing turned his head and didn't bother to pay attention. At this time, the female junior high school student was still holding a magazine in her hand. With a hint of excitement on her face, "Look! Someone from our planet ranked third in the 100 Stars joint examination. I know. Fang Xing from Maple Leaf City. He must be a rare genius in 10 years. He will be able to enter a university in the future. And there is hope to enter a top-notch university." The young male classmate was a little jealous. But he couldn't find Fang Xing's shortcomings. So he could only curl his lips. But I think he may choose to be recommended. At least, he will be able to enter a top-notch university. The college entrance examination is much more difficult than the 100 Stars joint examination. It's rare for our young Eagle Star to produce a genius. So we should strive for a top-notch one. The last person who was admitted to Nine Swords Academy was many years ago. The girl felt a little regretful. I heard that Fang Xing was born a cyborg. It's hard to say. Maybe he sold himself to a giant company. The boy pouted, but it's hard to imagine that a cyborg can reach this point. Well, let's not talk about this. The train has arrived. Where do you want to go in the canyon first? Going forward from here we'll enter the magnetic field disorder area. All kinds of electronic equipment should be put away first. And then make plans. Just then, the train stopped steadily. Fang Xing walked out of the door. And a robot was waiting on the platform. "Dear Level 2 Citizen Fang Xing, the package you booked has arrived. Please perform iris verification." He took off his sunglasses, revealing a face that made the young couple, who also got off the train, unbelievable. The girl looked at Fang Xing, who was verifying his iris, and then glanced at the photo in the magazine. Her expression a little dull. "What's wrong?" The boy was about to say something when he saw Fang Xing enter the pickup code after verification, causing the robot's chest to open and take out a package from it. "This can directly let Federal Logistics deliver express to the train station. The citizen's authority is higher than my father's." "Wait, this person is Fang Xing?" He was a little dumbfounded. "Hello." Fang Xing smiled, took his package, and walked out of the platform. After performing his body skills, he flashed a few times and disappeared at the end of the street. Although they were in disguise most of the time, they still had to leave evidence of their travels occasionally. I suddenly felt that we were a little slack. The girl looked at Fang Xing back, with a bright light in her eyes. "Look, he is the first genius of Eagle Star. And he still remembers to practice during the summer vacation. We are not here to travel. At least tell our parents that we are here to practice," the boy muttered. And his confidence gradually became weak. In fact, he really planned to come here to have fun and pick up girls. "Brother, can I have a tourist map? Besides the Devil's Grand Canyon, there is another street that is quite prosperous." Fang Xing came to a newspaper stand and bought a tourist map. On the tourist map, there is mainly an introduction to the Devil's Grand Canyon. There is a sightseeing elevator at the entrance of the valley, which allows ordinary people to directly reach the observation deck to enjoy the colorful aurora. There are also 7-star hotels and high-end restaurants. If you are not traveling, but practicing martial arts, you have to enter from the valley entrance. Within 10,000 meters, it is the limit of the first 3 realms of martial arts. 10,000 meters to 30,000 meters. It is the limit of the Courage Realm martial arts. Above 30,000 meters, only outdoor masters can go deep. Fang Xing walked into a store, bought some off-road equipment, and entered the huge canyon entrance with a mountaineering bag on his back. After entering the canyon, he felt different. The electronic equipment on his body seemed to be hit by something and fell into a state of disorder. "Huh? Is this the strong wind in the canyon?" he murmured with some disdain. Compared to the elixir in the world of cultivation, this kind of external environment is still a little worse. Perhaps after going deeper, the effect will become stronger. But in terms of efficiency, it is still quite limited. If you want to speed up the practice of martial arts, the best way is to cheat. Hoo-hoo! Fang Xing's footsteps flew and quickly entered the canyon. Along the way, he also saw many warriors, all of whom had a bit of ascetic temperament and used the strong wind to temper their bodies. Fang Xing didn't even look at them and just walked past them. The deeper into the canyon, the fewer people there were. 1,500 meters, 1,800 meters, 10,000 meters, 20,000 meters. Is this the limit of a martial artist in the Courage Realm? In the vast yellow sand, Fang Xing looked at the 30,000 meter boundary marker in the distance. and directly found a cave on a cliff and entered it. 3 seconds later, a silver light flashed, and his figure disappeared. Kinglanfang City. Superior Cave. After not coming here for a while, Fang Xing found that his caves seemed to have become a paradise for monsters. Not only were there traces of some kind of burrowing monster in the basement, which messed up many surveillances, the ground was even more messy, especially his favorite hot springs and plum blossom forests, which were in a mess at this time. Many plum trees were leaning to the left and right, and a black shadow was swimming freely in the hot spring. Gurgle. Seeing Fang Xing coming out of the basement, a string of bubbles emerged from the hot spring, and then a strange fish crawled out. This strange fish is a bit like a baby fish, with a head similar to that of a giant salamander, but its body is covered with dark green scales. Woo wow! It crawled out of the hot spring and saw Fang Xing, and immediately let out a howl like a baby crying, suddenly opened its mouth, and a group of heavy and unusually black water balls rushed towards Fang Xing, a monster that is not even a second-level monster. Fang Xing flashed and came to the side of the giant salamander, and the green sword in his hand flashed. Puff! The next moment, the head of this monster flew high. A moment later, the aroma of barbecue spread in the courtyard. Ah! While Fang Xing was chewing the barbecue, he listened to the howling of many monsters outside, and his expression gradually became gloomy. In the past, the monks in the market could barely maintain a balance with the monsters, but after a large number of monks left, this balance had long been broken. Monsters are not wild beasts. Some are often very smart. He even doubted whether he was the only human in the market now. It seems that he has to leave. It's a pity that the cave was such good spiritual energy. Now Fang Xing can still eat barbecue here with peace of mind. Naturally, because he used the power of talismans to cover up the abnormality in the house. But the talisman reserves will always be exhausted, and now there is no place to buy them. He ate the monster meat in a few bites, feeling the strands of blood and flesh essence being digested by his lower abdomen. A trace of satisfaction appeared on his face, and he casually opened the package he received at the train station. Sizzle! In the package was a silver white metal box. After entering the password, the lid opened automatically, and a layer of cold air hit his face. In the silver white metal box, there was only a tube of azure blood, which was contained in a test tube and constantly emitted little starlight. Kuenping blood? Fang Xing murmured. This is an auxiliary medicine that is more suitable for dragon elephant art than whale elephant cream. Even with his current privileges as a level 2 citizen, he can only buy one copy. There is still some boiling blood left, plus Kuenping blood. At least I can top up the dragon elephant art first. Fang Xing took a deep breath and began to plan his martial arts training route during the summer vacation. It is rare to have 2 months of free time, so naturally I need to settle down in this world. There are still some breath-retaining talismans and deodorizing talismans. The spiritual energy of the cave here can be used for a while. Unfortunately, I don't know how to set up a formation. Otherwise, I can set up a formation and stay here for a long time. Even though he has become a martial artist in the courage and spirit realm and awakened his spiritual power, Fang Xing still knows nothing about the 100 arts of cultivating immortals, and can't get started at all, let alone set up a formation. Chapter 97 Dragon Elephant Master. A dozen days later, Fang Xing was immersed in the pleasure of martial arts training and the rapid progress of the attribute panel, and he could hardly extricate himself. The existence of the attribute panel made his efforts rewarding, which was simply another version of the system of God's reward for hard work. He even almost forgot about the matter of the Eagle Star. Anyway, he chose the Devil's Grand Canyon because of the chaotic magnetic field there, which could ban most technological products. Naturally, there was no monitoring. Even the satellite sky I could not see it. Then he found a place to travel through. And when the summer vacation was over, he appeared again and said that he was in seclusion, and no one could find any clues. Roar! At this time, his body turned into a dragon elephant, and a layer of faint golden light emanated from his body. On the attribute panel, the column representing the dragon elephant art had reached the point of dragon elephant art, 199/200, mastery. I'm just a little bit away from being promoted to the master level. Dragon elephant skill is the foundation of the great Vajra Prajna power. If your body is not strong, you can't bear the huge force explosion at all. Now, ordinary boiling blood has no effect on breaking through the bottleneck. He looked at the empty bottles of boiling blood next to him and shook his head. Fortunately, I was prepared. promoted to a level 2 citizen, and even spent merit contributions to buy a tube of Kuimping blood, which almost exhausted his reward. But it's worth it if it can be used until now. Fang Xing opened the silver-white metal box and took out the tube of azure Kuimping blood. After opening the test tube, he poured it directly on his chest. The instructions of the silver-white metal box have long recorded the usage and taboos of Kuimping blood. This kind of body-refining spiritual blood is not to be drunk, but can only be applied to the body. Otherwise it is easy to be poisoned. Sizzle! The azure Kuimping blood with a little starlight fell on Fang Xing's skin, and immediately made a corrosive sound. Even the dragon scale armor of the dragon elephant skill, which has reached the 3rd stage of perfection, is still difficult to resist. Fang Xing felt the severe pain in his chest, but his face was not surprised but happy. Sure enough, only this level of destruction can stimulate the dragon elephant skill to break through again. He watched Kuimping's blood quickly penetrate into his skin, and even along his chest to his limbs. A feeling of coolness and heat coexisted, and suddenly appeared all over his body. In a trance, Fang Xing seemed to see a huge beast like a mountain range swimming in the universe. The adult cosmic whale is a Leviathan-class creature, comparable to a planet. This cosmic whale is only comparable to a mountain range, and is obviously a juvenile among juveniles. Even so, one tube of its blood has such an effect? Fang Xing couldn't help but feel a little greedy. If possible, he would like to bathe in Kuimping blood every day, and the progress of the dragon elephant skill would be like riding a rocket. But unfortunately, he spent most of his contribution, and could only buy one tube. The lack of resources in the Federation is obvious. Boom! Under the stimulation of Kuimping blood, he looked inside himself with his spiritual power, and saw that his perfect body with jade skin, black flesh, willow tendons, and steel bones was still evolving and getting stronger. More power was flowing out of his limbs and bones. Along with the increase of power, a terrible thought suddenly appeared in his mind. Huge. Terrifying. It was like a cosmic whale that had entered Fang Xing's sea of consciousness. What's going on? Using Kuimping blood, there are such sequelae? Fang Xing thought of the instructions he had read before. Is this called a certain mental shock? It's really terrifying. Could it be that the Federation controls the sale of Kuimping blood because it is too dangerous to take? He felt that his spirit was being washed by a terrifying giant, and he might become mentally ill if he was not careful. At this time, Fang Xing's mind was working quickly, and he thought of a strategy to deal with it in an instant. The Great Sun Tathagata mantra. He meditated on the Great Sun, and suddenly a scarlet sun rose in his sea of consciousness. Compared to this scarlet sun, the mountain-like cosmic whale was just a speck of dust. Even an adult cosmic whale as big as a planet. What would it be in the face of a star? Fang Xing seemed to hear a mournful cry in his ears. And then, the cosmic whale was melted by the light of the great sun. He suddenly opened his eyes, and saw that his skin was as crystal clear as topaz. And even light golden lines appeared on it. When he restrained the dragon elephant power, these golden lines quickly dissipated. Have I broken through the dragon elephant art? Fang Xing muttered. Looking at the attribute column, Dragon Elephant Art, 1/400, Master, Dragon Elephant Art Master. It means that I have reached the 2nd level of physical training, and even high-grade magic tools cannot break through the defense. This is the physique of a 2nd level physical cultivator. It is comparable to a cultivator in the foundation building stage. Fang Xing smiled. To be frank, even a genius courageous martial artist in the Federation may not be able to reach such a level of Dragon Elephant Art when he is in the 4th stage. Dragon Elephant Realm. Not only that, Fang Xing put his 5 fingers together, and there was a faint roar of a dragon and an elephant in the Niwen Palace. He actually received another artistic conception baptism, making his spiritual power even stronger. Every time you comprehend an artistic conception, a martial artist in the courageous realm will become stronger. This is not something that can be accumulated by resources. Based on my experience just now, Kuimping blood has a strong mental impact, which is difficult for ordinary martial artists in the courageous realm to digest. He looked at the attribute panel again. Big Dragon Post, 155/400, Master, Subduing Tiger Post, 64/400, Master. The 2 Dragon and Tiger artistic conception prerequisite martial arts have also been improved, which is very good. Fang Xing was very satisfied with this. At present, almost every increase in the proficiency of the Big Dragon Post will allow him to slightly comprehend the Dragon Realm. I believe that when the proficiency reaches 200, or even above 300. He will master the prototype of the realm. It is estimated that when the next major stage is reached, the domain prototype can be transformed into a real domain. And the key to being promoted to an external scene warrior, that is, to breaking through the fifth realm of martial arts, can be mastered. Of course, mastering the domain is just a prerequisite. Just like the Dragon Tiger Golden Pill requires the Dragon Tiger state of mind. Mastering the power of the domain does not necessarily make you an external scene warrior immediately. But if you don't master the power of the domain, you will definitely not be able to become an external scene. The fifth stage of proficiency should allow me to reach the pinnacle. Even standing at the same height as the creator, I can delete and modify martial arts at will. The domain is just the beginning. When the fifth stage is complete, I will definitely be able to combine the Big Dragon Post and the Subduing Tiger Post into one. Achieve the strongest Dragon Tiger state of mind. And even the Dragon Tiger domain. Lay the most solid foundation for impacting the Dragon Tiger Golden Pill. Fang Xing looked at it one by one. And when he came to the last Great Sun Tathagata mantra, he had a headache again. This strange martial art is actually very powerful. Even at the introductory stage, it can defeat the spiritual remnants of the Leviathan-level creatures in the Sea of Consciousness. In fact, it is at least an S-level martial art, or even a martial art that surpasses the S-level. However, its origin is really unclear, which makes him not very willing to work hard. According to the experience of the Blue Star Federation, the stronger the martial arts realm, the more it can fight against the evil gods from outside the domain. Therefore, I need to keep my martial arts will always have an overwhelming advantage. Even if this martial art has some after effects, it should not affect me. After inspecting his own martial arts progress, Fang Xing clenched his fists again, feeling the huge power that increased again, and couldn't help but be very satisfied with the Dragon Elephant skill. After this upgrade, even if I fight against the foundation building head-on, I am not afraid. The advantage of a strong physique is that it can withstand high error rate. Adding the huge power provided by the Dragon Elephant skill and the increased combat power of the Great Vajra Prajna divine power, Fang Xing is confident that he can fight against the second-level monsters and foundation-building monks in this world. Cry! Suddenly, a scream that pierced through the sky and broke through the clouds came from the sky. A golden light emerged and landed on the market, revealing a terrifying second-level monster bird. It was the golden-feathered vulture monster bird from before. As it looked around, its beak was like a golden stream of light, and it picked up a Qifeng wolf and chewed it down in a few bites. Then, its vulture-like head turned, and a dazzling light flashed in its bird eyes. And suddenly it stared at the courtyard where Fang Xing lived. Huh? Found me? Fang Xing was shocked, and then complained, this broken spiritual talisman is really useless. No. All high-level demon birds seem to have some innate spiritual eyes, especially falcons. This second-level demon bird can definitely see through some ordinary talismans and formations, unless it is a second-level type of protection. But how can I have it? Cry! The golden-winged vulture's eyes flashed a trace of scarlet, and its two bird claws moved quickly, and its huge body directly smashed the houses on the road. With Fang Xing eyesight, he could even see drops of saliva flowing out along the demon bird's beak. Is this addicted to eating people? After all, cultivators are rich in spiritual energy. Their meat is tender, and warriors are chewy. Fang Xing saw this second-level demon bird rushing towards him, and a sneer appeared on his face. The other party obviously regarded him as a soft persimmon. No! For this second-level demon bird, he is not a soft persimmon, but a stored food. It just so happens that I also want to see the strength of a second-level demon beast. Fang Xing's hand flashed with green light, and the second-level Qihong sword fell into his hand. His figure turned into a series of afterimages. His toes touched the wall, and the whole person went towards this second-level demon bird. Getting closer, he could feel the momentum of this demon bird and the strong spiritual light on the golden feathers. For ordinary cultivators, even the defense of the second-level demon beast itself can make it difficult for them to break through. Seeing that the little guy took the initiative to deliver himself, the golden-feathered vulture had no doubts at all, and his beak fell directly. Its beak is extremely hard, absolutely comparable to a second-level spiritual weapon, and he moved like the wind, incredibly fast, just like a martial arts expert. Stabbing with a sword, Fang Xing dodged the attack with a twist, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. Roar! In the void, The artistic conception of the dragon and the artistic conception of the crouching tiger followed. And the dragon roar and tiger roar turned into a terrifying martial arts will, rushing into the sea of consciousness of the golden-feathered vulture, causing the second-level demon bird to slow down for a moment. Immediately afterwards, his muscles bulged, and light golden lines appeared, as if he was wearing a layer of armor with golden jade clothes. Master-level dragon elephant skill. Kill! Fang Xing held the sword in both hands, and a golden light flashed in his eyes. The power of the great Vajra Prajna doubled. The unparalleled power was poured into the Qihong sword of the second-level spiritual weapon, causing the second-level sword to burst out with a terrifying sword light several feet long. Puff! The green sword light was like a long rainbow, cold and sharp, with an indescribable sharpness, and it chopped heavily on the neck of the golden-feathered vulture. Boom! The originally bright spiritual light and countless sword energy intertwined on the surface of those golden feathers suddenly became dim. The second-level spiritual weapon tore the golden feathers, cut the vulture-like neck, penetrated into the flesh, bones. Fang Xing tried his best, and finally cut off the neck directly. The whole person was like a golden meteor, and it crashed into the building behind the strange bird at a high speed, splashing countless dust and brick and stone fragments. Bang! The vulture-like head of the golden-feathered strange bird fell directly to the ground, and a lot of blood gushed out from the neck. It rushed forward a few more steps, and the huge corpse fell heavily to the ground. Until this moment, it still had a terrifying evil spirit that had not yet erupted, and it must have died unwillingly. After all, it could never have imagined that a little thing that looked extremely cowardly and had even eaten a lot of food could actually burst out with such a terrifying attack. If it had been prepared, its feathers would have burst out with demonic energy, and it would have been able to block the sword. Even if it was facing a powerful enemy, it would have flown high in the sky, constantly spraying wind blades and demonic energy bombardment in the sky. Even if it was defeated, it could still escape with its flying speed, and it would never die here. But none of this happened. Because of carelessness, it died directly, and there was no chance to start over. Sure enough, when a blue star warrior faces a foundation building cultivator or a second-level demon beast, it is best to win with one strike. After one strike, either you die or I run away. Fang Xing stood up, patted the dust off his body, looked at the corpse of the golden-feathered vulture, and a hint of joy appeared on his face. This second-level demon beast is full of treasures. This demon bird must be much more powerful than the Qingyan bull. At least it is a second-level medium-grade demon beast. The nutrition of its flesh and blood must be higher than that of the Qingyan bull. What Fang Xing regrets is that Su Yi has already left, and no one comes to refine boiling blood for him. And this feather, it's extraordinary at first glance. He took a few steps forward and stroked the golden bird feathers, feeling that each one was as heavy and hard as steel. Not only that, at the tail of this demon bird, there were several natal feathers that were more than 1 meter long and looked like they were made of gold. They were definitely the best materials for making second-level spiritual tools. It's a pity that I don't know where its nest is. Otherwise, there must be some natural treasures near the nest of this level of demon beast. Fang Xing sighed and began to peel the feathers and cut the meat of this demon bird. The demon beasts around were intimidated by the pressure of this demon bird, and seemed to be frightened by the previous battle. They didn't dare to show up at this time, which saved Fang Xing a lot of trouble. Huh? While cutting the meat, Fang Xing drilled into the belly of this demon bird and searched around. He actually caught a strange golden ball. This ball was the size of a lychee, pure gold, and very heavy. Could this be a demon pill? Fang Xing recalled the last time Su Yi and other cultivators surrounded and killed Qing Yinyo, and couldn't help but think about it. Some second-level demon beasts with extraordinary talents have demon pills in their bodies. This second-level demon pill seems to be the main ingredient for refining foundation pills, which is enough to make the chi-cultivating perfect cultivator scramble for it. Chapter 98 Adulthood. Riverside. Temporary camp. In the basement, Fang Xing sorted the cut bird meat and feathers into categories. Although the second-level demon pill was a good thing, it was of no use to him, and he couldn't find an alchemist to refine the foundation pill. So it was also just a collection. But this collection is more precious and can be placed in a storage bag. Since he had a storage bag, Fang Xing moving became much more convenient. Of course, since the storage bag was a bit sensitive, he would definitely not take it to the Blue Star Federation, but only use it here. because the capacity of the 2 storage bags was quite small. It was impossible to put all the second-level demon beast meat in them, and they could only be used as a tool to increase the capacity when transporting. This place can be transformed into a permanent camp. After putting all the spoils into the warehouse, Fang Xing glanced around and couldn't help but be quite satisfied. Compared to the market, there was no spiritual energy here, so it didn't attract any demon beasts to gather. Unlike Qinglin Market, where he only left for a while, the flesh and blood of the second-level monsters triggered a monster brawl. Even on the 3rd day, a new second-level monster appeared, seemingly coveting the territory of the golden-winged vulture. This also made Fang Xing feel that he could not stay in the market, so he chose to return to the place where he first landed. Now, even if I can kill a second-level monster with one blow, it will definitely be uncomfortable if I am caught by a second-level high-quality monster. If I am besieged again, or encounter a cautious second-level bird that does not land, it will be a bit troublesome. After the last battle, Fang Xing already had a clear understanding of his own strength. He even had a vague comparison and concept of the immortal system of this world, and the martial arts system of the Blue Star Federation. Realm is realm. Combat power is combat power. In terms of realm alone, the first realm of the Federation martial arts is flesh and blood. The second realm is tendons and bones. It is equivalent to the acquired martial artists of this world. At most they are more perfect. And the third realm is rough jade, which is equivalent to the innate martial artists of this world. It can also be compared to the cultivators in the early stage of Qi training. Although the immortals look down on the innate martial artists, they at least admit that the innate martial artists have the strength to threaten the cultivators in the early stage of Qi training. The fourth realm, courageous martial artist, in terms of realm alone, should be between the late stage of Qi training and the perfection of Qi training. The fifth realm of the outer landscape may be comparable to the foundation building. Then the sixth realm martial arts golden elixir is similar to the real person of Jin Dan in this world. At least the lifespan seems to be about the same. Whether it is the martial arts golden elixir of Blue Star, or the real person of Jin Dan in this world, it seems that the lifespan is about 400 or 500 years. But Fang Xing has not reached that realm, so his guess may not be accurate. Of course, the realm is like this, and the combat power is somewhat unequal. At least the second-level warriors of the Federation can learn A-level martial arts, and after entering the door, they can fight against the innate and the third-level unpolished jade. If they also master an S-level martial art, ordinary mid to late stage Qi training will be directly killed if they are not careful. There is a possibility of threatening the foundation building cultivators. As for me, a fourth-level martial artist, it is considered to be beyond the standard. After all, very few people can practice so many martial arts to such a high level in the courage realm. So I might be able to challenge some weaker external scenes on Blue Star? After the Dragon Elephant Gong is promoted to the master level, I am at least equivalent to a second-level bodybuilding cultivator. As for the ordinary foundation building cultivators in this world, their bodies are weak, and they will die if I get close to them. Even the second-level monsters with strong bodies will be killed by me if they are not careful. Fang Xing is very self-aware. The reason why humans are more powerful than monsters is that they can use tools. So to kill the monster bird, he must use the Qi Hong sword to do it cleanly and neatly. Even when he met a strong enemy, he was not reluctant to use his gun-fighting skills. If we really only talk about combat power, there is no comparison. Otherwise, let Zhong Yuxiu come. She is equipped with a military mecha, and she can kill the foundation building period. But she is only a third-level unpolished jade. It seems that the martial arts of the Blue Star Federation are actually more powerful than the immortals in this world. At least the burst is high and the progress is fast. Fang Xing began to think about how to make up for his shortcomings. In other words, learn from the experience of the immortal civilization and create his own immortal martial arts. But I still have too little experience. Qinglinfeng City is just a remote place in a remote place, and the sample of cultivators cannot represent all cultivators. Perhaps there are some really powerful foundation builders who can easily kill second-level monsters if they hold some powerful magic weapons. They may be comparable to some low-level mechas. Among the immortal cultivators, there are also methods that allow low-level cultivators to burst out high-level power. The most common one is the talisman. If a Qigong cultivator casts a second-level talisman, it can be considered as an explosion of foundation building combat power. This is true for talismans, not to mention magic tools and formations. especially formations. It is the true way of gathering small things into a big one, and defeating the strong with the weak. According to Fang Xing, formations are the most powerful means of increasing personal combat power among the 100 arts of cultivation, and there is hope that they can compete with some low-level mechas of the Federation. For example, if a formation master who has perfected Qi training is allowed to operate a second-level formation, it is possible to trap Zhong Yuxiu, who is driving a mecha. After all, with Zhong Yuxiu's strength, he is currently unable to support a very strong mecha. Of course, if Zhong Yuxiu is transferred to the commander of the Galaxy Fleet, even if he only drives a warship, at least a third-level or even a fourth-level formation will be needed to stop him. A month passed in a trance. In the wilderness, in the dense forest, bang! The terrifying sound of collision continued, causing the ground to tremble and trees to fall. Countless birds were startled and flew up, and some small animals nearby were fleeing in all directions. Bang! A black shadow rushed forward and hit Fang Xing heavily, blowing him away like a cannonball. Fang Xing's body retreated quickly, as if he was hit head-on by a speeding locomotive, breaking 3 waist-thick ancient trees before slowly stopping. He patted his unscathed chest, looked at the second-level monster on the opposite side, and smiled. It's fun. Come again! The second-level monster on the opposite side was a wild boar with a red body, more than 3 meters tall, and 2 flames were sprayed from its nose. You actually used magic. You can't afford it. Fang Xing flashed past, came to the second-level wild boar monster, raised his hand, and grabbed the other's pig's hoof. Then he exerted force. He actually lifted the huge wild boar monster like a king lifting a tripod, and threw it heavily to the hill next to him. Boom! A huge den appeared on the hill amid the wild boar monster's screams, and gravel flew around. It's worthy of being a second-level monster. Even if it has just advanced, it is still thick-skinned and thick-fleshed. Fang Xing moved his shoulders and neck and gave a thumbs up. During this period of time, he has been practicing martial arts and is tired of eating monster bird meat. In addition, some martial arts require actual combat to improve, so he went out to find opportunities for actual combat. Through the drone, he avoided some dangers and found this newly advanced second-level monster beast. Its strength is just about the same as his, so he can rely on his own physical defense and huge strength without using the Qihong sword. Of course, Fang Xing also admitted that he wanted to eat braised pork. Humph! The red wild boar rolled and climbed up, feeling helpless about this opponent. The opponent is too tough. Let it collide. Even with the innate monster fire attack, it is nothing. On the contrary, it was injured after the opponent attacked a few times. At this time, a large amount of black smoke spewed out from the nasal cavity, quickly covering the surroundings. But it was ready to slip away. The monster beast is actually very smart. When it encounters an opponent that is difficult to defeat, it will not fight desperately. Want to leave? What a pity to miss such a good target. Fang Xing sighed, patted the storage bag on his waist, and the Qihong sword suddenly turned into a green light and fell into his palm. He flashed and came to the wild boar monster. The Qihong sword turned into a sharp green sword light, which suddenly exploded. The sword light was like a dragon, flying and piercing into the neck of the wild boar monster, and slashed fiercely. A huge pig head flew high, and blood flowed. Today we eat pig blood and large intestines, and prepare the pig-killing dishes. This pork leg meat is good. You can pickle it first. Fang Xing began to dissect this second-level monster, and a hint of joy appeared on his face. Now my strength can crush the second-level low-grade monster head-on? He knows his own business. Before, I was able to kill the golden-feathered vulture monster bird, all by luck and surprise. If the other party got serious from the beginning, he would have no choice but to run away. But this second-level monster was different. It was a real kill, without any water. Even if it happened 10 more times, the ending would be the same. My strength has improved. Fang Xing glanced at the attribute column and found that the martial arts realm had changed again. The cultivation of the courage realm should be related to the Niwen Palace. This data shows that my Niwen Palace now seems to be filled with spiritual power for about a quarter. Combining the attribute panel, Fang Xing made some guesses about the cultivation of the Niwen Palace. The most important thing for a martial artist in the courage realm is the martial arts will. Every time a martial art is cultivated to the master level and baptized by the artistic conception, it should greatly enhance the Niwen Palace and spiritual power. with many benefits. But I didn't realize that my birthday has passed. Looking at his age, Fang Xing couldn't help but sigh. Even according to the laws of the Blue Star Federation, he is now an adult. If I hadn't traveled through time, the original Fang Xing would obviously have had a hard time passing the college entrance examination. He would become an adult at the age of 18, and would probably be drafted into the army as soon as the third year of high school was over, and would be the most dangerous cannon fodder unit. Those natural person families can use backdoors to choose technical arms, or even logistics, or space forces. But cyborgs are definitely the most dangerous frontline cannon fodder. Cyborgs have loans on their backs, and have no choice but to join the army. They are likely to be in the secret world troops, and need to face the evil god's followers directly, and the kind that swings knives. And natural people are better. In addition to logistics, they are likely to be assigned to the space forces, serving in space fortresses or galaxy fleets. They may not encounter a major war for several years, and even if they fight, most of the time they are just operating in front of the screen, which is relatively safe. Of course, this kind of space force is either undefeated, or once it fails, it may be a complete casualty. In addition, some natural people like to join the secret world cannon fodder troops to hone their own martial arts, or for other reasons, and fight to the death with the evil god's followers every day. Fang Xing was sighing, and suddenly his expression changed. Looking at the storage bag, he scanned with his spiritual power, and saw a black iron token among the debris, emitting a faint glow. Chapter 99 Big Sun Furnace. This is, he thought, and the thumb-sized black iron token fell into his hand. The Wanfa order that Chenny gave me? Fang Xing murmured, put on his monocle again, connected to the drone, and scanned the nearby map. This place is quite close to the 5 Scorpion Valley. Could it be that the Wanfa order sensed the secret realm? It can be like this even through the storage bag. It seems that this Wanfa order is of a high level. Maybe it is made of third-level materials. He thought about it, and turned around and left. No matter how good the secret realm is, it has little to do with warriors. After walking for several miles, the brilliance on the Wanfa order gradually dissipated, and no longer became magical. The maximum sensing distance is 16,923 meters. If you keep this distance, the Wanfa order will have no signal. Fang Xing finally glanced in the direction of the 5 Scorpion Valley. According to the drone's aerial photography, there are no third-level monsters there now, and the most powerful one is a unicorn lion monster. Judging from the speed and strength in the video, it is about the same as that of the golden-feathered vulture. I can try to sneak in or even kill it by force, and then open the secret realm. But I don't have the means of a cultivator. What should I do after entering the secret realm? Even if I get benefits from the secret realm, most of them can only be used by cultivators. What does it have to do with me? A martial artist? Only fools would do things with high investment and low returns. Compared to exploring the secret realm, I would rather dig graves. After transporting the pork of the second-level monster back to the underground camp, Fang Xing's appetite was aroused, and he specially cut a piece of the best pork belly and made himself a braised pork. Although the second-level monster has just been promoted, its meat is fine and firm, and tastes especially good. The key is that after eating it, a strong qi and blood will flow throughout the body, which is very good for martial arts practice. I feel that this second-level monster meat is better than any high-level nutrient solution bought in the professional mall. Fang Xing steamed a full pot of spiritual rice, and ate 3 full bowls of rice with braised pork. He even did not miss the last broth and made rice with broth, which was very satisfying. After practicing the zhuangdong for a while, he walked out of the camp and prepared to dig a grave. Well, according to the last drone record, it is buried here, right? He came to a wilderness and dug up a layer of soil. Not long after, he saw a metal box. After opening it, there were some ashes and half a piece of dark golden cloth inside. This is the place where Leonie was buried last time. Sure enough, it's very similar to what the bishop of that school left behind, but a little blurry. To be honest, it's the difference between the original and the copy. Fang Xing looked at the half-red sun, thinking, the young bishop might have a backup plan. That is, if he failed, he would take the initiative to die in the hands of Gu Jiantong. Then, that piece of cloth will become Gu Jiantong trophy. With the talent of this yellow-browed boy, it's possible that he will comprehend the great Sun Tathagata mantra after just a few glances. and then gradually become addicted and contaminated without knowing it. But this is just a guess. Fang Xing picked up the half piece of cloth and found that the gate of the heavens on the attribute panel was still motionless. It seems he is used to eating delicacies from the mountains and the sea, and doesn't like this side dish. A somewhat funny thought emerged in his mind, and a trace of spiritual power probed out and sank into the dark gold cloth. Boom! The next moment, a red sun rose in a sea of consciousness, and inexplicably incomplete spells, and even a few pieces of information emerged in his mind. After a moment, Fang Xing came back to his senses and looked at the cloth in his hand. I saw that the dark golden cloth made of unknown material had turned into ashes and drifted away in the wind in his palm. If what I got from the bishop was the general outline of the Great Sun Tathagata mantra, then these are the application, explanation, and even some moves? Martial arts are good when used righteously, and evil when used evilly. Even among the superpowers, most are loyal to humans. Since he has already inherited the general outline of the Great Sun Tathagata mantra, he will naturally study these moves. The Great Sun mantra. I have just started learning it, in addition to visualizing the sun and guarding my mind, which I have explored myself. The most important move is the Great Sun Furnace. This is also the way to improve the Great Sun mantra. This Great Sun Furnace can melt all external spiritual powers, imprints, and even evil god pollution. All of these can be turned into fuel to promote the Great Sun mantra to advance. In other words, this Great Sun mantra can be directly added, but the resources added are a bit strange. It can even devour the evil god pollution of the same kind. Is this really the top-level weapon that is prepared to pollute my human genius? How come it seems to have become a special weapon to restrain the evil god believers? Is it an internal fight among the evil god believers? Or has the nature of the Great Sun mantra changed after being passed through the attribute panel? Fang Xing was a little confused, and then looked at the attribute panel. Vairocana mantra, 10/100 beginner. I haven't practiced it at all, but Vairocana mantra has increased my proficiency by 9 points. It should be the added points caused by the mental remnant of the last time I swallowed the cosmic whale. Even this is just a bad fuel. The best fuel is those evil god believers and their followers. If I am willing to become a demon, the courageous martial artists of the fourth realm among humans can also burn, which should be a very good fuel. But why should I be so crazy to improve this unknown martial art? Fang Xing still remained vigilant about this Vairocana mantra, and secretly decided to follow the previous plan. Always let his martial arts will be superior to Vairocana mantra. At least maintain a major level advantage. Fang Xing made up his mind not to look for trouble, so the dangers of the secret realm would naturally not come to him. He huddled in the underground camp with little spiritual energy, eating spiritual rice and second-level monster meat every day, and concentrating on martial arts training. In this state of mind, time passed quickly without him noticing. Devil's Grand Canyon. In the cave, with a flash of silver light, Fang Xing figure emerged. Unconsciously, the summer vacation is about to pass again. He sighed silently and looked at the attribute panel. After a summer of hard training, my strength has increased a lot. When the military boxing is also a master level, I can gain another baptism of martial arts realm, and my proficiency in courage and spirit realm will definitely increase. But the Great Vajra Prajna power is worthy of being an S-level martial arts, and it is a bit difficult to improve. As for the unique martial arts of the Great Sun Tathagata mantra, Fang Xing deliberately did not practice it. It's time to go out, and those who are ready to sign the contract, if they are sincere, should have arrived. Right? Fang Xing walked out of the cave, looked at his ragged clothes, which looked like beggar's clothes, and smiled, and walked towards the valley entrance. The entrance of the Devil's Grand Canyon. 7-star hotel. Luxury suite. Really? Fang Xing. He is so obsessed with cultivation. It's been more than a month. Right? Liang Yuqing sighed a little bored. Opposite him, there was a young woman who looked only in her 20s. The young woman was dressed like an urban white-collar worker, sitting casually, holding a drink, taking a sip slowly, and then said slowly, "What's the point of seclusion for more than a month? Without this firm belief in martial arts, no matter how talented you are, it is difficult to really grow up. You should be very happy if you can bring back such a genius contract for the Green God Group. It will also help you in the future. You know, there are many people in our family. If you want to get a good position in the future, you can't miss any credit." The Green God Group is a powerful consortium in the Blue Star Federation, with a large number of drug patents, and its influence permeates all aspects of the Federation. Yes, Aunt. I was wrong. Liang Yuqing apologized quickly. He is currently only responsible for the sales of the Green God Group on the Eagle Star, and is ambitious to become the general manager of the Black Mountain Galaxy. Therefore, after the group issued the task, he went directly to Maple Leaf City. But of course, he couldn't find Fang Xing. After finally hearing the news, I chased him all the way here. But who knew Fang Xing would go into the Devil's Canyon and not come out without contact information? It's like looking for a needle in a haystack to find someone. So I can only book a room here and wait. That Fang Xing is a little smart. Did he disappear on purpose to wait for a good price? The professional female white-collar worker laughed. She is Liang Yuqing's great aunt, and she has already passed her 100th birthday. What kind of people has she not seen? Fang Xing little thoughts can't be hidden from others at all. That's true. But if everyone makes an offer, our Green God Group won't have much chance. Liang Yuqing was a little distressed. I originally wanted to rely on the advantage of being a local boss and sign the first one to come. Auntie, can you give me a higher quota? If I sign it with a high quota and it doesn't develop well in the future, it won't be a credit, but a dereliction of duty. The female white-collar worker shook her head and put down her drink. You work diligently. At least your attitude is here. That's enough. After all, the group is controlled by our surname Liang. As long as you stand right, the general manager of the Black Mountain Galaxy will not escape. Okay, I'm going to meet an important guest. You decide. After saying that, her image disappeared instantly. Liang Yuqing breathed a sigh of relief and was about to go to the bar to have fun, when the communicator suddenly rang. What? It appeared. Okay, I'll be there right away. He just went out and saw the door of the opposite room open, and a white man in his 40s walked out. The two looked at each other and were both stunned. Oh no! Right from the Shadow Dragon Group. He must have come for the genius contract too. Liang Yuqing narrowed his eyes slightly. Chapter 100 White Moonlight. After coming out of the Devil's Canyon, Fang Xing took out his cell phone. I showed up here on purpose, and then disappeared for so long. So everything that should have come. Right? Ding! Sure enough, the next moment, his text messages and mailbox appeared with messages. Among them were greetings from classmates and some meaningless advertisements, as well as very important emails. For example, recruitment from major forces, and contact requests from some university teachers. At present, I only consider special recruitment from first-class universities, and I don't need to look at other ones. As for the contract, I need to compare the treatment one by one. Fang Xing found a restaurant with a good location, and enjoyed his meal while enjoying the colorful aurora above the canyon, and checked and replied to emails one by one. As for the school, there are several first-rate universities willing to give me a chance. I will arrange a meeting through the school after the school starts. This gym college is sincere. It has sent teachers to chase me all the way to the Devil's Canyon. Fang Xing checked and found that gym college is a second-rate school, but it is very good among second-rate schools. It is in the stage of applying for a first-rate school, so it is very concerned about cultivating various talents and winning various awards and honors. Unfortunately, it is not suitable for me. If it is a special recruitment for a super first-rate university, then I will accept it directly. He sighed and continued to eat slowly. As for those consortiums and other forces, currently, Green God Group, Shadow Dragon Group, and Blue Star Mercenary Alliance have sent people here, and they are still sincere. In addition, many companies have issued contract templates. If you want to sign a contract, you can contact them. Fang Xing looked at them one by one. These forces want to sponsor him, which has nothing to do with which university he will go to in the future. But some may have additional conditions. Therefore, the university special recruitment and the contracts of these forces are two different things. Fang Xing first determined that he was not interested in the university special recruitment, and at most he would learn about the intentions and conditions of the first-class universities after school started. What needs to be paid attention to now is the recruitment of these consortiums and forces. The contract seems to be the same. Basically, it is to provide millions of star yuan every year, and then agree to give returns after graduation for a certain number of years, and need to join a certain force. Well, there are some special resources, such as Kunping blood, But there are also corresponding conditions. Either you need to be admitted to a certain university, or you must achieve a certain goal. Otherwise, you have to pay a penalty. To be honest, Fang Xing doesn't like any of these. After all, he is not a real biochemical pauper. But he has the resources of a world behind him. Apart from anything else, the spiritual rice and monster meat he has eaten during this period are much better than any advanced nutrient solution. These conditions are all pitfalls. How to find a reason to refuse? Well, or pretend to be selfish or arrogant. Fang Xing touched his chin. What's the saying? Investment is investing in people. These big forces Starry Yuan is not blown by the wind. An investment must be rewarded. But what big force would invest in a selfish person? Isn't this recruiting a time bomb for their own family? It has to be said that even bad people like to be friends with good people. And even hope that there are good people in the world. And only they are bad people. After dinner, Fang Xing ordered a drink and tasted it slowly. Just then, a young man came over with red wine. But classmate Fang Xing? I am Liang Yuqing from the Green God Group. Hello. Please sit down. Fang Xing responded politely. The other party had obviously found him a long time ago. But he waited until he finished his meal to come and talk about things. He was still very polite. As the saying goes, don't hit a smiling person. So he naturally behaved politely. Thank you. Liang Yuqing sat down and said with a wry smile, Mr. Fang, you kept me waiting for so long. I wonder if you have read the contract given by our Green God Group. I am here to coordinate this matter. If you are not satisfied with anything, just tell me. I will change it on the spot within my authority. If I can't make a decision, I will report it immediately. I am familiar with the name of Green God Group. Fang Xing said a few polite words. 6 million Starry Yuan per year is really less. Just then, another voice interrupted. A waiter walked to the table with a white man in a black suit. Dear guest, your bill has been paid by this gentleman. The waiter signaled to Fang Xing that Wright had paid for him. Invite me to dinner? That's so embarrassing. Fang Xing stood up politely. Please take a seat. Let me introduce myself. I'm Wright from Shadow Dragon Group. Our group is a military-industrial enterprise with extensive connections and influence in federal politics. Wright adjusted his tie and glanced at Liang Yuqing. Green God Group only gives 6 million Starry Yuan a year, which completely underestimates your value. Our Dragon Shadow Group is willing to give you an A-level contract, with an annual quota of 10 million Starry Yuan and resources. You are gifted, and you can cultivate to this level without many resources. If more resources are invested, you will surely be able to impact a top-notch school. Liang Yuqing frowned, feeling that his company had a commercial spy, and even the bid was known to outsiders. But he still said, Xing Yuan is just the most basic terms. Our Green God Group is a pharmaceutical giant, and the quality of high-grade nutrient solution and even top-grade nutrient solution is the best, which is not comparable to similar products on the market. If you are willing to join, I can provide some real cutting-edge goods. Oh, I wonder if there are any special cultivation resources besides nutrient solution. Fang Xing held a straw and drank the drink in front of him. For example, I am now in the courage realm. It is natural to comprehend the realm in the future. I wonder if there are any pharmaceutical resources for breaking through the external scene, or even the golden elixir in the Green God Group. This, Liang Yuqing was speechless. Nutrition for daily martial arts training is fine, but special resources for breaking through a great realm are very rare, especially those that assist the courage realm to break through the external scene. Even he finds it difficult to obtain. As for the golden elixir resources, that can only be said to be pure overthinking. It seems that this genius is born in the common people after all, and his vision is narrow and greedy. Maybe he is an ungrateful wolf. Liang Yuqing was a little discouraged. He had met some geniuses before. Which one was not respectful when negotiating a contract with him? It is really rare to dare to ask for Dan-forming resources right away. Wright's eyes flickered next to him, and he didn't know what he was thinking. But he also lowered his evaluation of Fang Xing in his heart. To want such top resources, at least you have to join a big force and perform well before you can compete. Right? You want it right away? You really don't know yourself. This Fang Xing will never know what he missed. Without resources, even the most talented warriors can only be useless. Liang Yuqing and Wright looked at each other, and just as he was about to get up, he suddenly looked at the outside world with a changed expression. Fang Xing also looked over and saw that above the colorful aurora sky, There was actually an aircraft penetrating the clouds. Isn't this a magnetic field disorder zone? No. It hasn't gone deep into the canyon yet, so it won't be affected too much. But flying is also dangerous, unless it is one of the most advanced aircraft. Or a military anti-interference aircraft? Fong Xing's expression moved, knowing that a big shot has come. It seems to be a private aircraft. Liang Yuqing looked at the aircraft, and his expression became very solemn. The aircraft was much smaller than the Bilyo that Fong Xing had taken before, and had armor as blue as the sea. It was now stationary above the restaurant, and suddenly a beam of light was projected. Buzz! A figure slowly fell from the beam of light. The figure was wearing a small suit, revealing a large area of snow-white and smooth chest, with a convex front and a curved back, and a peachy but that was quite stylish. More importantly, Fong Xing is very familiar with her. Fong Xing. We finally meet in person. The professional woman walked into the restaurant, came to Fong Xing, smiled, and took the initiative to extend her hand. Are you really, Teacher Lan Fei? Fong Xing shook Lan Fei's palm, and the delicate and realistic feeling of the skin made him know that the person in front of him was not a projection, but a real person. If the former Lu Wei knew that I shook the real Lan Fei's palm, I'm afraid he would be so envious that he would hit his head against the wall. He was thinking about it, but a smile appeared on his face. Teacher Lan Fei. What's the matter? It's like this. I was just hired by the Giant God Group and became a staff member of the group. This time I am responsible for contacting you. Teacher Lan Fei smiled and said, Mr. Yin Huanjun of the group has arrived and is waiting for you in the aircraft. It turned out to be the Giant God Group? Liang Yuqing and Wright looked at each other and could see each other's surprise. Although the companies they both work for are also considered federal giants, compared with the Giant God Group, they are nothing compared to the giants. Oh! Then please lead the way. Teacher. Fong Xing took the napkin to wipe his mouth and stood up leisurely. In his heart, he was a little surprised. The real Lan Fei should be an educator who can divide his attention and do many things at the same time, teaching students in many classes at the same time. Maybe she is a 4th-level warrior. Being hired by Yusai High School, even the copyright fees can be received softly. But she was pulled in as a lobbyist? From what she said before, she was not a member of the Giant God Group at the beginning, but was temporarily poached. From knowing me to poaching people, she is so decisive. And she also showed terrifying energy and network of relationships. Fong Xing was secretly amazed. This Yin Huanjun is obviously much higher than Liang Yuqing and others. Ordinary beauty traps are just beautiful women seducing. The real beauty trap is to send the white moonlight that you have been seeking but cannot get directly to you. I really learned a lot today, and was taught a lesson by the real top people of the Federation. He talked to himself in his heart, and followed Lan Fei to the bottom of the blue aircraft. A ray of light enveloped. With a feeling of lifting, Fong Xing's eyes flashed, and when he came back to his senses, he had already arrived in an office. A boy with silver hair and a childish face was playing a game. Wait a minute. The boy was focused, without looking up, and a blushing and hard-beating voice came from the phone. Huh? It turned out to be an 18-plus game? Fong Xing's eyes lit up, and he felt like he had found a like-minded person. Even when he heard the voice, he instantly guessed which voice actor's masterpiece it was, and locked the name of the game. A few minutes later, the boy finally finished the game and raised his head. His facial features were delicate. His skin was a little abnormally pale, and his eyes had a taste of seeing through the world. Fong Xing. A cyborg from Young Eagle Star. ID number. Yin Huanjun reported Fong Xing basic information. He performed well in his freshman year, ranked first in the final exam. He even ranked third in the 100 stars joint exam in his sophomore year. He is a good talent, and our company has prepared an S-level contract for you. Would you like to learn more about it? Please tell me. Fong Xing made a gesture of invitation. Yin Huanjun nodded, and Lan Fei beside him explained. The S-level contract is tailor-made by our Giant God Group for the top talents. There is an annual quota of 20 million star yuan. In addition, there are various rare resources, such as yuan fruit liquid that is beneficial to breaking through the outdoor scene, etc. Outdoor scenes have never been a hurdle for me. Fong Xing held his head high, with absolute confidence in his eyes. What about the golden elixir resources? Are there any? Haha. Crazy enough. I like it. Yin Huanjun looked at Fong Xing in surprise, and then smiled. Martial arts golden elixir is a top figure no matter where you are. But if you can be admitted to a top-notch university, I believe the giant god group will be willing to pay for this resource. Very good. What's the price? Fang Xing took a deep breath. Such generous terms must have an extraordinary price. This contract is actually a bet contract. If you don't get into a top-notch university, the contract will be invalidated immediately, and you will have to double my previous efforts. Yin Huanjun showed a playful smile on his face. How is it? Do you feel very stressed? Then what? Fang Xing's expression remained unchanged. He never thought he would fail. I forgot to say that you are only allowed to take the entrance exam to Blue Star University, because I will also be admitted. Yin Huanjun's smile widened. After you get to university, you have the obligation to cooperate with me. Don't worry. I will definitely not violate school rules. I need to think about it carefully. Fang Xing's eyes were deep, and he felt that this was a bit like the ancient practice of recruiting book boys. Even a dead soldier? Of course. But I believe that no one will give you better conditions. Yin Huanjun clapped his hands. In the Federation, if a warrior wants to make progress, wants to break through the King Kong or even the Martial Saint, it is necessary to invest top-level special resources. Well, during the period of time you are considering, Lan Fei will always follow you and act as our liaison, and can also be your secretary and housekeeper. He waved his hand. Obviously going to play games again. After Fang Xing left, Yin Huanjun immediately started another game and controlled the aircraft to leave the Devil's Canyon. Half an hour later, a communication came in, revealing a middle-aged man with white temples. Jinjin. How is it? He looked at Yin Huanjun, his face full of concern. I have already visited 87 planets and investigated some geniuses. Yin Huanjun was still playing games, but he was talking at the same time. I signed 3 S-level seeds. I hope they can all be admitted to Blue Star University. So fast? You have to know that this is your future team. Maybe we will go to the battlefield together. So we must be cautious. The middle-aged man said. Don't worry. I know my limits. Don't disturb me playing games. Yin Huanjun waved his hand impatiently, and the sound of the 18+ game on his phone suddenly became loud. The middle-aged man saw this and his mouth twitched slightly.